At the pinnacle of the Tianhai city center lies the most luxurious and exclusive dining establishment in the world, Yunjin Pavilion. Those fortunate enough to dine here are either immensely wealthy or of high social standing. Jiang Yan sat by the window, his gaze lost in the enchanting nightscape of Tianhai City. Today marked the birthday of his beloved Youwei, and it was the 5th time he celebrated her special day, coinciding with their 5th anniversary. However, as the clock struck midnight, she had yet to arrive. Lowering his eyes, Jiang Yan's gaze fell upon the meticulously arranged dining table, where a valuable diamond ring lay quietly. This exquisite piece was crafted by a renowned luxury goods designer, whom he had pursued for over 6 months to create it. The inner band bore her name, painstakingly inscribed by Jiang Yan himself after a month of practice that left his fingers blistered. He had intended to propose to her at this romantic venue, having planned everything down to the last detail, including fresh petals and a bouquet for the staff to present. "Sir," a beautiful waitress in a fitted white dress approached, interrupting his reverie. She softly inquired, "Would you like me to serve the dishes? We're nearing closing time." Regaining his composure, Jiang Yan stood and replied, "No need to serve anymore. I will cover the bill. Please charge this card." He produced a black card, which the waitress accepted respectfully, casting a lingering glance at the handsome man before her. It was evident that he had been stood up. Though unaware of his identity, she recognized that patrons of this establishment were either influential or affluent. Having witnessed many scenarios in the restaurant, she was still taken aback to see such a tall, strikingly handsome, and youthful man abandoned. She couldn't help but silently chastise the woman who had let him go, realizing it was a tremendous loss for her. If she were his girlfriend, she would have held on tightly, ever wary of the attention he would undoubtedly attract from others. After settling the bill, Jiang Yan drove back to his villa, fully aware that Youwei had chosen to meet her white moonlight at the airport today, a day of Bai Luo's return. At the time, he had been oblivious to the fact that Youwei harbored feelings for another. Had he known, he would never have confessed his love or believed in their destined union. Later, he found himself reborn, aware of the events that would unfold. The following day, Youwei approached him, offering a simple explanation. He is just a very important friend. At that moment, he believed her and proposed once more. After their marriage, his short video company, which he had founded 2 years prior, finally began to flourish, rapidly ascending to become one of the top 3 in the internet industry, even surpassing the family business of Youwei. During that time, Youwei, under the guise of offering assistance, joined Jiang Yan's company. Intelligent and business savvy, she rose to the position of CEO in just 2 years, and with Bai Luo's encouragement, she orchestrated the acquisition of all of Jiang Yan's shares. Having seized control of the company, they conspired to frame Jiang Yan for infidelity, ultimately ousting him from the very company he had established, accompanied by divorce. Agreement that left him with nothing. The shock of his parents' heart attack during the ordeal led to their untimely demise, leaving him bereft of family, his company seized, and branded as a pariah, all while facing a divorce that stripped him of everything. Each of these events represented a monumental blow to his life. Clinging to a flicker of hope, Jiang Yan visited the opulent villa he had purchased for Youwei, only to witness her and her white moonlight entwined in the lavish living room. In that moment, his heart, once suspended in hope, fell silent. "I end this new life," he vowed never to allow history to repeat itself. In his pocket lay the engagement ring he had prepared. He glanced at it once before discarding it into the trash, his resolve unwavering. Entering his study, he changed the passwords for his computer and important files. On the desktop was a photograph of Youwei, radiant and smiling by the beach, a cherished memory from a trip they had taken together. Yet now, as he gazed upon it, his heart stirred not a single emotion, as if viewing a stranger. He felt utterly hollow. Reflecting on the past, he shook his head with a wry smile. How foolish I was. Love resembled a grave. Once ensnared, escape was impossible. Considering how Youwei and her white moonlight had driven him to despair, Jiang Yan's expression hardened. "Very well. If you have chosen to act with such ruthlessness for your white moonlight, I shall ensure you experience the pain you inflicted upon me." He opened WeChat, the first contact being Youwei's avatar. With a mere tap, he unfixed her from the top of his list and sent a message. "Let's break up. I wish you the best with your white moonlight." He swiftly deleted her contact thereafter. At Tianhai Airport, a woman dressed in a pristine white dress anxiously awaited at the arrivals terminal, accompanied by a stunning companion whose beauty resembled that of a porcelain doll. Passers-by couldn't help but glance back at them. Unlike Youwei, her companion, dressed casually in a high-neck blouse and pleated skirt, with flowing dark hair cascading down her back, exuded an effortless charm. Weiwei, I bought you some milk tea. Stop staring. They want help, Suyu remarked, holding a cup of milk tea while casting an annoyed glance toward the arrival gate. She was aware of Bai Luo's return, a detail Youwei had shared, though she had initially been reluctant to bring her along. Nonetheless, she insisted on accompanying her. Here, have something sweet. You haven't eaten dinner yet. It's all that guy's fault for calling you on your birthday. She continued that he doesn't even realize you have low blood sugar. Suyu had heard whispers of this white moonlight and felt a sense of aversion before even meeting him, as Youwei had mentioned him numerous times, endlessly. Suddenly, Youwei recalled that Jiang Yan had planned to celebrate her birthday at Yunjin Pavilion in the Tianhai Center. She checked her phone and realized it was already past midnight. Panic gripped her. In her excitement over Bai Luo's call, she had completely forgotten her commitment to Jiang Yan. After seeing Bai Luo off at the airport, she had drowned her sorrows at a bar, where she encountered Jiang Yan, who bore a striking resemblance to Bai Luo and was also a student at Tianhai University. Thus, she found herself entangled with Jiang Yan in a haze of confusion. Despite Jiang Yan's kindness towards her came from modest beginnings, while she was the daughter of a prominent family and Tianhai her relatives had disapproved of their relationship. Fortunately, Jiang Yan had proven himself, founding a successful internet company post-graduation, which swayed her family's opinion in his favor. Returning her thoughts to her phone, she noticed a new message notification on WeChat. With a sense of foreboding, she opened it, only to be met with the chilling words, "Let's break up? I wish you the best with your white moonlight." In that instant, Youwei felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 2. Just a brief explanation would suffice. Did he find out? No. How could he have discovered Bai Luo's existence? She had only met Jiang Yan after Bai Luo had gone abroad. There was no conceivable connection between the two. In that moment, Youwei's heart was in turmoil. In truth, she had not intentionally concealed Bai Luo's presence, nor did she mind if the two were acquainted. However, at least for now, she did not wish for Jiang Yan to know. After 2 years post-graduation, Jiang Yan had transformed from an ordinary citizen into the proprietor of a company with a monthly revenue exceeding 10 million. And he had begun to engage with individuals from their upper-class circles. In contrast, Bai Luo had merely graduated from Berklee College of Music and was just an ordinary fresh graduate. In terms of connections and resources, he could not compete with Jiang Yan. Youwei was apprehensive, fearful that Jiang Yan might seek to reprimand Bai Luo. But upon reflection, what right did he have to chastise her male friend? Had Jiang Yan consulted her on the matter? Taking a sip of her friend's milk tea, Youwei felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Suyu, sensing her emotional turbulence, could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. What's wrong, Weiwei? That guy hasn't even shown up yet. And you look like you've lost your soul, she remarked. Humph, I see he purposely called you to say he's back, pretending he doesn't want you to come. Engaging in some psychological game. Such a scheming man. Suyu silently added this thought. Regaining her composure, she suppressed her inner turmoil and playfully poked her friend's forehead. Don't speak ill of Bai Luo. I never said I would pick him up. I merely wanted to give him a surprise. The thought of finally meeting the person she had longed for filled her with excitement, causing her cheeks to flush. Suyu observed Youwei's expression and cursed inwardly. Damn Bai Luo. Suddenly, a striking figure clad in white emerged from the crowd. It was Bai Luo. Youwei spotted him immediately and waved her arms excitedly. Suyu followed her gaze. Bai Luo stood out distinctly in the crowd. Not only was he dressed in white, but he was also exceptionally handsome, carrying a stylish 37-key electronic keyboard that made him hard to miss. Indeed, a cunning man, Suyu thought to herself, recognizing that he had deliberately dressed to attract attention. Bai Luo noticed Youwei and quickened his pace. Weiwei, it's been so long. What a surprise to see you here, he exclaimed. He was a year younger than Youwei, studying at Tianhai University, but had transferred abroad for certain reasons. On the surface, Youwei maintained her composure, yet internally, she was brimming with emotion. Her small hands fidgeted with the hem of her dress as she gazed at the person she had missed for 5 years. He remained as handsome, as sunny, and as gentle as ever. You haven't been in Tian'ai City for 5 years. You must be unfamiliar with the surroundings. It is only natural for a friend to come and assist you. She stumbled over her words, unsure of what she was saying. Bai Luo gazed intently at her and smiled in response. 5 years later, Weiwei has changed at all. She is still so beautiful. No. She has changed. She has become even more enchanting and feminine. You too. The intensity of his gaze made Youwei shy, causing her to avert her eyes. By the way, who is this? Bai Luo asked, his attention shifting to the girl beside Youwei, his eyes sparkling with admiration. She was breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing even the post-surgery stars of the entertainment industry, and he could tell that she was completely natural. Here it comes again, those familiar, nauseating looks. Siyu shot him an unhappy glance, suppressing her urge to kick him, courtesy of Youwei's presence. This is Siyu, Youwei said, pulling the girl into an affectionate embrace. My best friend. Xiaoyu, this is Bai Luo. She hesitated before saying, my best friend. Bai Luo sneered inwardly, thinking, what a fade of innocence. Yet, he feigned a look of disappointment. Oh, am I merely Weiwei's best friend? That's a bit disheartening. Upon hearing this, Siyu joyfully wrapped her arms around Youwei, affectionately saying, so you're just a friend? Weiwei's best friend is me. And I am also her best friend. You're merely an ordinary friend. Xiaoyu, don't be so rude. Both you and Bai Luo are my dearest friends. It's fine. I don't mind. Siyu pouted. Oh, he clearly doesn't even know today is your birthday. Bai Luo, upon hearing this, looked at Youwei with surprise and an apologetic expression. Weiwei, is today your birthday? I can't believe I forgot. It's too late now, but I'll make it up to you with a belated celebration. Youwei smiled reassuringly. It's all right, after 5 years without contact. It's understandable that you wouldn't remember. Don't be too hard on yourself. Yet, despite her words, she felt a pang of disappointment. After all, who wouldn't want the person they longed for to remember their birthday? She couldn't help but think of Jiang Yan, involuntarily comparing the two. Jiang Yan not only celebrated her birthday annually but also meticulously prepared gifts, remembered her preferences, and cherished their anniversaries, even the smallest details. He was a top student, so it was no surprise that he had an excellent memory. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Youwei raised her gaze to Bai Luo. His skin appeared radiant against the backdrop of his white attire and the hall's lighting, giving him an ethereal glow, as if he were adorned with a filter. Truly, he was the epitome of a pure moonlight. He didn't remember, but she wouldn't hold it against him. Siyu crossed her arms, feeling a mix of pride and dissatisfaction upon witnessing that Youwei not only refrained from admonishing Bai Luo but was also comforting him. Unable to contain herself, Siyu urged them to move along. In the underground parking lot, a luxurious Aston Martin SUV awaited them, spacious and powerful. They all climbed into the vehicle. Youwei took the driver's seat while Siyu eagerly occupied the passenger seat, leaving Bai Luo with no choice but to sit in the back. As they departed Tian'ai Airport and merged onto the highway, silence enveloped the car. After the emotional excitement, Youwei suddenly recalled the message Jiang Yan had sent her. She activated the autopilot, her mind wandering. It seemed that her absence at the airport to greet Bai Luo had upset him, prompting him to send a breakup message. Contemplating this, she felt a surge of anger. Was it really necessary to threaten her with a breakup over a missed meeting? Such a maturity from a grown man. Although her initial agreement with Jiang Yan had been somewhat insincere, it was undeniably false to claim that she had no feelings after 5 years. Moreover, Jiang Yan had taken exceptional care of her, even helping her recover from a chronic gastritis condition that no doctor could remedy. Forget it. I'll explain things to him when I return. She resolved to swallow her pride and soften her approach. He would surely forgive her. With this thought in mind, Youwei gently pressed her lips together, a plan forming in her heart. Chapter 3. Excluded Bai Luo. What is your address? Youwei inquired. The man in the back seat crossed his legs and replied nonchalantly, It's so late now. I can't get into my house without a key. How about I stay at your place for the night? Is that convenient for you, Weiwei? Before Youwei could respond, Siyu immediately interjected, No way. I'll book you a hotel. Tian'ai City is vast. There are plenty of places to sleep. How can a grown man ask to stay at Weiwei's house? Isn't that a bit shameful? Youwei shared the same sentiment. Bai Luo was her unrequited love. She should ideally acquiesce to his request. However, due to that text message, she had to return to Jiang Yan. Thus, she had no choice but to turn Bai Luo down. I'm sorry, Bai Luo. I have other matters to attend to shortly. I'll help you book a hotel. My apologies. Bai Luo was taken aback by the rejection. Yet he feigned tenderness as he responded, It's all right. I'm just happy you came to pick me up. Let us go out for a meal another day. As a thank you for coming to the airport so late. Sure. Sitting in the back seat, Bai Luo narrowed his eyes. Despite Youwei's refusal causing him displeasure, he still required her resources. He had heard while abroad that Youwei had taken over the Yu family's media company, Huanyu Media, as an art student. His post-graduation ambition was to enter the entertainment industry. His parents hoped to cultivate him into a pianist. He had the talent, but the rigorous daily practice was exhausting. Once abroad, with no one to supervise him, he succumbed to the temptations of a dazzling world. He desired to break into the entertainment industry, and with his height and looks, he could undoubtedly become a top idol. All he needed was a stepping stone and a robust backing. And Youwei was precisely the person he sought. His gaze drifted to the front passenger seat, admiring the full curves that rose and fell with each breath. Bai Luo's eyes darkened. He hadn't anticipated that her best friend would possess such exquisite beauty and a flawless figure. After arranging for Bai Luo to stay at a hotel, Siyu was reluctant to return home and insisted on visiting her place. However, Youwei needed to find Jiang Yan and could not allow Siyu to accompany her. After soothing Siyu for several minutes and explaining the situation, she finally persuaded her to take her home. It was already 1:30 in the morning. Rubbing her weary eyes, Youwei steeled herself and drove towards Jiang Yan. Arriving at the villa, she expertly entered the door code, which was her birthday. When they had installed the code lock, Jiang Yan had insisted on setting it to her birthday. She found it overly sentimental, but since it was his home, she couldn't domineer over his choice. Now, it seemed Jiang Yan had made a wise decision. Had he chosen another code, she would surely have forgotten it. She pressed the confirmation button and awaited the door to unlock. Beep. Incorrect password. How could this be? Youwei furrowed her brow in confusion. She re-entered the code. Still. Beep. Incorrect password. Her expression shifted, disbelief washing over her. She entered the password for a third time, but this time, she was not as composed. Her fingers trembled slightly as she inputted the code. Beep. Incorrect password. Password locked. Please try again in 30 minutes. Youwei's eyes widened in shock, completely flabbergasted. Impossible. 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 The 3 words raced through her mind in a frenzy. The world around her turned dark, and she felt faint, summoning her strength. She pressed her trembling palm against the door to keep herself upright. She was utterly exhausted and experiencing low blood sugar. Despite the improbability, a thought crept into her mind. Jiang Yan had changed the password. He must have done it today. His declaration of a breakup was genuine. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. She was the eldest daughter of the Yu family, the chairwoman of Huanyu Media. She could not allow a breakup to throw her into disarray. Pulling out her phone, she opened WeChat and found Jiang Yan's profile, sending a message. I'm at your door. Come open up. A red exclamation mark appeared in the message box. The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not yet friends. Please send a verification request first. Jiang Yan had blocked her, not only breaking up with her but also deleting her from his WeChat contacts. Youwei lost her calm. Various thoughts of making Jiang Yan regret his decision flashed through her mind. She stood stiffly for several minutes, unable to act on her impulses. She was no longer a naive college girl. Such actions, while effective, were juvenile. They were adults now and should handle matters with maturity. Ultimately, she slowly closed her eyes and exhaled heavily. A mixture of emotions churned within her, a heaviness weighing on her chest, and her eyes felt slightly sore. Jiang Yan had once adored her. She remembered a time when she casually expressed a desire to eat the famous raw toast from Xian High City. Without hesitation, he drove 3 hours, skipping meetings, and stood in line for 2 hours just to ensure she could enjoy her beloved bread. She had never told Jiang Yan that the raw toast was a place she had visited with Bai Luo. Now, she longed for that toast because of Bai Luo. Yet, Jiang Yan wanted to break up with her simply because she had missed his birthday. Youwei couldn't believe that Jiang Yan could simply let go of their 5-year relationship with such ease. In the second-floor darkness of the villa, beside the floor-to-ceiling window, Jiang Yan stood, coldly observing the scene below. He watched Youwei sway unsteadily, finding it amusing. Whenever he summoned her, she always acted reluctant, never willing to spend the night at his place. Yet here she was, at his home in the middle of the night. He had granted her the freedom to pursue her white moonlight and decided to let go, only for her to return seeking him. Who was she performing this pitiful act for? How shameless. Lowering his gaze, Jiang Yan drew back his attention, closing the curtains and returning to his bedroom. He was a light sleeper and had just fallen asleep when the doorbell's shrill sound jolted him awake. Peering downstairs, he caught a glimpse of Youwei in her earlier state. After just one glance, he lost interest. In the past, he could never bear to see her upset. Even the slightest frown would compel him to comfort her. The awakening of his feelings was truly instantaneous. In love, the one who falls first is destined to lose. At the entrance of the villa, Youwei, holding her phone, hesitated as her trembling fingers hovered over the dial button. She knew that no matter how angry Jiang Yan might be, he wouldn't block her phone number. She decided to wait until the night passed. Once Jiang Yan's emotions settled, he would naturally add her back. After all, this time, it was her fault. Tomorrow, when Jiang Yan re-adds her, she would offer an apology and explain herself. If he thought to take advantage of this opportunity, he was sorely mistaken. His 5 years of investment would not be easily relinquished. Moreover, it was Jiang Yan who could not do without Youwei, and with her family's status. Finding another man would be no challenge at all. Resolutely, Youwei, dragging her weary body, departed from the villa. Chapter 4. A single call from the baby awakened her heart the following day. Jiang Yan arrived at his company, engulfed in a whirlwind of responsibilities. The growth of the enterprise was solely reliant on his finances, which had become increasingly inadequate. Thus, he was preparing for a round of financing. In this fiercely competitive era of the internet, most video-related applications focused on long-form content, while people's leisure time was often fragmented into mere minutes. 2 years prior, Jiang Yan recognized this discrepancy, leading him to establish a short video company that offered a novel entertainment avenue. Astute investors soon caught wind of Jiang Yan's quietly emerging internet model, and he intended to seize this opportunity to achieve his modest goal of Series A financing. Knock, knock. Knock, come in. The office door swung open, revealing his capable secretary, Shinqing, dressed in a sharp professional outfit, her long hair neatly tied back. She entered with a stack of organized documents in hand. General Manager Jiang, here are the compiled materials for your review. All right, just place them here. He glanced through the documents briefly and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I trust your work. Shinqing had been by Jiang Yan's side since the inception of the company. Her methodical approach and graceful demeanor alleviating much of his burden when meeting clients for meals or socializing. Noticing Shinqing still standing before him, Jiang Yan jested. Why are you standing? Have a seat. The other employees might think I'm making you stand as punishment. Shinqing couldn't help but chuckle, smoothing the hem of her skirt as she sat down. Thank you, General Manager Jiang. By the way, how are the discussions with the investors progressing? Well, Shinqing hesitated. Noticing her troubled expression, Jiang Yan encouraged her to speak candidly. Just tell me. There were 3 potential investors we were optimistic about. We were close to finalizing the contracts when, unexpectedly, they all withdrew simultaneously. On the same day, another investment firm approached us, offering to finance $500 million. Surprised, Jiang Yan remarked, $500 million is no small sum. It's 4 times more than I anticipated. This situation seems rather complicated. Have you investigated the background of this firm? Shinqing shook her head and continued, it's a shell company, but they indicated that their president wishes to meet you in person to discuss matters. A face-to-face meeting? Jiang Yan pondered, stroking his chin. In his past life, his financing endeavors had proceeded smoothly, unencumbered by rival investors. This was peculiar. What are the origins of this investment company? Given their awareness of my previous interests, it seems they possess considerable insight. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yan decided. Very well, let us arrange a meeting. Inform them that tonight at 8, on the top floor of Tianhai Center at Yunjinggu. Understood, General Manager Jiang. As Shinqing prepared to leave, Jiang Yan inquired, is there anything else? Miss Yu called the secretary's office, requesting that you return her call. A few moments prior, when Shinqing received the call from Youwei, she was taken aback. Being Jiang Yan's close aide for 2 years, she was acutely aware of his affection for the young lady from the Yu family and had discreetly managed many matters on her behalf. A woman's intuition is keen, and she sensed that something unpleasant had transpired between them, a matter of considerable gravity. Understood. Is there anything else? Jiang Yan's calm reaction surprised Shinqing, solidifying her belief that a rift had formed between the two. Tentatively, she probed, aren't you going to return Miss Yu's call? In response, Jiang Yan replied coolly, from now on, any calls from Youwei should be disregarded. I have severed ties with her. After a moment's thought, he added, terminate all collaborations with the Yu Group and restrict all their accounts on Douhua app. Douhua app, the short video software Jiang Yan had founded, had already surpassed 100 million downloads in merely 2 years. While this number paled in comparison to other popular social applications, Jiang Yan was confident that within a year, his downloads would exceed 10 billion, with monthly active users surpassing 300 million. Understood, General Manager Jiang. With that, Shinqing exited the office. Back in the secretary's room, she reaffirmed her suspicions. Jiang Yan and Youwei had parted ways. Strangely, this news filled her with a sense of joy. Whether deemed malicious glee or the triumph of an underdog, all she wished for was for Jiang Yan to distance himself from that woman and escape her clutches. That woman lacked a heart, taking Jiang Yan's devotion for granted. At the headquarters of Huanyu Media, Youwei sat in the president's office reviewing the documents brought by her secretary. Her spirit seemed low, and despite her makeup, dark circles betrayed her sleepless night. After returning home the previous evening, she had tossed and turned, unable to find rest until the early hours, managing only a few hours of sleep. Once her work was completed, it was already noon. She glanced at her phone, disheartened to find no messages from the one she had been eagerly awaiting. Jiang Yan had yet to reach out. She had anticipated a flurry of texts from him, seeking forgiveness and reconciliation. Instead, silence prevailed. A sense of suffocation enveloped her, leaving her breathless. Suddenly, her phone rang, igniting a spark of elation within her. Finally, yet, upon listening closely, she realized it was Taylor Swift's love story, a ringtone specifically designated for Bailuo. For a fleeting moment, disappointment washed over her. But she quickly found solace in Youwei's warm, gentle voice. Weiwei, I hope I'm not interrupting. The soothing tone dispelled Youwei's melancholic mood. Not at all. I was just finishing up work. Would you like to join me for dinner? It's been a while since I've returned to the country, and I have some things I wish to discuss with you. Youwei instinctively agreed. Sure. Great. Weiwei, you're so accommodating. The light laughter on the other end was enchanting, awakening the innocent girl hidden deep within Youwei. Which restaurant shall we choose? I just returned to Tianhai City and am unfamiliar with the area. I might not be able to afford somewhere too extravagant since I'm currently unemployed. No worries. I'll handle the reservations. Understanding, Youwei browsed through several renowned restaurants in Tianhai City, eventually selecting one at the top of Tianhai Center, Yunjin-go. All right. Let us meet there tonight, Weiwei. Youwei added, it's a members-only restaurant, so regular folks can't enter. Just contact me when you arrive, and I'll escort you in. Got it, Weiwei, you're the best. See you tonight, baby. With that, the call ended, leaving Youwei momentarily stunned by the term of endearment. Her cheeks flushed, reminiscent of a bashful young girl experiencing her first stirrings of affection. Chapter 5. A meeting at the restaurant. Is this the sensation of fluttering emotions? It had been quite some time since Youwei had experienced such a feeling. Eagerly, she dialed Suyu's number, wishing to share this delightful news. Oh, came Suyu's voice from the other end, laced with a hint of acidity. So he calls you baby, and you blush? Well, I shall call you baby too. Baby, 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 baby. The incessant repetition caused Youwei's ears to ache, prompting her to interrupt. Stop, 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 Xiaoyu. Why are you behaving like a child? Are you even listening to my excitement? You know it's different. Humph. What is so different? Weiwei, you are just a baby, my little baby. Suyu's evident displeasure and continued teasing sparked irritation in Youwei. She had intended to share her joy with her dear friend, yet Suyu seemed indifferent, resorting to playful banter instead. While she was aware of Suyu's somewhat childish demeanor, there should be limits to such antics. She ought to respect Bailuo. Xiaoyu, if you keep this up, I will hang up. Suddenly, silence enveloped the line. After a few moments, Youwei glanced at her phone, realizing that Suyu had hung up first. Well, that was just typical of Xiaoyu's temperament, throwing a little tantrum that came quickly and faded just as swiftly. Within a day, all would be well again. And Youwei chose not to dwell on it. After a leisurely lunch, she returned to her office, which housed a small room for rest. Lying on the comfortable bed, Youwei blinked her eyes, unable to fall asleep. She sat up, picked up her phone, and pondered for a long while before deciding to call Jiang Yan. I'm sorry. The number you dialed is unavailable. It wouldn't connect. Youwei furrowed her brows and tried again. I'm sorry. The number you dialed is unavailable. 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 Time seemed to stand still. The silence was deafening, and the air felt stagnant. With a sudden crack, her body felt as though all strength had been drained, causing her wrist and the phone to crash heavily onto the bedside. At that moment, Youwei's face turned pale. The gravity of Jiang Yan's words hit her. He truly intended to break things off with her and would not look back. The seriousness of the situation dawned upon her. As night fell, the neon lights twinkled like stars, showcasing the vibrancy and splendor of Tianhai City. At 8 o'clock, Jiang Yan arrived punctually at the top floor of Tianhai Central Building, Yunjin Pavilion. Yunjin Pavilion operated on a membership basis. Despite its unassuming name, it was a gathering place for the elite and affluent, inaccessible to the common folk or even those with a modest fortune. Dining here could easily cost tens of thousands for a single meal. Nevertheless, even heads of small enterprises willingly spent money here. Why? Because this place was a nexus of connections and resources. A mere introduction to a notable figure could yield millions in collaborations, while partnerships worth millions were not uncommon. What mattered was the prospect of ongoing collaborations following a successful initial engagement. Mu Wanzhou donned an extravagant black evening gown adorned with diamonds. She stepped into the elevator, ascending to the building's highest floor. Before even entering Yunjin Pavilion, she noticed a commotion at the entrance. Frowning, she reprimanded. How dare these ruffians cause a scene at Yunjin Pavilion? Where is your manager? Bring him here to handle this. Among those attempting to block the entrance was a waiter who recognized Mu Wanzhou, having worked at Yunjin Pavilion for some time. In Tianhai City, anyone engaged in business knew of the eldest daughter of the Mu family. The waiter swiftly approached Mu Wanzhou, offering an apology. I am terribly sorry, Ms. Mu. This individual lacks membership yet insists on forcing entry. We are trying to persuade him to leave. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. I will fetch the manager immediately. With that, the waiter dashed towards the front desk. Outside, Bai Luo continued to shout indignantly at the staff. I came to dine at your establishment. Why am I not allowed in? Do you know who my friend is? She is not only a member here, but also hails from a prominent family in Tianhai City. What do you mean by not allowing a member's friend in? Who made that rule? Call your manager. I'm sorry, sir, but we operate on a membership basis, replied the waiter, maintaining her composure. With two professional security personnel at her side, any attempt at forceful entry would be swiftly dealt with. We haven't said you cannot enter. Your friend is a member, and she can escort you inside. Moreover, please refrain from causing a disturbance at the entrance, as it disrupts our patrons. If this continues, we will have to ask you to leave the building. As the security stepped forward, Bai Luo instinctively took a step back, intimidated by their imposing physique. His volume gradually diminishing. He had just attempted to reach Youwei by phone multiple times, but she had been engaged in another call. Now, standing at the entrance, onlookers scrutinized him, their gazes dripping with disdain, crushing his pride beneath their feet. Bai Luo, who had been the object of admiration at both Tianhai University and Berkeley, could hardly endure such condescension. Who were these mere capitalists to look down upon him? Frustrated by the wait, he decided to stride into the Yunjin Pavilion foyer. However, upon being questioned by the staff about his lack of membership, he was promptly ejected. Infuriated, he argued with the waiter at the entrance. Moments later, the lobby manager of Yunjin Pavilion hurried out, drenched in sweat upon spotting Mu Wanzhou. Wiping his brow with a handkerchief, he bowed apologetically. Ms. Mu, why didn't you inform us of your visit? Had I known, I would have reserved the best table for you. Unfortunately, it was booked by someone else during lunch. He then turned to another waiter, barking orders. Get that person out of here. How dare this uncouth individual create a ruckus at Yunjin Pavilion? Remove him. Upon hearing this, the security personnel stepped forward, each gripping one of Bai Luo's arms. Bai Luo struggled fiercely, incensed by the implicit insult. With your level of decorum, do you even understand that customers are akin to royalty? I am here as a guest, not a troublemaker. My friend is Youwei, the heiress of the Yu family. Do you think you can afford to provoke the Yu family? Oh. The moment these words were uttered, Mu Wanzhou, who had previously ignored Bai Luo, cast her gaze upon him. Striding towards him in her high heels, she delicately grasped his chin with a customized pin from her purse. Youwei? She is dining with you today? Bai Luo, captivated by the enchanting beauty approaching him, fell momentarily silent. She exuded an alluring charm, her low-cut evening gown accentuating her exquisite curves. While Youwei possessed her own beauty, it was a pure and delicate allure. In contrast, the woman before him radiated an innate seductiveness as mesmerizing as a siren. Chapter 6. A resounding slap. The heartless woman is cast aside. By Luo felt a twinge of confusion as he realized that Youwei had not mentioned this stunning beauty to him. However, as he experienced the enchanting woman's touch, a sense of delight blossomed within him. With an eager expression, he inquired, Yes, Weiwei brought me here. Are you a friend of hers? Shall we join together? Upon hearing this, Mu Wanzhou let out a derisive laugh. Although I have some business dealings with the Yu family, I wouldn't classify us as friends. Hey, beautiful sister, what is your name? I'm Bai Luo, a pianist, he introduced himself. At this, Mu Wanzhou cast a sidelong glance at his fingers but chose not to respond. Bai Luo, an urgent voice called out. He turned to see Youwei hastening towards him. her expression fraught with worry. "What are you doing? Let him go?" The security guards, maintaining their composure, exchanged glances with the lobby manager. Receiving a subtle nod, they released Bai Luo. Moments prior, she had been occupied with client calls, anxiously anticipating Bai Luo's arrival and eager to conclude her conversations. However, she was entangled with leaders from Tomato TV, which was preparing to launch the country's first idol survival show, Star Trainee, featuring dozens of trainees from her company. It was evident that this program would capture immense attention, and she was determined to propel her trainees into the spotlight. When the call concluded, she noticed several missed calls from Bai Luo and rushed to the restaurant's entrance to find him. Upon stepping outside, she saw Bai Luo being restrained by two imposing security guards, while Mu Wanzhou, the president of Mu Corporation, stood nearby, disdainfully brandishing a pin. At that moment, Youwei approached Bai Luo, shielding him with her presence. "They haven't harmed you, have they?" she asked with concern. Her gaze then shifted to Mu Wanzhou. As someone entrenched in the upper echelons of society, she was well aware of Mu Wanzhou's formidable reputation. The Mu Corporation held immense power in Tianhai City, boasting a market value exceeding 100 billion, far beyond what her family's second-tier business could contend with. Yet, the Yu family was no stranger to success either, especially since her entertainment company had recently launched two phenomenally popular artists, driving its market value to surpass 50 billion. Not long ago, her rising star had signed a contract as a game spokesperson for the Mu Corporation. This marked their first collaboration, with a modest endorsement fee of 20 million. While not exorbitant, it was crucial to recognize that the Mu Corporation harbored numerous sub-brands. With many artists under her management, establishing a long-term partnership could yield substantial rewards. Witnessing Bai Luo's humiliation ignited a wave of anger within her, yet she knew she had to temper her feelings for the sake of the greater picture. "President Mu, Bai Luo is my friend, not a toy for your amusement," she asserted. Mu Wanzhou, upon hearing Youwei's words, found them amusing and couldn't suppress a laugh. Her smile both enchanting and chilling. Bai Luo, captivated once more, swallowed hard and chimed in, "Weiwei, don't say that about the beautiful sister. She merely asked me a few questions. In fact, it's the restaurant staff who have been quite rude to me." "You needn't worry, Miss Yu," Mu Wanzhou scoffed. "Someone of her caliber is hardly worth my attention." The belittlement of his cherished figure ignited a spark of fury within Youwei. Yet she understood the ramifications of offending the Mu family. Gritting her teeth, she inhaled deeply to regain her composure, reminding herself that her entertainment company was her lifeline. And she could not act impulsively. Seeing Youwei's restrained demeanor, Mu Wanzhou felt a sense of satisfaction. "Miss Yu, you already have a boyfriend. Yet you bring your little lover along. Aren't you afraid he'll catch you?" This remark pierced Youwei's heart, conjuring memories of her breakup. She self-deprecatingly thought, Jiang Yan has already severed ties with her, deleting all means of contact. What was there to fear? Perhaps she should set aside her identity as a young lady and reach out to Jiang Yan for a face-to-face conversation. If he loved her as deeply as she believed, he would surely understand her. "This is my private matter, and it has nothing to do with President Mu. Furthermore, Bai Luo is just a friend," she stated firmly. "Oh, Miss Yu, why are you so apprehensive? Liking someone is nothing to be ashamed of. One should boldly acknowledge their feelings," Mu Wanzhou teased. Bai Luo, filled with excitement, grasped Youwei's hand, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Weiwei, do you actually like me? I had no idea. I'm so sorry for making you wait for 5 years. But I'm just a nobody, lacking wealth and influence, unworthy of your family's stature." "Weiwei." At this point, Bai Luo hesitated, seemingly summoning his courage before asking, "Would you consider being with me?" Youwei found herself at a loss for words, her gaze faltering under Bai Luo's earnest stare. She dared not agree, yet equally feared to decline. Mu Wanzhou's insinuations had struck a chord. She indeed feared Jiang Yan might appear at any moment. If that were to happen, there would be no way to clarify the situation. While losing a relationship was trivial, preserving her reputation was non-negotiable. "Bai Luo, let's not discuss this now. We should head inside. There are too many people here," she urged, eager to escape the scene. The entrance of Yunjinj was hardly an appropriate venue for such conversations, teeming with passers-by. Mu Wanzhou, observing their brief exchange, found it utterly entertaining and clapped her hands in approval. Truly impressive, the little mistress and the green tea skills are effortlessly displayed. Youwei, who had initially intended to leave, came to a halt. She had tolerated the earlier insults directed at Bai Luo, but being labeled as a little mistress and green tea was too much to bear. Unable to contain herself any longer, she coldly addressed Mu Wanzhou. "President Mu, please watch your language. Bai Luo is not a little mistress. Even if you belong to the Mu family, I am not afraid. Slap. The sound rang out sharply. A resounding slap landing on Youwei's face, leaving a vivid red mark upon her fair complexion. Stunned, she instinctively covered her cheek, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Are you all right, Weiwei? Bai Luo exclaimed, taken aback. He never anticipated that this seemingly jovial woman would strike with such ferocity. Mu Wanzhou withdrew her hand, casting a cold glare at Youwei. Nothing personal. Your mouth is quite foul. Even your father would show me respect. You have no right to act so brazenly. Consider this slap a lesson from your father. The lobby manager, witnessing the scene, was paralyzed with fear. Knowing full well the weight of both the Yu and Mu families in Tianhai City, he could not afford to offend either. Onlookers at Yunjinj halted in their tracks, captivated by the unfolding drama. Though they were all successful business people, everyone relished a bit of excitement. In an instant, a crowd formed, murmuring among themselves. Isn't that the daughter of the Yu family? Why is she covering her face and crying? Did you hear that sound? Miss Yu was slapped by President Mu. Who is that man beside her? Isn't she engaged to Jiang Yan? How could she be seen with another man? This is quite shameless, having a boyfriend and still bringing along a little mistress. The Yu family's upbringing seems to lack decorum. Yet, how could the daughter of the Yu family, despite her status, tolerate such public humiliation? Isn't the Mu family concerned about retaliation from the Yu family? As these unsavory remarks reached her ears, Youwei, with tears brimming in her eyes, glared at Mu Wanzhou, her heart filled with indignation. Although she found herself at odds with the elders of the Yu family, she was still the cherished daughter of a prominent family, having faced little hardship throughout her life. The humiliation she endured in front of the social elite was unprecedented for her. This was the first occasion someone had struck her across the face. The sting was searing, and tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls, unstoppable. What tormented her further was the inability to retaliate. If she were to confront Mu Wanzhou directly, not only would she face countless dire consequences, but the Yu family would also risk financial ruin. All she could do was grit her teeth, swallowing the indignation that churned within her. Chapter 7. Fear not. I am here to conduct business with you earnestly. Vivi, are you all right? If not, let us leave. Bai Luo said, pulling Youwei further inside. The demeanor of those surrounding them was unmistakably clear. Even the esteemed elite held a certain deference towards Mu Wanzhou. They could not afford to offend her. Bai Luo still needed Youwei's company to elevate his status. It was imperative that she did not falter here. The young lady from the Yu family appeared to be quite indignant. Mu Wanzhou glanced at her Cartier watch, the hands indicating 10 minutes past 8. However, I have an appointment, so I shall not dwell on this matter any longer. With that, she turned and took a few steps before pausing to add with a smile. I wish Miss Yu and your white moonlight a swift union. I look forward to celebrating your nuptials. Then, in her high heels, she strode directly toward the inner hall of the Yunjin pavilion, the crowd parting before her. Jiang Yan arrived at the spot he had reserved in advance, a prime location by the window. With a slight turn of his head, he could gaze upon the splendid nightscape of Tianhai City. Such a window seat was notoriously difficult to secure. My apologies for being a few minutes late. I was caught up in the excitement. A soft, enchanting voice wafted from behind him. Jiang Yan turned, somewhat astonished. It was she. Before him stood a woman clad in an opulent, diamond-studded strapless evening gown, the form-fitting fabric accentuating her alluring curves. Her cascading black waves flowed down her back, and exquisite jewelry adorned her porcelain collarbone, enhancing her regal elegance and undeniable charm. Mu Wanzhou's presence was unexpected for Jiang Yan. Nevertheless, having been a company owner for 2 years, he had acquired numerous skills in navigating social dynamics. Quickly suppressing his surprise, he rose to his feet and courteously assisted the lady in taking her seat. Mu Wanzhou gracefully lifted her gown with one hand while allowing the other to rest lightly on Jiang Yan's arm, her touch lingering slightly over his suit. Only then did she elegantly twist her waist to sit down, causing a momentary stiffness in those nearby. Mu Wanzhou's lips curled into a subtle smile as she looked at Jiang Yan. Thank you, Junior. It has been years, yet you remain so considerate. Even Jiang Yan, seasoned by 2 years in the corporate world, found himself at a loss against the allure of such a stunning woman, especially one as celebrated as Mu Wanzhou, the most captivating CEO of Tianhai City and one of the 3 renowned beauties of Tianhai University. Miss Mu, you flatter me. What is it that you find so entertaining? I heard a commotion at the entrance just now. Jiang Yan continued. It was merely someone causing a disturbance at the door. By the way, I encountered someone. He paused, contemplating how to phrase his next words. A person known to you, Junior. Who? Jiang Yan inquired, following her lead. Youwei, she pronounced the name deliberately slowly. Observing Jiang Yan's reaction. To her surprise, he remained unfazed, merely responding with a soft "Oh." Is something amiss? Mu Wanzhou sensed an unusual tension. You appear far more composed than I anticipated, considering she is not your girlfriend. Memories of 4 years prior flooded back. When Jiang Yan had once pleaded his case with her regarding a woman, leaving her with a lingering sense of intrigue, albeit regrettably not for herself. It is nothing significant. I merely ended my relationship with her, Jiang Yan stated, his demeanor still remarkably calm, as though discussing what to have for dinner. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanzhou's lips curled in delight. Oh, so you have broken up. When did this happen? I was unaware. Yesterday. It's not exactly headline news. Miss Mu must be too busy with work to notice such trivial matters. Ah, but this is quite different, she replied, her tone laden with unspoken implications. Jiang Yan frowned slightly, masking his expression as he steered the conversation back on track. I did not expect that the person seeking investment for my company would be you. Miss Mu. Quite unexpected indeed. Mu Wanzhou's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she rested her chin on her hand, gazing intently at Jiang Yan. What, Junior? Do you not welcome my presence? Jiang Yan fell silent. If he had the choice, he indeed wished to avoid further association with Mu Wanzhou. She was a formidable woman, capable, cunning, and somewhat unpredictable. During their university days, owing to a past incident where he had assisted her, she had insisted he marry her. Yes, for years ago. Jiang Yan had saved someone, though it was more a chance encounter where he offered assistance rather than an act of heroism. In his 3rd year of university, he was preoccupied with his thesis and planning to establish his company. In his busyness, he had forgotten to bring breakfast to Youwei, who suffered from a stomach ailment. After months of preparing healing kanji for her, he had finally managed to improve her condition. However, one morning, when she missed out on breakfast, her stomach troubles flared, and she chastised him for his lack of care. Jiang Yan, risking the stigma of skipping class, hurried home to prepare kanji, only to find she refused it upon his arrival, telling him to leave. Disheartened, he returned home, marking his first time skipping class. On his way back, a torrential rain began, and he spotted a girl fainting by the roadside, none other than Mu Wanzhou. Had he known her identity at that moment, he would have certainly refrained from intervening. The Mu family wielded considerable power, their conglomerate valued in the hundreds of billions. Deeply entrenched in Tianhai City and extending its reach internationally, Jiang Yan had witnessed the intensity of Mu Wanzhou's character during that time. He had turned down her advances, leading to the Yu family facing relentless pressure from the Mu Corporation. Being a second-tier enterprise in Tianhai City, the Yu family could hardly endure such financial onslaught. Ultimately, Jiang Yan found himself capitulating to Mu Wanzhou, promising that should he part ways with Youwei, he would pursue her instead. At that time, she had only recently taken control of the Mu Corporation, her authority still tenuous, with her elders and shareholders pressuring her. Ah, so you are single now, Junior, she remarked. Jiang Yan was taken aback that Mu Wanzhou remembered his promise. He now had to tread carefully, should she harbor resentment. His fledgling company could not withstand the Mu family's wrath. Miss Mu, those were immature words from my student days. I hope you do not take them to heart. Fear not, Junior. For years ago, I was indeed immature. I shall not impose upon you again. This time, I wish to engage in earnest discussions regarding collaboration. Indeed, the Mu Wanzhou of 4 years prior had been brash and uncompromising, acting without regard for consequences, a behavior that resulted in Jiang Yan avoiding her for 4 long years. However, the present Mu Wanzhou was different. She understood that a forcibly coerced outcome was seldom sweet, and thus she must approach Jiang Yan with subtlety this time, ensuring he would not escape her grasp. I do not doubt your intentions, Miss Mu. I am merely perplexed, Jiang Yan stated. Compared to the Mu Corporation, Douhua is but an insignificant venture. Why would you choose to invest in my company? Indeed, the Mu Corporation boasted a valuation in the hundreds of billions, with projects typically starting in the tens of billions. To invest in a small enterprise worth a mere few billion seemed an exercise in futility. It felt akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, especially with the president of the Mu Corporation personally involved. Jiang Yan found it difficult to believe her words regarding serious collaboration, despite his company's pressing need for funding to achieve significant growth. Oh, well? Mu Wanzhou's eyes gleamed with the shrewdness of a business person. It is precisely due to the potential I see. To speak candidly, when Douhua first emerged, our upper management took notice immediately. The following year, we launched a competing app, yet its performance was lackluster. In the realm of short videos, you are the only one making strides. Your robust algorithm technology is undoubtedly your trump card. Thus, Junior, what I value is not the superficial market valuation, but rather the limitless potential that could unfold in the future. Upon hearing the other party's words, Jiang Yan felt a sense of relief. Mu Wanzhou was indeed correct. The application he founded, Dohua, was undeniably the most promising one. He was fully aware that with this infusion of capital, the company could expand rapidly to more than tenfold its original size within just a year, ascending at a speed comparable to that of a rocket. Gazing at the astute woman before him, Jiang Yan could not help but acknowledge her insight. Although her demeanor was somewhat eccentric, she possessed a remarkable discernment. President Mu is formidable, he thought, and with that realization, clarity washed over him. Chapter 8. Jiang Yan has changed, becoming unfamiliar to her. Youwei covered her swollen face. Taking a seat beside Bai Luo in a more secluded area, filled with resentment after being reprimanded by Mu Wanzhou, her heart now swelled with a sense of grievance. The man opposite her, upon sitting down, eagerly began ordering from the menu, seemingly oblivious to her presence. A wave of indignation surged within her. Yet she could not express her frustration towards Bai Luo in this public setting. She found herself missing Jiang Yan. In the past, whenever she accidentally bumped her knee, Jiang Yan would kneel beside her, tenderly tending to her wounds, gently asking if she felt pain as he cared for her. That gentle Jiang Yan, who once showed her such concern, was no longer attentive to her. He had severed their connection completely. The thought gnawed at her heart, as if ants were feasting upon it, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. Her eyes, already reddened, moistened anew. Please bring me a bag of ice, thank you. Youwei's voice was somewhat hoarse. Bai Luo, engrossed in the menu, finally noticed her expression. This was a disaster. It was his first time dining in a high-end restaurant, and in his eagerness to order the most expensive dishes, he had momentarily forgotten to check on Youwei. The waiter brought the ice pack, and Bai Luo quickly took it, pressing it gently against Youwei's swollen cheek. Wei, does it still hurt? Let me hold it for you. It's fine, I can manage. Youwei pushed his hand away, clutching the ice pack herself. She was in a foul mood, lacking the energy to consider Bai Luo's feelings. As exquisite dishes were served, she felt no desire to eat. I'm so sorry, I wanted to have a joyful meal with Weiwei, and it turned out like this. It's all my fault. If I hadn't invited you, this wouldn't have happened, Bai Luo said, his head bowed in guilt. No, it has nothing to do with you. Seeing Bai Luo's remorseful demeanor, Youwei couldn't help but offer comfort. It was Mu Wanzhou who instigated this. She insulted you with her words, and I couldn't just stand by. Thank you, Weiwei. You were too kind to me. Let me tell you. Bai Luo began to ramble about his experiences studying abroad, yet Youwei had little interest in listening. Speaking of Mu Wanzhou, she was also at Yunjinga tonight. Youwei couldn't resist glancing around the room. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught her eye. At that moment, she saw Mu Wanzhou sitting directly opposite him. Their gazes met. Mu Wanzhou raised an eyebrow at her, wearing a victorious smile reminiscent of a triumphant fox spirit. Youwei's expression darkened. Jiang Yan, noticing Mu Wanzhou gazing past him, asked curiously what's wrong. Just as he was about to turn, Mu Wanzhou's voice halted him. It's someone you're not interested in. Don't look. Jiang Yan withdrew his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. He could probably guess who it was. But so what? They had broken up, and naturally, he would no longer concern himself with her life. He had lost all interest. Wei, are you even listening to me? Bai Luo, noticing Youwei's distracted demeanor, waved his hand in front of her. Huh? What were you saying? She snapped back to reality, her thoughts still scattered. Bai Luo added a piece of French foie gras to his order. Mu Wanzhou was meeting with Jiang Yan. Why was Jiang Yan with her? Just yesterday, he had sent a breakup message, and today he was dining with another woman. Did he truly no longer have feelings for her? Had Mu Wanzhou spoken to Jiang Yan about her and Bai Luo? What was his reaction? Anger? Jealousy? Sadness? What should she do? How could she explain this? A flurry of questions clamored in her mind, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. I graduated and returned to the country, unsure of what job I could find. You know how difficult it is for art students to find employment. Weiwei, your company is in entertainment and media, right? Maybe I could join you there. I specialize in piano and aim to forge a career in the entertainment industry. Youwei absent-mindedly replied, the entertainment industry is rife with chaos. It would be a waste of your talent. It's fine. Every workplace has its pros and cons. I'm not afraid of hard work. I have my future planned out. There's a talent show coming up. I need to use the restroom. Before Bai Luo could finish, Youwei abruptly stood up, uttered her excuse, and left. What just happened? Bai Luo's expression shifted, his eyes darkening. She left without a word. You're giving me a cold shoulder, Youwei. From the moment she spotted Jiang Yan, her thoughts had drifted towards him. Upon seeing Jiang Yan rise and head in a particular direction, she was completely oblivious to Bai Luo's words, interrupting him with an excuse to leave. Jiang Yan was outside in the back hall, smoking. "Jiang Yan," an angry voice called out. Turning at the sound, he saw Youwei approaching swiftly in her high heels. Upon seeing her, Jiang Yan merely turned back to continue smoking. As she drew near, the strong scent of alcohol wafted towards her, causing her to frown. "You've been drinking. What business is it of yours?" The 4 words left Youwei momentarily speechless, yet she pressed on. "What were you doing with Muwanzhou? None of your concern." "Jiang Yan." Youwei's voice rose. Only then did Jiang Yan coldly turn to face her, his eyes locking onto the woman before him. Youwei, clad in a white evening gown adorned with lace trim at the neckline and arms, and a flowing skirt that shimmered like a dream, appeared pure and beautiful. "We've broken up. Why are you still bothering me?" "Who said that? I never agreed." Jiang Yan laughed derisively. "This is the first time I've heard that a breakup requires mutual consent. Youwei, you've always treated me as a substitute. We are both adults. I want to dwell on it. If there is no love left, let us part ways amicably, preserving dignity for both." Observing Youwei in her white attire, he suddenly recalled how, during their relationship, she rarely gifted him anything. Once, she unexpectedly gave him a plain white shirt. The moment he wore it, she gazed at him with an almost captivated look. Now, reflecting on it, he wondered if she had merely been looking through him to see Bai Yueguang. Just the thought of that moment, when he had excitedly embraced her, made him feel a wave of nausea. How utterly ironic. Jiang Yan's words left Youwei momentarily stunned. She instinctively asked, "Jiang Yan, do you no longer love me? Do you love me?" Jiang Yan countered. Youwei fell silent. She pressed her hand to her chest, suddenly feeling a pang of pain. Had she ever loved Jiang Yan? The answer was glaringly obvious. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of feelings as she regarded Jiang Yan's indifferent face. She had been drawn to him because he bore a resemblance to Bai Luo. Yet now, looking at him, she could see no trace of that similarity. Though he still possessed that handsome visage, something about him felt changed. Jiang Yan had transformed, becoming a stranger to her. Jiang Yan stood by, observing her expression shift with a calm detachment. Chapter 9. After the breakup. "I will bring your company to ruin." Jiang Yan noticed a faint red mark on the other person's face. Although the swelling had subsided from the application of ice, the red mark stubbornly remained. Youwei instinctively covered her right cheek. In front of her gentle and considerate boyfriend, she felt a twinge of shame and grievance. "I was struck, and no one came to my aid," she lamented. Had Jiang Yan been present, despite the assailant being from the Mu family, he would have undoubtedly retaliated without hesitation. Yet now, Jiang Yan merely gazed at her calmly, his eyes devoid of compassion, urgency, or anger. "You should be telling this to someone else." Youwei pouted, her voice tinged with grievance. "You know my family doesn't care for me. You're all I have left, Jiang Yan. Who else could I turn to? Your white moonlight." Upon uttering these words, she paused, quickly adding, "I can explain. I missed my birthday because I was picking up Bai Luo, but Bai Luo is just a friend. Nothing happened between us." Hearing this, Jiang Yan chuckled softly, inhaling deeply from his cigarette and exhaling a cloud of white smoke. "Why are you explaining this to me, monsieur? It has nothing to do with me." "Jiang Yan, please don't be angry. Don't upset me. My face hurts, and my chest aches." Youwei pouted, her eyes misting with tears, looking pitiful. "Who hit you?" Finally hearing a note of concern from him, Youwei felt a surge of joy. "That woman, Muwanzhou. Good." In an instant, her mood plummeted like a roller coaster. "That crazy woman hit me, and you're defending her." Youwei felt herself teetering on the brink of madness. "Do you like her? Is it because of Muwanzhou that you want to break up with me?" Jiang Yan frowned, unable to follow her erratic thoughts. "If you have a problem, seek treatment. I am here to discuss business with President Mu. Unlike you, who entangles with your ex while being with your white moonlight. Youwei, you are the eldest daughter of the Yu family. You should consider it an honor for someone like me to be with you. But being your substitute for 5 years has been a stain on my life. The pain you have inflicted upon me is something you, as Miss You, will never understand. My calm proposal to break up is already generous enough to spare your dignity. Otherwise, I would confront your white moonlight directly and see how you would handle it. Now you go your way, and I will go mine. We shall have no further entanglements. Step aside." These were Jiang Yan's final words to Youwei. He had made his intentions clear, stating that there would be no further explanations. After finishing his last cigarette, he noticed Youwei still standing there, dazed, and he stepped around her. She turned to watch Jiang Yan's retreating figure, tall and imposing, yet he no longer provided her with a sense of security. She could not believe that the man who had loved her for 5 years could change so abruptly. At that moment, she preferred to naively believe that Jiang Yan was merely testing her. If you break up with me, I will make your company bankrupt. She had only one last card to play. Jiang Yan continued walking, coldly leaving behind 2 words. Be my guest. In the vast hallway, Youwei stood alone, feeling desolate and helpless. The facade of strength she had maintained crumbled, and she covered her face with her hands, slowly sinking to the ground. The dusty floor stained her pristine, elegant dress. Soft sobs escaped her. Upon seeing Jiang Yan return, Mu Wanzhou smiled and asked, Did you smoke for so long? Aha. Mu Wanzhou smiled, her gaze never leaving him since his arrival. Observing the fluctuations in his emotions were not too severe. She felt a sigh of relief. Not bad. He seemed devastated like an ordinary man would be after being cheated on. It appears Jiang Yan has truly moved on, which gives me confidence. Mu Wanzhou retrieved a pre-signing investment contract from her bag and handed it to Jiang Yan. Take a look, and if everything is in order, please sign. Surprised, Jiang Yan responded, Sign it now? Wouldn't it be more convenient to wait for tomorrow when the secretary and legal team can draft the formal contract? Covering her mouth, Mu Wanzhou laughed. I'm just afraid you might change your mind overnight. Look, this is just a pre-signing. The specific details aren't written yet, so you need not worry. Afraid he'll back out? Is that so? Jiang Yan thought. Flipping through the contract, he confirmed it was indeed just a pre-signing. However, it was unusual for the Party A to worry about Party B backing out. Typically, it would be the other way around. Despite his reservations, Jiang Yan signed the contract. Knowing his company needed the funding, the contract was duplicated, and he returned one copy to Mu Wanzhou. As he handed it over, she intentionally brushed her hand against his. Jiang Yan calmly retracted his hand, pretending nothing had occurred. Mu Wanzhou then raised her phone and beckoned. Come here, Jiang Yan. This is our first collaboration. Let us take a photo to commemorate the occasion. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yan found no valid reason to refuse and moved to sit beside her. He positioned himself at the edge of the seat, attempting to maintain some distance. However, Mu Wanzhou suddenly wrapped her arms around his waist, pulling him into her embrace. Oh, Jiang Yan, don't be so reserved. Holding up her phone, she activated the front camera, resting her head against his shoulder, smiling as she captured their photo. Once the picture was taken, Jiang Yan promptly returned to his seat, noticing the 2 empty bottles of wine on the table. Mu Wanzhou raised her hand to summon the waiter. Please bring 2 more bottles of Lafite. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Yan remarked, President Mu, we've had enough to drink. Today, I'm in a good mood, having successfully secured the collaboration with you, so I intend to drink a bit more to celebrate. Propping her chin on her hand, Mu Wanzhou gazed at Jiang Yan with sultry eyes, appearing utterly sober. Jiang Yan prided himself on his drinking capacity, yet he was surprised to find someone who could drink even more than he could. Moreover, her intentions were clear as she persistently encouraged him to drink, occasionally casting alluring glances his way, with her slender arms intentionally crossed over her chest, fingers teasingly grazing deeper. He was acutely aware of her intentions. However, he had called Shinchin while stepping outside for a smoke, so he believed he would be fine. Since President Mu is delighted, I, Jiang, shall accompany the beauty to the end. The term beauty delighted Mu Wanzhou, whose appearance was that of a stunning beauty with a voluptuous figure, even when not smiling. She radiated allure, and when she did smile, she was mesmerizing. Jiang Yan discreetly averted his gaze. He considered himself an upright gentleman, yet he was not immune to temptation, especially when faced with Mu Wanzhou's captivating presence. Where have you been, Weiwei? You've left me here for so long. Do you know how heartbroken I am? Upon seeing you, Youwei, Bai Luo stood with her hands on her hips, chastising her. I'm sorry. A hoarse whisper escaped Youwei's throat, and she fell silent. Since her exit, she had kept her head down, her long hair concealing her face, obscuring her expression. After sitting down, she continued to gaze at her glass of wine, lost in thought, oblivious to her surroundings. Chapter 10. He no longer wants me. What makes me inferior to that woman? Upon witnessing Youwei in such a desolate state, Bai Luo's eyes darted about. Weiwei, do you find me too noisy just now? I merely wish to share the delightful anecdotes of my life with you. Please do not disdain me. Youwei lowered her head and shook it gently. Do you not wish for me to join your company as an artist? She asked again, shaking her head once more. Then have you agreed for me to enter Huanyu Media? This time, she slowly lifted her head. The meticulously applied makeup she had done to meet Bai Luo was now gone. After crying, her face looked particularly disheveled. She had washed it in the restroom. removing both her makeup and her tears. Now, she bore a bare face, with her swollen eyes glaringly apparent. Bai Luo was startled, not from her tears, but from her appearance. In truth, Youwei, even without makeup, was a stunning beauty, having been crowned the campus belle of Tianhai University. Yet today, her heart was shattered, and her spirit was low. The once voluminous curl she had styled had fallen flat against her forehead and sides, rendering her far from lovely. "Is your sole ambition to enter the entertainment industry?" Youwei inquired. "That is my dream. I study the arts and practice diligently on the piano because I aspire to become a celebrated idol." Upon noticing Youwei's distress, he added, "Weiwei, what is troubling you? You return looking like this, yet when I ask, you say nothing. I cannot guess your feelings. Seeing you this way pains my heart." He rose, moved beside her, and tenderly wiped away the tears that had long since fallen. "Please, do not cry. If you feel wronged, confide in me. Do not bear it alone." At his words, Youwei's emotions surged once more. She tilted her head slightly, burying her face in Bai Luo's chest, her voice quivering as she spoke. "He no longer wants me. Jiang Yan no longer wants me. Why? Am I inferior to that woman?" Bai Luo gently patted her back, offering comfort. "Weiwei, you are wonderful. He simply fails to appreciate your worth. As a man, I know that once men possess wealth and power, they often become unfaithful. He is unworthy of you, and even less so of your tears. I will not cry anymore. I am here with you," Bai Luo reassured her, after a prolonged silence, during which Bai Luo's arm grew weary from comforting her. Youwei finally began to emerge from her sorrow. "Thank you, Bai Luo. Without you, I truly do not know how I would cope." She had mistakenly judged Bai Luo, even thinking him less considerate than Jiang Yan. How foolish she felt. Jiang Yan, that scoundrel, had left her with no lingering affection, far inferior to Bai Luo. If he ever regretted his decision and sought her forgiveness, she would make him wait. Youwei was not one to be trifled with. "Rest assured, Weiwei, I shall always stand by your side, unwavering, unlike that heartless Jiang Yan." Seeing Youwei's spirits lift, Bai Luo remembered the purpose of their meeting. Seizing the moment, he inquired, "May I join Huanyu? Can you assist me in realizing my dream?" Youwei replied, "Do you truly wish to enter the entertainment industry? Those within it are ruthless, climbing over the bones of others, making fame a formidable challenge. No matter. I shall strive earnestly. You will help me, will you not? Besides, I graduated from a prestigious university and possess a level 10 proficiency in piano. Compared to some less talented individuals, I have a distinct advantage." "Very well," Youwei nodded. "By the way, I have heard of an upcoming talent show." "Indeed. It is the Idol Trainee Program on Tomato Channel. My company has over a dozen trainees preparing for it. Could I be included as well? I have my strengths. A commendable image, and at just over 24, I am perfectly suited for the Idol trainee debut." Hearing this, Youwei glanced at Bai Luo with suspicion. Trainees are typically 18 or 19 years old. You have better options. Pear Channel has a program, the Shanghai Cup International Piano Competition, which is far more fitting for you. Bai Luo's face paled at this suggestion, quickly responding, "No, no, no. I would much prefer to join the Idol trainee program. Frankly, practicing the piano daily has fostered a bit of rebellion in me." Youwei considered this and agreed. "All right, I shall inform my manager." "Yay. Weiwei, you are wonderful. I have no valuable gifts to repay you. So may I play a piece for you?" Upon entering the Yunjin Hall, he noticed a grand piano. Instantly recognizing its worth, over $1 million, he envisioned himself showcasing his skills elegantly before Youwei, believing this noble prince persona would surely captivate her. The melodious notes echoed throughout the hall as Bai Luo sat at the piano, his back straight, nimble fingers dancing across the keys. He reveled in the moment. Closing his eyes with a slight smile, confidence radiating from his features, he imagined the distinguished diners around him pausing their conversations, all eyes drawn to his performance. Upon completing the piece, despite having hit a few wrong notes, Bai Luo felt satisfied. After all, they were unlikely to discern the errors. He exhaled deeply, opening his eyes, awaiting the thunderous applause to fill the Yunjin Go. Silence. Utter silence. Where were the accolades? The praise? Bai Luo's face flushed in embarrassment as he turned around, realizing no one had even acknowledged him. His cheeks burned with shame and anger as he sulked back to his seat. These tasteless, wealthy patrons lacked appreciation. Upon returning, he sought Youwei's adoring gaze but found none. "Bai Luo, what happened? You seem to have regressed," Youwei remarked, puzzled. While she could not play the piano, she could certainly listen. Every year, their family gatherings featured renowned musicians, including the international piano master, Lang Lang. Thus, she could detect the nuances. "Oh, no. I was just a bit nervous and hit a few wrong notes. Everything else was quite good." "It seems you were indeed nervous," she concluded, dismissing it. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan had also heard by Luo's performance. As the music began, Mu Wanzhou could not help but critique. "What on earth is this? There is no basic fluency. It is far too stiff." Jiang Yan, feeling the weight of her words, found himself on guard, yet intoxicated by Mu Wanzhou's persistent urging to drink. His cheeks flushed, warmth spreading through him. "Mu, you seem quite knowledgeable." Jiang Yan deliberately slowed his speech, feigning drunkenness. Ever since their collaboration began, Mu Wanzhou had been subtly encouraging him to drink. If he did not feign a reason to refuse, he feared he would genuinely become inebriated, a lamb to the slaughter. Though he had played piano since childhood, he had not practiced in quite some time. However, the fundamentals remained. Mu Wanzhou, slightly tipsy but still coherent, suddenly had an idea. "Would you like to see me showcase my talent?" The chance to witness Mu's display of skill was an honor for Jiang Yan. He squinted slightly, speaking each word deliberately. Chapter 11. The pull by the side of the $1,000,000 piano stand. A stunning beauty appeared. Many in the hall recognized Mu Wanzhou and turned their heads to watch. Unlike by Luo, who required a lengthy prelude, Mu Wanzhou sat down and began to play immediately. The melodious and flowing notes filled the air, her performance resembling a moving painting, with each note dancing at her fingertips and the melody resonating in a captivating echo. Upon completing a piece, the hall erupted in continuous applause. "President Mu plays beautifully, akin to a celestial symphony, enchanting me utterly," one voice remarked. "I never imagined President Mu possessed such talent. It is truly delightful." The praises flowed incessantly, reaching Mu Wanzhou's ears. She smiled gently, lifted her skirt, crossed her feet, and performed a graceful curtsy. "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed guests." However, she was more eager for Jiang Yan's evaluation. Though a flicker of astonishment passed through Jiang Yan's eyes, he was not oblivious to Mu Wanzhou's capricious nature. He maintained a deliberate distance from her. He clapped twice. "President Mu's skills are exceptional." Mu Wanzhou tilted her head, seemingly expecting more. After a brief silence, he continued, "It was beautiful." As the performance concluded, Bai Luo's expression turned increasingly grim. He had intended to impress Youwei, but was swiftly dealt a blow to his pride. He discerned that, in both foundational practice and innate talent, Mu Wanzhou surpassed him. The thunderous applause that followed her performance rendered his earlier display akin to that of a jester. Infuriating. His pride had suffered a significant humiliation. Similarly, Youwei's demeanor was far from pleasant. Mu Wanzhou's performance was particularly eye-catching, especially as she approached Jiang Yan, seemingly flaunting their relationship. Her heart ached as if pricked by a thorn, a pang of distress coursing through her. The meal was uncomfortable for both, and before 10 o'clock, they hastily departed from Yunjin Go. "Junior, you are drunk," Mu Wanzhou remarked with a smile, observing Jiang Yan, whose head hung low, back slumped against the chair, eyes vacant and staring into space. He appeared thoroughly intoxicated. Contrary to the typical drunken revelry, Jiang Yan sat quietly in a daze. Mu Wanzhou couldn't help but think him adorable. The stillness of her junior was endearing, prompting her mischievous instincts to emerge. She stood and approached him, twisting her waist, bending slightly, and reaching out toward him. As she lowered her waist, the curve of her figure became more pronounced, her strapless gown failing to conceal her ample form. Sensing her presence, Jiang Yan lifted his head, his gaze still vacant, but his words caught Mu Wanzhou off guard. "Weiwei." Startled, Mu Wanzhou's hand slowly ascended, pausing at Jiang Yan's collar. As she adjusted it, she casually remarked, "Junior, you are so inebriated you can't even recognize the person before you." In that moment, Jiang Yan silently praised himself, acknowledging his performance akin to that of an award-winning actor. Though his head was bowed, he could feel the woman leaning closer, close enough to sense the rise and fall of her breath. Such exquisite allure made him falter momentarily, yet he gritted his teeth and resisted. Upon hearing Mu Wanzhou's words, his hazy gaze cleared slightly. Jiang Yan finally recognized the individual before him, leaning back to create distance, and solemnly stated, "President Mu, it seems I am indeed intoxicated. I fear I cannot continue to drink with you. It is late now. We shall surely enjoy a drink together another day when time permits." With that, Jiang Yan steadied himself against the chair and rose. The table was littered with countless empty bottles. The red wine was manageable, but Mu Wanzhou had subsequently requested a bottle of Maotai, mixing it with white spirits, a perilous combination. Jiang Yan had consumed 2/3 of the liquor, and even with his robust tolerance, he could not withstand such a volume. Fortunately, He cleverly feigned drunkenness to decline the white spirits she offered. Mu Wanzhou had also indulged. Yet her demeanor appeared far more composed than Jiang Yan's. Only her cheeks and neck bore a rosy hue. Jiang Yan inwardly marveled at this woman's formidable nature. The clock indicated 11:30, with half an hour remaining before the establishment closed. The hall in Yunjin-gu was sparsely populated, with just a few individuals remaining. Jiang Yan stood, feigning disorientation, and stumbled forward, inadvertently pushing Mu Wanzhou out of the way. "Be careful, Junior. You're unsteady on your feet," she said, extending her arm to support him, intentionally drawing close so that, with a slight glance down, the fullness of her figure was undeniably evident. Not only was Mu Wanzhou breathtakingly beautiful, but her physique was also extraordinary. Standing at 171 centimeters, she was slender where she needed to be and voluptuous where it counted, surpassing Youwei in curvaceousness. "I will assist you, Junior. I've called for a designated driver. They will arrive shortly." As she felt the softness of her arm against his, Jiang Yan experienced a tingling sensation coursing through him. He was entirely inexperienced in such matters. This was his first encounter with the softest part of a woman. While he had held hands and shared casual embraces with Youwei, he had never ventured further. He did not lack physical capability, but every time he sought to deepen their connection, he was met with cold rejection. Finally, they reached the parking lot, each having driven themselves. Jiang Yan's vehicle was an unremarkable black sedan, valued at about $1 million, a far cry from the luxury of the business magnates around them. The designated driver had yet to arrive. They stood in front of the car, waiting. Jiang Yan discreetly stepped back, attempting to create distance between them. But Mu Wanzhou followed closely, intentionally puffing out her chest, pressing against his solid arm. As Jiang Yan's back met the car, he found himself with no room to retreat. He sighed internally, wishing to extricate himself, yet he could not forcefully pull away. With someone as unpredictable as Mu Wanzhou, it was unwise to confront her directly. Unless it pertained to a matter of interest, he would try to acquiesce to her whims. "President Mu, I will wait in the car," he began, tilting back slightly, placing his palm against the hood of the car, hoping to slip away through the narrow gap. However, Mu Wanzhou seized his wrist, pulling him forward. His balance faltered, and before he could react, he found himself leaning back against the car. Chapter 12. Better to indulge than to resist without any support. Jiang Yan urgently propped himself up with his other elbow against the car, barely preventing his upper body from collapsing onto the front. "Mr. Mu." At this moment, Jiang Yan was somewhat irate. His posture was exceedingly awkward, half reclined and half leaning, leaving him quite uncomfortable, especially since there was no place to exert force. Meanwhile, Mu Wanzhou pressed her entire body against him, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. He had been outmaneuvered. Jiang Yan pursed his lips, coldly thinking to himself. Mu Wanzhou leaned in closer, her breath warm as it brushed against the reddening skin of his neck. "Oh dear, Junior, you're really drunk. What should I do? I'm feeling a bit dizzy too. I can hardly stand." The warmth of her words caressed Jiang Yan's neck, intensifying his discomfort. He closed his eyes, trying not to let his mind wander, focusing solely on the hope that Shinqin would arrive soon. Why has the junior closed his eyes? Is it because I am not pleasing to the eye, and he does not wish to look at me? No, Mr. Mu, we are all adults. This game is not quite appropriate. The man's chest rose and fell, his breathing somewhat rapid. But I find it quite amusing. How about this? If you open your eyes, I'll let you go? Upon hearing Mu Wanzhou's words, Jiang Yan contemplated their validity. As the eldest daughter of the Mu family and the head of the Mu group, her methods were indeed ruthless, yet she was known for her integrity. After a long moment, he felt the soft pressure gradually enveloping him, unable to withstand it any longer. He opened his eyes and said, "Mr. Mu, you really mean it." Before he could finish, his words were silenced by her warm lips. He widened his eyes, gazing at the enchanting face so close to his, locking eyes with Mu Wanzhou's alluring gaze that seemed to devour him whole. This was madness. He had once fantasized about a beautiful first kiss with Youwei, only to have it abruptly stolen by this insane woman, though Mu Wanzhou appeared quite experienced. The reality of the moment revealed her surprising innocence. Forget it, Jiang Yan thought, resigning himself to the situation. Since I cannot resist, I might as well enjoy it. Thus, he took charge, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, leaning down to indulge recklessly. 10 minutes later, "Oh my, Mr. Jiang." Shinqing's familiar voice rang out from behind, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. His secretary, Shinqing, had finally arrived. Jiang Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness it isn't too late. Upon hearing the voice, Mu Wanzhou released Jiang Yan, her tongue darting out to lick her lips, her cheeks slightly flushed, her seductive eyes still fixed on him, lingering in the moment. Unbeknownst to anyone, the skin behind her ears had already turned a deep crimson. Freed from her grasp, Jiang Yan promptly distanced himself from her. Fortunately, his self-control was strong enough to avoid any embarrassing mishaps. Seeing the anger in Jiang Yan's eyes, Mu Wanhao feigned innocence, raising her hands. Junior, don't look at me like that. I promised I would stand up if you opened your eyes, and I did. He had never said she could not kiss him. Her words left Jiang Yan momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that the dignified president of the Mu group would suddenly resort to such childish tactics. To be honest, the sensation of kissing Mu Wanzhou was not unpleasant. This time, he had been the one in control. Well, it's also my fault for being unprepared. One learns from experience. I shall be more cautious around Mu Wanzhou in the future. Mr. Jiang, are you all right? Shenqing rushed over, panting slightly. Upon seeing Mu Wanzhou in front of him, she understood the situation. Having knowledge of their past, she felt a surge of anger at the sight of her boss being toyed with. Yet as merely a secretary, she dared not express it openly. Jiang Yan wiped his mouth and replied nonchalantly, I'm fine. Mu Wanzhou's gaze shifted, noticing the lipstick mark on his lips. A mix of shyness and pride swelling within her. But upon seeing Shenqing, her expression soured slightly. Junior, you're too cautious. I told you I had a designated driver, yet you still summoned your secretary. Is there such a lack of trust in me? During dinner, she had been fixedly observing Jiang Yan, only leaving to smoke, which was when she must have notified Shenqing. Jiang Yan chose not to respond to Mu Wanzhou's query, instead stating, Mr. Mu, I shall take my leave first. He then entered his vehicle, with Shenqing hurriedly taking the driver's seat as they drove away. Leaving Mu Wanhao standing alone in the parking lot, coldly watching the car depart. Pulling out her phone, she dialed the number. Hello, come pick me up. Within a minute, her driver, Shaoli, hurried over. In truth, Mu Wanhao had not summoned a designated driver. She had her own chauffeur waiting for her. Since they had exited the elevator, Shaoli had been lurking in a corner of the parking lot, observing the two from a distance, albeit vaguely. He only saw the two engaged in a passionate exchange atop a business vehicle, the man pinned beneath her. Well, he couldn't help but marvel at how the president of Mu was truly a formidable woman, always on top. In the car, Jiang Yan settled into the rear seat, taking a few gulps of water. Shenqing, glancing at him through the rearview mirror, inquired, Mr. Jiang, would you like me to fetch some hangover remedy? No need. Just drive me home. Home referred to the villa Jiang Yan had purchased, primarily to save face, when Youwei visited. At that time, his company was just beginning to flourish, and he wanted to prevent the gossip that would arise if people thought the young heiress was suffering by being with him. Thus, he had taken the plunge and bought the villa. In truth, he was indifferent to where he lived. He had resided in subpar rental accommodations before. Upon arriving at the villa, Shenqing exited the car to open the door for Jiang Yan, extending her arm to assist him. He declined her offer. As a grown man, even if slightly inebriated, he felt it unnecessary to rely on a young woman for support. He entered the house and plopped down on the sofa, completely relaxing his back and sinking into the most comfortable position. Shenqing followed him inside, softly suggesting, Mr. Jiang, perhaps you should take off your coat. After receiving his affirmative response, she boldly gazed at his handsome, slightly tipsy demeanor, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She knelt before him, delicately unbuttoning his suit one by one. Then, standing up, she slipped her hands through his jacket, grasping the collar to pull it off. This action brought her uncomfortably close to him, inevitably brushing against Jiang Yan. Mr. Jiang, could you lean forward a bit? Shenqing's voice wavered slightly, betraying her composure. Jiang Yan leaned forward, assisting her in removing the suit. As he did so, he noticed her face had turned a deeper shade of red, eyes cast down. Unable to meet his gaze, what's the matter? Jiang Yan inquired. Though Shenqing was his secretary, he viewed her more as his right hand, aiding him in his work. Therefore, he had not considered the implications of their proximity. It was summer, and upon entering the house, the air conditioning had yet to be turned on, leaving the atmosphere stifling. The emotion stirred by Mu Wanzhou, combined with the heat inside, reignited a restlessness within him. Jiang Yan, feeling agitated, began to unbutton his shirt. He noticed Shenqing's lovely face had reddened even more than before. Chapter 13. Youwei felt a sudden stiffness throughout her body. Whose photograph with whom? Jiang Yan's motion of unbuttoning halted. He had just realized how impactful this action could be on a woman. It seemed he had come to understand the reason behind Secretary Shin's flushed cheeks. Clearing his throat, he instructed, Please prepare a cup of tea for me. Secretary Shin, flustered, hurried to the tea room. Jiang Yan cast a glance at her retreating figure, remaining silent as he picked up the air conditioner remote and switched it on. How peculiar. He mused. Had he simply overlooked this before? No, it must be that Secretary Shin had never exhibited such behavior. Shin was remarkably competent and dedicated. Always meticulous at work, never displaying any signs of distress. However, in Jiang Yan's home, a more personal and private setting, she was not in a professional state of mind. Furthermore, Jiang Yan's drunken demeanor was undeniably alluring. She had thought that by revealing a hint of her emotions, he would not perceive anything amiss. Yet, she could not restrain herself. Who could foresee that such repressed feelings would surge forth like water breaching a dam, unstoppable once released? Meanwhile, Youwei had not indulged in alcohol and was driving with Bai Luo beside her. Bai Luo had initially ordered 2 bottles of Lafite wine. Yet, sensing a profound emotional disturbance within Youwei, she had requested the waiter to return the wine. Bai Luo was displeased that his plan had unraveled. But he feigned gentleness as he spoke. Wei, I have yet to find a suitable apartment, so tonight I'm sorry, but I'm not in the best of moods today. Let me book you a hotel instead. Bai Luo's expression shifted upon hearing this. Damn, yet another rejection. He should have secured Youwei 5 years ago. But his plans were thwarted when he was reported by the father of a high school girl to his university, forcing him to study abroad at Berkeley College. But this Berkeley is not the one you might think. It is a private institution where money can buy admission, easily deceiving those in his homeland who are unaware. He had never anticipated that during these 5 years, Youwei would find a substitute for him. A mere dalliance might have been bearable, but it was evident that she had developed feelings for that Jiang Yan. This had thoroughly disrupted his plans. Now, in her moment of sorrow, it was the perfect opportunity for him to seize her heart. He could not simply concede defeat. I'm not accustomed to hotels. You know how poor the sound insulation is. The noise is unbearable. I hardly sleep a wink. As he spoke, Bai Luo placed his hand on Youwei's thigh across the center console. Though separated by a layer of fabric, he could feel the length and smoothness of her legs. Youwei was taken aback by this gesture and immediately slammed on the brakes. The driver behind them reacted in kind, slamming on his brakes as well. As they overtook another vehicle, the driver could not help but berate them. Though the words were inaudible, the expression on the driver's face, twisted in fury, vividly conveyed the severity of his indignation. Youwei stole a glance but remained focused on driving. Irritated, she said, Bai Luo, please remove your hand. I am driving. I apologize. Wei, I only wish to express my concern for you. Bai Luo spoke sincerely, yet his hand remained motionless. You seem too distressed today. I fear you may spiral into despair alone. Let me stay with you tonight. I can help alleviate your worries. Youwei replied coolly, thank you, but that's unnecessary. I have my company to manage and familial responsibilities to uphold. I will not easily succumb. She rejected him decisively. Indeed, she yearned for companionship at this moment. Yet for reasons unknown, Bai Luo's words stirred no affection within her. His restless hand continued to caress her thigh, inciting an unexpected feeling of revulsion within her. This version of Bai Luo made her feel somewhat greasy and repulsive. Bai Luo was her ideal man. How could she find him distasteful? Startled by her own thoughts, she glanced at Bai Luo, still holding on to the image of his gentle and handsome visage. Coupled with the filter of her emotions, she managed to suppress much of her discomfort. If you continue this, do not expect to return to my company tomorrow. The effectiveness of her words was immediate. Bai Luo retracted his hand, his expression darkening in a place where Youwei could not see. When he looked back at her, his demeanor transformed into one of compliance. I'm sorry, Wei. I was wrong. Please don't be like this. I merely wish to offer you some comfort. Becoming an idol is my dream. And you promise to support me. Youwei regarded Bai Luo, her tone softening slightly. I understand your dream, and I will support you. But please refrain from such gestures in the future. I am not accustomed to them. Bai Luo nodded obediently, settling quietly in the passenger seat. Refraining from mentioning his desire to visit Youwei's home. Underneath the seat, however, his hand was clenched tightly. The presence of Jiang Yan had rendered Youwei unmanageable for him. That wretched woman had been with Jiang Yan. How pretentious she was. I will surely have my turn with you. Even if you wish to reconcile with him, I will ensure that you do not find peace. After bidding Bai Luo farewell, Youwei drove back to her luxurious home in an affluent neighborhood. This was her sanctuary, a place she preferred over her family's ancestral residence. Each return to that house was met with disdain from her parents and uncle, who bore grudges stemming from her childhood. While her uncle harbored ambitions to seize her inheritance for her foolish cousin, she would never allow them to succeed. She intended to thrive and maintain her dominion over Hwanya media. Upon entering the villa, Youwei first removed her splendid gown, then retreated to the bathroom to wash away her fatigue, subsequently donning loose loungewear. She nestled into her bed, seeking rest. Too many events had transpired today. Her mind could no longer contemplate anything further. She felt utterly drained. She had initially hoped for a heartfelt conversation with Jiang Yan, but circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. She never anticipated encountering him at Yunjin's. Anger surged within her. Why that woman? Anyone could have sufficed. Why did it have to be her? To spite herself, he had chosen to associate with Mu Wanzhou, who had previously undermined her. Why? Her head throbbed painfully as Youwei clutched it in anguish. In the stillness of the room, her phone rang. Hello on the other end was her dear friend, Su, expressing concern. Weiwei, are you alright? I saw that post on social media. TNND, Jiang Yan is truly despicable. He has you yet still dares to be photographed with another woman. I told you, men are unreliable. You should kick Jiang Yan to the curb. Youwei pressed her forehead in torment, inquiring, what photograph? The photograph of Jiang Yan with Mu Wanzhou, the eldest daughter of the Mu family. She has targeted you before. Humph. The Mu family is too powerful for us to provoke, yet Jiang Yan is utterly unmanly. Upon hearing Suyu's words, a chill coursed through Youwei's entire being. Chapter 14. You are the young lady of the Yu family. What apology is required? She picked up her phone and began to browse through her social media feed. Indeed, she stumbled upon a group photo. In the picture, Mu Wanzhou affectionately leaned against Jiang Yan's shoulder, her face radiating happiness and joy. In contrast, Jiang Yan bore an indifferent expression. The comments below were filled with congratulatory messages from prominent business figures in Tianhai City, praising their match as one of beauty and talent, a heavenly pairing. These remarks ignited a spark of anger within Youwei. Upon closer inspection, she noted that the photo had been posted by Mu Wanzhou. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Jiang Yan's profile. Fortunately, he had not shared anything. Her heart, which had been heavy with worry, eased slightly. Nevertheless, Youwei continued to gaze at the photograph, replaying it in her mind over and over again. The woman in the picture should have been her. Youwei. On the other end of the line, Su, who had been unable to hear the phone ring, grew anxious. Weiwei, please don't scare me. Say something. After a moment of collecting herself, Youwei finally spoke. I'm fine. Jiang Yan hasn't posted anything, so this is just Mu Wanzhou's little trick. Does she think this will provoke me? Huh. Jiang Yan is merely upset. Once he calms down, he will return to me. He has invested 5 years in our relationship. And I understand him well. He cannot live without me. What? She was taken aback. As a young lady of the upper class herself, she had connections and naturally knew Mu Wanzhou. While idly scrolling through her social media, she had come across the very photo. Furious at Jiang Yan, a sudden thought struck her. She could use this incident to encourage Weiwei to rid herself of Jiang Yan. After all, Weiwei's white moonlight had returned. Getting rid of Jiang Yan would be a step forward. Compared to the white moonlight, Siyu found Jiang Yan to be the more troublesome one. However, she worried that Weiwei might be hurt by the photo. She could always comfort her later. Weiwei, please don't blame me. I'm only trying to protect you from being deceived by a scoundrel. With that thought, she dialed Youwei's number. However, the conversation did not unfold as she had anticipated. Weiwei, wake up. It's Jiang Yan who is having an affair. How dare he get angry? The one who should be angry is you. Jiang Yan is nothing but a greedy man. Upon seeing that Mu Wanzhou comes from a better family, he rushes to flatter her. Youwei exhaled heavily and replied, I know. I ran into him today while dining at Yunjin Pavilion with Bai Luo. What? She gasped. He is incredibly bold, doing that in front of you? Youwei hesitated before continuing, actually. He broke up with me yesterday when I went to pick up Bai Luo at the airport, but I didn't agree, so he is upset. I know there has been a misunderstanding between us, and I haven't had the chance to explain properly. I was too angry last night and said some harsh things to him. Perhaps I should apologize and give him an avenue to ease the tension. Suyu immediately expressed her discontent. Apologize? What for? I get it. You didn't celebrate your birthday with him yesterday, but is that a reason for him to cheat? I believe Jiang Yan has had ulterior motives for a long time, and he is using this as an excuse to deceive you. How outrageous. Does he think he can bully the young lady of the Yu family? He is merely a small business owner, while you are destined to inherit the entire Yu group. If anyone should apologize, it's him to you. There is no reason for you to lower yourself to him. If you apologize this time, he'll only take it as an invitation to push further. You mustn't apologize. After listening to Suyu's words, Youwei felt a sense of agreement. It seemed to make sense. Jiang Yan had always spoiled her, and she had done things far worse than simply not showing up for a birthday celebration. Yet he had never reacted this way before. This time, however, his reaction was intense. It must be because of Bai Luo, Youwei thought. But she had merely gone to pick him up from the airport and shared a meal. Was it forbidden to have male friends after entering a relationship? She felt aggrieved. Sighing, she pondered whether to soften her stance towards Jiang Yan for now, and once their relationship was mended, she could properly address the issue with him. Or perhaps she should just leave him be for a few days. After all, she was unable to live without him. In that moment, Youwei was filled with confusion and turmoil. Meanwhile, Siyu continued to instill in her the 4 things a woman should never do. The first was to apologize to a man. The second was to give up her friends for a man. The third was to earn money to support him. All right, let me think this over, she said, cutting off her friend before the 4th point could be stated. Ending the call, Youwei scrolled through her WeChat messages. She hadn't deleted Jiang Yan, so even if he had removed her, she could still view their chat history. Their exchanges consisted of lengthy messages and voice notes from Jiang Yan, while her responses were limited to short phrases like oh, no, okay, and got it. As she scrolled, a sense of unease washed over her. After much deliberation, she decided to call Jiang Yan. This was a new number her secretary had set up for her, and it connected without issue. As she waited anxiously, the phone rang for about 30 seconds before being answered. The first voice that greeted her sent a chill down her spine. Hello, a polite female voice replied. Youwei checked the number repeatedly. It was indeed Jiang Yan's. In that moment, she was uncertain of her expression, her own voice emerging cold as ice. Where is Jiang Yan? Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, having finished his tea, felt drowsy, leaning back on the sofa and slipping into a light slumber. Xinqing busied herself in the kitchen, preparing mung bean soup and honey water, helping Jiang Yan remove his shoes, and placing a warm towel on his forehead to alleviate his headache, concerned about the air conditioning causing him to catch a cold. She brought a small blanket from the bedroom to cover him. Observing his sleeping posture, she grew worried. Knowing that a drunk person lying flat or on their back risks choking or suffocating, the correct position was to lie on their side with one leg bent. Just as Xinqing contemplated waking Jiang Yan to move him to bed, his phone rang. She answered, glancing at the unfamiliar number, assuming it might be a scam call. She hesitated but thought it could be a client. Thus, she picked up the call and greeted the caller politely. The response she received was a cold inquiry. Where is Jiang Yan? At that moment, Jiang Yan awoke, not entirely asleep. He had roused when the phone rang. Xinqing did not respond, and Jiang Yan took the phone, his voice chillingly cold. Youwei, I told you we're broken up. Stop bothering me. Who is the woman with you? What about the photo with Mu Wanzhou? Jiang Yan, even if you were trying to provoke me, you don't need to drag one woman after another into this. Chapter 15. The White Moonlight is expelled from the company after breaking up with Youwei. Jiang Yan had no intention of embarking on a new romantic relationship. He was preoccupied with his work, striving to expedite the growth of his company and bolster its strength. Only after establishing a solid position in Tian'ai City would he feel unthreatened by the Yu family's intimidation. It would then be possible for him to bring Youwei's haughty demeanor down a notch. Youwei, however, was consumed by jealousy upon hearing a woman's voice. She longed to confront Jiang Yan immediately, wishing to silence that woman who dared to steal her man. I don't care who that woman is. You need to make her leave now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan found it amusing, a laugh escaping him. What right do you have to instruct me? Am I your dog? Or have you grown so accustomed to your privileged status that you treat me as your family's servant? Youwei choked on her words, unable to respond. I won't repeat myself. We are no longer together, so do not contact me. With that, Jiang Yan abruptly hung up the phone. Youwei's expression froze. She scrolled through their chat history on WeChat, reminiscing about the times when he was warm and chatty with her. Now, he seemed disinterested in uttering a single word. My head is pounding. It feels like it might explode. President Jiang, I'm heading back now, Xinqing said, preparing to leave the villa as Jiang Yan regained his sobriety. It was inappropriate for her to linger in the villa at such a late hour. Just as she was about to slip on her shoes, Jiang Yan called out to her. Wait a moment. Xinqing halted. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked back at him. I'll have someone drive you home. It's unsafe for a girl to go back alone at this hour. Her hopes were momentarily dashed, but Xinqing felt a warmth in her heart. Jiang Yan still cared for her. All right, thank you, President Jiang. A few minutes later, a young man from the company named Kai Xian arrived. Cheerful and lively, he greeted Xinqing and assured Jiang Yan, don't worry, President Jiang. I will ensure Secretary Shan gets home safely. Jiang Yan nodded and advised him, drive slowly. Safety comes first. Kai Xian gave an okay sign and drove off. Inside the car, Kai Xian wore an expression of mischief, teasing Qing. Sister Xin, you're impressive. Even President Jiang. Qing's demeanor returned to her usual professionalism. And she replied coolly, don't make wild guesses. President Jiang was drinking with clients, and I was merely picking him up. Kai Xian nodded knowingly, assuring her, don't worry. Sister Xin, my lips are sealed. I won't say a word. Qing sighed in resignation, realizing that no matter how she explained, he wouldn't believe her. So she chose to remain silent. At 10 in the morning, after completing some work, Bai Luo, dressed in a fitted suit, leisurely arrived at the entrance of Youwei's entertainment company. Upon entering, he arrogantly inquired about the location of the president's office and headed straight there. With high hopes, he opened the office door, imagining that his meticulously chosen attire would surely enchant Youwei. However, his smile abruptly faded. The office was empty, and to his dismay, he realized that the 2 hours he spent preparing were in vain. Infuriated, he approached the secretary's office to inquire about Youwei's whereabouts. The secretaries exchanged glances, recalling that Youwei had informed them of a new intern's arrival and had requested them to take extra care of her. One of the secretaries stood up and said to Bai Luo, President, you hasn't arrived yet. Bai Luo frowned. Where has Weiwei gone? Doesn't she know it's my first day at work? Leaving me unattended is utterly unacceptable. The secretary suggested, perhaps you could wait in the lounge, or I could show you the rehearsal room where the interns are practicing. Manager Su is also there. Upon hearing rehearsal room, Bai Luo scoffed inwardly. He had no interest in mingling with those who had yet to debut. No need. I shall wait in Weiwei's office. He then exited. Not to sit idly, but to roam the company like an executive. He pointed out every detail he deemed unsatisfactory and instructed staff to replace or remove items from their desks, exuding an air of superiority. After touring the second-floor staff area, Bai Luo headed for the elevator to explore the third floor. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight of a tall, fair-skinned beauty, Qin Xiu, a rising star. He had only seen her on television and the internet, and this was his first encounter with a celebrity in person. Wow, no wonder she's a popular star. She looks even more stunning in real life. Qin Xiu was dressed casually in a white tank top paired with a striped thin shirt and tight denim shorts, showcasing her slender waist and long legs. Bai Luo unabashedly stared at her figure, captivated by her beauty. Noticing his inappropriate gaze, Qin Xiu's expression turned cold. She adjusted her shirt to cover herself and pressed against the corner of the elevator. Bai Luo, unfazed, sneered, dressed like that. Aren't you just inviting attention? Who knows how many times you've been seen by directors and big bosses? Now you're pretending to be high and mighty. Shut your mouth, you shameless scoundrel. Your words could be grounds for defamation, Qin Xiu retorted, her breath quickening with anger. Having endured enough online harassment from trolls, she was now confronted with disrespect even in her workplace. Huh, you're just a fleeting star. Without the company's marketing, you'd be stuck in some obscure company. Bai Luo arrogantly declared. Do you even know who I am? Bai Luo challenged Qin Xiu, who, of course, had no idea who he was. She had never seen him in the company and assumed he was just another obsessive fan sneaking in. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Not wanting to provoke him further, she quickly exited, clutching her arm to shield her chest. Standing by the elevator was Su Yanhong, a seasoned manager in the entertainment industry. Sujia, please get this person out of here. He is a stalker and has been harassing me in the elevator. Qin Xiu exclaimed. Su Yanhong, a respected figure with extensive experience, showed no sign of concern upon seeing Bai Luo. She simply called for security and had Bai Luo thrown out of the building. Bai Luo, feeling powerless, was ejected like a helpless chick, shouting Youwei's name and hurling insults, but to no avail. Damn it. Qin Xiu, I'll remember you. Just wait and see. You will regret this. Chapter 16. How she managed to enter. The reason Youwei did not go to the company was that she sought out Jiang Yan. At this very moment, she stood at the reception of Jiang Yan's company. Having accompanied him there on several occasions, the staff recognized her, allowing her to walk straight in, intent on confronting Jiang Yan face to face. However, she was halted by the receptionist. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? Youwei, taken aback by the receptionist's familiarity, frowned in displeasure. Don't you recognize me? I'm here to see Jiang Yan. The receptionist maintained her polite smile. I'm sorry, Ms. Yu, but do you have an appointment? No. Then I'm afraid I cannot assist you without an appointment. What? Youwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Am I supposed to make an appointment to see your President Jiang? I am his girlfriend. The receptionist continued to smile courteously. However, President Jiang has instructed that no visitors are to be accepted without an appointment. regardless of who they may be. At these words, Youwei stared incredulously. Just as she was about to unleash her frustration upon the receptionist, someone entered through the door. The receptionist immediately greeted the newcomer with respect. Turning around, Youwei found herself face-to-face with Mu Wanzhou, her expression instantly cooling. "Oh, miss you from the Yu family. What brings you here instead of your company?" Hearing the familiar voice, Youwei suppressed her anger. Out of respect for the formidable Mu family, she gritted her teeth and replied, "President Mu." "Ah, Miss Yu seems to be in a rather sour mood." Dressed in an elegant black business suit, Mu Wanzhou's figure was accentuated by a fitted skirt and alluring black stockings, complemented by red high heels, exuding an aura of restrained professionalism. Youwei, her face icy, inquired, "What business does President Mu have at Jiang Yan's company?" Mu Wanzhou chuckled lightly. "Isn't that a question I should be asking you?" "Of course, I'm here to see Jiang Yan," Youwei retorted. "What entanglement are you speaking of? I merely wish to speak with him directly. Besides, I did not agree to the breakup." Youwei's neck flushed with anger. She had finally set aside her pride to confront Jiang Yan, only to encounter the insufferable Mu Wanzhou, making her outing feel utterly futile. Yet, Mu Wanzhou erupted into laughter, as if hearing a most amusing joke. "Youwei, have you not realized your predicament? When your junior was desperately seeking your affection, what were you doing? Pining for your idealized figure, treating him merely as a substitute. Now that your dreamboat has returned, and your junior has let go, why is it that you feel discomfort when no one is chasing after you? How pitiful. Shut your mouth. What nonsense are you spouting?" Youwei glared at Mu Wanzhou, her eyes ablaze with fury. "I did not act that way. Jiang Yan was always willing. He is simply upset now, and I came to clarify matters. Unlike you." Mu Wanzhou sneered. "I do not cling to past relationships. I am clear about my affections. When I like someone, I pursue them openly. So, you would do well to stay away from Jiang Yan, lest you provoke me, or your Yu family will suffer the consequences." "What? You are pursuing Jiang Yan?" Youwei was taken aback, struggling to believe her ears. Though she held no fondness for Mu Wanzhou, the latter was undeniably the esteemed daughter of the Mu family. A woman of privilege, how could she lower herself to chase after Jiang Yan? Mu Wanzhou laughed, turning to the receptionist beside her. "Shally, if it were up to you, would you pursue Jiang Yan?" The receptionist hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "President Mu, please. That's out of the question for someone of my status." Mu Wanzhou pressed. "What if status were irrelevant?" "Well, if it were possible, I would certainly want to. President Jiang is thoughtful, handsome, and deeply devoted. Such an exceptional man, I would certainly wish to be his girlfriend." The receptionist shyly lowered her gaze at the mention of girlfriend. The phrase pierced Youwei's heart like a dagger. Just 3 days prior, she had been Jiang Yan's girlfriend. Now, even if she wished to deceive herself, the harsh reality of her status as an ex-girlfriend was insurmountable. In her 5-year relationship with Jiang Yan, she had known well his deep affection, attentiveness, and indulgence. When she first took over Huanya Media, the management team had been insubordinate, inciting unrest. With a single phone call, Jiang Yan had come to her aid, resolving her predicament. Later, she learned that he had just established his own company and was struggling to secure business deals. He had sacrificed a significant opportunity worth nearly $1 million to assist her. Such an admirable man, she only now grasped through the words of others. Mu Wanzhou added, "So, miss you, now you understand. Your junior has always been a rare gem. I owe you my gratitude. Had you not chosen your idealized figure, I would still be in turmoil." Mu Wanzhou had waited 4 years, gradually gaining significant influence within the Mu family, and now no one dared to suppress her. Having waited too long, her patience began to wane. Originally, she had intended to eliminate Youwei, but fate had conveniently handed her the opportunity. With a smile gracing her lips, Mu Wanzhou made her way into the hall, disregarding Youwei entirely. The receptionist, Shally, did not obstruct her, gracefully stepping aside. Youwei was taken aback, addressing the receptionist. "Why didn't you stop her? President Mu just invested $500 million in our company. She is one of our most important clients. Yet you said that no one can enter without an appointment. Did she have one?" The receptionist smiled. "No. Then why?" "President Jiang has stated that President Mu, as one of our major clients, does not require an appointment. She is welcome to come at any time." "What?" Youwei was momentarily struck down. In just 3 days, her treatment was so drastically different. Was it forbidden to even meet after a breakup, to remain friends? Youwei's spirits sank. Jiang Yan's resoluteness left her heart aching. The thought of him and Mu Wanzhou sharing intimacy in the office made her eyes sting with unshed tears. No, even if they had broken up, she could not allow Jiang Yan to be with another woman. Fueled by indignation, she failed to recognize the madness that jealousy could provoke in a woman. Thus, she dialed 110. Chapter 17. Youwei cried out in fury, "You promised to love me for a lifetime." When the police officers burst into the room, Jiang Yan and Mu Wanzhou were meticulously reviewing the formal contract, ready to finalize the agreement. Both were momentarily taken aback, unaware of the unfolding situation. When Youwei entered behind the officers, her eyes were red, and she glared angrily at Jiang Yan and Mu Wanzhou. Jiang Yan felt a surge of anger. He wished to preserve her dignity, yet this woman insisted on causing a scene. Very well, if that was the case. He no longer needed to be concerned about her feelings. Youwei, what on earth are you doing? Youwei lifted her chin defiantly, glaring back. You are being intimate with another woman behind my back. Do you think I can be bullied? Jiang Yan, I forbid you to be with her. Jiang Yan's expression darkened. To him, his serious discussion with Mu Wanzhou was being reduced to mere flirtation by Youwei. However, he realized that confronting this foolish woman would only play into her hands. He turned to the police officers at the door and spoke politely. Officers, as you can see, I am in my own company discussing business with a client. I do not know what law I have broken. The two officers were equally bewildered. The situation described by Youwei was entirely inconsistent with the reality before them. She had claimed that a woman was seducing her boyfriend, and they were engaged in illicit activities in a closed office. However, she had a falling out with her boyfriend and was unable to enter, thus seeking police assistance. Little did she know, the woman she referred to was none other than Mu Wanzhou from the Mu Group. As a mere police officer, he dared not offend her, nor did he wish to involve himself in their personal grievances. Looking troubled, one officer said, Miss Yu, the situation you described does not align with the facts. Youwei, in a fit of rage, shouted, How does it not? They are a man and a woman in a closed office. It's fortunate I arrived in time to save Jiang Yan. Otherwise, I shudder to think what might have happened. Jiang Yan shook his head in frustration. This was utterly unreasonable. At that moment, Mu Wanzhou, who had remained silent, stood up and deliberately leaned into Jiang Yan's embrace, smiling. What an eye-opener. No wonder she is from the Yu family. She may have some business acumen, but as a woman, she is utterly foolish. TSK. Her actions were clearly meant to provoke Youwei. Indeed, Youwei trembled with rage. Jiang Yan, push her away. Jiang Yan initially had no intention of physical contact with Mu Wanzhou, but upon hearing Youwei's words, he scoffed. He changed his mind. If Mu Wanzhou could drive Youwei away and cease her incessant entanglement, it was worth a try. He coldly regarded Youwei and stated, As you wished. I do have some affection for President Mu. However, after our breakup, Youwei, I maintained my integrity for the 5 years we were together. I have not wronged you. Now that I am single, am I not allowed to pursue a romantic relationship? Youwei gasped, incredulous, pointing a trembling finger at Mu Wanzhou. I can't believe it. Just a few days ago, you professed your love for me, swearing to cherish me forever. Were those words all lies? What does she have that I do not? Jiang Yan replied coldly, She is not your white moonlight. Instantly, Youwei's face turned pale, leaving her speechless. Meanwhile, Mu Wanzhou, nestled against Jiang Yan, wore a look of delight, casting flirtatious glances at him. Junior, I take your words seriously. Youwei clenched her fists in frustration, tears streaming down her face. Overcome with emotion, she struggled to breathe, her chest rising and falling rapidly, yet she continued to fix her gaze on Jiang Yan. The officers, feeling awkward and helpless, scratched their heads. Clearly, this was a matter of personal affairs, beyond their jurisdiction. They glanced at Youwei and warned her, Considering this is your first offense, we will only offer verbal guidance. If you call the police again falsely, we will have to take administrative action against you. They then turned to Jiang Yan and Mu Wanzhou, speaking softly, Mr. Jiang, Ms. Mu, we sincerely apologize for the disturbance. We must respond to calls. But it appears there is no issue here. We are sorry to have interrupted you. Jiang Yan nodded, saying, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Then we shall take our leave. With that, the two officers quickly exited the contentious scene. The staff, who had discreetly slipped into the adjacent office to eavesdrop, remained on edge. Now, only Jiang Yan, Mu Wanzhou, and Youwei remained in the office. Youwei continued to sob uncontrollably, unable to articulate her thoughts. Jiang Yan sighed, observing her furious yet defiant demeanor. Have you achieved your goal? Are you satisfied now? Mu Wanzhou smiled and chimed in, Miss Yu. It's not that you cannot keep him, it's that he is always right beside you. You are still with Bailuo. You are quite the pair. Shut your mouth. Youwei glared fiercely at Muwanzhou. Jiang Yan, filled with anger, scolded her. Youwei, do you think you are still the naive girl from 5 years ago? You must face the consequences of your words. No one here will indulge you. Will you leave of your own accord, or shall I have someone carry you out? Confronted by this unfamiliar version of the man she once knew, Youwei felt time blur. Just a moment ago, he had professed his deep love for her, and now he was coldly issuing threats. He was so heartless, so resolute, showing no mercy. Finally, Youwei broke down. Her stomach ailment flared, as if countless daggers were piercing her insides, causing unbearable pain with each breath. Her fingers turned white from gripping tightly, and with her last ounce of strength, she screamed, "Fine. If we must break up, then so be it. You will surely regret this. You shall never have my forgiveness." With that, she turned to leave. But after just a few steps, the combination of her stomach issues, an empty stomach, low blood sugar, and overwhelming emotions took their toll, and she collapsed at the door. The onlookers, having witnessed the scene, stepped outside, exchanging glances before turning to Jiang Yan, awaiting his decision. Jiang Yan remained impassive, observing the fallen Youwei. He could not discern whether she was feigning or truly unconscious. However, should something happen to her in his company, the Yu family would undoubtedly hold him accountable. He called over Shenqing, instructing, "Call 120 and inform the Yu family. We will not cover the hospital expenses." "Understood, Mr. Jiang." 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived. Medical personnel emerged from the elevator with a stretcher. After placing Youwei on it, they asked, "Who will accompany her to the hospital?" Shenqing replied, "None of us will go. I have notified her family. They will take care of her at the hospital." The attending physician nodded. "Very well. Her family should head to the second municipal hospital." "All right." Shenqing escorted the doctor to the door. Jiang Yan returned to his seat and finalized the pending financing contract with Muwanzhou. As they completed the paperwork, it was nearly time for lunch. Muwanzhou cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Yan and proposed, "Junior, shall we have lunch together?" Jiang Yan, furrowing his brow, rubbed his temples and replied wearily, "Perhaps another day. I am quite exhausted today and lack the spirit to accompany President Mu for a meal." Muwanzhou did not press the matter, saying, "Very well, but do not forget the words you have spoken." With that, she swayed her hips, departing the office in high spirits. Chapter 18. You are just as heartless and malicious as you were in childhood in the ward of the second municipal hospital. The atmosphere was tense. "Look at the trouble you've caused." Youwei's father, Yu Zhenxiang, stormed in, his anger palpable as he berated her. "News of yesterday's incident has spread like wildfire among our circle. I only learned of it through a subtle mention from the old Liang family. It infuriates me to see you cavorting with that scoundrel in front of so many acquaintances at Yunjingge. Do you have any idea how much shame you brought upon our family?" Her mother, Insuxia, joined him, attempting to placate her furious husband while also voicing her disappointment to the bettered Youwei. "Youwei, this is unacceptable. You have brought disgrace upon the Yu family. How could you be so thoughtless? It is embarrassing to claim you as my daughter. You dare to offend the Mu family? How many resources do you possess that would allow you to spar with Muwanzhou?" Yu Zhenxiang continued, his ire unabated. 2 years of neglect. And you think you have the right to disregard me as your father?" Youwei, still receiving intravenous treatment, regarded her parents with a chilling gaze as they played their roles in this family drama. "Haven't you both longed to be rid of me as your daughter? Who are you trying to impress now?" Yu Zhenxiang's fury escalated. "What did you just say? Repeat that. Am I mistaken? If it weren't for my cousin Yu Kai's incompetence, you would have long conspired with my uncle to pass the inheritance to him. You favor him while constantly undermining me. Who, then, is truly your flesh and blood?" Youwei remained silent, her stomach churning with pain. Upon hearing her words, Yu Zhenxiang raised his hand, ready to strike, but Insuxiao intervened, gripping his arm to halt him. "Youwei, look at your attitude toward your parents. Listen to what you were saying. How can we be against you? It is only natural for parents to discipline their children. You have always been disobedient and harboring malicious thoughts. We are trying to guide you back to the right path for your own good. Do you understand?" As Insuxiao lamented, tears streamed down her face. There is no parent who does not love their child. You, wicked girl, know exactly what you have done. Oh, my poor daughter. Youwei coldly observed her mother's pitiful display, feeling no trace of sympathy. For 20 years, you have mourned Yuqingya. Yet you offer me not even a shred of comfort. The people of Tianhai City were aware that the Yu family had only one daughter. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that Youwei had a twin sister named Yuqingya, who had gone missing at the tender age of 3 or 4. It happened when Yu Jinxiang and Suxia took their daughters on a trip to the countryside, where they inadvertently left the two girls behind. When they returned the following day, only Youwei was found. Yu Qingya had vanished without a trace. From that moment forward, their parents harbored animosity toward Youwei, blaming her for her sister's disappearance, accusing her of jealousy over their affection for Yu Qingya. How absurd. She had been merely 3 or 4 years old, utterly oblivious. Given the chance to relive those moments, she would have preferred to be the one who went missing rather than bear the burden of such scorn. The resentment from her parents lingered to this day. At that moment, her cousin Yukai arrived, entering with a mocking tone. "Cousin, why are you in the hospital? Your frail body is hardly fit to manage Huanyu media. Perhaps you should leave it to me." "Humph," Youwei scoffed. She was fully aware of the malice that brewed within Yukai. There was no way she would entrust Huanyu to him. This spineless cousin had no acumen for business, indulging instead in a life of debauchery and mingling with thugs. If she were to hand over the company to him, it would be utterly squandered in no time. "Yukai, if you had a modicum of ambition, if you possessed even a semblance of wit, they would have long given Huanyu to you. But do you have the capability? You can't even count your own money, you worthless fool. How dare you?" Stung by her words, Yukai's anger flared, but he restrained himself, knowing Yu Jinxiang was present. Yu Jinxiang, siding with his nephew, chastised Youwei. "Youwei, how can you speak to Kai like that? This is your cousin. You lack any sense of propriety. Has Kai provoked you? You are still as heartless and petty as you were in childhood. No amount of teaching from Su Xiao and I has changed your true nature. Kai is right. If you cannot manage Huanyu, you should relinquish it to someone else." Youwei, already disillusioned with them, felt the chill in her heart deepen upon hearing her father's words. "I will not hand over Huanyu media to anyone. It is my company." At that moment, and Su Xiao, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Youwei, no one is trying to seize Huanyu. Moreover, it belongs to the Yu family. Not just you alone. We recognize your abilities, but speaking to your cousin like that is too hurtful. Apologize to him, and we can put this matter behind us." Hearing this, Youwei smiled, a bitter smile. "You still owe me an apology. Why should I apologize to him when I have done nothing wrong?" Yu Jinxiang's countenance darkened further, and he felt the urge to discipline his ungrateful daughter. And Su Xia quickly patted his shoulder, soothing him. All right, Jinxiang. Don't let it affect your health." With her comforting words, Yu Jinxiang's anger lessened. He then turned to Youwei, speaking coldly. "I do not wish to reprimand you further today. Since you are in charge of Huanyu, manage it well. If any issues arise, the shareholders will be the first to vote you out as chairman. Additionally, you must sever ties with that good-for-nothing. He is neither manly nor womanly, has no standing, and brings disgrace to me, Yu Jinxiang. He is far inferior to Jiang Yan, who, at least, is respectable and has built a business from scratch." Upon hearing her father insult by Luo, anger flickered in Yuwei's eyes. Lying in her hospital bed, she curved her lips into a smile, but her gaze remained devoid of emotion. "My personal affairs do not require your concern." Good. Yu Jinxiang spat out the words in frustration before storming off. And Su Xiao shot Youwei a disappointed glare before hurriedly following her husband out. Yukai remained in the ward, coolly remarking, "Cousin, you have certainly angered uncle. No wonder both he and aunt dislike you. If only you spoke more sweetly, they might actually like you." Yuwei's expression turned icy. "No matter what I say, it will not affect my control over Huanyu's shares." We shall see." With no way to retort, Yukai left, seething with anger. The ward fell silent once more, leaving Youwei alone to rest quietly in her hospital bed. Chapter 19. Everything is ruined by her. She relaxed her tense body, letting her eyelids droop wearily. However, her mood grew increasingly heavy. It was impossible for her to claim she felt no regret. For the sake of Bai Luo, Jiang Yan had ended their relationship, her parents intensified their blame, and she had to endure her cousin's mockery. Previously, she had firmly believed that Bai Luo was her beacon of hope, which justified her actions. But now, Youwei found herself engulfed in confusion, unable to articulate her true feelings. She instinctively reached for her phone to call Jiang Yan, yearning to mend their relationship. Yet, upon dialing, she realized he had not answered. Unable to contain herself, she sent him a text. "Can you come see me?" However, her phone remained silent, the message screen displaying only her own words. Devoid of any reply, it seemed Jiang Yan had been thoroughly disappointed in her. When her gastritis flared, that man had merely watched coldly as she collapsed. What to do? She bit her lower lip, an indescribable sorrow flooding her mind like a relentless tide. Their 5-year relationship, while not marked by fervent affection, was certainly not one of disdain. Moreover, Jiang Yan had treated her with genuine kindness, never allowing her to suffer any grievances. Their families were worlds apart. Yet Jiang Yan himself was exceptional, deserving of her. Had Bai Luo not returned to the country, she truly intended to marry Jiang Yan within the year, as her age for marriage was upon her. But now, everything was in shambles. Tears, unbidden, streamed down her cheeks. She was not an emotional girl, nor did she enjoy crying. Tears could only elicit sympathy from onlookers, yet they resolved nothing. In a matter of days, she had transformed into the very person she despised. By noon, a familiar voice broke the silence, followed by Bai Luo rushing into the hospital room. She immediately flung herself to Youwei's side, grasping her wrist. Wei, are you all right? As soon as I heard the news, I hurried over. Oh my, you're hurt. Who did this to you? Youwei found the noise overwhelming and furrowed her brow. Stop shouting. It's giving me a headache. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo promptly began to massage her forehead. Is this a bit more comfortable? Youwei gazed at Bai Luo, who wore a charming smile. Strangely, instead of feeling the warmth she should have, she felt a wave of irritation. Yet, she could not unleash her frustration on Bai Luo, for the latter had done nothing wrong. Aren't you supposed to be at work? She inquired. Bai Luo halted her massage, her expression darkening. Don't mention it, Wei. Your family's manager is too formidable. I was just in the elevator when I was unceremoniously shown the door. Who would dare to throw you out? I informed my secretary this morning. Her name is Su something Hong, looks to be in her 40s or 50s. An old woman. Hearing this, Youwei frowned. Sister Su? She is a senior manager at the company. While she is indeed efficient, she is also kind and treats her artist well. She wouldn't expel someone without cause. Suddenly, Bai Luo appeared flustered and quickly changed the subject. All right, let's not dwell on that, Wei. I won't hold it against that old woman. By the way, what would you like for lunch? I can get it for you. Distracted by her thoughts, Youwei replied casually, anything will do. My gastritis is acting up, so something light. She found herself craving porridge, nostalgic for the nourishing concoction Jiang Yan used to make for her, filled with oats, koik seeds, red dates, goji berries, yam, poria, longan, lily, lotus seeds, and rock candy, both delectable and gentle on the stomach. Jiang Yan's savory porridge was also delightful. She could finish it every time. But now, it was all out of reach. With this thought, the corners of Youwei's mouth drooped in disappointment. All right, I'll go buy it. Wait for me, Bai Luo said, dashing out of the room. Once outside, her pace slowed as she opened her phone, seemingly engrossed in something. After descending the stairs, a phone rang, prompting Bai Luo to answer immediately. The voice on the other end was somewhat chaotic, the speaker's tone gruff. The deal's done. Pay up. Haha. Thank you, Changgu. You always work swiftly. But I haven't seen it online yet. Once the news breaks, I'll ensure you receive every penny. Damn it, came the irate voice from the other side. Are you messing with me? My rule is to get paid first, then I do the job. You're lucky I let you defer payment because you know someone from the Yu family. Bai Luo trembled slightly, striving to lower her stance and ingratiate herself. I would never deceive you, Changgu. It's just that you're so efficient. It's impressive. I'll definitely come to you next time. We've known each other for 5 years. You trust me. The moment the news hits, I'll send you the money. She continued with numerous flattering remarks. The person on the other end seemed to appreciate the compliments, their tone softening. Fine, I'll give you one chance. If the money isn't in my account by dawn, you know the consequences. Yes, thank you, Changgu. After hanging up, Bai Luo's expression darkened. This was a scam. To retaliate against Qin Shiyu, who looked down on him. He had sought out notorious thugs from Tianhai City to tarnish her reputation. They were demanding 20,000 for such a minor task. He wasn't even famous yet. Where would he find 20,000? By 2 in the afternoon, Bai Luo still had not returned with lunch. Youwei, lying in her hospital bed, couldn't help but feel concerned. Having finished her 4 drip, the pain from her stomach had subsided considerably, but she hadn't eaten all day and felt a bit lightheaded. She picked up her phone to call Bai Luo. Hello, Weiwei. Bai Luo's voice sounded hurried. Why aren't you back yet? I'm surrounded by a group of strangers. Upon hearing this, Youwei's heart raced. Are you all right? Do you need me to call the police? No need. I've practiced a bit of martial arts. These punks couldn't hold me down. I'm quite impressive, aren't I? However, Bai Luo's tone shifted, becoming hesitant. What is it? Bai Luo nonchalantly continued. They said someone hired them. They'll send stronger people next time. Ugh, what bad luck. I wonder who's targeting me. I just returned to the country. How could I have enemies? Upon hearing this, Youwei's expression stiffened, her emotions carefully concealed. As long as you're safe, hurry back. No need to buy food. They've run off, so I'm safe now and can get food. It's just. Bai Luo paused, feigning hesitation. They took all my money, and they even used my phone to take out a loan. Now, I'm left with nothing and burdened with a debt of several 100,000. Listening to the muffled sobs on the other end of the line, Youwei felt as though her heart was being squeezed, and she too felt a pang of sorrow. Chapter 20. A crisis at Huanyu Media. Youwei comforted. As long as everyone is safe, everything will return to normal. I will transfer you some money. Use it for now. After hanging up, Youwei sent 1,000 yuan to Bai Luo via WeChat. Sitting in the mall, enjoying the air conditioning, Bai Luo glanced at the transfer amount and was momentarily taken aback. You're the renowned owner of a listed company, and you only send me 1,000? Others receive 5-digit allowances from their wealthy benefactors. He realized he needed to devise a different plan. Bai Luo's expression darkened. At 3 in the afternoon, Youwei finally had her first meal of the day. However, upon seeing the array of exquisite dishes Bai Luo had brought back, she felt speechless but restrained her irritation. In the end, she settled for a bowl of millet porridge. Bai Luo, sitting beside her, eagerly began to eat, chattering away. Wei, I bought this from Guangming Fishing Port, a national chain restaurant. Their food isn't cheap. This alone cost me over 800, but the flavor is outstanding. Youwei, still sipping her porridge, glanced at Bai Luo but chose to remain silent. Noticing her indifference, Bai Luo awkwardly continued eating. After lunch, the clock approached 4. Youwei contemplated resting a little longer when a message from Su Yanhong interrupted her thoughts. Something's wrong. An artist is in trouble. When Youwei rushed back to the company, she found the entrance swarmed with media reporters, marketing bloggers, and paparazzi. As soon as the crowd spotted Youwei, they surged towards her. Unable to escape the throng, Youwei, accompanied by Bai Luo, entered through a discreet back door. Seeing Youwei arrive with Bai Luo, her manager Su Yanhong paused momentarily, but the urgency of the situation prevented her from asking questions. With a serious expression, Youwei stated. Qin Shiyu was intercepted on her way to the set. A group pulled her down and took many inappropriate photos. Someone recorded the incident and posted it online, spreading rumors that she relied on relationships to secure her role as the lead. Now, the wife of a certain director has found out and is seeking to teach her a lesson. The public outcry escalated quickly. Someone had purchased the top trending topic on social media, and various insults demanded her cancellation. Shiyu has a historical drama about to air and 2 completed projects waiting for release. If Shiyu were to be blacklisted, the hundreds of millions we invested in marketing would be wasted, a significant blow to Huanyu Media. Moreover, future collaborations would require careful reconsideration. Youwei felt momentarily stunned by Su Yanhong's account. Before she could process it, her secretary rushed over. The game company under the Mu Group has terminated our endorsement, and they are demanding substantial compensation. Youwei's complexion turned pale. The contract is still valid. How can they unilaterally breach it and demand compensation? What logic is this? The secretary replied. They discovered that Xiaobo secretly endorsed another game company competing with Mu Group behind Huanyu's back. We were only informed of this after the fact. Xiaobo was another pillar of Huanyu Media, having risen to fame as a singer before starring in a fantasy drama that catapulted him to stardom. Youwei had leveraged Xiaobo's popularity to sign a 3-year, 500 million investment agreement with AI Shang Film and Television. Consequently, Huanyu Media's valuation soared from 200 million to over 5 billion, establishing it as the leading entertainment company in Tianhai City and among the top 10 nationwide. The stipulation of the agreement was that Huanyu Media's net profit must reach 500 million within 3 years. If not, the company would have to buy back AI Shang Film and Television's 500 million shares at a 20% annual interest rate. Simply put, if the gamble failed, Youwei would not only have to return the 500 million investment, but also pay an additional 20% in interest. The reason she had dared to sign such an agreement was her confidence in having a top-tier artist like Xiaobo, who could generate at least 300 million in profit for the company. Thus, Xiaobo had become the backbone of Huanyu Media. If Qin Shiyu were to be blacklisted, it would merely be akin to losing an arm, but if Xiaobo were to face any scandal, it would be akin to a knife through the company's very lifeblood. In summary, both individuals were crucial to Huanyu. Youwei furrowed her brows, rubbing her temples, feeling overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Bai Luo continued to fidget in front of her, pouring tea for himself and asking her questions, which only heightened her frustration. He was of no help at all. While she didn't expect Bai Luo to assist her, she at least wished he wouldn't disrupt her thoughts. If only Jiang Yan were here. A flicker of sadness crossed Youwei's eyes. But that was a return she could not make. "Hey, I heard you broke up with Youwei?" Yanzi exclaimed. "Without the eldest daughter of the Yu family, how will you survive?" While Jiang Yan was busy handling company affairs, his good friend Lin Qing called him. Rubbing his temples, Jiang Yan replied, "Yes, where did you hear that?" Lin Qing responded, "Where else would I hear it? Last night, you, the eldest daughter of the Yu family, the eldest daughter of the Mu family, and Youwei's little moonlight, the events at Yunjingu have spread like wildfire in our circle." Lin Qing and Jiang Yan were university alumni and roommates for 4 years. Though his family was affluent, his company was only a second-tier enterprise in Tianhai City. Nevertheless, he had extensive connections and was well-informed. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Yan corrected him. "It wasn't the four of us. It has nothing to do with me." After a brief pause, Jiang Yan asked, "Do you know about Youwei's white moonlight?" Lin Qing awkwardly replied, "Well, it's pretty obvious. You're just too close to see it." Jiang Yan said quietly, "You know, but won't he tell me?" Even though he held a lower position, he maintained dignity and boundaries. If he were to be viewed as a substitute in this relationship, he would absolutely refuse. That. Lin Qing hesitated. "If I tell you, it could complicate our friendship. It might lead to significant trouble." He quickly changed the topic. "So how did you end up with the eldest daughter of the Mu family?" "Impressive. Truly, my brother, you have impeccable taste." Jiang Yan sighed, exasperated. "Stop spreading rumors. I went to discuss financing with Mu Wanzhou. Then it's true that you broke up." After being dumped by the eldest daughter of the Yu family, she spent half a day crying in the back hall. Who would have thought that the love you once had for Youwei would result in her now being the one heartbroken? "Is this why you called me?" Lin Qing fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly becoming serious. The Yu family is in trouble. Chapter 21. Why help her? He's not a fool. As Jiang Yan paused in his typing to respond to an email, he set aside his work and inquired, "What's the matter?" Lin Qing sighed. "You still can't let go of Miss Yu from the Yu family, can you?" Jiang Yan's expression turned cold. "If you don't speak, I'll hang up." "Hey, wait. All right. It was the eldest daughter of the Mu family who orchestrated this. That woman is truly sinister." Knowing that Xiaobo, the pillar of Huanyu Media, was involved in illicit activities, she deliberately signed on him as the spokesperson for a game, aiming to provoke a breach of contract. It's been 3 months since the contract was signed, and she is purposely waiting for you to break up with Youwei before making her move. TSK. Mu Wanzhou is clearly retaliating for you. Oh, and there is another incident that could be considered a sudden development. A scandal has erupted involving a rising star under Huanyu, which has also brought considerable trouble to Youwei. After absorbing this information, Jiang Yan reflected quietly and said, "Anyone with vested interest in the Yu family would not miss such a golden opportunity. Yukai will likely get involved as well." Having been with Youwei for 5 years, Jiang Yan was quite familiar with her family's dynamics. With Huanyu Media suffering a major blow, her cousin Yukai must be reveling in it. In their early days post-graduation, Yukai had persistently obstructed Youwei's ascent to the management tier of Huanyu Media. Employing various underhanded tactics, Jiang Yan had quietly intervened on her behalf. Unbeknownst to her, she believed the opposition stemmed solely from her lack of qualifications and experience. Never realizing the extent of Jiang Yan's efforts behind the scenes, Lin Qing asked, "What will you do? Are you going to help her?" Jiang Yan replied coolly, "Why should I help her? I've severed ties with her. I'm not a fool. Aiding her brings me no benefit." Indeed, despite their past as ex-lovers, Jiang Yan was no naïve. Having navigated the complexities of society for 3 years, he understood that business was driven by profit. He would not engage in endeavors devoid of tangible returns. Lin Qing chuckled, "Huh? You truly are my brother, able to gain and let go. It seems you have genuinely moved on, and I'm genuinely happy for you." Yet, Lin Qing's worry soon returned. "Are you really considering getting involved with Mu Wanzhou? She's no pushover. However, with her wealth and power, along with her stunning figure, if you do get together, it doesn't seem like you'd be at a loss." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan rubbed his temples in exasperation. "Rumors stop with the wise. Orange, if you keep spreading rumors. I will remind you that a client just returned from a trip to Sagwo and gifted me a statue, claiming it to be from the 16th century. I have no interest in such things, so I passed it on to someone else." Wait. I was wrong, father. Father, you are my father." Lin Qing hurriedly knelt. A wealthy second-generation heir with a penchant for luxury cars and beautiful women, but he also had a keen interest in antiques and rare collectibles. "My dear son, rise." Jiang Yan mimicked a scene from television, his tone playful. Thank you, father. Please save that statue for me. I'll come by in a few days." "Sure," Jiang Yan replied. "Do you have a reliable operator?" Lin Qing, quick-witted, immediately deduced Jiang Yan's intentions. You're preparing for an IPO, so Mu Wanzhou's investment is legitimate, huh? I actually have several reputable professional firms in mind. Our family primarily focuses on investments, so you've come to the right person. Jiang Yan instructed. Please connect me with them. Lin Qing agreed. No problem. Thank you. TSK, father. No need to be so courteous. Before hanging up, Lin Qing reminded Jiang Yan to keep the statue safe. After taking a sip of tea, Jiang Yan resumed his work emails. The financing matters had been settled, and his next plan was to prepare for the public offering. In his previous life, the company's IPO had been remarkably successful. With 10 consecutive days of price limits and a market capitalization that skyrocketed severalfold, he seized the opportunity to expand the company's scale, engaging in aggressive advertising campaigns, which resulted in his app's downloads skyrocketing from 100 million to 2 billion within a mere 3 months, with monthly active users multiplying tenfold. Thus, he was currently preoccupied, lacking the bandwidth to concern himself with other matters. At 5 in the afternoon, he noticed a calendar reminder on his phone. Shenxuya. He suddenly recalled that today marked her Memorial Day. Such an important date had slipped his mind amidst the turmoil caused by Youwei. Moments later, a knock resounded at the office door. Mr. Jiang, did you call for me? At that moment, Jiang Yan had finished organizing the documents on his desk and was donning his coat in preparation to leave. Yes, I have something to attend to and will be leaving early. You can make decisions regarding matters afterward, unless it's urgent. There is no need to report back to me. Secretary Shenqing paused, then recollected something and nodded. Understood. Having worked alongside Jiang Yan for 3 years, she noted that every June 25th, he would leave an hour early, instructing her not to disturb him with the company's trivialities. She knew this day held great significance for Jiang Yan, yet she remained unaware of his activities. Watching Jiang Yan's silhouette as he stepped into the elevator, Shenqing fell into deep thought. Jiang Yan drove to a flower shop. The shopkeeper greeted him with a warm smile. Mr. Jiang, you're here. Her tone suggested he was a regular customer. Yes, Dong Jie, please prepare a bouquet for me. Dong Chun, the flower shop owner, replied cheerfully, certainly. We just received fresh chrysanthemums and white lilies today. They're in full bloom and perfect for the occasion. After leaving the shop with a bouquet neatly wrapped, Jiang Yan placed it in the passenger seat, ensuring it was secured before driving toward his destination. As the sun slowly descended, the remnants of daylight painted the horizon in shades of crimson, and the clouds shimmered under the sunset, resembling a splendid canvas. Jiang Yan ventured further away from the bustling city, the traffic gradually thinning. The originally spacious 4-lane road transitioned into 2 lanes, then into a single lane. As the sun vanished completely, the last traces of twilight quietly slipped away. Night enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Yan switched on his headlights as the black SUV turned down a rural path. With no streetlights along the narrow road, darkness prevailed, illuminated only by the SUV's beams. At this moment, he was the sole vehicle on the road. The interior of the car was eerily silent. Jiang Yan arrived at the entrance of his destination, where a sign stood, Yongning Cemetery. Chapter 22. The photograph on the gravestone bore an uncanny resemblance to Youwei. He alighted from his vehicle, cradling a bouquet of flowers as he ventured inside. A few meters from the entrance stood a modest duty room, casting a dim yellow glow. Apart from this, the cemetery was enveloped in an oppressive darkness, devoid of any illumination. In the stillness of the night, an unsettling atmosphere prevailed. Throughout, Jiang Yan maintained a composed demeanor, his expression inscrutable. He bypassed the duty booth and strode directly into the depths of the cemetery, pausing before a gravestone. Jiang Yan knelt reverently, placing the flowers before the tombstone. Though illuminated solely by the silvery moonlight, the inscription was discernible. The gravestone was strikingly simple, encapsulating her life with just a few words. Here lies Shenxuya. Born in February 2004, departed on June 25, 2024. Respectfully erected by friend Jiang Yan. There was no sorrow or anguish on Jiang Yan's face. If anything, it bore a solemnity. He crouched down, gently caressing the photograph affixed to the gravestone. The girl within the picture smiled radiantly, her likeness to Youwei startlingly precise. As he gazed at Shenxuya's portrait, Jiang Yan found himself lost in thought, his mind drifting back 5 years. In truth, he had never known Shenxuya. Yet, she had saved his life, or rather, he had indirectly caused the demise of this vibrant girl. It was his second year at Tianhai University. After completing a practical course on stock trading, he entered the market with a modest capital of several tens of thousands. With keen market insight, he netted a profit of over 100,000 on his first foray, which inflated his confidence. Subsequently, he invested all his capital and profits back into the stock market, only to suffer a devastating loss. The adage of gains and losses rang true. For every profit earned, there were unseen losses incurred by others. Those unfortunate investors, having lost their life savings and burdened by debts, were driven to desperation. They banded together, employing technical means to uncover Jiang Yan's identity and address. After monitoring his movements for over 10 days, they meticulously planned their revenge. On June 25th, they dispatched an assassin to Tianhai University, who swiftly entered the economics department. Located the third seat from the left in the front row of class 1705, and without hesitation, plunged a knife 10 times into the victim's carotid artery. The entire act transpired in less than 10 seconds. However, the assassin had targeted the wrong individual. Jiang Yan had been absent from class that day. The unfortunate soul occupying that seat was Shinchouya. When the paramedics arrived, they could only pronounce her dead, extinguishing an innocent life. Upon learning this, Jiang Yan was consumed by rage. He expended a fortune to hire a top-tier lawyer, ensuring that the murderer and the orchestrators were imprisoned, with the killer sentenced to death and the others receiving life sentences. When he visited Shinchouya's hometown to offer his condolences, he was taken aback upon meeting her relatives. The reason for her family's absence in Tianhai City to handle her affairs became clear. Shinchouya hailed from a remote village, raised by her grandparents. As the elders recounted, she had a gambling father, an alcoholic mother, and a brother who tormented her, frequently subjected to abuse. She was eventually abandoned on the streets, only to be rescued by her grandparents. From a young age, Shinchouya excelled in her studies, consistently ranking first. And she had recently secured a place for postgraduate studies at Central South University just days before her tragic end. It was a profound loss of a remarkable young woman. Returning to the present, Jiang Yan gazed at the photograph of the smiling girl, his feelings towards her difficult to articulate, certainly not romantic admiration. When he first encountered Youwei, who bore a striking resemblance to Shinchouya, he felt shock, bewilderment, and a twinge of fear, perhaps out of guilt or some other compulsion. He began to engage frequently with Youwei, seeking some form of redemption, a self-deceiving compensation for his past. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his feelings gradually transformed into something deeper, ensnaring him in the throes of love. The summer weather was unpredictable. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, dark clouds racing across the sky. Jiang Yan snapped back to reality, glancing upwards. Rain had begun to fall, rapidly intensifying from a light drizzle to a torrential downpour. It was time for him to leave. Just as he contemplated rising, a girl's voice unexpectedly rang out. Caught off guard, he and the girl tumbled to the ground. He felt a jarring pain in his back. The girl landed atop him, seemingly unscathed. "I'm so sorry." Her voice was tinged with panic. And Jiang Yan felt her weight shift slightly as she stood. Relying on the moonlight, he discerned a vague silhouette. From her voice, he surmised she was young. The girl was entirely enveloped in black clothing. Had it not been for her fair face, she would have been nearly indistinguishable. Her sudden appearance was rather unsettling. As the rain fell heavier, he brushed off the dirt from his clothes and replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. No harm done." The girl seemed embarrassed. "I'm sorry. I don't have any money." Jiang Yan furrowed his brow at her response. "I didn't ask for compensation." He then inquired, "Are you here alone?" She nodded. "Yes. A girl wandering alone in a cemetery at night. Aren't you afraid?" She paused for a moment, then replied, "Why would I be afraid?" Her retort left him momentarily speechless. The girl, shyly extending her hand, introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Guxinyo." As Jiang Yan regarded her outstretched hand, a flicker of suspicion arose within him. Was this girl deliberately seeking to approach him? It was not unreasonable for him to harbor doubts, after all. Encountering someone in such a secluded place at this hour seemed too coincidental. Maintaining his composure, Jiang Yan extended his hand in return. Jiang Yan. Their hands clasped for merely a second before they parted, yet he noticed her slight tremor. He tentatively asked, "Who are you here to commemorate?" "My parents." Jiang Yan was taken aback. "Have they passed away?" "Yes," she replied, and he was struck with surprise. "I'm sorry." While he felt an unexpected pang of sympathy, his skepticism lingered. "May I accompany you to pay my respects to them? Although we are strangers, our meeting here seems fortuitous and out of respect and courtesy. I believe it fitting to honor them." Chapter 23. The new girlfriend Guxinyo, petite and delicate, spoke as she retrieved an umbrella from her backpack and opened it. She detested going out, yet when she had to, she meticulously planned every detail. The weather forecast had warned of rain that night, so she was prepared with her umbrella. As Jiang Yan observed the girl walking beside him, She extended the other half of the umbrella over his head, her light voice whispering, "Let's go." Thus, the two of them, sharing a single umbrella, ventured into the night rain. Upon finally standing before the gravestone of Gu Xinyo's parents, Jiang Yan's doubts evaporated entirely. As he gazed at her, a hint of pity flickered in his eyes. This girl had suffered a fate as tragic as Shinqi's. Jiang Yan bowed 3 times before the grave, and the two returned to the entrance of Yongning Cemetery. There, a rugged SUV was parked by the roadside. Jiang Yan opened the door and climbed inside. Through the glass, he noticed Gu Xinyo still standing at the entrance, a pang of compassion stirring within him. After all, she had sheltered him with her umbrella. He pressed the window button and inquired, "How will you get back?" Gu Xinyo, momentarily taken aback, replied, "I'll walk back." Jiang Yan's brows furrowed at her words. This area was desolate. How many hours would it take her to walk? A sudden thought struck him, and he asked in disbelief, "You didn't walk here, did you?" To his astonishment, she nodded. "How many hours did it take?" He pressed. 7 hours, she answered. Jiang Yan was left speechless, astonished at the thought of someone walking for 7 hours. Could an ordinary person endure such a feat? A flicker of doubt resurfaced in his mind regarding the girl. "Get in the car. Where do you live? I'll drive you home," he offered. "Okay," Gu Xinyo replied, taking her seat in the back. "Thank you." The overhead light illuminated the interior, allowing Jiang Yan to see her clearly for the first time. She was clad in a form-fitting black tracksuit, its fabric clinging to her from neck to toe, an incongruity in the sweltering summer heat. The only visible skin was her hands and face, which revealed a porcelain-like complexion. Smooth and youthful, her disheveled hair framed her face, resembling a character who had just awakened from slumber. Noticing that she wore no makeup, Jiang Yan found her natural beauty refreshing, reminiscent of a sweet neighbor girl. He turned his gaze back to the road and asked, "Where do you live?" Gu Xinyo slowly articulated an address. The journey passed in silence, the vehicle gliding through the quiet, rain-soaked night. Gu Xinyo's residence was a dilapidated old complex, unguarded and reeking of summer's decay, with only a garbage truck making its rounds each day. Jiang Yan frowned as he exited the vehicle. The torrential rain, coupled with the howling wind, soaked him despite his umbrella. Turning to glance at Gu Xinyo, he saw her biting her lip, her pale hands gripping the umbrella tightly, while her black tracksuit clung to her form, drenched and revealing. Jiang Yan's eyes widened. She was not wearing a bra. The wet fabric accentuated her figure, contradicting her frail appearance, and he recalled how soft she felt when she had fallen against him. Her behavior, whether in conversation or after walking for hours, seemed peculiar, leading him to wonder if she might have some form of social anxiety. "Let's go. What floor do you live on?" he asked. "The 6th floor," she replied, indicating the top of the building. Jiang Yan escorted her to the entrance of the stairwell but hesitated to follow her inside. It felt inappropriate for an adult man to enter a girl's private space, regardless of his intentions. As he turned to leave, a small hand grasped the hem of his shirt. Jiang Yan looked back at Gu Xinyo, who lowered her head, speaking slowly. "Thank you. No need to thank me. It was a small favor," he replied, observing as she continued to hold onto him in silence. With a sigh, he relented, deciding to accompany her upstairs. Gu Xinyo's home was modest, the entire space barely 40 square meters. It became clear to Jiang Yan that she lived alone. "You're still in school, right?" he asked as she hung the umbrella on a wall hook. She nodded, but silence followed. Jiang Yan rubbed his temples. She was the type of girl who only spoke when asked, devoid of social awareness. "Where do you attend school? How do you manage your living expenses?" he inquired further. "Tianhai University, I have a sponsor," she replied, moving toward a large bookshelf that caught his eye. The sparsely furnished room was starkly simple, yet the bookshelf stood out, filled to the brim with books. Gu Xinyo began to sift through the shelves, ultimately presenting him with a stack of thick volumes. "Here." Jiang Yan accepted the books, placing them on a worn wooden table, bewildered. "Why are you giving me books?" At that moment, a flicker of emotion crossed Gu Xinyo's face. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "You drove me home. I'm offering you a reward. It's an equitable exchange." However, she had no money. The only valuable possession she had was these books. Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle at her logic, amused by her unique perspective. "You held the umbrella for me, and I drove you home. That's just common courtesy. These are ancient texts. I can't comprehend them, so they hold no value for me." "Don't you have a sponsor? You don't receive any living expenses?" he queried. Gu Xinyo replied candidly. "My sister said she encountered difficulties and can no longer support me." Jiang Yan scrutinized her, pondering the veracity of her words. Suddenly, he noticed she was still drenched. the details more pronounced under the light. He turned to her, reminding her, "Your clothes are soaked. Do you usually dress like this when you go out?" Gushinyo glanced down at herself, a rosy hue spreading across her fair cheeks. "No, not usually. I forgot today." Her words stumbled out, and she took a moment before crossing her arms tightly around herself. Jiang Yan's gaze returned to her, the close proximity of her movements eliciting a surge of warmth within him. Chapter 24. Youwei's breakdown. He cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. Upon hearing Gushinyo mention that the sponsor would no longer provide support, a thought flickered in his mind. The scene of Youwei storming into his office, persistent and unyielding, was still vivid in his memory. At that moment, he had felt compelled to express admiration for Mu Wanzhou. But she was too domineering and not easily manageable. If he were to acquire a new girlfriend now, it would not only embarrass Youwei, but also allow him to dismiss Mu Wanzhou, a perfect twofold solution. Yet, Jiang Yan was reluctant to invest time and energy in another woman. Who knew if she would turn out to be the next Youwei? Thus, contemplating this, Jiang Yan's gaze roamed over Gushinyo. Obedient, attractive in both appearance and figure, he would not lose face bringing her out. She was in need of financial support, and he happened to possess ample funds. In summary, she fit the criteria for a new girlfriend perfectly. Jiang Yan casually inquired, "Do you need money?" Gushinyo paused for a moment, then nodded. Jiang Yan continued, "I can become your sponsor." Upon hearing this, Gushinyo's face lit up with joy. And before she could utter a thank you, she heard Jiang Yan's next statement. "But there are conditions. You must become my girlfriend. I will fund your education. And in addition, I will provide you with a monthly living allowance of 100,000. The duration is 3 years. After which I will grant you a 7-figure contract bonus." Gushinyo's slightly parted lips transformed into a single word, "Ah?" Her head tilted in confusion as she struggled to comprehend. "It's a contractual relationship. We will pretend to be a couple. You only need to play the role at specific times. And I will not interfere with your freedom during the rest of the time. Rest assured, I will not impose on you or force you. Once 3 years have passed, your obligations will be fulfilled, and you can leave at any time." After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he waited quietly for Gushinyo's response. He was aware that this young girl took a moment to process information and needed time to consider. After a long pause, he heard her resolutely utter a single word. "Okay." She needed money to complete her studies and to pay for her grandmother's medical expenses. Her thinking might be slower than average, but she was not foolish. She understood what agreeing to Jiang Yan entailed. Moreover, her intuition told her that Jiang Yan was not a bad person. She cautiously lifted her gaze, wanting to scrutinize him but not daring to be too bold, surreptitiously observing the man before her. He was tall and handsome, and far more attractive than the male classmates she encountered during her library duties. Standing there, he exuded a unique aura, captivating and alluring. Jiang Yan had initially intended to sweeten the deal further to entice the girl, but to his surprise, she readily acquiesced. "Very well, add me on WeChat." At that moment, Gushinyo still had her arms crossed over her chest. She bit her lip, blushing as she switched to one-handed protection. With her other hand, she retrieved a 5-year-old model phone from her pocket and added Jiang Yan on WeChat. Jiang Yan observed her actions closely. While most would feel a rush of blood at such close proximity, he remained relatively calm, feeling only a slight warmth. Jiang Yan suggested, "Let us take a photo together." After receiving Gushinyo's consent, he stepped beside her and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Noticing her tension, he said, "Relax, you need to act as my girlfriend. If you're this nervous, others might notice." His words proved effective as her trembling body ceased. With an unruffled demeanor, Jiang Yan posed as if they were intimately close for the photograph. In the picture, the girl's delicate face was flushed, resembling a ripe red apple. With his objective achieved, Jiang Yan did not linger. He instructed her to keep an eye on his WeChat, mentioning that he would purchase an apartment for her to move into in the coming days, and handed her a bank card with the password 123456 before departing. That evening, Youwei did not return home. She remained at the office, grappling with a multitude of troublesome matters. Xiao Bo was the lifeblood of the company, and she had to ensure his stability. As for Qin Shiyu, Youwei pressed her forehead in annoyance. The scandal surrounding Qin Shiyu was too explosive. The entire internet was condemning her. Even if the company attempted to issue a statement or bribe marketing accounts to clarify, it would be futile. Since she could not protect both, she might as well give up. Preserving one individual would alleviate her pressure. The investments made by the company could gradually be recouped through Xiaobo resolving herself. Youwei finally exhaled a breath of relief. Out of habit, she opened her phone to browse her social media feed. Her friends list was filled with industry insiders and prominent figures, occasionally revealing useful information. As her fingers glided gently across the screen, they suddenly halted. A close-up photo caught her eye, accompanied by the caption, "Let me introduce my girl." Youwei's expression stiffened. In the photograph, Jiang Yan wore a nonchalant expression, but the girl beside him appeared youthful and pristine, strikingly beautiful. A pulse throbbed at her temple. Though she did not want to admit it, the girl, even in her barefaced state, was on par with her. What was worse, she was younger and more vivacious, igniting a profound sense of crisis within Youwei. Using her newly added account for Jiang Yan, she sent a query. "Who is this girl? Are you trying to make me regret it?" "What a delusion." Jiang Yan replied, "Youwei, this has nothing to do with you." In truth, he had intended for her to see it, aiming to instill regret. Youwei retorted, "She is plain and unattractive, not even as good-looking as I am." "Jiang Yan, your taste can't be this poor. If you're deliberately trying to provoke me, you've miscalculated. You might as well come back and win me over." "I could reconsider my refusal." Jiang Yan responded with a chuckle, "Block you, goodbye." "Jiang Yan, the other party has enabled friend verification. You are not yet friends. Please send a verification request first." Youwei froze in shock. He had once again blocked her. Undeterred, she clicked into Jiang Yan's social media profile. He had erased everything related to her, replaced by images of his young and beautiful new girlfriend. Despair washed over Youwei as she closed her eyes. Why? Her heart ached, more painfully than before. Every breath felt like a stab. Chapter 25. What does her company's trouble have to do with me? The next day, while Jiang Yan was attending to paperwork, he received a greeting from his good friend Lin Qing. "My brother, your development is astonishing. Just yesterday, I was worried that you would be consumed by Mu Wanzhou, and today you've brought back a new girlfriend. Impressive, impressive. I feel rather inadequate." Jiang Yan teased back. "Not as formidable as you, Chengge. You've probably had over 20 girlfriends, and I'm just on my second. I still have much to learn from you." Upon hearing this, Lin Qing took pride in saying, "Humph, indeed. Where did you find this new girlfriend? I've never seen her in our circle. How did you two meet?" Jiang Yan pondered for a moment before responding, "Tianhai University." He couldn't very well admit that they met at a cemetery. It seemed absurd even to him. If Lin Qing found out, he would undoubtedly mock him for still being half asleep. That's quite a coincidence. Both of your girlfriends are from Tianhai University. It seems the university is indeed abundant in beauties. Jiang Yan's expression shifted slightly. "Just say what you want to say." Lin Qing chuckled. Youwei disregarded her father's objections and insisted on bringing Bai Luo into her company. Moreover, she plans to have him participate in a talent show to debut in the center position. She truly loves Bai Luo, even amidst the company's troubles. She doesn't forget to arrange for his career. Jiang Yan's expression remained indifferent. "What does that have to do with me?" "He, as a good brother, I can't help but feel a bit envious knowing this without sharing it with you." Lin Qing laughed. "That girl comes from an ordinary family, but she's quite good-looking. That's fine. It's better to find an ordinary girl as a partner. She takes care of her looks while you handle the finances. A family background like Youwei's is too prominent and can only lead to strife. When will you bring the girl over for me to meet?" Jiang Yan replied. "Some other day." He and Gu Xinyo were merely contractual lovers. He did not wish to introduce her into his personal circle. "All right. I've found an expert in operations for you. Top-notch in the industry, absolutely professional. They'll come to your company next Monday to prepare." "Sounds good." Lin Qing's family specialized in investments, had extensive connections, and worked efficiently, which was why Jiang Yan sought his assistance. After finishing a day's tasks, it was already afternoon. Jiang Yan stretched his sore neck. Recalling Gu Xinyo, whom he had just added as a friend yesterday, he opened WeChat and found her avatar. It depicted an anime character searching through a bookshelf. Looking adorably naive, Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, her avatar resembled her persona quite well. The chat history still reflected the status from when they added each other as friends, with no new messages. Jiang Yan typed a message. "What time do you finish class? I'll take you to see an apartment today." Tianhai University, library. Gu Xinyo's petite frame was nearly engulfed by a pile of books. The school had recently acquired a new batch of books, and as the chairperson of the library committee, she naturally came to assist. During her free time, she enjoyed lingering in the library, engrossed in reading. "Chairperson, what are you staring at on your phone?" "Earth to you." Xie Shuangshuang, who was also organizing books, noticed Gu Xinyo's unusual behavior. Typically, she was diligent and would never rest until everything was in order, but this time, she had been fixated on her phone screen for 5 minutes without moving. "Oh, Gu Xinyo snapped back to reality, her cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment. Nothing. Xie Shuangshuang was unconvinced. Seizing the opportunity while Gu Xinyo was distracted, she leaned over to catch a glimpse of the phone screen. Oh, who is this? She caught sight of the messages and teased her friend. Gu Xinyo's fair face turned even redder. It's, Gu Xinyo stumbled over her words, unsure how to explain her relationship with Jiang Yan to Xie Shuangshuang. Like her, Xie Shuangshuang loved reading, and they had met in the library during their freshman year, becoming good friends since. Observing Gu Xinyo's unusual demeanor, Xie Shuangshuang quickly deduced something was amiss. Her eyes darted with mischief as a sly smile crept onto her face. 30 minutes later, Gu Xinyo had answered all of Xie Shuangshuang's questions. It wasn't so much interrogation as it was Xie Shuangshuang asking one question and Gu Xinyo responding honestly. Oh, so he pays you 10,000 a month to be his fake girlfriend? Gu Xinyo's cheeks flushed crimson, and she nodded. However, Xie Shuangshuang frowned slightly, a hint of concern in her eyes. What's his motive? He gives you money without any physical relationship? I say, Xinyo, be cautious and don't fall for a man's tricks. This could be a scam. Gu Xinyo stared blankly ahead, contemplating, then gently shook her head. He doesn't seem like a bad person. Besides, her speech was slow, prompting Xie Shuangshuang to eagerly interject. And he didn't touch you yesterday, right? Rolling her eyes in frustration, she added, he's just playing the long game. Let's see if he tries anything today. Gu Xinyo glanced at her irate friend. She understood her concern but felt obligated to keep her promise to Jiang Yan. I will protect myself, Gu Xinyo asserted. Fine, Xie Shuangshuang conceded. Having spent over a year together, she knew Gu Xinyo's character. Introverted, slow to warm up, yet stubborn. Once she made up her mind, no one could sway her. Xie Shuangshuang cautioned, then put my WeChat on your phone's home screen. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Okay. Sure. By evening, all afternoon classes at Tianhai University had concluded. Gu Xinyo arrived at the school gate and spotted Jiang Yan's black SUV parked by the roadside. His car was already understated, valued at over 800,000, yet it still drew the attention of several passing students. As Gu Xinyo approached Jiang Yan, more and more eyes turned toward her, and she could hear their whispers. She disliked being the center of attention and quickly lowered her head, hurrying past. Once in the car, the uncomfortable gazes were instantly shielded by the tinted windows. Gu Xinyo let out a slow breath of relief. Jiang Yan observed her still clad in the black athletic wear from yesterday and frowned. Didn't I give you my bank card? Why haven't you bought new clothes? Gu Xinyo stared at him blankly, her eyes filled with confusion. I have clothes. Seeing the intelligence in her eyes, Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. Forget it. I'll buy you some today. He then took her to a real estate office not far from Tianhai University. After selecting a suitable layout and floor, he inquired about Gu Xinyo's opinions. Noticing her still in a daze, Jiang Yan decided not to ask further and directly purchased the apartment in full. The apartment was modest. About 200 square meters, priced at 15 million, complete with furnishings and decor. Chapter 26. Why do you still have a grandmother? After acquiring the apartment keys, Jiang Yan drove Gu Xinyo to a nearby shopping mall, where they purchased various necessities. Subsequently, he led her to a high-end women's clothing store, directly instructing the sales assistant to select 10 outfits that would complement her temperament, including fitted undergarments. Throughout the entire process, Gu Xinyo remained in a daze, resembling a marionette as the assistant dressed her in one ensemble after another. Stealing glances at the price tags, she was taken aback to see 16,800 yuan. Her eyes widened in disbelief. That amount could cover her grandmother's hospital expenses for half a month. Gazing into the mirror, she saw herself adorned in a light blue dress that unveiled her fair shoulders and arms. Her naturally pale skin, concealed by long sleeves for years, appeared immaculate, akin to pure jade. In an instant, she transformed into a beautiful swan. Feeling uncomfortable, she tugged at the neckline, attempting to cover the slight cleavage exposed. However, Jiang Yan nodded in approval, instructing the sales assistant to proceed with the next outfit. Only after acquiring 10 complete ensembles did Jiang Yan escort her out of the store, amidst the respectful farewells of the sales staff. On that day, Bai Luo's clothing had been torn during an altercation, prompting him to inform Youwei of the incident. Consequently, Youwei took him to the mall to select new garments. While browsing, she abruptly halted, having spotted something. Bai Luo, walking ahead, turned back in confusion. Weiwei, why have you stopped? Youwei remained silent, taking a few steps toward the entrance of a women's clothing store. That silhouette, it was Jiang Yan. She couldn't be mistaken. He was accompanied by a young, beautiful girl. The slender figure and radiant skin of the girl were glaringly conspicuous to Youwei. She was certain this woman was Jiang Yan's newly announced girlfriend from the previous evening. A flicker of pain crossed her eyes as she observed the two entwined. Exiting the mall, no longer hesitating, she hurriedly made her way to the exit. Weiwei, Bai Luo called out behind her, but his words fell on deaf ears. Youwei disregarded him and dashed forward. Upon exiting, she anxiously scanned the crowd in the plaza, yet she could no longer find Jiang Yan and Gu Xinyo's figures. A sense of inexplicable panic gripped her, akin to a cherished toy vanishing from her childhood. No matter how fervently she searched, it was irretrievable. Clutching her racing heart, she found it impossible to calm herself. She was perplexed by her own feelings. How strange. This was a sensation she had never experienced before. As the eldest daughter of the Yu family, she had been admired from kindergarten through university and into her career. Compliments and flattery were commonplace, and acquiring what she desired came effortlessly, fostering a sense of confidence and pride. The notion of anxiety over gain and loss was foreign to her, as she had never lacked for anything. Carrying the numerous bags from the mall, Jiang Yan and Gu Xinyo arrived at their new residence. Upon opening the door, Gu Xinyo was once again astonished. The apartment's living room was larger than her rented space. What are you standing there for? Hurry and tidy up. You'll be living here from now on, but don't get any ideas. You're only allowed to stay for free. The house is in my name, and if you satisfy me by the end of the 3-year contract, I will allow you to stay indefinitely without charge. Upon hearing this, Gu Xinyo rushed over to help Jiang Yan with the organization. As she rummaged through the shopping bags, she discovered 2 toothbrush cups, only to realize that the slippers, towels, toothpaste, and other items were all in pairs. During their shopping trip, Jiang Yan had efficiently tossed items into the cart while she followed behind, unaware. Shifting her gaze to Jiang Yan, Gu Xinyo regarded him with a knowing look. Jiang Yan met her gaze and remarked, "What are you staring at? Although this apartment is for you, I will also be residing here. Don't worry, I promise not to touch you, and I will keep my word. Despite being faux partners, we must have a basic understanding of each other. There will be many situations ahead for us to navigate, understood?" Gu Xinyo's expression momentarily faltered, but she nodded in acquiescence. Eyes cast downward, she was not particularly bothered by the arrangement. In fact, her heart fluttered unexpectedly at the thought of Jiang Yan living with her. What am I to do? I feel rather unusual. Noticing her obedient demeanor, Jiang Yan realized his tone had been somewhat severe. He softened his approach, saying, "If you encounter difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. While the contract details are explicit, I will assist you as much as possible." He added, "By the way, I have already transferred the 100,000 yuan for living expenses to you. You no longer need to scrimp on bus fare. Spend it freely and make yourself presentable." At his words, Gu Xinyo suddenly lifted her head, her voice soft as she asked, "Can I really come to you for help if I need it?" Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. "Have you encountered a problem? Do tell." Upon hearing this, Gu Xinyo pouted, her small face scrunching up in contemplation about whether to share her concerns. After a moment, she resolved to confide in him. "My grandmother is ill. I wish to transfer her to a hospital nearby, as the medical resources here are superior. However, I am unsure how to proceed." Previously, she had visited the First People's Hospital in Tianhai City, but the receptionist, dismissive of her shabby appearance, bluntly informed her that without money or connections, it would be impossible to transfer her grandmother to their facility. Jiang Yan, surprised, asked, "You still have a grandmother?" Gu Xinyo blinked her beautiful eyes, responding, "My grandmother raised me. Is she your biological grandmother?" Gu Xinyo hesitated, shaking her head silently. "All right." Jiang Yan understood. He recalled seeing her parents' gravestones, which bore early dates of death, indicating she had been taken in by her grandmother later in life. "No problem. Leave this matter to me." Upon hearing this, Gu Xinyo's face lit up with joy, responding quickly, "Thank you." Her expression finally transformed into a genuine smile, innocent and untainted as a child's. After they had settled their belongings, Jiang Yan received a message from Lin Qing. "Yin-zi, are you coming tonight? Here is the location on the map." Jiang Yan set down his phone and glanced at Gu Xinyo, who was still basking in her delight. When she caught him staring, her wide eyes reflected confusion. Jiang Yan averted his gaze, contemplating. Perhaps it was best not to bring her along. He stated, "I have something to attend to, so I must leave. Feel free to do as you wish. I will not interfere. However, one thing to note, I dislike strangers entering this place. It is solely our home, understand?" Gu Xinyo nodded vigorously. As she watched Jiang Yan close the security door, she felt as though he regarded her as a child. She was merely a bit slow in her thinking. She wasn't incapable of understanding. Pouting, she realized she was developing a slight sense of discontent. If Su Shuangshuang were present, she would undoubtedly embrace Gu Xinyo, shaking her fiercely while shouting to bring back the normalcy in her demeanor. Chapter 27. Youwei's complexion was as pale as a sheet. I didn't. Yin Zi, over here. Lin Qing waved from the small table at the barbecue stall. Jiang Yan walked over, and Lin Qing poured him a glass of beer, saying, "Someone told me they saw you with your girlfriend this afternoon. Why didn't you bring her along?" Jiang Yan took a sip from the glass and replied nonchalantly, "The time was too short. She's not used to it yet." He truly admired Lin Qing's peculiar network. It made sense that he was acquainted with the upper echelons, but he also had a multitude of ordinary friends. Lin Qing smirked. "If you don't want anyone to see, just say so, bro, I understand." Jiang Yan cast him a calm glance and shifted the topic. "What about Lin Laoxi's matchmaking? How's that going?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qing downed his drink in one go. "Don't mention it. You know my personality. I'm used to freedom outside. Suddenly becoming restrained is just not my style." Unlike Jiang Yan, Lin Qing came from a prominent family in Tianhai City, living a life of luxury as a second-generation rich kid. Now, at 26, he was nearing the age where his father, Lin Zhenru, insisted he settle down. According to his father, he was already 27 and would soon be 28. It was time to stop gallivanting around and focus on establishing a family. Jiang Yan remained silent, quietly munching on his skewers. To be honest, the flavor of street-side barbecue was unmatched. Even high-end hotels couldn't replicate it. Lin Qing joined in, eating and casually asking, "Are you planning to issue stocks? Can you leave some for me?" Jiang Yan glanced at Lin Qing and inquired, "How many do you want?" "It's not solely up to me." With Mu Wano having invested 500 million in cash, the company's largest shareholder had changed. However, Jiang Yan still retained decision-making authority over significant matters. Lin Qing chuckled. "Not much, just 1 million shares." When he assisted Jiang Yan in finding a sponsoring institution, he had already formulated a plan. His family was into investments, and he had some insight, concluding that the initial stocks would be highly sought after. Even shares purchased by retail investors post-listing would likely appreciate significantly within a year. Thus, he aimed to seize the opportunity to invest his small fortune, ensuring a guaranteed return. While family wealth belonged to the family, everyone had their own little stash, and the profits from Jiang Yan's listing would be entirely his. Jiang Yan asked, "Do you want to buy them in your personal name?" Lin Qing nodded, "Of course." "Well, initial stocks are hard to come by. I won't rush it. Let's see what happens after the Banking Regulatory Commission approves." "All right, no problem. Thanks, Yinzi. Once this is settled, I'll treat you properly." As long as he could acquire the original stocks, any amount would be a profit. Lin Qing had immense faith in Jiang Yan's capabilities. If he said it was feasible, it surely was. In high spirits, Lin Qing clinked his glass with Jiang Yan's ingratitude. As they continued to drink, Jiang Yan suddenly noticed Lin Qing winking at him. Just as he was puzzled, a loud voice called out from behind them. "Jiang Yan!" Youwei parked her car and rushed over. She looked around anxiously, relieved to find only Lin Cheng by Jiang Yan's side. However, she was still furious as she demanded, "Who were you shopping with this afternoon? Was it the woman in your social media post?" Jiang Yan stood up, his expression devoid of emotion as he replied, "What does it have to do with you?" At his words, Youwei reacted as if a cat's tail had been stepped on. "What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? You need to break up with her right now." Hearing this, a smirk crept onto Jiang Yan's lips, though his gaze remained cold. "Who are you to say that? What authority do you have?" She was still as proud and unreasonable as before, and even after being rejected, her sadness lasted only a day before she returned to her former self. Youwei hesitated but stubbornly said, "As long as you break up with her, I'll get back together with you." This was her greatest concession. She was already stepping back. Jiang Yan should have recognized her willingness. "Ha, Youwei. Have you lost your mind? Can't you understand human language? Don't think I'm unaware. You arranged for Bai Luo to be in your company, giving him the best resources. Let me tell you, no man can tolerate being cuckolded by a woman." Youwei froze, rendered speechless by his retort. "I didn't." The words were likely unbelievable even to her. Bai Luo had just graduated, lacking any resources or connections. She was merely helping a newly graduated student. She had done something a kind-hearted female boss would do, so why couldn't Jiang Yan understand her? Why accuse her of having a relationship with Bai Luo? As she pondered this, tears welled in her eyes, and she shouted, "I didn't. I'm not cheating on you. I am innocent with Bai Luo. Nothing happened between us." Jiang Yan scoffed. "Nothing happened? But soon enough, it will." won't it? Oh, right. I must have disrupted your original script. I should feel guilty, shouldn't I? Previously, she had conspired with Youwei to entrap him, and now the tables had turned. Reflecting back, she still harbored resentment from that time. What are you talking about? Youwei couldn't comprehend his words and was instead intimidated by his fierce gaze, instinctively taking a step back. Just then, another voice chimed in. Vivi. Oh, is that you? Jiang Yan? What a coincidence. Last time we met, I barely had a chance to greet you before Vivi whisked me away. Hello. I'm Luo Vivi's, you should know. Luo approached, smiling as he extended his hand toward Jiang Yan, his eyes revealing hostility. Whoa, you little. Seeing this unfold, Lin Qing immediately grew furious and stood up, ready to confront him. This brat was being deliberate. Jiang Yan reached out to halt Lin Qing's movement, casting a sidelong glance at the newcomer before turning back to Youwei. Your Youwei has come to fetch you. Don't put on a show of being wronged in front of me. You've miscast your role. Seeing Jiang Yan ignore him, Luo retracted his hand with a disgruntled expression, addressing Youwei. Did he bully you, Vivi? Do you need me to help you? Only then did Youwei turn to look at him, her eyes reflecting a simmering anger. Why are you here? Luo was taken aback by Youwei's attitude, suppressing his displeasure as he feigned innocence. You left me in the mall unattended. I was worried about you, Vivi. I came to help. Jiang Yan coldly interjected, Youwei. Stop acting. Even if you've lost your sycophant, you're not short of others. You, miss you, have never lacked attention. Upon hearing this, Youwei's face turned ashen, and she murmured, I never thought of you like that. Chapter 28. Youwei, you are truly despicable. Jiang Yan. Ha. Do you think that because you perceive me as an honest man, you can deceive me at will? You're already with Luo, yet you deny it. What nonsense. Do you think that by feigning innocence in front of me, I would soften and pamper you like before? Youwei, do not provoke me. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. I am not a magnanimous person. I confess my heart is narrow. If you irritate me, I will take it out on your precious Youwei. With that, Jiang Yan turned and strode away. His appetite for the barbecue had vanished. Hearing his threat towards Luo tightened Youwei's chest. She recalled Luo being surrounded and troubled, and instinctively assumed Jiang Yan was behind it. I won't allow you to harm Luo. Youwei shouted after the departing Jiang Yan. Lin Qing also distanced himself from the group, and upon hearing Youwei's declaration, his blood pressure surged. Damn it, what the hell? He muttered several expletives, struggling to find words to describe this woman's naive thinking. Jiang Yan halted, regarding Youwei with an icy indifference, as if she were merely refuse. He coldly uttered one last remark before departing. Youwei, you are truly despicable, leaving Youwei frozen in place, unable to move. After Jiang Yan and Lin Qing had left, Luo observed the rigid Youwei, staring blankly into the emptiness, and a sense of displeasure welled up within him. Wei, he is so rude to you. How can a man speak such foul language to a woman? Should I avenge you? Coming back to her senses, Youwei remained silent. There was no joy in her gaze towards Luo. Instead, her brow furrowed. She should have felt happy that someone was standing up for her, but she suddenly realized her feelings for Luo were fading. Guxinyo had just finished bathing, donning the silk camisole sleep dress Jiang Yan had bought for her. She felt the fabric, soft and smooth, delightfully comfortable to wear. In high spirits, she settled onto the plush sofa, when suddenly, the intelligent password lock beeped, unlocking the door. Jiang Yan walked in, and Guxinyo gazed at him in surprise. Jiang Yan changed into slippers and headed straight for the sofa, sitting down and saying, What are you looking at? I told you I would also stay here. Noticing the camisole dress clinging to her form, accentuating her youthful curves, Jiang Yan's gaze lingered for a moment, realizing she was in a state of undress. He averted his eyes and coolly stated, I'm hungry. Can you cook? Guxinyo nodded. Despite her lack of observational skills, she noticed Jiang Yan's gaze upon her, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She felt she was too casually dressed. Make me a bowl of clear noodle soup. Jiang Yan's tone was curt and cold. Oh, okay. Guxinyo crossed her arms, awkwardly standing up, pulling at her dress. The sleepwear was a bit short. She was unsure of Jiang Yan's whereabouts, but sensed his displeasure. Initially, she intended to change into something more appropriate. But out of deference to Jiang Yan's mood, she headed straight to the kitchen, absently chopping garlic. Her mind wandered back to Jiang Yan's words. Had she upset him? Was it? Guxinyo glanced down at her attire, skin exposed, her freshly bathed skin rosy and her nightgown damp in places, looking quite disheveled. Jiang Yan wouldn't he think she dressed like this to entice him? Would he? The thought made her cheeks flush again. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt a sharp sting in her finger. Ouch! She couldn't help but exclaim in pain. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Yan furrowed his brow and approached the kitchen, his impatience mounting. What happened? He saw Gu Xinyo frozen in place, holding her bleeding finger. Jiang Yan paused, grasped her wrist, and held it under the running water. He then fetched a cotton swab and iodine. TSK, didn't you say you could cook? How did you cut yourself? You're really making trouble for me. Jiang Yan spoke coldly while disinfecting her wound. Gu Xinyo kept her head down, obediently allowing him to apply the ointment, murmuring, I'm sorry. She didn't feel anger at Jiang Yan's reprimand. Instead, she blamed herself for being distracted and injuring her finger. Each month, she received a hefty sum from Jiang Yan, yet she couldn't even cook a proper meal. Lost in self-reproach, she was naturally inclined to overthink. After applying the bandage, Jiang Yan caught a glimpse of her, realizing his tone had been overly harsh. Jiang Yan, never mind, just be careful next time. I didn't mean to blame you. He admitted that his mood tonight was indeed poor, somewhat reflecting on Gu Xinyo. Anyone who has cooked knows that accidentally cutting oneself is quite common. Proper disinfection and a few days will suffice for healing, posing no real trouble. Coming from an ordinary family, he had cooked at home and understood this well. Hearing Gu Xinyo's apology, he recognized he had lost his adult composure, acting like a child throwing a tantrum. I'll go boil the noodles. With that, Jiang Yan rose to head to the kitchen, but halfway up, his sleeve was tugged. Gu Xinyo, with wide, glistening eyes, looked up at him, softly yet firmly stating, I can do it. Jiang Yan gazed into her determined eyes, his lips pursed, the seriousness of his expression somehow rendering him exceptionally cute. Jiang Yan replied, fine, but be careful this time, all right? Gu Xinyo nodded and made her way to the kitchen. Before long, she emerged with a bowl of clear noodle soup. The broth was a light soy sauce color, adorned with 2 poached eggs and sausages, and topped with a sprinkle of green onions. It looked delectable. Jiang Yan took a bite and found it quite enjoyable, light, refreshing, simple yet healthy. Eating is the greatest joy in the world. With a bowl of noodles down, Jiang Yan felt his mood lift considerably. He patted his warm belly and lazily closed his eyes, only to see Gu Xinyo return, now dressed in long sleeves and pants. Chapter 29. The market value has plummeted by 1.5 billion. Jiang Yan fixed his gaze on her, remarking nonchalantly, why the change of attire? Do you not fancy that nightgown? Upon hearing his words, Gu Xinyo's face flushed crimson. And no, it's not. Observing her blushing cheeks, Jiang Yan clicked his tongue inwardly. There is no need to feel shy. Consider this place your home, and do not be so reserved. Furthermore, if a mere question makes you blush, it seems you rather enjoy wearing nightgowns, comfortable and snug. Although we are contractually bound as a couple, we must maintain a facade in our relationship. If you feel bashful in my presence at home, how can I expect you to behave when we meet outsiders? From now on, we shall embrace daily to foster closeness and eradicate your habit of turning red at every little thing. Understood? Gu Xinyo listened intently to his lengthy discourse. Pondering deeply, after a pause of several seconds, she replied, Yes, I understand. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction, pleased by her compliance, which spared him considerable trouble. Excellent. Let us commence with the practice of embracing, and we shall make it a point to hug each time we meet henceforth. With that, Jiang Yan rose and approached her. Ah? Gu Xinyo gasped in surprise, unprepared for such promptness. She was accustomed to planning before undertaking any action, thus, she felt ill-equipped to handle this unforeseen circumstance. As Jiang Yan drew nearer, his towering figure loomed over her, instilling a sense of innate pressure. She suddenly realized how tall he was, making her feel like a fragile chick in comparison, as if he could easily grasp her by the nape and lift her effortlessly. Indeed, Jiang Yan stood at an impressive height of 187 meters, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, coupled with his dedication to fitness. He possessed perfectly sculpted abs, strikingly handsome features, and a mature, composed demeanor. This combination evoked an undeniable sense of oppression within Gu Xinyo, compelling her to stiffen her posture. He simply embraced her briefly before releasing her, not crossing any boundaries. Yet, a rosy hue crept from her ears to her neck. You see, it's that simple. Do not fear. You must grow accustomed to this, he encouraged. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, unable to meet Jiang Yan's gaze, only managing to emit a faint, muffled sound. Jiang Yan continued, I have arranged for your grandmother's transfer. She will be moved to Tianhai First Hospital tomorrow afternoon. Gu Xinyo's eyes brightened with joy. Really? That is wonderful, thank you. Observing her radiant smile, Jiang Yan affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, It's getting late. Off to bed you go. He then turned and headed toward the guest room. Gu Xinyo remained in the living room. Realizing he had invited her to join him. How to put it? Her worries had subsided, yet a tinge of disappointment lingered. She felt somewhat unwell, failing to notice that since meeting Jiang Yan, her previously tranquil heart had begun to ripple with emotion. That night, Youwei had declined by Luo's request to spend the night at a hotel. The following day, she entered the office, her head throbbing as she glanced at the documents handed to her by her secretary. She had resolved to give up on Qin Shiyu. The news of Xiaobo being replaced as the spokesperson for the Mu Group had begun circulating on Weibo, and insiders in a certain forum released the details of the spokesperson change, with comments lambasting Xiaobo for his unflattering photos. She needed to engage in public relations immediately. Although Weibo was the stronghold for stars and artists, Xiaobo's meteoric rise had been primarily due to the Douhua app. This was largely thanks to Jiang Yan, who had pulled strings to maximize Xiaobo's exposure on the platform. As a result, Xiaobo had amassed the most followers on Douhua, totaling 10 million, while his Weibo followers numbered 20 million. However, it was vital to recognize that the follower counts on these two platforms were not comparable. Douhua represented genuine, highly active fans. After formulating a strategy, Youwei summoned her manager. Have Xiaobo increase his activity on Douhua, posting fan-oriented videos. For now, let's focus on retaining our current fans rather than acquiring new ones. The manager replied, but we've been limited on Douhua. Any videos posted by our artist receive fewer than 1,000 likes. What? Youwei was furious. Why haven't you informed me of this crucial matter? The manager's face turned awkward. You've prioritized the situation with Bai Luo lately, and you instructed us not to discuss anything related to President Jiang. Youwei was momentarily taken aback, her headache intensifying. She furrowed her brow and inquired, when did the limitation begin? 10 days ago. 10 days prior was the day after she had picked up Bai Luo from the airport. Youwei sighed, realizing that after their breakup, Jiang Yan had even managed business matters with such coldness. How ruthless he was, leaving her no face at all. At this juncture, she could no longer plead with Jiang Yan. After the harsh words he had spoken to her the previous night, her pride prevented her from approaching him again. The manager added, the secretary's office has been in communication with President Zhang's team to lift the restrictions. Before the manager could finish, Youwei interrupted, her voice weak. All right, I understand. You may leave now. The manager closed her mouth and obediently exited the office, shutting the door behind her. Youwei leaned back in her chair, feeling somewhat defeated. Nevertheless, she needed to muster her spirits. There were numerous issues within the company that required her attention, and she could not afford to be overwhelmed at such a critical moment. After a brief moment, she steeled herself, opening her stock trading app to check the company's share price. Upon seeing 4 consecutive days of declining stock, her previously composed mood plummeted to despair. Overnight, the company's market value had evaporated by 1.5 billion. Seeing that figure, Youwei felt her breath quicken, her chest rising and falling violently. She stiffened, struggling to place her hand on her heart, slowly patting it to regulate her breathing. After 20 minutes, she finally felt somewhat composed again. Just moments ago, she had nearly succumbed to panic. At that very moment, her secretary knocked and entered, appearing somewhat frantic. Vice President, we've received an inquiry letter from the Securities Exchange. This statement sent Youwei's heart racing again. The attention of the Securities Exchange indicated that the trapped investors were now aware of a significant issue within the company. She could already envision a swarm of retail investors willing to incur losses to flee. This meant that the company's stock would continue to decline. This was merely the beginning, not the end. Realizing this possibility, Youwei felt a splitting headache. Her brows knitted tightly together, refusing to relax. She contemplated asking Jiang Yan to speak with Mu Wanzhou. If the Mu Group could clarify that her artist was not at fault and that the endorsement was cancelled due to circumstances beyond their control, she might still have a chance to recover. However, Youwei clenched her teeth in frustration. Jiang Yan had already insulted her, calling her pathetic. There was no way she could lower herself to seek his help again, and admitting fault was out of the question. With this in mind, she glanced at her schedule. A significant charity gala hosted by the Mu Group was set for the day after tomorrow. She steadied herself, formulating a plan. Though she harbored disdain for Mu Wanzhou, it would be worthwhile to endure this moment for the sake of rescuing her company. Youwei thought bitterly, clenching her fists tightly. Chapter 30. From now on, we must embrace each other. Upon meeting, Gu Xinyo took a half-day leave and arrived early at Tianhai First Hospital after lunch, carrying a plethora of items. In her hands were corn cakes, milk, fruits, and other nutritious foods that her grandmother adored. as well as daily necessities and clothing. Upon seeing her, the hospital reception staff approached her with inquiries. Upon learning that she was the relative of the elderly patient transferred from a rural hospital, their demeanor shifted to one of respect, leading her directly to the inpatient ward to wait. Guxinyo obediently followed the nurse, remaining silent but understanding the underlying implications, such are the social intricacies of adulthood, which Jiang Yan had taught her. To her surprise, the ward was a luxurious single room. She had previously inquired about the bed availability in major hospitals and knew they were scarce. Thus, Jiang Yan must have expended a considerable sum to secure a single room for her. A wave of gratitude surged within her for Jiang Yan. By 3 in the afternoon, a group of nurses and the attending physician wheeled her grandmother into the room. Guxinyo felt a rush of excitement upon seeing her grandmother, whom she had not met in a long time. The nurses gently lifted her grandmother onto the bed and administered an 4 drip. The attending physician, showing great concern, approached to inquire about her grandmother's discomfort and informed Guxinyo that her grandmother's breast cancer was at an intermediate stage and that with proper chemotherapy, surgery might not be necessary. Guxinyo listened intently, expressing her gratitude to the doctor. Her grandmother and Serong lay in bed looking at her granddaughter. Worry etched on her face. Youwei, where did you get all this money? Although Serong was a countrywoman, she understood that medical care in large city hospitals was significantly more expensive than in rural areas, and Guxinyo, still a student, could not possibly earn enough to afford such treatment. Guxinyo took her grandmother's hand and recounted her situation with Jiang Yan, but this time, she was astute enough to withhold certain details, especially regarding their contractual relationship. Hearing her granddaughter's account, Serong remained unconvinced. It sounded too much like a plot from a novel. Where could one find a man who was both wealthy and handsome, and genuinely interested in a relationship? To spare Guxinyo any distress, Serong concealed her doubts and instead suggested, one day, invite him to meet your grandmother and let her see this potential son-in-law. The mention of son-in-law caused Guxinyo to blush. Yes, just my boyfriend. I need to consult him first. Serong noted her granddaughter's reaction and smiled, saying, all right. Having a deep understanding of her granddaughter, who typically did not express her emotions, Serong was even more intrigued to meet the exceptional boyfriend Guxinyo spoke of. Even if he turned out to be ordinary, they would still owe him a debt of gratitude for his assistance. After that evening, when Jiang Yan returned to his apartment, they had not been in contact for 2 days. Guxinyo wished to express her gratitude for his help in transferring her grandmother, but had found no opportunity. Communicating through WeChat felt insincere. It was the weekend, and with no classes, she visited her grandmother at the hospital before returning to her apartment. Upon opening the door, she was surprised to find Jiang Yan there. 2 days apart had made their interaction feel somewhat unfamiliar. Guxinyo opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. It was Jiang Yan who broke the silence, casually remarking, you don't have classes today or tomorrow, right? Perfect timing. I'm taking you somewhere. He had only just arrived at the apartment and immediately sensed a change in the atmosphere. Alongside Guxinyo's rows of bookshelves, there were numerous little items that infused the space with a warm, lived-in feel. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated moving in here, having grown weary of the cold isolation of his villa. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Guxinyo felt the initial awkwardness dissipate. I have no classes, she replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Where are we going? Jiang Yan glanced at her and said, to a banquet, then fell silent, his deep gaze fixed upon her. Guxinyo recalled Jiang Yan's words from that night. From now on, we must embrace each other upon meeting. A blush crept back onto her fair cheeks. Stealing a glance at him and noticing his lack of reaction, she bit her lip, steeling herself. She then opened her arms and wrapped them around his waist. The proximity allowed her to feel the solid muscle beneath his clothing and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, causing her ears to flush with warmth. Jiang Yan reciprocated the embrace, lowering his gaze to her soft, fluffy hair, unable to resist ruffling it affectionately. This one do, you still need more practice. You must grow accustomed to my touch and build some resistance, he said. Guxinyo obediently responded with a soft After a minute, they released each other, and Jiang Yan noticed that the blush on her face had faded considerably. It's effective. We should practice more over the next few days, he said with satisfaction. Prepare yourself. I'll take you shopping for clothes. Guxinyo blinked in surprise. I have clothes. I bought quite a few last time. This time we're ordering a custom evening gown for you to wear to the banquet. You must present yourself appropriately. Your makeup and styling should reflect that. You cannot approach this with the mindset of an ordinary person. Do you understand? Watching Guxinyo nod obediently, her round eyes blinking innocently, Jiang Yan couldn't help but playfully tousle her tousled hair. "I'll wait for you downstairs," he said lightly. He knew that girls often took about 10 minutes to prepare before heading out. Even if there was little change in her appearance, she would still take a few extra minutes. He recalled how Youwei had always claimed she would be down shortly, yet shortly often meant half an hour later. Despite this, Jiang Yan had never rushed or shown impatience. Instead, he would receive her complaints about him arriving too early. To his surprise, Guxinyo came down just 2 minutes later, defying his expectations of a slow-paced personality. She wore a light blue dress, the one he had helped her select at the mall, her long hair flowing freely, exuding both grace and innocence. Jiang Yan noticed she had also donned a long-sleeved, thin white jacket that complemented her dress beautifully. He recalled how she had dressed conservatively when they first met, wrapped in long sleeves and pants. "Do you really like wearing long sleeves? Don't you want to show off your skin?" he inquired. Guxinyo blinked and replied, "Not really." It seemed he had guessed correctly. However, she did not express any aversion to the dress he had chosen for her. The way it revealed her fair, slender calves pleased him. Jiang Yan chose not to say more, starting the vehicle and gently pressing the accelerator. The event he referred to was a charity gala hosted by the Mu Group, ostensibly for charitable donations, yet in reality, it served as a networking opportunity for the affluent families of Tianhai City. Although he had received a substantial investment from the Mu Group, his company held no standing among the city's elite. Thus, the gala would present him with an invaluable opportunity to connect with esteemed clients he had only dared to dream of meeting. Chapter 31. A first experience after preparing the evening gown and makeup for Guxinyo. Jiang Yan took her back to the apartment. He gently patted her back and remarked, "My dear girl, at such a young age, you already have a hunchback. Come now, straighten your shoulders and lift your head." Startled, Guxinyo immediately straightened her posture. Though petite in stature, she had developed earlier in other areas, and the lewd gazes of her male classmates in middle school had filled her with distaste. Hence, she had consciously huddled her body and donned loose clothing to envelop herself, seeking solace in this disguise. This habit had persisted into her university years. Noting her rigidity, Jiang Yan chuckled. "Don't be so stiff. You need to maintain a relaxed demeanor while standing tall, with your chin slightly tucked in, exuding an elegant and natural posture." "Oh," Guxinyo replied, following his instructions. Jiang Yan proceeded to teach her some fundamental social etiquette. Though Guxinyo was slow to respond, she absorbed the lessons with remarkable agility. She grasped concepts swiftly and learned quickly. Jiang Yan observed her with growing satisfaction, increasingly pleased with his chosen contract girlfriend. Yet, he noted a persistent flaw in her demeanor that she had yet to rectify. "Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the banquet, and blushing is simply unacceptable. I do not wish for my girlfriend to become the subject of ridicule. The event will be attended by numerous business elites, so you must be poised, gracious, and well-mannered, maintaining our dignity. Do you understand?" Guxinyo nodded earnestly. "I understand." Earning a monthly stipend of 100,000 yuan, she felt compelled to meet his expectations. Failing would render her compensation undeserved. "Excellent," Jiang Yan responded cheerfully. "Now, I shall proceed with further desensitization." Guxinyo, not yet grasping the implication, innocently inquired, "How will we do that?" "You will sleep beside me tonight." At this proclamation, Guxinyo was left utterly astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. Jiang Yan, maintaining a calm demeanor, explained, "This is to help you acclimate to my touch, ensuring you are a competent woman for the evening. Rest assured, I will not touch any sensitive areas. If I had intended to, I would have done so long ago." His words caused Guxinyo to shyly lower her gaze. Memories of the intimate videos Su Shuang had shown her flooding her mind, her first encounter with such content. Suddenly, her face flushed crimson, as if about to ignite. Jiang Yan, perplexed by her reaction, patiently awaited her response. As a rational adult, he would not impose if she was unwilling. It was not surprising that Guxinyo's thoughts wandered to such matters. After returning to school that day, Su Shuang had whisked her away to a secluded corner. Revealing her phone with an air of secrecy, she proceeded to educate Guxinyo on identifying ambiguous signals, one of which was the proposition to sleep together. Strangely, Guxinyo felt no aversion to Jiang Yan's suggestion. On the contrary, equipped with newfound knowledge, she harbored a faint sense of anticipation. Yet, her conservative upbringing instilled a notion that such thoughts were improper and would invite scorn. After a moment, Guxinyo slowly raised her head, blinking her eyes as she stammered, "I mean, just sleep, right?" "Of course," Jiang Yan replied nonchalantly. "I assure you, If you refuse, I shall not proceed. However, a hug is necessary for the desensitization process. All right. Gu Xinyo's cheeks flushed, and inexplicably, she found herself agreeing. Yet, as she lay in bed, feeling another man beside her, the mattress noticeably sank under his weight. She tightly closed her eyes, paralyzed with anxiety, her heart racing in the stillness of the room. In the middle of the night, Gu Xinyo felt overheated, groggily kicking off the summer blanket. The refreshing coolness from Jiang Yan's skin drew her instinctively closer to him. Perhaps it was the effect of the video Su Shuang had shown her, or perhaps it was her own burgeoning curiosity. The following day, Gu Xinyo awoke feeling sore all over, as if she might fall apart. Jiang Yan brought her a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee, apologizing. I'm sorry. Gu Xinyo remained silent, cocooning herself in the blanket, revealing only her round, glistening eyes that gazed at him with a hint of grievance. Jiang Yan set the congee aside with a sigh, devoid of any tone meant to placate her. You provoked me first, and when I asked, you agreed, he stated matter-of-factly. As her contracted partner, he felt no obligation to treat her like a genuine romantic interest, nor did he need to invest excessive emotion. Such interactions were mutual. If Gu Xinyo refused to acknowledge this and chose to cling to him like a petulant child, he would not indulge her. In truth, she harbored no ill intentions. She merely felt pain and exhaustion, leading to her momentary emotional outburst, which faded soon after. It was my first time, Gu Xinyo admitted, her face aflame. The aroma of the congee wafted to her nose, prompting her to cautiously lower the blanket and take a sip. It's delicious. Her eyes sparkled with delight. It surpassed anything she had tasted in the cafeteria by 100-fold. The subtle fusion of meat and century egg flavors, devoid of any fishiness, made her feel it was the finest salty porridge she had ever consumed. Seeing her eagerly finish the congee, Jiang Yan chuckled softly. It was my first time too. His words caught Gu Xinyo off guard, her eyes wide with disbelief. The intelligence in her gaze conveyed her skepticism. After all, he had certainly put her through quite the ordeal. You have a girlfriend, Gu Xinyo exclaimed, the words tinged with jealousy, unbeknownst to her. Jiang Yan's expression darkened slightly. She was my ex-girlfriend. She treated me as a stand-in for 5 years while waiting for her ideal partner, refusing to let me touch her. Now that she regrets it and wishes to reconcile, I have no interest in her anymore. The mere sight of her repulses me. This marked the first occasion Jiang Yan spoke of his romantic history. To Gu Xinyo, he was not only handsome and successful, but also composed and respectful, exuding maturity and charm. The realization that such an exceptional man had been relegated to the role of a mere substitute piqued her curiosity about the woman in question. Thus, Gu Xinyo's sluggish mind began to connect the dots. He truly was a novice. As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of joy ignited within her, inexplicably lifting her spirits. Where did you purchase this congee? It's exquisite. Having finished the congee, Gu Xinyo smacked her lips, still yearning for more. Upon hearing her praise, Jiang Yan smiled. I made it. If you desire more, I can prepare additional servings. Reflecting on his time at Tianhai University, he recalled how he had studied culinary arts to cater to Youwei's dietary needs, only for her to dismiss his efforts without a word of gratitude. In comparison, Jiang Yan found Gu Xinyo's straightforward nature refreshing, far superior to Youwei. Ah, Gu Xinyo exclaimed in surprise. You are quite impressive. I never imagined such an exceptional man could cook. This revelation further enhanced her admiration for Jiang Yan. After consuming 3 bowls of congee, Gu Xinyo slowly rose to change her clothes. Jiang Yan was seated on the sofa, browsing through documents on his laptop. Upon seeing her emerge, he instructed. Rest well during the day. If you feel unwell, let me know. We shall go out this evening. All right. The previous night's desensitization training had proven effective. She found it increasingly difficult to blush. Then she took a book, seated herself beside Jiang Yan, and began to peruse its pages. The two sat together on the sofa, quietly absorbed in their own worlds, yet an understated warmth enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 32. The disgusting behavior of coveting what one cannot have. At the pinnacle of the Tianhai Central Building, Mu Wanzhou extravagantly reserved the entire floor of the Yunjin Pavilion, transforming it into a venue for a charitable banquet. It is worth noting that a single meal at Yunjin Pavilion costs no less than several $100,000. Many entrepreneurs attending the soiree speculated that Mu Wanzhou's expenses for the night would undoubtedly exceed $50 million, excluding tonight's donations, as the Mu family typically donated in billions. Do not be anxious or feel pressured. I am here to support you, Jiang Yan whispered reassuringly to Gu Xinyo. Gu Xinyo replied with a timid nod. Observing Jiang Yan slightly bend his left arm, She bit her lip and gently linked her arm with his. Jiang Yan had tailored a simple yet elegant evening gown for her, a pure white dress adorned with diamonds, cascading to her ankles. The waist was cinched, accentuating her beautiful silhouette, and the upper half featured a V-neck design with sparkling crystal embellishments, making her appear like a pure and radiant princess. He then guided her into the banquet hall for the evening. Meanwhile, Youwei had also arrived early with Bai Luo, both meticulously adorned for the occasion. Aside from introducing Bai Luo to renowned directors, her primary goal was to engage with the titans of the entertainment industry. Yet, despite her efforts to maintain a cheerful demeanor, the industry magnates, while appearing jovial, discreetly shifted the conversation whenever collaboration opportunities arose. These executives were astute, skillfully indulging Youwei's facade, as they understood that harmony breeds prosperity. After several conversations, Youwei's expression grew increasingly grim. With no industry luminaries willing to assist her, she was left with no choice but to seek out Mu Wanzhou. Scanning the banquet hall, her gaze suddenly landed on a familiar figure, Jiang Yan, accompanied by his new girlfriend. Youwei's countenance stiffened, revealing a flicker of anguish. In a panic, she hurriedly distanced herself from their line of sight with Bai Luo. Instinctively, she wished to shield Jiang Yan from witnessing her humiliating predicament, not only for her own embarrassment, but also to preserve her dignity in his eyes. She vividly recalled threatening Jiang Yan in the past, making him regret the downfall of his company. Now, however, Jiang Yan's enterprise was flourishing, while she found herself ensnared in a significant crisis. The disparity was too great for her to bear. Finally locating Mu Wanzhou, who was indeed quite occupied as the host of the evenings, Youwei seized the moment when the person conversing with her departed and approached. "President Mu," Youwei called out. Mu Wanzhou cast a sideways glance at her, her eyes gleaming with disdain. "Ah, the esteemed young lady of the Yu family, what brings you to me?" Upon noticing Bai Luo trailing behind, Mu Wanzhou's smile deepened. "Oh, how devoted you are, bringing along someone so inconsequential amidst such elite company." Youwei pressed her lips together tightly, fully aware of the evening's purpose. Facing Mu Wanzhou, she had to swallow whatever humiliation was thrown her way. With a forced smile, she lowered her head and said, "President Mu, may we speak in further detail?" "Speak quickly, I have no time for pleasantries," Mu Wanzhou replied brusquely, making her intent clear. Youwei clenched her teeth, striving to maintain a pleasant demeanor as she whispered. "Regarding the contract with the Mu Group for the endorsement with Huanyu Media, and the breach of contract penalties." She proceeded to shower Mu Wanzhou with insincere compliments, but Mu Wanzhou paid little heed, her gaze wandering across the banquet hall, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, she beckoned toward a particular direction. "Junior, come here." Youwei turned to see Jiang Yan had also noticed them. After a moment's hesitation, he approached with Gu Xinyo. Mu Wanzhou's conspicuous gesture drew the attention of many around them, as the affairs of Jiang Yan, Youwei, and Bai Luo were no secrets among the upper crust. Whispers began to circulate. "The young lady of the Yu family is quite bold, bringing her rival here. Her company's stock has plummeted, yet she remains unfazed. Oh, look at that. Youwei is with the other woman, and Jiang Yan has his new girlfriend. This should be entertaining." Listening to the derogatory remarks, Youwei's complexion darkened. However, what pierced her heart most was the sight of the woman intimately linked to Jiang Yan's arm. Upon finally encountering Gu Xinyo in reality, Youwei had to concede that her beauty rivaled her own, perhaps even surpassing her in voluptuousness. She turned her head away, not wanting Jiang Yan to witness her humiliation. In truth, Jiang Yan had not cast a glance in her direction. He nodded slightly to Mu Wanzhou and said calmly, "President Mu." Without a word, Mu Wanzhou's gaze fell upon Gu Xinyo, who was entwined with Jiang Yan, her expression darkening. She had seen the announcement of Jiang Yan's new girlfriend on social media. Though it stoked her fury, she understood that she could not confront him forcefully again, lest she risk losing him forever. Observing Gu Xinyo beside Jiang Yan, adorned in a delicate manner that exuded warmth and charm, she resembled a cherished princess. Yet, Mu Wanzhou could see the trepidation in her eyes. Her narrow gaze narrowed, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Such a woman was exceedingly easy to manipulate. There was no need for her to intervene directly. She could leverage Youwei's foolishness to her advantage. Although many affluent men pursued her, she had no interest in them. They were beneath her notice. But Jiang Yan stirred a peculiar obsession within her, a relentless desire to possess him. Meanwhile, Bai Luo took the initiative to greet Jiang Yan with a smile. "Good to see you again, Jiang Yan." He then turned his gaze toward Gu Xinyo, extending his hand. "I presume this is your new girlfriend?" "Hello, I am Bai Luo, Weiwei's new boyfriend." At this juncture, he provocatively glanced at Jiang Yan. Still somewhat bewildered, Gu Xinyo gazed at Jiang Yan. After receiving a nod from him, she politely replied, "I am Gu Xinyo, Jiang Yan's girlfriend." However, she did not extend her hand, feeling discomfort at the sight of Bai Luo. The term girlfriend struck Youwei like a knife. Unable to contain her anger any longer, she glared fiercely at the woman beside Jiang Yan, fury radiating from her. "Jiang Yan, what does this mean? Do you realize the nature of this gathering?" Jiang Yan responded with composure, "I can bring whomever I choose. Xinyo is my publicly acknowledged girlfriend. What right do you have to question me?" He then glanced at Bai Luo with disdain. "You cannot even admit your relationship." Youwei retorted angrily, "You and Bai Luo are not the same." "Indeed, we are not," Jiang Yan replied. "You have finally voiced your true thoughts. Since you have chosen your white moonlight, stick with him. It is truly repugnant to covet what one cannot have." Chapter 33. She appears to be the subject of ridicule upon uttering these words. The crowd erupted into a flurry of discussions. Youwei pressed her lips together. Striving to maintain her composure, her objective for the evening was to seek assistance from Mu Wanzhou in resolving the company's crisis, not to attract undue attention. She turned to Mu Wanzhou and, with restrained urgency, said, "General Manager Mu, regarding the contract. Oh dear, our contract was perfectly fine. It was your company's artist who defaulted. There's little I can do," Mu Wanzhou replied nonchalantly, glancing at Jiang Yan. "What do you think we should do, Junior?" Hearing her shift the conversation in his direction, Jiang Yan furrowed his brow. This was a matter between their two companies. It had nothing to do with him. Though he had accepted Mu Wanzhou's investment, it did not entitle him to meddle in the affairs of the Mu Corporation. Nor did he wish to become embroiled in this dispute. His feelings for Youwei had long since faded. He preferred to remain a detached observer. However, Mu Wanzhou seemed intent on involving him. Defaulting on a contract isn't a grave matter. At worst, we suffer some losses. Merely a penalty of 200 million. It can be waived if necessary. This banquet tonight did not originally include Huanyu Media. I extended the invitation solely due to your prior relationship with my junior. Therefore, Miss Yu, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you, but rather that you have displeased my junior." Her words implied that Youwei's presence was entirely contingent upon Jiang Yan's favor. Upon hearing this, Youwei's complexion turned pale. She felt the disdainful and mocking gazes of those around her, which made her exceedingly uncomfortable. Yet, she found herself incapable of humbly pleading with Jiang Yan. She stood there, at a loss, appearing to be a mere joke to pass the time in the eyes of others, while Jiang Yan remained expressionless, indifferent to the unfolding scene. In that moment, her self-esteem shattered. Through gritted teeth, Youwei declared, "Since General Manager Mu is unwilling to discuss this, I see no reason to remain here." With that, she seized Bai Luo and pushed through the crowd. Mu Wanzhou covered her mouth and feigned regret. "You can't blame me for this." Jiang Yan watched Youwei's retreating figure, his face devoid of emotion. He realized he had been used as a pawn. Turning to Mu Wanzhou, he coldly remarked, "Are you satisfied now, General Manager Mu?" Feigning innocence, Mu Wanzhou replied, "Oh, what are you talking about, Junior?" Her gaze then shifted to Gu Xinyo beside Jiang Yan. "Where did you find her? Your real girlfriend?" At times, Jiang Yan couldn't help but admire Mu Wanzhou's keen perception. He grasped Gu Xinyo's wrist, placing a gentle kiss on the back of her hand as he said, "A friend introduced us." The affection in his eyes was unmistakable, causing Gu Xinyo's cheeks to flush slightly, her gaze reflecting a hint of affection. "Ah, it seems genuine," Mu Wanzhou thought, her expression darkening as she glared at the two. Her earlier good mood evaporated, though she masked it with a smile. "Congratulations, Junior. She seems like a wonderful girl." "Thank you for the compliment, General Manager Mu," Jiang Yan replied curtly, seizing the opportunity to excuse himself and Gu Xinyo. Once they were away from the gathering, Jiang Yan turned to Gu Xinyo and said, "The woman you just saw is Mu Wanzhou. In the future, keep your distance from her. Understood?" "Why?" Gu Xinyo asked, puzzled. She mentally replayed the earlier scene. The angry woman, Youwei, must have been Jiang Yan's ex-girlfriend. Her demeanor towards him was quite rude and unreasonable. To Gu Xinyo, it seemed unjust. The real victim was Jiang Yan, who had unwittingly played the role of a substitute for 5 years, only to face baseless accusations. Jiang Yan was exceptional, handsome, considerate, and respectful. It was Youwei's loss for missing out on him. Startled by her own harsh thoughts, Gu Xinyo was unaccustomed to such venomous emotions. Having always been the obedient good girl, Jiang Yan continued, "She may appear normal on the surface, but beneath lies a volatile nature. You are too naive to see it. Heed my warning and steer clear of her." Feeling a twinge of apprehension, Gushino glanced at Jiang Yan. What's wrong? He asked. Nothing, she replied. A touch of guilt in her voice. I need to use the restroom. This was her first time attending a high society banquet, and Jiang Yan, concerned that she might feel intimidated, gently offered, Would you like me to accompany you? No, thank you. Gushino quickly shook her head. Jiang Yan chuckled lightly, saying, What are you thinking? I'll just walk you to the restroom entrance. Okay, she agreed shyly. As she complied, Jiang Yan's mood brightened. He mused that obedient and charming girls were indeed more endearing. They had yet to reach the restroom when Gushino bashfully pushed him aside, declaring, All right, I can go by myself. Jiang Yan adjusted her tousled bangs, smiling as he replied, All right. Inside the restroom, Gushino was washing her hands. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, noting her rosy lips, bright smile, and fair complexion. Jiang Yan had not only chosen an exquisite gown for her, but also taken her for a makeover. This was her first experience with makeup, and she found herself enjoying it. After all, what girl in her bloom does not cherish beauty? In school, Su Shuangshuang had often remarked on Gushino's thick hair obscuring her face, noting her lack of skincare products, which led to dry, peeling skin during the harsh autumn and winter months. Su Shuangshuang had repeatedly offered to do her makeup, but Gushino had always declined. Now, gazing at her elegantly made-up self, a slight smile crept onto her lips. This was the most beautiful she had ever felt, thanks to Jiang Yan's influence. As a blush crept onto her cheeks, her heart raced with an unfamiliar sensation. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to harbor feelings for him. Just then, a chilling voice interrupted her reverie. I'll give you $1 million to leave Jiang Yan. Turning around, she was confronted by Youwei, her demeanor as frigid as ice. Gushino felt only a slight annoyance towards her, primarily due to her earlier disrespectful behavior towards Jiang Yan. Without hesitation, she replied, No. The bluntness of her rejection momentarily stunned Youwei. 2 million. No. Gushino resolutely shook her head. I must honor my promises. This statement piqued Youwei's interest. What promise? With whom have you made such a commitment? But Gushino remained silent, refusing to elaborate. I don't care what agreement you have made with anyone. I command you to leave Jiang Yan now. Get away from him. Youwei shouted, her emotions spiraling out of control. Dressed in an elegant evening gown, she was meant to embody the grace of a noble lady. Yet, her current demeanor was in stark contrast to her refined image. Chapter 34. My grandmother wishes to meet you. Gushino, with unwavering composure, remarked, You do not like Jiang Yan. This single statement shattered Youwei's defenses. She completely lost control, her expression twisted in rage, a stark contrast to her elegant attire. You have no right to judge me, regardless of my feelings for Jiang Yan. It is not your place to be his girlfriend. How dare you? Remember your status. You are merely a commoner. You are unworthy. Yet Gushino gazed at her calmly as she raged. She was not one to overthink, speaking whatever came to mind. But I am indeed his girlfriend now. Youwei's eyes blazed with fury as she retorted, Not for long. You know my background. I am not someone you can afford to provoke. Jiang Yan is merely using you to irritate me. Let me make it clear, we had a minor disagreement, but we will soon reconcile. While you are simply a tool for his amusement. A Cinderella who dreams of donning a crystal shoe to transform into a swan. What a delusion. Having declared her supposed victory, Youwei held her head high and departed with confidence. Gushino, however, stared at her pale reflection in the mirror. The term tool pierced her spine like a dagger. She understood the disparity in their statuses and had no illusions of becoming a wealthy lady. But was she truly just a dispensable tool? Upon returning to Jiang Yan's side, she noticed the pallor of her face. He inquired, What is wrong? Gushino weakly shook her head and directly asked him, Am I a tool? Jiang Yan paused, querying, Who told you that? He quickly surmised it was Youwei. He could hardly believe that during his brief absence, she had already begun her antics. Gushino blinked her round, expressive eyes, eager for an answer. Am I? Of course not. Jiang Yan enveloped her in his arms, reassuring her, Do not let your mind wander. She is merely envious of you. Her company is facing difficulties, and seeing you only exacerbates her frustration. Just regard her as a madwoman and disregard her words. Despite his comforting words, Gushino's mind remained clouded. She understood the truth yet felt a twinge of discomfort. Suddenly, she asked Jiang Yan, Our contract is only for 3 years, correct? Yes. Curiosity stirred within her about what kind of girl would stand beside Jiang Yan after 3 years. However, she kept this question to herself. After all, they were merely contract partners, and he was her benefactor. She felt she had no right to question him. She did not wish to emulate Youwei, who was aloof yet persistently entangled in drama. Her aspirations were modest. She sought only to secure sufficient funds to treat her grandmother's illness, ensuring a life of ease and happiness for them both. Jiang Yan, too, refrained from probing further. He simply took Gu Xinyo away from the gathering. In the car, a soft rumble emanated from Gu Xinyo's stomach. Her cheeks flushed as she covered her abdomen, feeling embarrassed. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet confines of the car, Jiang Yan heard it. He chuckled, asking, "Did you not eat anything at the banquet?" "I had a little." Gu Xinyo replied softly, but not enough. The banquet was crowded with social elites, and she recalled Jiang Yan's admonition to maintain decorum and not embarrass him. Eyeing the exquisite dishes, she hesitated and only dared to take 2 small pastries. Naturally, her stomach protested. "Haha," Jiang Yan laughed, "I wasn't full either. Let us go to the food court and indulge ourselves." Eating, he asserted, was one of life's greatest pleasures, and savoring fine cuisine was even more delightful. Gu Xinyo wholeheartedly agreed. Before meeting Jiang Yan, her 2 greatest passions had been immersing herself in the library and exploring culinary delights. However, her financial constraints had limited her to inexpensive ingredients like chicken, leaving her yearning for dishes like ribs, shrimp, and pork belly that she had scarcely tasted. As the prospect of the food court danced in her mind, she envisioned all the delectable treats she longed for yet hesitated to purchase. Pig trotters, new city cake, tomahawk steak, handcrafted burgers, spicy crab, thick yogurt, and more. Especially the new city cake. Sold by weight and notoriously expensive, rumor had it that even the wealthy winced upon parting with their money. Today, she would relish her role as a lavish young lady and indulge to her heart's content. All right, but let us go home first. She wished to avoid soiling her exquisite evening gown. Sure, Jiang Yan nodded. Upon arriving at the apartment, while Gu Xinyo changed clothes, Jiang Yan received a call from Lin Qing. Although Lin Qing hailed from a prominent family in Tianhai, he did not attend the charity gala, preferring a carefree lifestyle and showing no interest in inheriting the family business. Nevertheless, he quickly learned of the events that transpired at the banquet. "You really did it, bringing your new girlfriend to face off against Youwei and Mu Wanzhou. Quite the battlefield." Jiang Yan, however, felt no sense of conflict. If she can bring her white moonlight, why can't I bring Xinyo? Besides, she is a stranger to me now. She has no right to meddle in my affairs. All right. Lin Qing acquiesced, shifting the topic to ask, "Where are you now?" Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment. Initially, he did not wish to involve Gu Xinyo in his social circle. However, Lin Qing's inquiry prompted a shift in his thinking. Furthermore, he could not deny that he and Gu Xinyo had developed an intimate relationship. With this in mind, he replied, "At home, preparing to head to the food court." Lin Qing detected a hint of intrigue in Jiang Yan's tone. "Hey, are you alone?" Upon hearing Lin Qing's teasing voice, Jiang Yan felt a headache coming on. "I'm with Xinyo. She barely ate anything at the banquet, so I'm taking her out for a late-night snack." "Oh, so affectionate. Her name is Xinyo, huh? Hiding her from your good buddy, are we?" Lin Qing teased. Jiang Yan, unfazed, responded, "If you want to come, I'll send you the address. Keep it up." And I'll hang up. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing surrendered, quickly backpedaling. No, I absolutely must join. It's a perfect opportunity to win over your girlfriend." When Gu Xinyo emerged from her room, dressed in casual jeans and a t-shirt, she caught Jiang Yan finishing his call. Curiously, she asked, "Do you have something going on?" "No," Jiang Yan replied. "When we get to the food court, I'll introduce you to someone." Gu Xinyo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. All right. She refrained from asking who it was, knowing she would find out once they arrived. Yet, a sense of nervousness bubbled within her. This was Jiang Yan's first time bringing her to meet a friend. As she pondered, she recalled that her grandmother had expressed a desire to meet him as well. Looking up at Jiang Yan, she slowly articulated, "May I ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" "My grandmother wishes to meet you. I want to sincerely thank you for helping her with the transfer to the hospital. It must have cost a great deal." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan furrowed his brow slightly. Meeting elders was not a daunting task for him, and he could certainly play the part. However, the fact that it involved her family signified that their relationship was advancing to a new level. This gave him pause. Yet, observing the obedient and earnest Gu Xinyo, he realized that since they had already engaged in intimate acts typical of genuine couples, he must provide her with a sense of security. Being inherently cautious, he had naturally investigated Gu Xinyo's background, discovering that she came from an ordinary family, posing no issues. Thus, he harbored no thoughts of replacing her. Therefore, he acquiesced. "All right. When shall we meet?" Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Xinyo responded. Surprising even herself, she preferred meticulous planning in advance, and such spontaneous decision-making was rare for her. Perhaps she simply wished to fulfill her grandmother's wish. Very well, Jiang Yan nodded and then led her to the culinary plaza. Chapter 35, The Exorbitant Rice Cake. The food city is located near Tianhai University, as the youthful university students are the primary consumers. Their metabolism is rapid. They eat copiously without gaining weight, but once they reach the age of 25, their bodily metabolism begins to decline, and even a sip of water seems to add pounds. At a small window selling rice cakes, Jiang Yan was indicating to the vendor where to cut when Lin Xing suddenly appeared. "Hey, Yinzi," he exclaimed, then turned to Gu Xinyo, grinning. "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Lin Sheng, a good friend of Yinzi's. You can just call me Xiao Lin." Gu Xinyo, startled, instinctively leaned closer to Jiang Yan, her eyes blinking rapidly. After a few seconds, she slowly composed herself and softly said, "Hello, I'm Gu Xinyo." "Hey, sister-in-law. You are so adorable," Lin Xing remarked, his face beaming with a playful smile as he observed her endearing demeanor. He then produced a decorative box, saying, "Sister-in-law, this is a little gift for our first meeting, just a token of my appreciation." Gu Xinyo was taken aback and instinctively tugged at Jiang Yan. Feeling uncertain about the costly gift, she recognized the brand from fashion magazines. It was a high-end jewelry label, with prices starting at 5 figures. At that moment, Jiang Yan had finished indicating where to cut and turned to ask her what was wrong upon feeling her tug. Unbeknownst to him, his finger had slightly shifted, prompting the vendor, with a gleeful expression, to swiftly cut the rice cake at that spot. "Please accept it, sister-in-law. I prepared it in haste, so don't be too critical," Lin Xing urged. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan understood and reassured Gu Xinyo, "It's all right, take it. This guy has gifted countless presents to his girlfriend, so you shouldn't feel burdened." With Jiang Yan's words, Gu Xinyo accepted the gift, saying earnestly, "Thank you." Lin Xing chuckled, "Sister-in-law, you are too polite." He admired Gu Xinyo's gentle and considerate demeanor, which was a stark contrast to Youwei, who had displayed a haughty disposition when interacting with him. Recalling his previous encounters with Youwei, where she had looked down on him and even ordered him around, he felt genuinely happy for Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan had achieved modest success in his career and no longer needed to rely on a domineering partner. He had once worried about his brother's ability to handle Mu Wanzhou, who was equally formidable and difficult to engage with. After this gathering, he no longer felt apprehensive for his brother, knowing Jiang Yan could balance his relationship with Mu Wanzhou adeptly. With this thought, Lin Sheng patted Jiang Yan's shoulder, exclaiming, "Yinzi, you've chosen well in your girlfriend. Congratulations." At that moment, the vendor interjected, "Handsome, your rice cake is ready. That will be 230 yuan. But I'll waive the 80 cents, so it's 230 yuan. Gu Xinyo was taken aback, having anticipated a modest sum for merely a small taste. She had expected to spend around 100 yuan, which was nearly tenfold less than the quoted price. Flustered, she quickly replied, "We don't want it anymore. We agreed on a certain amount." "What do you mean? You can't just back out after I've cut it." "Young lady, this is business," the vendor retorted, extending a QR code for payment to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan glanced at the vendor, unwilling to pay. It wasn't about the money, but rather the vendor's unscrupulous tactics. He coldly stated, "Boss, I hadn't even confirmed my order, yet you've already cut it. 1,000 of this 200 yuan is undoubtedly your own doing." Lin Sheng chimed in, unabashedly exposing the vendor. "Boss, your cuts are uneven. Look at how crooked your knife is. You can't be unscrupulous in business, otherwise it will eventually lead to your downfall." Yet, the vendor remained unfazed, insisting on his price. "It's clearly marked at 15 yuan. There's no room for negotiation." Lin Xing, incensed, shot back, "What about the 2 tiny words after the 15 yuan? They're barely visible. Anyone who has been deceived knows that they mean per liang, a unit of weight. That's 15 per liang, which amounts to 150 yuan for a jean, a pound, an outrageous price for rice cake." Seeing the vendor's stubbornness, Jiang Yan decided to take action. He picked up his phone, stating, "I'll call the market regulation personnel to come and take a look." In bustling food cities, there are typically a couple of market regulators on duty, one to check for fair weighing and another to ensure reasonable pricing and quality. Some unscrupulous vendors deliberately mislead consumers by quoting lower prices, enticing them to buy, but the prices are for smaller quantities, like half a jean or a liang. Jiang Yan's strategy proved effective as the vendor reacted. However, in a fit of rage, he scornfully retorted, "Are you unable to afford it? If you're broke, don't buy. Why pretend to be wealthy?" This provocation did not faze Jiang Yan. He calmly dialed the regulatory personnel's number. which was posted at the entrance of the food city and available every few meters. Seeing that his harsh stance was ineffective, the vendor's demeanor abruptly softened. As if by magic, he began pleading with Jiang Yan, "Please, don't call. I'll concede today. Just tell me how much you want, and I'll accommodate you." However, Jiang Yan had already connected the call and intended to report the vendor's practices, as he was concerned about how many others might fall victim again. When the two regulatory personnel arrived at the rice cake stall, they found the vendor angrily brandishing his tools at Jiang Yan and his companions. Upon seeing the regulators, he immediately recoiled into his shop, hastily dropping his tools and adopting a subservient demeanor, flattering the regulators. After a thorough inspection, it was revealed that the vendor had not only engaged in coercive selling, but had also employed a faulty scale and lacked proper business licensing, among other violations. Ultimately, the regulators mandated the vendor to cease operations and imposed a fine of 10,000 yuan. Jiang Yan observed the scene with calm assurance and remarked nonchalantly, "Remove the extra 1,000 yuan you charged. I'll only pay 100 yuan for the rice cake." Lynching added, "And make sure to recalibrate the electronic scale before weighing." TSK, what a heartless vendor. Selling rice cakes at exorbitant prices and using a faulty scale, may your future endeavors be met with empty stalls and a lack of customers. The vendor seethed silently, his teeth grinding in frustration, but with the regulators present, he could only swallow his anger, feigning contrition as he packaged the rice cake with a forced smile, all the while harboring a storm of resentment within. Chapter 36. The importance of choosing the right partner. Gu Xinyo, holding a small box of cake, savored it as she walked. She couldn't help but admire Jiang Yan for his decisiveness and clarity in action, unlike her, who felt awkward speaking to strangers. Had she faced the cake vendor, she might have simply resigned herself to defeat. Fortunately, Jiang Yan was there, and she felt a wave of contentment wash over her. Unbeknownst to her, her feelings for Jiang Yan were quietly evolving. As the trio meandered through the culinary paradise, she indulged in a plethora of delectable foods she had never tried before. By the time they returned to the entrance of the food city, her stomach was delightfully full. Jiang Yan glanced at her and playfully patted her belly, asking, "Are you full?" "Yes," Gu Xinyo replied bashfully, lowering her gaze. Lin Cheng, observing from the side, teased, "Sister-in-law, Jiang Yan is truly fortunate to have found you." "No, it is I who am fortunate," Gu Xinyo countered, stealing a glance at Jiang Yan, her lips curving into a subtle smile. This elicited a newfound respect from Lin Cheng, who realized that Gu Xinyo possessed a commendable character, polite, confident yet humble. She consistently inquired if they were hungry and showed a genuine concern for others. In today's society, it was rare to encounter young women who had a proper self-awareness, especially those as aesthetically pleasing as Gu Xinyo, who often exhibited an inflated sense of self-worth. In stark contrast, Youwei, endowed with both beauty and family backing, had an air of arrogance, often refusing to meet others' gaze. Lin Cheng couldn't help but reflect on the immense significance of selecting an appropriate partner. Meanwhile, Youwei sat in the passenger seat of Bai Luo's car, her expression weary as she closed her eyes. Originally, she had intended to plead with Mu Wanzhou to spare her company's artist and postpone the payment of penalty fees. However, the events of the evening had spiraled beyond her plans. Recalling Jiang Yan holding Gu Xinyo's wrist, his cold gaze directed at her, and his harsh words, "You are truly disgusting," uttered before a gathering of elite socialites, she felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow in addition to her anger. The remnants of their past affection seemed to have vanished. His heart was now devoid of warmth, and his blood ran cold. Suddenly, a jolt from the road roused her from her stupor. Recognizing that they were not on a familiar route home, Youwei became alert and commanded Bai Luo, "Turn around and drive me home." Why? I think you're too tired. It would be better for us to stay at a hotel nearby tonight," Bai Luo began. Having witnessed the exchange between Jiang Yan and Youwei at the banquet, he perceived that she was in a vulnerable state and needed comfort. Before he could finish, she coldly interrupted, "Don't make me repeat myself." Facing Bai Luo, she felt none of the previous shyness that had once made her heart flutter at his words. Instead, as she observed him day by day, her irritation grew. Bringing Bai Luo along had been a moment of folly, perhaps an attempt to incite jealousy in Jiang Yan, hoping he would be provoked into seeking her out for reconciliation. Yet, these notions were merely figments of her imagination. Bai Luo's blatant insinuations only left her feeling disheartened. Though she criticized Jiang Yan for his perceived emotional detachment, he had not displayed the unabashed greed that Bai Luo did. A mere cold glance from Jiang Yan would compel him to comply with her wishes. Indeed, after 5 years of dating Jiang Yan, she remained untouched. The thought of being intimate with Bai Luo repulsed her. If the circumstances arose, she would prefer Jiang Yan, whose robust physique was far more appealing than Bai Luo's frail frame. She was certain Jiang Yan would ensure her utmost comfort. With this realization, Youwei shyly wrapped her arms around herself, acknowledging that in comparison, Jiang Yan was indeed superior. Unbeknownst to her, the rose-tinted lens through which she viewed Bai Luo was gradually fading. Upon hearing Youwei's words, Bai Luo tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white. After a moment, he feigned warmth and looked at her, forcing a smile. All right, we'll do as you wish, Why? He was well aware of her distress over her company's troubles, having already secured a debut position for him in the trainee program. He was acutely aware that seizing the opportunity could catapult him to stardom. Moreover, he had made connections with several directors at the evening's event, all thanks to Youwei's influence. Thus, he could not afford to confront her. He obediently turned the car towards Youwei's villa. Yet his compliance did not signify resignation. Her repeated rejections had sown seeds of doubt regarding her fidelity in his mind. He believed she was torn between two desires. Furthermore, he underestimated the significance of Jiang Yan's role in Youwei's heart. Although Jiang Yan had established a measure of status in Tianhai City, he was untouchable. However, that girl, a sardonic smile crept across his face as a new scheme began to take shape in his mind. After bidding farewell to Linqing, Jiang Yan drove Guxinyo back to his apartment. Since their relationship had taken a more intimate turn, he frequently frequented this space. Though modest in size, the apartment exuded warmth and comfort, a stark contrast to his lonely, cold villa. Upon entering, the two moved about as if they were seasoned partners, effortlessly shedding their shoes and outerwear before stepping into the living room. Guxinyo retreated to the bedroom to change into her sleepwear and freshen up. When she emerged, her damp hair still glistening, she found Jiang Yan diligently working in the study. She prepared a cup of tea and brought it to him, choosing not to disturb his concentration. "Thank you," Jiang Yan said, accepting the cup and taking a sip. At that moment, he was engaged in a conversation via WeChat with his secretary, Shenqing, discussing preparations for an upcoming visit from a group of professional institutions aimed at facilitating the company's public listing. Going public was a complex endeavor, often requiring 6 months to 2 years for proper preparation. Jiang Yan aimed to expedite the process, hoping for a swift approval from the exchange within 3 months. Additionally, he sought to expand his business operations, necessitating a detailed discussion with the senior management tomorrow. Shenqing, with her strong business acumen, would be a valuable resource for his inquiries. After concluding his work, Jiang Yan exited the study and noticed Guxinyo curled up on the sofa, her knees drawn to her chest, covered only by a thin blanket. He approached and gently tapped her shoulder. "Wake up, it's time for bed." Rubbing her eyes, she stirred groggily. She wore a snug, light purple nightgown made of soft silk, accentuating her youthful figure. Having engaged in intimate activities the previous night, Jiang Yan, in his prime, felt a flicker of desire. However, respecting her boundaries, he turned to the guest room instead. Chapter 37. With the first comes the second. Jiang Yan turned towards the guest bedroom. Just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, a hand grasped the hem of his shirt from behind. He turned to see Guxinyo, her cheeks flushed, gazing at him shyly. The innocence of the young girl was like a gentle stream, once unsealed. It could not be contained. As her naivety faded, it was replaced by the ripeness of a peach. Jiang Yan stared in astonishment at Guxinyo, noticing some subtle changes in her, though he could not quite articulate what had shifted. "The guest room lacks bedding. I am not prepared," Guxinyo murmured softly. The girl's intentions were too evident, and Jiang Yan understood them instinctively. He lowered his gaze to her delicate collarbone, her skin fair and smooth, now tinged with a faint blush from her shyness. As an adult man, he felt a surge of warmth at her budding beauty. "Are you certain?" he inquired. Guxinyo shyly nodded in response. Jiang Yan smiled. "You must not cry this time." At his words, her ears and neck flushed a deeper shade of red. "Yet," he continued, "even if you feign vulnerability, I will not." Suddenly, the girl snapped back to reality, her expression blank as she retorted, "I would never. Just be gentle." She suddenly remembered the man's years of rigorous training, his muscular physique lending him strength far beyond the average man. Blushing, she added, "If you wish to. I suppose that's acceptable, but please, not too." Any man would be taken aback by such words, and Jiang Yan was no exception. He promptly swept Guxinyo into his arms, carrying her into the master bedroom. 1,000 words of blushing and racing hearts omitted. After their intimate encounter, Jiang Yan awoke the next day feeling invigorated, while Gu Xinyo, lying beside him, wore a contented expression, albeit still shy upon waking. After Jiang Yan dressed and left the room, she mustered the courage to emerge from the covers and put on her clothes. Since tasting Jiang Yan's delectable century egg and lean meat porridge, she had been longing for more, but felt too embarrassed to ask him directly, fearing it would seem rude. This morning, she seized the opportunity to inquire about the porridge recipe while preparing breakfast. Jiang Yan, somewhat surprised, asked, "You want to eat it?" Gu Xinyo nodded, playfully shaking his arm as she pleaded, "Your cooking is exquisite. Could you teach me?" If Su Shuangshuang had witnessed this scene, she would have been left utterly speechless. Gu Xinyo had always been a well-behaved child, never indulging in such flirtation or affection. Shyness had always been Jiang Yan's domain, yet today she defied her usual demeanor. Drawing inspiration from romantic dramas, she wondered if Jiang Yan would find her behavior off-putting. However, Jiang Yan merely smiled, displaying no aversion to her playful antics. Responding in a natural manner, making porridge is simple. If you want to eat it, I will prepare it for you. I wish to learn myself. Will you teach me? Gu Xinyo's heart leapt at the prospect of Jiang Yan cooking for her. Yet, she felt too shy to impose on him regularly, aware of the dynamics of their relationship. Thus, she resolved to learn so that she could also prepare meals for him. All right, no problem, Jiang Yan acquiesced, proceeding to the kitchen where he retrieved a bag of rice. The key to porridge is the control of heat and the ratio of water, followed by the ingredients. After breakfast, Gu Xinyo had successfully learned how to prepare the porridge. They finished their meal and headed out separately, Jiang Yan to his company and she to her classes. As Gu Xinyo lingered at the entrance of Tianhai University, Su Shuangshuang spotted her and was momentarily taken aback. "Wow, have you learned to apply makeup?" Initially, she had earnestly endeavored to transform Gu Xinyo into a charming beauty, and now it appeared her friend had taken the initiative to enhance her appearance. Seeing the transformation, Su Shuangshuang felt a surge of happiness. "What happened? Our formerly reserved you has blossomed into a vibrant young beauty over a single weekend." Gu Xinyo, upon hearing Su Shuangshuang's teasing, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Not really." "Oh, there's definitely something going on. Is it that old and ugly rich man supporting you?" Su Shuangshuang's playful guess struck a chord. Gu Xinyo was at a loss for words, while her desire to wear makeup stemmed from her own wishes. It was indeed Jiang Yan who had introduced her to such adornments at the banquet. Su Shuangshuang, not wanting to pressure her, expressed her concerns. "Although you are already beautiful, your newfound look is ethereal. I'm happy for you, but you must understand, your beauty may incite envy among others at school." Gu Xinyo gazed at her friend, perplexed. She had chosen to change. What relevance did that have to others? Yet, upon entering the classroom, a flurry of derogatory remarks reached her ears, and the realization struck her. In just one morning, word of her beauty had spread throughout the department. Some even surreptitiously captured her image and shared it on the school forum. Posts insinuated that she was involved with an unattractive wealthy man, selling herself for money, alongside even more sordid rumors. She chose to ignore it all. After all, she alone understood the truth. Her relationship with Jiang Yan was a consensual arrangement, and she did not feel exploited. What had transpired between them was entirely voluntary, driven by her own desires. Furthermore, Jiang Yan was undeniably handsome, with an impressive physique, rugged yet gentle, making her feel fortunate. Even without any financial exchange, she would gladly embrace the companionship of such a good man. Time passed swiftly. Gu Xinyo opted not to stay in the study room during evening classes, instead retreating to her beloved library. Here, the atmosphere was devoid of crude language, with each student engrossed in their studies. After sending Gu Xinyo a message, Su Shuangshuang soon joined her. She was aware of the rumors circulating from the morning. Are you all right?" Su Shuangshuang asked, concern etched on her face. "I'm fine, Shuangshuang. The rumors are baseless and cannot hurt me." Gu Xinyo seemed transformed, no longer the reserved girl she once was, now exuding a newfound vitality. Su Shuangshuang found herself appreciating this version of Gu Xinyo more, seeing a depth of character emerge. Upon hearing that Gu Xinyo remained unaffected, Su Shuangshuang felt some relief. "That's good. Not only have you become beautiful, but you are also more articulate." A smile crept across Gu Xinyo's face. Once shy and reticent, she now wore a gentle smile, revealing her charming dimples, leaving Su Shuangshuang momentarily entranced. Your smile is utterly adorable. It evokes a protective instinct. If I were a man, I would surely pursue you." Gu Xinyo took this as playful banter among friends, unable to suppress her laughter. With their shared interests, the 2 hours felt like mere moments. Chapter 38. Unexpected Events. Su Shuangshuang glanced at the time, closed the book, and returned it to its rightful place. She turned to Gu Xinyo and said, it's already 9:30. Are you still planning to read? It's getting quite late. Gu Xinyo replied nonchalantly. I'm almost done. You can go ahead. Su Shuangshuang did not stay in the dormitory as her home was in close proximity to the university town. Her parents maintained strict control over her return time, insisting that she call if she were not home by 10 o'clock. Consequently, Su Shuangshuang felt compelled to leave. You should hurry home once you finish. It's too late to be out, as you might encounter ill-intentioned individuals. Gu Xinyo, upon hearing this, appeared perplexed and said, I have no money. I left all my cash with Grandma. How could I possibly attract trouble? You should hurry along. Otherwise, Annie will start to worry. She had become somewhat wiser, but only marginally. Su Shuangshuang observed that Gu Xinyo showed no signs of leaving and understood her stubborn nature well. She would not be easily swayed. With a resigned sigh, Su Shuangshuang departed, casting a worried glance back at her. She couldn't help but think that the old Gu Xinyo would have never been a target for such trouble. However, times had changed. As the library's closing bell rang, Gu Xinyo reluctantly rose to her feet. Exiting the library, her phone buzzed. Unfortunately, having forgotten her charger that day, her phone battery dwindled to a mere 5%. After glancing at the message, her phone promptly shut down due to insufficient power. Nonetheless, she caught a glimpse of the content. It was a message from Jiang Yan, inquiring about her whereabouts and why she had not yet returned home. Gu Xinyo surmised that Jiang Yan had returned to their apartment and noticed her absence, prompting his message. Regrettably, she was unable to respond. Upon reaching the campus gates, she quickened her pace, knowing that the apartment was nearby and that walking back posed no issue. However, unexpectedly, an incident occurred. As Jiang Yan approached the school entrance in his car, he spotted Gu Xinyo surrounded by 4 or 5 men on the sidewalk. A vehicle was parked nearby, its door ajar, with individuals inside ready to assist in dragging Gu Xinyo into the car. Little girl, out here all by yourself? One of the brazen young men leered crudely. Gu Xinyo warily observed the group, keeping her lips pursed in silence. This was her first encounter with harassment, and she was utterly unprepared, with only a few cars passing by on the road and no one to come to her aid. A wave of despair and danger surged through her heart. But as she thought of her grandmother, who lay in a hospital bed needing her care, her eyes grew resolute. And she clenched her teeth, bracing herself against them. A small knife rested in her backpack. She was prepared to fight if necessary. The group of ruffians, sporting dyed hair and adorned with piercings and tattoos, resembled typical street thugs. Seeing Gu Xinyo's naivety, they exchanged glances, and one of them said, Come play with the big brothers. We'll take you to a fun place, and I promise you'll love it. With that, they began to advance toward her with sinister grins. Just as they crept closer, a sudden loud noise startled them. Before they could comprehend what was happening, a fist connected with one of their faces with a resounding thud. Gu Xinyo was taken aback by the sudden commotion. However, the moment she laid eyes on Jiang Yan, her eyes brimmed with tears of relief. Jiang Yan, who regularly trained, was significantly stronger than the group of young men. His fighting technique was impressive. Despite their intimidating demeanor, they were rendered powerless against him. He coldly regarded the thugs sprawled on the ground, while the others fled in sheer terror. Unfazed, Jiang Yan stepped on the chest of the fallen thug, his gaze icy. Who sent you? The thug, battered and bruised, groaned in pain, the bravado drained from him. Big brother, please spare me. I was wrong, he pleaded, yet he refused to divulge the identity of his employer. Jiang Yan's expression darkened further, his eyes cold as he regarded the man beneath his foot as if he were a mere piece of refuse. As a small business owner who had navigated the complexities of commerce for 2 years, Jiang Yan was well aware that some individuals resorted to despicable tactics. However, he had not anticipated that they would target Gu Xinyo. Having not yet ventured into the world or provoked anyone, the only suspect was Youwei, who had ample motive to instigate harm against Gu Xinyo. With this realization, Jiang Yan's gaze turned even more frigid as he looked down at the thug. Call the police, he ordered. The thug, upon hearing this, immediately began to plead. Please don't call the police. I was wrong. It's not my fault. I'm just a hired hand. Let me go, and I'll tell you everything I know. He cursed his employer in silence. Having initially thought it would be simple to harass a young girl, humiliate her, take a few photos, and then drive away with money in hand. Yet, an unexpected individual had intervened, and the thug found himself incapacitated. Jiang Yan, however, was not swayed by the thug's desperate pleas. He coldly demanded, "Stop stalling. Tell me who is behind this." The thug, feeling the weight of his predicament, finally blurted out a name: Lu Chong. Jiang Yan had never heard of this name before but was certain that Lu Chong had someone pulling his strings. After releasing his foot, the thug scrambled to his feet and fled the scene. Jiang Yan turned to Gu Xinyo, who was still in shock, and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. But your hand?" Gu Xinyo said worriedly, noticing that the back of his hand was slightly scraped from the force of his punch. "It's nothing," he replied coolly before pulling out his phone to make a call. When Lin Chung received the call, he was somewhat surprised given the late hour. Just as he was pondering, Jiang Yan's icy voice cut through, "Help me find someone." Lin Chung received a photo of the bruised thug, his expression turning serious. "Understood. I'll have the information for you by tomorrow." If he were to abandon his family's wealth, Lin Cheng's own asset was his network. He excelled at building relationships and articulating his thoughts. Regardless of whether he was among the elite or the lower classes, he could engage in meaningful conversations, eventually turning acquaintances into friends. After concluding the call, Jiang Yan chose not to alert the authorities, as he intended to uncover the mastermind behind this scheme. Reporting it to the police would only serve to raise alarms. Finding a scapegoat was a relatively simple matter. Subsequently, Jiang Yan escorted Gu Xinyo back to the apartment. Throughout the drive, Gu Xinyo observed him, wanting to ask several questions but finding herself unable to voice them. She understood that Jiang Yan was in a foul mood. The atmosphere in the car was heavy with unspoken tension, and it was all due to her predicament. Guilt and sorrow enveloped her deeply. Chapter 39. The plan fails. The not-so-bright Gu Xinyo believed this was merely an unfortunate incident, unaware that it was a deliberate act aimed at her. Upon returning to her apartment, she took the initiative to remove Jiang Yan's coat and hung it on the rack. Stealthily, she observed Jiang Yan's expression, which was devoid of emotion, clearly suppressing his anger. At that moment, she cautiously embraced Jiang Yan from behind and softly consoled him, saying, "Thank you. Please don't be angry. It was my carelessness. I will be more vigilant next time and come home earlier." Upon hearing her words, a flicker of emotion crossed Jiang Yan's face, dispelling his earlier indifference. He knew Gu Xinyo had misconstrued the situation, and turning around, he helplessly explained, "I'm not angry with you. Well, forget it. It's pointless to explain too much to your little head. In any case, I'm fine and not upset with you." Listening to Jiang Yan, Gu Xinyo scrunched her little nose and pouted her lips, her adorable expression eliciting a smile. She inquired, "What's wrong with my little head?" "I'm not silly, of course. I can understand." Jiang Yan, unable to resist, playfully ruffled her fluffy head. Remarkably, his mood lightened. He smiled and remarked, "Are you as clever and adorable?" The brightest little mind in Tianhai City, certainly not a little fool. This statement succeeded in bringing smiles to both of their faces. Jiang Yan gazed into Gu Xinyo's intelligent eyes and asked, "Weren't you afraid being surrounded by a crowd?" "Yes," Gu Xinyo blinked innocently and replied, "but when you arrived, I was no longer afraid." To be honest, the moment she saw Jiang Yan, it was as if a ray of light pierced through the darkness, granting her an unprecedented sense of security. She couldn't help but hold him tighter, shyly leaning closer to him. Jiang Yan paused, his gaze falling on Gu Xinyo's round little head. He realized that his feelings regarding their contractual relationship were becoming increasingly tenuous. During this time, he had also scarcely pondered the matters concerning Youwei. Initially, he had sought Gu Xinyo for Youwei, but now even he was unaware that his intentions had subtly shifted. "What? You didn't take the photos?" At the staircase of Huanyu Media, Bai Luo, suppressing his anger, demanded, "You had the chance. How could you forget to take the pictures?" On the other end of the line, Lu Chong's tone was somewhat awkward. They were so caught up in the moment that they forgot. "Anyway, we did what you asked, so hurry and send the money. The brothers are waiting." Bai Luo's anger flared instantly, but with the company's employees working just outside the staircase, he could only lower his voice and retorted, "I asked for photos. Without them, how can I pay you?" At this point, his frustration escalated. "You didn't mess up, did you? Lu Chong, are you trying to swindle me?" "Damn it. I'm not trying to swindle you. Hurry and send the money." "It's not even for me. It's for my brothers." Lu Chong's voice grew louder. Bai Luo was unconvinced. Without the photos, he had nothing to leverage against Jiang Yan. Moreover, he had secretly transferred 200,000 from Youwei's corporate bank account into his own card. Attempting a second transfer would significantly increase the likelihood of being caught. Seeing that Bai Luo remained silent, and with Lu Chang's subordinates watching him expectantly, he felt the weight of leadership pressing down on him. Lu Chang angrily threatened, "Fine, if you don't want to pay. My subordinates will wait for you at your company's entrance." I'll see who ends up worse when this matter is exposed. He was about to hang up. Bai Luo quickly interjected, wait, Lu Chong, I will definitely pay you. I just need a little time. If news of his paying someone to harass a woman were to leak online, how could he possibly debut as an idol? Furthermore, Youwei would discover that he had secretly taken 200,000 from the company. His life would be utterly ruined. It was too terrifying to contemplate. At this point, he had no choice but to concede. Taking another 10,000 would be better than risking full exposure. After hanging up, Bai Luo exhaled deeply, his eyes turning fierce. He had to eliminate Jiang Yan. Otherwise, his standing in Youwei's heart would always remain precarious. Just as he opened the fire escape door, a girl suddenly collided with him. Ugh. Siyu clutched her nose, letting out a painful whimper. She had intended to find Youwei, but during the employees' off hours, the elevator was slow to arrive, and a large crowd was waiting outside. Thus, she opted to take the stairs, leading to their unfortunate encounter. Upon seeing the girl's ethereal beauty, Bai Luo's eyes instantly lit up. It was Suyu. They had crossed paths at the airport, and he vividly remembered her porcelain doll-like face and her figure, which seemed perfectly crafted from a comic. Now, captivated by the sight of her fair skin, his desire surged. He pulled Suyu into the staircase and discreetly locked the fire escape door. Suyu, do you remember me? I'm Bai Luo. What brings you to Huanyu? Bai Luo held on to Suyu's wrist, refusing to let go, while his other hand caressed her fair cheek. Hiki, you are truly beautiful. Suyu was not one to be trifled with. She disdainfully replied, what are you doing? Get your filthy hands off me. She forcefully swatted away Bai Luo's hand, but she could not free her other wrist from his grip. Growing desperate, she angrily shouted at Bai Luo, get away. Are you sick? Do I know you? Idiot. Hearing her words, Bai Luo's lips curled into a sinister smile as he watched Suyu squirm. Suyu, don't move. It's just the two of us now. The more you scream, the more excited I get. I still want to leave you with a good impression. Suyu retorted, you scumbag. I knew you were no good. Let me go, or I'll tell Weiwei to expose your true colors. Ugh, so disgusting. As a girl, Suyu lacked the strength of Bai Luo. Watching the lewd expression on his face as he reached for her, she felt a flash of cold determination. With a swift kick, she aimed directly at his most vulnerable spot. Ugh. Bai Luo cried out in pain, clutching himself and collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Suyu let out a cold snort, her eyes filled with disdain. If it weren't for Weiwei, she would have kicked him a few more times. Serves you right. You deserved it. With that, she dashed towards Youwei's office. Chapter 40. Disappointment among close friends when Youwei hurriedly ascended the staircase, eager to comprehend the situation. She found herself amidst a throng of employees drawn by the spectacle. She rushed to Bai Luo's side, crouching down to inquire about his condition. Observing this, Suyu expressed her displeasure, exclaiming, he deserves it. He tried to molest me, that foolish wretch. In response, Youwei regarded Suyu with indifference, her tone laced with a hint of ire. Xiaoyu, your actions are utterly excessive. Suyu's eyes brimmed with unjust tears as she retorted, Weiwei. It's one thing for you not to support me, but to criticize me? Do you have any idea what this scoundrel has done to me? Youwei's expression remained unchanged as she replied, regardless of what transpired, you should not have kicked Bai Luo. At that moment, Bai Luo's pain had lessened somewhat, and he feigned the demeanor of a pitiful victim. Weiwei, he lamented, I merely bumped into Suyu and was attempting to help her up. In that instant, Youwei found herself completely convinced by Bai Luo's words. She issued a stern admonition to Suyu, Xiaoyu, even if you are my dearest friend, I shall not relent. You are in the wrong here, apologized to Bai Luo. Suyu, her eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, Weiwei, what are you saying? She pointed at herself, raising her voice, you want me to apologize? Apologize, Youwei insisted. Otherwise, I shall report it. A medical evaluation is a must. Even a minor injury could lead to your imprisonment. The onlooking employees, feeling a tinge of sympathy for Suyu, found themselves secretly reveling in Bai Luo's misfortune. Many had long harbored grievances against Bai Luo. Ever since his arrival at the company, he had frequently arrived late and left early, and he would often approach their workstations, barking orders with an air of superiority. Thus, witnessing Bai Luo being kicked was a delightful spectacle for them. Yet, with Youwei present, they dared not display their amusement overtly, nor engage in discussions, resorting instead to furtive glances. It was a peculiar blend of pain and pleasure. As Bai Luo observed the crumbling expression on Suyu's face, he felt an immense satisfaction within. He continued his act of the innocent, addressing Youwei, Weiwei. Please do not make things difficult for Suyu. After all, I was the one who bumped into her first. Allow me to bear this loss." He then exaggeratedly grimaced in pain. Youwei, looking at him with concern, coldly commanded Suyu, "Apologize immediately." As Suyu witnessed Youwei crouch down, expressing concern for Bai Luo, a wave of sorrow surged within her. She could hardly fathom that her once dearest friend, along with the person she cherished most, would direct such harshness toward her for the sake of a loathsome cat. Yet, the reality before her was undeniable. Youwei chose to believe that despicable man over her. One side displayed anger towards her while the other lavished concern upon Bai Luo, who harbored ulterior motives and had acted inappropriately towards her. This stark contrast in treatment left Suyu's eyes brimming with tears, and she felt an overwhelming tide of grief. As the daughter of the Su family, she had never endured heartache in matters of affection before. Yet now, she was acutely aware of what it meant to be utterly heartbroken. With a look of resentment, Suyu glared at Youwei, her eyes filled with despair. "You want me to apologize to him? I would rather die than do so in my next life. Wei, I despise you." With that, she angrily wiped her tears and fled the scene. Youwei watched Suyu's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable pang in her heart. Having shared a profound friendship for many years, she did not wish to lose such a cherished friend. Yet, what was she to do in the face of Bai Luo's misconduct? Bai Luo was an employee of her company. She had to handle the matter with fairness and justice. Taking a slow, deep breath, Youwei suppressed her emotions and turned to Bai Luo, who was still clutching his injury. A flicker of concern crossed her mind. "Bai Luo, can you still stand? Shall I take you to the hospital?" In truth, Bai Luo's pain had long since dissipated. Suyu's kick had lacked force and precision, causing him to feign injury since Youwei's arrival. He was quite pleased with the concern Youwei was showing him. In recent days, due to the company's declining stock prices and two artists encountering troubles, Youwei had been in a poor mood, treating him coldly and even barring him from the office. Now, he finally saw an opportunity to turn the tide. Bai Luo gazed at Youwei with faint tenderness, pretending to be weak as he spoke. "It's all right, Wei. You've been so busy lately. I don't need to go to the hospital." He then gently placed his hand over hers, adding in a soft voice, "Isn't there a lounge in your office? Let me rest there for a bit." "All right," Youwei replied without a second thought. The previous night, after Gu Xinyo's incident, Jiang Yan had driven her to school before heading to the company. Upon arriving, he found it somewhat late. His secretary, Shenqing, had already attended to the personnel from the securities and auditing agencies. Shenqing stood before the president's desk, reporting her work to Jiang Yan. He couldn't help but commend her silently, noting her exceptional professionalism. If given the chance, she could certainly excel as a corporate manager in a more formidable enterprise. After concluding her report, Shenqing prepared to leave the office but was called back by Jiang Yan. "Wait a moment. Don't leave just yet. I have more to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Shenqing took a seat beside him, crossing her legs. Her black stockings accentuated the elegance of her long, slender legs. Jiang Yan stated, "The download rate for the Dohua app is steadily increasing, so there's no need for concern. I wish to explore additional business avenues. Do you have any suggestions?" After pondering, Shenqing responded, "President Jiang, 70% of our Dohua users are young people. If we are to expand, we should cater to their preferences. From what I know, the online literature industry is thriving, and the rapid plot twists in those stories are particularly addictive to the youth." Jiang Yan looked at her and inquired, "Are you suggesting we enter the online literature market?" His understanding of the industry was limited. During high school, he was preoccupied with studies, and in college, his focus revolved around Youwei, leaving him little time for novels. Intrigued by Shenqing's suggestion, he listened intently. "No," Shenqing clarified, opening her phone to retrieve market analysis data she had previously saved in her browser. "The online literature landscape has already solidified, with industry giants dominating both free and paid platforms. Establishing a new website would offer us no competitive edge." As she spoke, her excitement became palpable. Having immersed herself in novels during her university days, the prospect of merging her passion with her work thrilled her. Many TV series are adapted from online literature, typically running about 40 minutes. Before she could elaborate further, Jiang Yan interjected, having grasped her idea. He raised an eyebrow and declared, "Let us produce short dramas." "Exactly," Shenqing replied, impressed by Jiang Yan's keen insight. Chapter 41. Undermining Youwei as short dramas have yet to emerge, Jiang Yan found himself reflecting on the forthcoming 2 years. The internet would soon be inundated with a plethora of short drama advertisements, and within those fleeting minutes of video, a multitude of conflicting storylines would abound, brimming with emotion and anticipation, compelling viewers to yearn for the next episode. Yet, at that time, audiences were often left in discontent after each installment. This dissatisfaction stemmed from the illogical nature of the plots, which, while entertaining, lacked coherence and depth. Resting his chin on his hand, Jiang Yan pondered the potential of the short drama project. After all, they were already engaged in short videos. If they were to incorporate a short drama, it could be seamlessly integrated into their existing video content. The two ventures could indeed complement one another, regardless of whether the audience's feedback was criticism or praise. He was determined to seize the opportunity. Eventually, he raised his gaze to Shinqing and declared, "Very well, we can proceed. But my understanding of the online literature industry is limited. You shall take charge of the short drama project for now." Upon hearing this, Shinqing's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, General Manager Jiang. I will strive to execute this project to perfection." "Excellent. Please have the administrative department register an entertainment company under our umbrella, with you as the legal representative." "Understood." After finalizing the arrangements, Jiang Yan noticed Shinqing lingering hesitantly. "Is something the matter?" Shinqing bit her lip, deliberating for a moment before deciding to voice her thoughts, despite it being outside her purview. "General Manager Jiang, if the short drama launches, may I recommend an actress?" Intrigued, Jiang Yan inquired, "Who do you wish to recommend?" With a tinge of apprehension, Shinqing replied, "Qin Shiyu." Qin Shiyu, an artist under Huanyu Media, had fallen from grace due to a scandal involving harassment, marred by a series of compromising photographs. As a result, she was completely abandoned by Youwei. Currently, she had no engagements, and directors would turn her away upon hearing her name. All her endorsements had been withdrawn, leaving only her loyal fans to stand by her side, tirelessly dispelling malicious rumors. Shinqing and Qin Shiyu shared a close friendship. And as Qin Shiyu faced a career crisis, the prospect of a short drama reignited hope in Shinqing's heart. Jiang Yan, having aided Youwei's company in numerous ways, both overtly and covertly, was well aware of the situation at Huanyu Media, perhaps even better than the chairman Youwei herself. Thus, he recognized Qin Shiyu. In his memory, she was strikingly beautiful and possessed an exceptional aura, albeit somewhat aloof, embodying the essence of a cold beauty. He had briefly scanned the news surrounding her fall from grace. When he heard Shinqing's recommendation, he was somewhat taken aback by the depth of their connection. Jiang Yan contemplated for a moment before responding, "Very well, you shall handle this matter. By the way, it would be prudent to entice some artists and agents from Youwei's company. Qin Shiyu is a prominent figure there. Bringing her to our company would represent a minor setback for Youwei, given the current turmoil at Huanyu Media and the plummeting stock prices." Jiang Yan recognized the precarious state of the company and the anxiety among its artists and agents. Seizing this opportunity to discreetly lure away talent, even lesser-known artists, could be advantageous. Although he had recently secured a $500 million investment from the Mu family, he still felt relatively weak in the economically thriving Tianhai city. Attempting to directly topple Huanyu Media would be akin to a mere breeze attempting to shake a mighty tree, an impossible feat, given the company's substantial valuation and the Yu family's firm foundation. Thus, he resolved to proceed gradually. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's reply, Shinqing's delight was palpable. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she expressed, "Thank you, General Manager Jiang. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to the short video project and ensure I do not disappoint you." "Indeed," Jiang Yan smiled. "Secretary Shin, your capabilities are commendable, and I have complete confidence in your work." Meanwhile, at Youwei's office, she assisted by Luo in settling into her workspace for some rest. As she gazed at the multitude of tasks on her desk, a wave of headache washed over her. It was clear that there was no hope with Mu Wanzhou, and her company's artist accounts were facing restrictions on the Douhua app. She watched helplessly as Xiaobo's fanbase dwindled by the hundreds of thousands daily, culminating in a loss of over 6 million followers across all platforms. She was at a loss for what to do. Was she truly compelled to seek Jiang Yan's help? The thought clenched her fists. If she were to approach him again, what would become of her pride? No, she could not bring herself to beg him. This was the only stubbornness she possessed, her final vestige of dignity. As she massaged her temples in frustration, Bai Luo casually rifled through the documents on her desk, feigning concern. "Weiwei, if you're feeling fatigued, you should rest. I can handle these documents for you." Youwei cast him a sidelong glance, her expression tinged with skepticism. "No need. You wouldn't understand." She then swatted his hand away from the documents. Bai Luo paused, his hand retreating slowly as tension mounted in his grasp. Just as he contemplated his next move, Su Hongyan entered the office abruptly, her demeanor radiating urgency. "Yuzong," Su Hongyan said, her tone laced with frustration. "Qin Shiyu has clearly been set up. If we could just persuade the director to clarify her situation and coordinate a marketing strategy, her image could be salvaged. Yet, you choose to abandon her without taking any action? As a seasoned agent at Hwanyu Media, Su Hongyan had nurtured many successful artists and commanded considerable respect within the company, which emboldened her to speak her mind to Youwei. She perceived Qin Shiyu's predicament as relatively manageable and believed that, given her status as the victim, public relations should not pose a significant challenge. However, Youwei's inaction compelled Su Hongyan to question her competency in handling such matters. If only General Manager Jiang were here, she mused, reminiscing about the year prior when Jiang Yan had assisted Youwei in solidifying her position within the company. With his capabilities, Hwanyu would never have faced such a crisis, nor would Youwei have resorted to inaction. In truth, Youwei was not devoid of talent. But her decision to elevate Bai Luo within the company and allocate prime resources to him had led to whispers that she had become infatuated, a notion that resonated all too accurately. Su Hongyan's impolite demeanor irked Youwei, who felt that her seniority within the company did not grant her the liberty to berate the chairwoman. Youwei shot her a frosty look and replied, Qin Shiyu has caused significant losses to the company. I have yet to demand compensation from her. Abandoning her is a mercy on my part and the best course of action for the company. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyan's heart sank, filled with disappointment in Youwei. Recalling the phone call from Secretary Shan, in which she had opted to consider the offer rather than accept it outright, she now recognized that there was no further need for contemplation. It was time to part ways with this company. Chapter 42. I went to plead with Jiang Yan after Su Hongyan departed. Youwei found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, while Bai Luo, seated beside her with a relaxed demeanor, was engrossed in scrolling through Weibo. Moments earlier, she had overheard the agent's ominous words about Qin Shiyu's impending downfall. Naturally, he felt compelled to revisit her scandalous photos circulating online. With a playful hum, Bai Luo glanced at the trending topics on Weibo, only to be startled by a headline announcing the official launch of the Idol trainee program. Eagerly, he clicked to explore, searching for his own announcement photo. However, as he scrolled to the end without discovering his name on the list, his expression soured. Turning to Youwei, he inquired brusquely, Weiwei, how come you didn't inform me that the Idol trainee program was announced? Caught off guard, Youwei replied, I'm not sure. It's probably just the pre-announcement hype. The production team wouldn't share such details with me. Bai Luo's displeasure grew, but my information isn't included in the announcement. You should ask the program head why I'm not listed. That can't be possible. I made sure to communicate with the leaders at Tomato TV, she responded, furrowing her brow as she opened her phone to access the chat with the show's director. 3 unread messages caught her attention, sending a jolt through her. They were sent 3 days prior, a time when she was overwhelmed with work and had overlooked them. Dear you, I apologize, but after much discussion, we decided not to accept any artists from Hwanyu Media this year. You know how challenging it is to run a show now? Especially after 2 of your artists faced scandals. Our sponsors are quite concerned. Thus, I regret to inform you, that we will certainly extend an invitation to you for the next season. As she read the messages, Youwei felt her entire body tense up. Bai Luo sensed something amiss and leaned closer to read the messages himself. Upon seeing the words no Hwanyu artists allowed, he felt as though the ground had shifted beneath him, nearly losing his balance before Youwei caught him. His gaze, vacant and disbelieving, locked onto Youwei as he struggled to accept this harsh reality. This was his sole chance for redemption. He envisioned himself dazzling on stage, basking in the admiration of countless fans and endorsements, only to be abruptly informed he could not participate. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow for Bai Luo. Could it be that he was destined to remain in the shadows forever? No. His eyes darkened with determination. I must participate. Grasping Youwei's shoulders, he leaned in, his expression serious. Weiwei, you must plead with Jiang Yan. Startled by the intensity in his eyes, Youwei stammered, what are you talking about? I cannot possibly beg Jiang Yan. Yet, Bai Luo, consumed by desperation, pressed on, you should ask Jiang Yan to speak to Mu Wanzhou. Didn't she say she would consider Jiang Yan's request? Weiwei, I can't be denied this opportunity because of you. If it weren't for your 2 artists causing scandals, I would have been on the announcement list. You must take responsibility. Listen to me, plead with Jiang Yan. I know he has liked you for 5 years. He loves you dearly. You need not demean yourself too much. Just show a little humility, and he will surely comply. Youwei forcefully pushed Bai Luo away, stepping back in confusion. Jiang Yan despises me now. He would never agree. What good would it do for me to plead? The thought of Jiang Yan caused her heart to ache. He had moved on to someone new, and how could she face him again? Bai Luo, undeterred by her rejection, continued to persuade her. It doesn't matter, Weiwei, just lower your stance and ask him. Youwei looked at Bai Luo, who was nearing a breaking point, and offered a bitter smile, shaking her head. It's futile. Seeing her stubbornness, Bai Luo's expression shifted to one of anguish. Fine, if you refuse to help me. My dreams are shattered. What hope is left for me? With that, he strode towards the window. Let me die. Standing at the edge, Bai Luo glared at her with fury, articulating each word. Weiwei, if I perish, it will be because of you. Not Bai Luo, come back. Youwei's heart raced at his resolute stance. She called out urgently. I will plead with Jiang Yan. I promise. Please don't do anything rash, just come back. I know your dreams, and I will ensure you achieve them. Please don't frighten me, Bai Luo. Her voice trembled, tinged with tears. The burdens of her company and Jiang Yan had already worn her thin, and now Bai Luo's threats pushed her to the brink of despair. Why had everything changed since that night of her birthday? Once thriving in both love and career, she now found herself in turmoil. In moments of adversity, one often longs for the warmth of the past. She missed the time spent with Jiang Yan, who had always been her pillar of support, providing comfort and security. Yet, in contrast to Bai Luo's plight, she felt helpless and exhausted. Hearing Youwei's promise, Bai Luo slowly closed the window. His expression softened as he asked intently, Really? Youwei nodded through her pain. Wonderful. I knew you were the best for me, Weiwei. Instantly, Bai Luo's demeanor shifted to one of joy, his eyes sparkling with hope and triumph. Chapter 43. Her aunt arrives. Bai Luo, filled with excitement, rushed towards Youwei and enveloped her in a warm embrace, joyfully inquiring. Weiwei, when will you ask him? You must hurry. The program has been officially announced, and recording will commence soon. Time waits for no one. However, confronted with Bai Luo's embrace, Youwei felt a sense of reluctance towards their physical contact. Furrowing her brows, she awkwardly extricated herself. Observing the joyous expression on Bai Luo's face, which only deepened her own melancholy. Coldly, she replied, Perhaps tomorrow morning. He has severed all contact with me, and I can only seek him out at his residence then. All right, I shall await your good news tomorrow, Bai Luo said, a smile gracing his lips as he reached to caress Youwei's cheek, only to have her swiftly turn away, evading his touch. In an instant, his hand froze mid-air. Nevertheless, Youwei's agreement to assist him with his participation in the program kept his countenance from revealing any displeasure. Bai Luo withdrew his hand, offering a slightly awkward smile. He was certainly aware of Youwei's unease, and a cold chuckle echoed in his heart. Humph. Once I successfully enter the idol training program and debut in the center position, just wait and see how I will toy with you. His gaze lingered on Youwei. Clad in professional attire, her slender waist and voluptuous curves accentuated by the short skirt that revealed her beautiful legs. He could not help but fantasize about her shedding her haughty demeanor and submitting to him in a state of disarray. With this thought, Bai Luo's desire surged, and he could not resist the urge to lick his lips. Meanwhile, Gu Xinyo's perilous encounter had reached Su Shuangshuang's ears. During lunch, the two were dining in the school cafeteria when Su Shuangshuang, overcome with concern, asked about Gu Xinyo's departure from the library the previous night. Unable to conceal the events, Gu Xinyo recounted everything that transpired. Su Shuangshuang's heart tightened upon learning that Jiang Yan had rescued her at a critical moment, and she found herself somewhat astonished. Raising an eyebrow, Su Shuangshuang remarked, I never imagined your benefactor would be so kind. He noticed Yuan Ti returned home late, and even drove to fetch you. Moreover, he is quite capable, managing to subdue 5 or 6 ruffians. Truly impressive. Listening to her best friend laud Jiang Yan, Gu Xinyo felt a shy smile creeping onto her face as she bashfully acknowledged, he is indeed quite exceptional. Observing Gu Xinyo's bashful demeanor, Su Shuangshuang found herself developing a fondness for this unseen benefactor. Initially, upon discovering that her friend was being kept, she had worried for days, fearing that Gu Xinyo had fallen prey to ill-intentioned individuals. Yet, it now appeared that Jiang Yan was a genuinely admirable man. Curiously, she pondered what he had done to evoke such a significant transformation in Gu Xinyo. With a hint of amusement, Su Shuangshuang teased, When will you introduce your benefactor to me? Gu Xinyo was taken aback by Su Shuangshuang's suggestion, her round eyes widening in surprise as she blinked at her friend. After a moment, she spoke slowly, I am merely his contract girlfriend. It would be quite impolite to suddenly bring him out to meet you. Noting the disappearance of her friend's smile, she quickly added, I must respect him and cannot make decisions unilaterally. Despite her words, Su Shuangshuang discerned the hesitance in Gu Xinyo's tone. With a resigned smile, she affectionately said, All right, All right, no need to be so frightened. It doesn't matter if I don't meet him. I have no intention of competing for your benefactor. Ah, that's not what I meant. Shuang you. Guxinyo hastily explained, but her words were stifled as Su Shuang playfully shoved a piece of watermelon into her mouth. I have known you long enough to understand your nature. Su Shuang chuckled. I was merely joking to lighten the mood, so don't take it to heart. After finishing their lunch, the two friends proceeded to the library to relax. Guxinyo quietly read while Su Shuang sat beside her, closing her eyes and resting her head on the desk. As class time approached, they parted ways to head to their respective classrooms. The afternoon sped by, and soon it was 5:30. Guxinyo checked her phone and saw a message from Jiang Yan. Youwei, do you have class tonight? Shall I come to pick you up? Following the events of the previous night, Jiang Yan had insisted on accompanying her to school and back home. Staring at Jiang Yan's message, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice called out beside her. Hey, Youwei, what are you looking at? I've been calling out to you at the door for ages. Guxinyo turned around, surprised to find Su Shuang had approached her, leaning close to her ear. She scrunched her face, covering her ears, and muttered, Shuang, your voice is too loud. It hurts my ears. She then revealed her phone, the screen still aglow. Su Shuang tilted her head slightly, catching sight of the message. Wow, your benefactor is coming to pick you up? How enviable. She teased with a smile. Guxinyo shot her a playful glare, then began typing a response to Jiang Yan. I have no classes. I just finished. I will wait for you at the school gate. Jiang Yan replied. Good, be careful. Afterward, Guxinyo and Su Shuang made their way to the school gate. From afar, Guxinyo spotted a familiar car approaching, unable to suppress a smile as she turned to Su Shuang, saying, Shuang, he is coming. Upon hearing this, Su Shuang quickly distanced herself, teasingly calling out, Got it, I'll keep my distance. I wouldn't want to interrupt your intimate moment. See you tomorrow, Youwei. She waved goodbye to Guxinyo. Guxinyo chuckled at her friend's antics. As Jiang Yan parked the car, he caught sight of Guxinyo's radiant smile, reminiscent of blooming cherry blossoms in spring, bright and breathtaking. This left him momentarily stunned. What is going on? He inquired with curiosity. Nothing, Guxinyo replied, shaking her head with a smile as she got into the car. Once back at the apartment, Guxinyo cheerfully asked Jiang Yan what he would like to eat. After a moment's thought, he replied that simple home-cooked dishes would suffice. With that, she happily retreated to the kitchen to prepare. After they finished dinner, Guxinyo proceeded to clear the dishes, and as she turned on the tap to fill the sink, she suddenly felt a pang of discomfort in her abdomen. Upon noticing her unease, Jiang Yan inquired with concern, Youwei, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Guxinyo, clutching her stomach, sat down. Her lovely face contorted in discomfort as she looked at Jiang Yan, her cheeks slightly flushed. Embarrassed, she confessed, my aunt has arrived. Chapter 44. Encountering Youwei's friend at the bar. Upon hearing the words, Jiang Yan exhibited a look of sudden realization. He recalled that when a girl has her period, she often experiences abdominal pain, and sometimes breast tenderness, accompanied by a sense of fatigue in the lower back. Remembering how Youwei was often emotionally unstable during her menstrual cycle, he had always taken great care to prepare brown sugar water and heat packs for her comfort. He would only massage her abdomen and shoulders after receiving her permission. Thus, he was quite familiar with the intricacies of such matters. In contrast, Youwei's haughty and pretentious demeanor often took his efforts for granted. Guxinyo, however, displayed none of that affectation. Instead, she quietly cradled her abdomen, her brow furrowed in discomfort, evoking a sense of compassion. Consequently, Jiang Yan went to the kitchen to brew her a bowl of brown sugar water. Thank you, Guxinyo said, gratefully glancing at Jiang Yan. The pain in her abdomen was so intense that she felt completely immobilized, sipping the warm liquid slowly. Overwhelmed by a wave of gratitude, Jiang Yan was so thoughtful. What should she do? She suddenly felt a twinge of reluctance about being a contractual lover. After finishing the drink, she found her discomfort significantly alleviated. Jiang Yan observed her expression and inquired, Do you feel better? Yes, much better. Yet, noticing that she still appeared somewhat uneasy, he approached her, saying, Let me give you a massage. Your lower back must be quite sore. Guxinyo looked at him in surprise, her eyes wide with the question, How did you know? Jiang Yan, charmed by her innocent expression, chuckled and gently ruffled her hair, saying, Just turn around. I'll help ease the soreness, I promise. As he applied firm pressure to her lower back, Guxinyo felt her discomfort melt away, even the abdominal pain subsiding considerably. Thus, she lay on the sofa in the living room, while Jiang Yan skillfully worked on her back. Overwhelmed by the comfort, she found herself involuntarily letting out a soft sound, startled by her own voice, quickly covering her mouth with her small hand, her fair cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Yet, the soothing sensation was irresistible. She wore a silk nightgown, the delicate fabric allowing her to feel the calluses on Jiang Yan's hands from years of training. As the atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly charged, Jiang Yan abruptly halted his movements, rising from the sofa. "I need to use the restroom," he said, turning his back to Gu Xinyo as he left. Her ears flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she momentarily forgot her abdominal pain. She thought, but she was on her period. It was not appropriate. When a pair of honeymooning lovers are caught in the throes of passion, a woman's menstrual cycle undoubtedly poses the greatest challenge for the couple. A few minutes later, Jiang Yan emerged from a cold shower. Gu Xinyo sat there dazed, her cheeks slightly flushed, her expression betraying her hesitation. "Does your stomach still hurt?" Jiang Yan asked lightly. Gu Xinyo shook her head, replying, "Not anymore. Thank you." Hearing her words sparked a small notion in Jiang Yan's mind. Since she was feeling better, he could afford to leave her alone in the apartment. Jiang Yan possessed remarkable self-restraint. However, he couldn't deny that their recent encounters had ignited a particular chemistry between him and Gu Xinyo, leaving him feeling rather restless. If he stayed, even if he slept in the adjacent bedroom, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't succumb to temptation. After changing, he turned to Gu Xinyo and said, "I will stay at the villa tonight." "Oh." Gu Xinyo gazed at him with a hint of reluctance. But he was her benefactor. She had no right to ask him to stay. The expression on her youthful face was evident, and Jiang Yan understood her feelings. He walked over, gently patting her head, reassuring her, "Don't worry, call me if you need anything. My phone is always on." Gu Xinyo nodded obediently. At the door, she watched Jiang Yan's tall figure disappear down the corridor, closing the door reluctantly behind him. Her lips drooped, and she remained sullen until bedtime. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan did not return to the villa immediately. Although it was large and luxurious, it felt cold and empty. In contrast, he preferred the warmth of the small apartment, where there was a palpable sense of life. Driving aimlessly, he found himself stopping at a familiar bar. As he gazed at the entrance, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. This was the place where he first met Youwei, for reasons he couldn't quite fathom. He stepped out of the car and walked into the bar. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, with performances on stage and people dancing. Jiang Yan settled into a corner, resting his chin on his hand, swirling his drink, taking casual sips as he observed the revelry with a detached gaze. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a familiar figure, causing him to furrow his brow in surprise. Having been with Youwei for 5 years, he had encountered some of her friends, and there, sitting on a sofa, was her close friend, Suyu. Suyu was alone, swaying slightly, clearly having consumed a fair amount of alcohol. But what did that have to do with him? Jiang Yan casually diverted his gaze, continuing to sip his drink. On Suyu's side, she was heartbroken over Youwei's betrayal. Rarely visiting bars, she deemed them unsuitable places. Yet here she was, at the very bar Youwei had brought her to a few times. The memory of Youwei's cold words pierced her heart, fueling her resentment. However, the adage about drinking to forget seemed utterly misplaced. Under the influence, her heart ached even more. Tears glistened in her eyes as she muttered bitterly about Youwei's betrayal, her anger unquenched. Raising her glass, she downed the contents in one go. The bar was filled with people looking for a good time. Although Suyu dressed casually and modestly, her striking beauty and poise outshone even the stars of the entertainment industry, drawing the gaze of many. At that moment, an opportunity arose. Someone approached Suyu, taking a seat beside her with a predatory grin. "Hey there, little lady, enjoying yourself alone? Need some company?" Suyu glanced at him, her expression one of disdain. "Get lost, you idiot. Take a look at yourself." Her words visibly enraged the man, who shot back with a sneer, "Bitch. Don't act all innocent just because you're in a bar." He then reached out with ill intentions. The onlookers in the shadows stirred, ready to pounce. Chapter 45. Suyu found herself cornered, with no one to rescue her this time. However, the man's claw-like hand reaching for her grasped only air. Suyu was not one to be trifled with. Though slightly inebriated, her mind remained alert. Upon seeing the man before her, his malicious intent evident in his grotesque demeanor, she felt an overwhelming wave of revulsion wash over her. She could not help but unleash a torrent of vitriol upon him. "You're utterly disgusting. Do you think everyone shares your depraved thoughts? Perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror at yourself, an old, ugly man whose excess weight could feed my dog for a year. No wonder you have the audacity to relieve yourself anywhere. Get lost. I don't want to see you again." with a disdainful glare aimed at the lecherous man. Siyu seized a half-empty bottle from the table and hurled its contents at him. The man, caught off guard, was drenched in alcohol. To his astonishment, the seemingly demure girl displayed such audacity, her words dripping with contempt. He, a white-collar manager from a small company, noted her shabby attire, indicative of modest means. Perhaps even laden with debts. How else could she afford to spend money in such a place? The crowd surrounding them erupted in laughter at his disheveled appearance. The man's face flushed with embarrassment and rage, his eyes flashing with malice. "Little sister, I thought I might treat you gently given your youth, but it seems you prefer a rougher approach. In that case, I shall not hold back." As he spoke, Suyu felt an ominous shadow loom over her. Alarmed, she instinctively sidled toward the edge of the sofa, shouting, "Get away from me. Do you know who I am? I am from the Su family. If you touch me, you are as good as dead." Yet her words fell on deaf ears. The man's eyes blazed with fury, his emotions spiraling out of control, devoid of reason. Desperately scanning the bar for assistance, Siyu realized that the patrons were either spectators or too engrossed in their own affairs to offer help. Suddenly, dizziness struck her. The effects of the alcohol had taken hold. As her movements slowed, she stumbled and fell behind the sofa, clutching her aching body. When she looked up, she was dismayed to find she had been encircled by a group of men, the very man who had harassed her now leaning in closer. With a lewd grin, he addressed her with a depraved expression. "Ha ha ha, little sister, there's no escaping now. If you obediently serve me well, I might reward you with a few $1,000s for your troubles." The other men mirrored his lecherous expressions, their gazes fixated on her. Siyu met their stares with icy disdain, her stomach turning at the sight of these shameless creatures. Taking a deep breath, she braced herself as the man approached. This was her moment. With precision and ferocity born from experience, she delivered a swift kick. The resulting scream pierced the air. Awe. The man collapsed to the ground, clutching the affected area, his features contorted in agony. The surrounding men recoiled in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu sprang to her feet and bolted for the exit, her intoxicated state causing her to stumble and collide with others along the way. Yet, her focus remained fixed on the bar's entrance. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan was casually toying with a wine glass when he was startled by a blood-curdling scream. As he turned to investigate, he collided with Suyu, who had dashed into him. His hand paused, and he noticed an earring lying on the floor, quickly followed by a throng of people rushing out of the bar. Maintaining his composure, he picked up the earring, his expression inscrutable. After a few moments of silence, he sighed softly and stood to leave. As Siyu burst from the bar, she fumbled with her phone, attempting to call for help. However, the alcohol had clouded her senses, leaving her disoriented and unsteady. Spotting a nearby corner, she dashed toward it, only to find herself in a dead-end alley. Stopping in frustration, she bit her lip, despair creeping in as the men pursuing her erupted into raucous laughter upon realizing the trap. Having learned from their previous encounter, the men were now wary of her potential retaliation. "Hey there, little sister, don't resist. If you comply, you might avoid some suffering," one of them taunted, eyeing her with predatory interest. "You're truly stunning. Just look at that waist and chest," another remarked lewdly as impatience grew among them. Backed against the wall, Siyu felt her strength waning. The lewd gazes of the men drew closer, triggering haunting memories from her school days when she had been cornered by a group of boys who had threatened her. Despite her pleas for mercy, they had dragged her into a secluded corner, their hands all over her. Now, fear gripped her heart as she recalled those traumatic moments. Just as despair threatened to consume her, a glimmer of hope had appeared in the form of Youwei, who had intervened to halt the bullying. At that moment, Siyu had seen a beacon of light that had saved her. Yet now, she found herself once more in the depths of despair. One of the men, unnoticed, snatched her phone and smashed it to the ground. The air was filled with their mocking laughter. The bravado she had previously exhibited had vanished, replaced by trembling limbs and a mind replaying her past torment. At that moment, the effects of the alcohol intensified, causing her vision to blur, revealing double images. She clenched her fists, yearning to fight back, but finding herself paralyzed, her body rigid with fear. The shadows of her past loomed large, suffocating her with their weight. It was all over. Siyu's face turned ashen, despair flooding her heart. Slowly, she closed her eyes. This time, no one would come to her rescue. Chapter 46. Jiang Yan brings Siyu home. Siyu cherished her purity immensely. If escape were impossible, she would rather end her own life than succumb to degradation. With her heart extinguished, she closed her eyes tightly and gritted her teeth. Just as she contemplated self-destruction, a commotion stirred in the crowd behind her. Jiang Yan strode steadily into the dark alley, his expression calm as he addressed the person at the back. "Excuse me, could you please step aside?" The man turned to look at Jiang Yan, his features distorted and menacing. "Who do you think you are? Can't you see we're busy here?" Jiang Yan's gaze darkened, coldly scrutinizing the man. Offended by Jiang Yan's silence and his air of superiority, the man felt a surge of indignation. Clenching his fist, he lunged at Jiang Yan's face without a second thought. However, in the next moment, his strength was neutralized as Jiang Yan seized his wrist, exerting just enough force to redirect the man's punch back towards his own face. "What the hell? Hey, what's wrong with you?" The others in the group turned around, alerted by the noise. The leader of the group, however, remained oblivious to the disturbance, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on Su Yu's delicate, fair face. With a lewd grin, he said, "Don't be afraid, little girl. Let your brother take good care of you." But before he could finish, Jiang Yan had grasped the leader by the neck, his fingertips tightening mercilessly, turning the man's face a deep shade of red that gradually darkened to purple. The leader gasped, unable to utter a sound. The surrounding lackeys, witnessing their leader's predicament, were too frightened to act. After all, they knew they were merely following the leader for a meager living. None of them wished to risk their lives for him. Their instincts screamed that this man was dangerous. "Listen here, I won't forget you, and next time, you won't be so lucky," one of them stammered, trembling as he tried to back away. However, Jiang Yan had no intention of letting him escape. With a chilling laugh, he retorted, "Did I give you permission to leave?" He released the leader's neck and delivered a punch to the fleeing man's abdomen. In mere minutes, the group of over 10 men lay scattered on the ground, nursing their injuries. Meanwhile, Su Yu, who had tightly shut her eyes in anticipation of death, eventually opened them slowly, stunned by the sight before her. A tall man stood in front of her, and the crowd had vanished without a trace. At that moment, she felt as if a balloon ready to burst was suddenly deflated, and she slumped against the wall, collapsing to the ground. As the imminent danger dissipated, so did the adrenaline rush. The effects of the alcohol she had consumed began to take hold, blurring her consciousness. Instinctively, she clung to Jiang Yan's leg, refusing to let go. He was her lifeline. Yet, she forgot that due to past bullying during her school years, she despised any physical contact with men. Jiang Yan looked down at Su Yu, his brow furrowed. He kicked her leg lightly and said indifferently, "Hey, let go of me. Where's your phone? Find someone to pick you up." But in her dazed state, she mumbled, "Don't go, don't go." Jiang Yan, feeling a headache coming on, wondered why he had involved himself in this situation. He had no particular impression of Su Yu, only recalling that when Youwei first introduced her, she had regarded him with hostility, as if he were her enemy. He had found it perplexing but, out of love for Youwei, had refrained from showing any coldness towards her friend. Jiang Yan regarded Su Yu with bemusement as she knelt and clung to him, her hands fidgeting restlessly. It was indeed strange. Every time he encountered her before, she had been icy and disdainful, almost as if she wished to drive him away with her words. Now, however, she was clinging to him so tightly that he couldn't shake her off. With a cold expression and an impassive demeanor, he commanded, "Stop pretending to be drunk and get up." Yet no matter how much he called for her, Su Yu remained unresponsive. He bent down, lifted her chin, and observed her flushed face, her eyes tightly shut, a rosy hue beneath her eyelids, compliant to his touch. She must truly be intoxicated, Jiang Yan mused. The inebriated Su Yu was a stark contrast to her usual arrogant self, obediently allowing him to dictate her actions, an endearing quality he found unexpectedly charming. He gently patted her flushed cheek, and when she showed no reaction, he let out a soft chuckle. It was then that he noticed her shattered phone on the ground. Well, it seems the phone is ruined. Finding a contact will be difficult. Aside from Youwei, he had no other intermediary to reach out to Su Yu. However, Jiang Yan was reluctant to call Youwei to come and fetch her, fearing that she might arrive in a haughty manner to blame him unjustly. He had no intention of accepting baseless accusations. Now that Su Yu was safe, he felt no obligation to meddle further. With this thought, Jiang Yan cast a disdainful glance at her, seized her collar, and unceremoniously flung her away as he headed toward his car. Yet, as he opened the car door, he felt a grip on his back. To his surprise, Su Yu had somehow followed him, her eyes glazed and clinging to him desperately. Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle in irritation. "Are you really drunk, or just pretending? You can still run after me?" Su Yu continued to murmur, "Don't go." The alcohol clouded her mind, leaving her fixated on the notion that this man could not abandon her. After being cast aside, she instinctively followed him, relying solely on her dwindling willpower. Jiang Yan lifted her chin, staring deeply into her eyes, which seemed to lack clarity. "Do you see who I am?" The person you despise the most. I'm heading home now, and I have neither the time nor the obligation to take you back to the Su family. Do you still wish to accompany me? The Su family was well known in Tianhai City. He knew where their company was located, but had never interacted with any of the Su family members. Thus, contacting Su Yu's family would require her to provide the necessary information. However, with her phone broken and her mind clouded, she couldn't relay any contacts. Jiang Yan could take her to the police, but why would he want to complicate his life further? Su Yu stared blankly at Jiang Yan, her eyes unfocused. She couldn't make out his features, but found his voice deep and melodious, identical to the man who had just rescued her. Her head felt heavy, her thoughts sluggish. As if lacking support, she nodded heavily, unable to lift her head again. Seeing her head droop, Jiang Yan smirked, his gaze penetrating as he asked once more, "Are you certain you want to get into the car with me?" In response, Su Yu began to shift her body, inching her way into the passenger seat. Watching her actions, Jiang Yan felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. He was indifferent to her presence and wished to avoid excessive contact. Who knew how that crazy woman, Youwei, would act once she found out, blaming him for taking her friend home? His heart had turned cold, and he wanted no further entanglements with Youwei. Yet, even if he wished to avoid bringing a woman back to his residence, he found himself unable to resist. Su Yu, relying on her instinct, had crawled into the passenger seat and promptly dozed off. Jiang Yan exhaled heavily and started the car. Chapter 47. Youwei intrudes upon Jiang Yan's home the following morning. As Su Yu awoke with a furrowed brow, enduring discomfort, she suddenly realized that she was not in her familiar room. She jolted upright, only to discover that her clothing had been changed. She now donned a loose-fitting men's pajama set, the oversized garment making her resemble a child who had secretly slipped into an adult's attire. Faint sounds drifted in from outside the room, prompting her to hastily venture out. In the expansive living room, within the semi-open tea room, Jiang Yan was leisurely sipping tea. He glanced at her briefly and stated coolly, "Now that you are awake, you may leave." His detached demeanor instantly ignited Su Yu's indignation. "Jiang Yan, what have you done to me?" At her words, Jiang Yan frowned. "I rescued you from a group of people, and this is how you treat your savior?" The memory of the previous night began to resurface in Su Yu's mind. She recalled drinking excessively at a bar, being harassed by a rogue, and then fleeing into a dead-end alley. After that, her memories grew hazy, with only fragments remaining of being surrounded by a group of unsavory men. Realization struck her. Jiang Yan had indeed saved her. Biting her lip in defiance, she shot a haughty glare at him. "Even if you rescued me, you had no right to bring me to your home while I was intoxicated. As a man, you should understand the gravity of such actions better than I." Jiang Yan snorted in frustration. The reality was that it had been Su Yu who clung to him desperately, preventing him from leaving, and after he half-carried her into the villa, she had vomited on both of them. He had selflessly cleaned up the mess and then carried the unconscious Su Yu to the guest room. Now, she had the audacity to berate him upon waking. His expression turned slightly angry. Had he known Su Yu was such an ungrateful wretch, he would have left her by the trash can. With an indifferent glance, he issued an ultimatum: "Your clothes and bag are by the entrance. Gather your things and leave." However, instead of departing, Su Yu approached him and pointed a finger in his direction. "I want to ask you, did you?" She faltered, her cheeks flushing slightly. "What?" Jiang Yan feigned ignorance. "You," Su Yu retorted, indignation flaring. "You know exactly what I mean." Jiang Yan scrutinized her, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Can't you discern that for yourself?" At this, Su Yu hesitated, her mind racing as she took stock of her body. Aside from a lingering discomfort in her stomach, everything else seemed normal. She pouted slightly, her gaze softening as she looked at Jiang Yan. "Well, thank you." Jiang Yan sipped his tea and replied coolly, "Now that you understand, you should leave. You clearly dislike being here, so why linger? The longer you stay, the greater the chance of unfounded accusations against me." Despite his mocking tone, Su Yu found herself unperturbed. After all, he had saved her. Whether his intentions were noble or otherwise, she held no resentment towards his intervention. Her previous animosity stemmed from his relationship with Youwei. Now, a flicker of anger sparked within her at the thought of Youwei's betrayal. She would no longer defend her, at least not for the time being. Su Yu glanced at Jiang Yan, instinctively biting her lip, and awkwardly offered an apology. "I'm sorry," she murmured. Jiang Yan tilted his head, his expression unreadable. "I can't hear you." With determination, Su Yu gritted her teeth and raised her voice. "I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Is that loud enough for you? If you claim you still can't hear me, I want," he repeated. Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. He had merely wished to tease her, yet her earnest apology was a pleasant surprise. I heard you. Acknowledging your mistakes is a sign of a good character. As Suyu stood beside him, pouting, she was about to say more when the doorbell rang, interrupting her. Ding dong, ding dong. They both turned towards the door. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, silently questioning her with a glance. Is it someone you called? Suyu returned the look, her eyes saying, not me. Jiang Yan's expression darkened with curiosity. It was rare for anyone to visit him unannounced. Clients typically contacted his secretary, Shinqing, and friends would always give prior notice. He checked his phone for missed calls, finding none. How peculiar, he mused. Who could be seeking him so early in the morning? Rising, he addressed Suyu. I will answer the door. It appears you won't be leaving just yet. She glanced down at her disheveled appearance, clad in a man's pajamas, hair tousled. Feeling rather unpresentable, quietly she retreated to the bedroom. However, upon discovering that it was Jiang Yan's sleeping quarters, she realized she had no time to return to the guest room. Jiang Yan opened the door and, upon seeing the visitor, frowned involuntarily. He grasped the doorknob, intending to close it, but Youwei was prepared. She stepped forward, blocking the entrance with her foot and grabbing Jiang Yan's arm. With the door unable to shut, she exhaled in relief, then turned her gaze to him, anger simmering within. But upon noticing his well-defined chest, she faltered momentarily. In her haste to prevent him from shutting her out, she had inadvertently tugged his robe askew, leaving it precariously draped on his shoulder, exposing his chiseled physique, a testament to his regular fitness regimen. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She had never realized how fit Jiang Yan was before. The sight of him so unceremoniously dismissing her ignited a flicker of hurt within her. Did he not care that she could have been caught in the door? Her expression hardened as she demanded, What are you doing? Let me in. For a moment, Youwei forgot that she had come to plead for his assistance. Instinctively, she reverted to an authoritative stance, her previous arrogance surfacing. Jiang Yan regarded her with a cool demeanor, a smirk creeping onto his lips. After her outburst, he shot her a sidelong glance and replied coldly, That is a question I should be asking you. Youwei, what do you want? Chapter 48. Suyu, frightened, concealed herself, determined not to allow Youwei to discover her overnight stay at Jiang Yan's residence. Upon witnessing Jiang Yan's ruthless insistence on expelling her, Youwei instinctively bit her lip in grievance. I can't come over if I'm fine. This is my home. This is the villa you bought for me. Jiang Yan chuckled bitterly, suppressing his anger. I purchased it with my money. How can it be yours? Youwei, you truly possess no shame. Upon hearing his words, Youwei's face paled momentarily. Clenching her teeth, she retorted, You bought this villa for me, so it belongs to me. Otherwise, you'd still be living in that dilapidated apartment building. Jiang Yan shot her a disdainful glance, his expression reflecting his contempt. I have no desire to engage in futile discussions with you. We have broken up. Do not use the past to disgust me. Jiang Yan, Youwei exclaimed loudly. Yet, recalling that she had come today in a position of supplication, as Bai Luo had explicitly instructed her to adopt a more humble demeanor, she lowered her voice. In any case, I have something to discuss with you. Please let me in. However, Jiang Yan remained immovable. Youwei cast her eyes downward, instinctively biting her lip. When suddenly a glimmer of inspiration sparked in her eyes, she peered through the door into the villa's hall, suddenly pointing, Look, there is someone in your house. Jiang Yan paused, instinctively turning to glance behind him, puzzled. Could it be that Suyu had emerged? In that moment of distraction, Youwei seized the opportunity to slip past him, effortlessly entering the villa. Jiang Yan's expression darkened. But upon observing her nonchalantly settling onto the sofa as if intending to stay, his gaze grew colder. You have 1 minute to leave, otherwise I shall call the police on you for trespassing, he declared icily before retreating to the bathroom to freshen up. Youwei merely scoffed. She doubted Jiang Yan would actually call the police. Despite their fractured relationship, they had shared 5 years as lovers. What could the police do in a mere matter of emotional dispute? Moreover, she had resolutely decided that Jiang Yan would acquiesce this time, if he dared to refuse. Youwei's gaze fell, concealing the tumultuous emotions raging within her. She still possessed her final trump card, one sufficient to compel Jiang Yan's agreement. Meanwhile, in Jiang Yan's bedroom, Suyu, peeking through the doorframe, was utterly petrified upon hearing Youwei's voice. Although she had just quarreled with Youwei, the thought of her discovering Suyu's presence in her ex-boyfriend's home was unbearable. Not only would it be mortifying, but it could also lead to scandalous headlines. A woman discovers her boyfriend sleeping with her best friend. Suyu dared not dwell further on the thought. Her instinct as a woman warned her that she must not let Youwei know she had spent the night at Jiang Yan's home. Thus, When she heard Youwei mention there's someone in the house, she hastily shut the bedroom door. She pressed her ear against the doorframe, secretly listening to their conversation. Thankfully, Jiang Yan was unwelcoming, urging her to leave within a minute. Siyu exhaled in relief, patting her anxious chest to calm herself, though her heart raced nonetheless. Despite her fervent hope that Youwei would leave swiftly, all she could do was wait. Suddenly, she perked up, hearing the rhythmic sound of high heels approaching from the living room. The clicking grew closer with each step. Panic was evident on Su Yu's delicate features. Was she heading towards her? What to do? What to do? Jiang Yan, you scoundrel. Why are you in the bathroom? Hurry up and stop her. Internally berating him. Siyu furrowed her brow, her expression fraught with anxiety. Outside the bedroom, Youwei took advantage of Jiang Yan's time in the bathroom to survey the living room. Upon entering, she noted the absence of any signs of a second person, no couple's shoes by the entrance, and no traces of another's presence in the lavish living area. This indicated that Jiang Yan resided here alone. It seemed that his new girlfriend held little significance in his heart, far less than herself. With this realization, a satisfied smile crept onto Youwei's lips, elation lighting her features. She then made her way towards Jiang Yan's bedroom, standing outside the bedroom door. An inexplicable tension gripped Youwei. She recalled that, in the past, she rarely visited Jiang Yan's villa, and when she did, it was only to sit briefly in the living room. She remembered once receiving an email from Bai Luo while abroad, feeling overwhelming longing and despair, prompting her to drown her sorrows at a bar. Later, Jiang Yan had brought her back to the villa. Lying on the sofa, she recalled Jiang Yan's gentle voice whispering, "Weiwei, it's too exhausting to sleep here. Why not rest in the bedroom?" Though inebriated, she instinctively resisted the notion of entering such an intimate space, insisting instead that Jiang Yan take her home. Reflecting on this, Youwei's thoughts turned melancholic, unable to articulate the complex emotions swirling within her. Remarkably, she had never once entered Jiang Yan's bedroom. Her past refusals now transformed into a yearning to step inside. Taking a deep breath, Youwei grasped the doorknob and slowly pushed the bedroom door open. Chapter 49. Human nature is indeed despicable. Surprisingly, Jiang Yan's bedroom was quite ordinary, a double bed, a complete set of wardrobes and bedside tables, all neatly arranged, with only a small lamp on the bedside table. Unlike her own room, which was filled with various decorative trinkets in a chaotic manner, Youwei felt a twinge of astonishment. She had expected men's bedrooms to be messy, with clothes carelessly strewn across the floor. A faint sound broke the silence of the room, quickly vanishing. Youwei turned her head in curiosity towards the wardrobe. How strange. Could it be a mouse? Or am I just imagining things? She mused, walking towards the wardrobe, which was quite large with 4 doors. She opened one door to find Jiang Yan's suit jacket hanging neatly inside. Seeing nothing unusual, she dismissed the thought as mere imagination. Meanwhile, curled up inside the wardrobe, Suyu's heart raced uncontrollably. She fervently prayed that Youwei would not open the door. When she heard Youwei opening one of the wardrobe doors, she squeezed her eyes shut in fear, her small face scrunched up, her entire body, down to her fingertips, tense with anxiety. She cursed Jiang Yan in her mind. "You wretched Jiang Yan, if Weiwei discovers me, it will be all your fault." Fixated on the wardrobe door, Siyu felt her heart leap to her throat as she sensed Youwei approaching her. The moment the door was about to be opened, she nervously covered her collarbone, gripping her skin until it turned red against her otherwise fair complexion. However, just as Youwei was about to open the next door, her gaze caught a small ornament on the bedside table, diverting her attention. She frowned slightly and walked over to examine it closely. It was an earring. A woman's earring, to be precise. As a woman herself, she was certain of it. The realization that there was a woman's belonging in Jiang Yan's bedroom ignited a wave of anger within her. Clenching the earring tightly in her hand, she stormed into the living room to confront Jiang Yan. "Whose earring is this? Who is this woman?" Youwei shouted at Jiang Yan, her voice nearly tearing apart from emotion, on the verge of losing control. Jiang Yan glanced at the item in her hand, furrowing his brow. "It has nothing to do with you," he replied coldly. Youwei's heart sank at his indifferent demeanor, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. She felt a wave of frustration wash over her, instinctively biting her lip. "Why, Jiang Yan? Did you deliberately let me see it? Do you want to witness my pain and jealousy towards another woman?" Jiang Yan found her line of reasoning utterly absurd and had no desire to comprehend it. Her mixture of indignation and sorrow struck him as ludicrous. He sneered, "Who allowed you to enter my bedroom, Youwei? Weren't you the one who despised it? Even in your drunken state, you instinctively resisted it. Yet now you sneak in uninvited. Huh, people truly are despicable." His words left Youwei frozen in place, rendered speechless and unsure of how to respond. It was true that she had once resisted coming to the villa. However, she stubbornly retorted, that was in the past. The past is past, the present is different. What is different? You were still called Youwei back then. Were you not? Were you forced to come? Or possessed? Jiang Yan's derisive tone only deepened her humiliation. Seeing her pale face, trembling with fury, brought him a sense of satisfaction. With a cold gaze, he walked towards the entrance and opened the door wide. He unhesitatingly issued an eviction notice. I've given you 5 minutes, Youwei. I request that you leave this instant. Now it is I who find you distasteful. At his words, Youwei's face drained of color, her fist clenched tightly, nearly piercing her skin. The mere presence of the earring was infuriating enough, but Jiang Yan's callous remarks crushed her pride. Indeed, men became most callous after a breakup. Recalling the purpose of her visit, Youwei took a few deep breaths to steady herself. For the sake of Bai Luo's future, she needed to endure and remain composed. She looked at Jiang Yan, her tone softening slightly. I don't wish to argue today. I have something important to discuss with you. Jiang Yan regarded her with a detached glance. It was evident that she would not come to him without reason. His gaze lowered, recalling how she had sought help from Mu Wanzhou at the charity gala, only to be turned away and ridiculed by the upper echelon. Her sudden appearance this morning suggested that yet another crisis had arisen within her company, compelling her to seek his assistance. However, why should he help her without cause? As a businessman, he valued profit above all else. Youwei should understand that no merchant rises early without a benefit. Jiang Yan did not close the door. Instead, he left it ajar as he leisurely made his way to the sofa. He reclined with nonchalance, arms draped across the edge, one long leg crossed over the other. Exuding an air of indifference, Jiang Yan now occupied a position of power, looking down at Youwei, who stood off to the side. If you wish for my assistance, you must offer something of equal value in return, he stated flatly. Seeing the transformation in his demeanor sent a ripple of unease through Youwei. She had never encountered Jiang Yan exuding such a formidable presence, and the contempt in his gaze unsettled her. Instinctively, she felt that this was not the Jiang Yan she knew, but rather another person inhabiting his form, someone who had once loved her deeply and had been utterly humble before her. How could he have become so formidable? Youwei struggled to comprehend this change. Yet the reality was undeniable. Jiang Yan sat there immovable, the air around him thick with tension. She clenched her jaw, determined not to yield in the face of his overpowering aura. I have something to offer, she declared. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, do share. I can facilitate the purchase of shares in Huanyu Media, she proposed. Jiang Yan burst into laughter, the sound echoing with mockery, yet his eyes remained icy. Youwei felt her face flush with embarrassment and anger. What are you laughing at? She retorted. Chapter 50. Youwei, I must pay a price. Jiang Yan laughed heartily, reclining casually on the sofa as he gazed at Youwei. Youwei, as the chairperson of a publicly listed company, do you truly believe me to be so foolish? To purchase shares in your company? I fear not only would I incur losses, but I might also find myself inexplicably burdened with debt. The debt-to-asset ratio of Huanyu Media is quite significant, is it not? No, it is exceedingly high. Have you fulfilled your performance guarantee? At his words, Youwei trembled. Shock etched across her features as her eyes widened. Stammering, she managed to inquire, how do you know about the performance guarantee? The agreement she had signed with AI Shang Film was known only to the highest echelons of management. How could Jiang Yan possibly be aware? A troubling thought crossed her mind. She recalled her first year at Huanyu, when Jiang Yan had been at her side, resolving numerous issues within the company. When she had sensed something amiss and coldly dismissed him, many employees had expressed regret. Thus, there was a mole within Huanyu Media. The realization tightened her brow. After the company weathered the crisis, she would need to conduct a thorough internal purge. Given the precarious situation, even if she suspected Jiang Yan, she could not voice her doubts just yet. Observing Youwei deep in thought, her expression shifting, Jiang Yan sneered. Youwei, who would have thought that the industry lauds you for your business acumen? Yet here you stand, a lovesick fool, blinded by affection. 6 months ago, your company's market value soared, frequently hitting the upper limits. Anyone with a modicum of investment insight would recognize that Huanyu Media was behaving unusually. At that time, you were engaged with a certain film company, after which your company's star performers were subjected to aggressive marketing. Oh, and let us not forget, I played a part in that marketing effort, did I not? With flippant remarks, Jiang Yan continued to mock Youwei. When she had previously asked him to facilitate connections for Xiaobo, he had suspected something was amiss. Yet, At that time, he had willingly complied with her demands. Upon hearing his words, Youwei abruptly lifted her gaze to meet his. As Jiang Yan had surmised, she was indeed astute, and his explanation made her realize she had wronged him. Suddenly, she recognized the many unfair demands she had placed upon him, all of which he had met without complaint. An inexplicable pang of sorrow gripped her heart. She opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Jiang Yan, however, showed no sign of sympathy as he scrutinized her somber demeanor. He adopted a serious tone, inquiring, "What precisely is the issue with Huanyu Media? If the crisis stems from Xiaobo's endorsement controversy leading to a plummet in stock prices, you would not have left Mu Wanzhou's banquet still brimming with arrogance. Therefore, I wish to understand what significant upheaval has occurred that compelled you to swallow your pride and seek my assistance." Youwei hesitated before slowly stating, "I need your help to lift the restrictions on our artists' visibility on the Douhua platform." Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his chin tilted slightly. "Is that all? And also, regarding the gaming endorsement contract with the Mu Group, could you persuade Mu Wanzhou to clarify matters on a public platform?" At this, Jiang Yan's disappointment was palpable. "Is that truly everything?" Youwei regarded him with a complex expression, nodding. "Yes." Jiang Yan shook his head, rising to his feet and approaching her. Looking down from his height of 187 meters. "Surely, there must be more. This hardly seems sufficient for you to lower yourself to seek my assistance, especially after you vowed to bring about my company's downfall." Youwei's expression flickered momentarily. Jiang Yan, keenly observant, noted the change in her countenance. His tone grew stern as he warned, "If you do not tell me the truth, there is little reason for further discussion." He then reached for his phone, preparing to call security to escort her out. Youwei panicked, interjecting, "Please, don't do that." Jiang Yan, gritting her teeth, she finally divulged the pressing truth. "By Luo." The moment she uttered those two syllables, Jiang Yan's expression darkened. Yet, Youwei noticed the shift in his demeanor. Anxiously licking her lips, she altered her approach. "There is a talent show on Tomato TV, and they have refused to allow Huanyu Media's artists to participate. We have invested considerable time and resources in nurturing trainees. And if we do not foster new talent, next year will be even more challenging, potentially threatening our very survival." Jiang Yan, observing the unease in her eyes, scoffed. "Oh, so it is all for that by Luo? Here I had naively believed that Huanyu Media was facing a genuine crisis. It appears it is all for your white moonlight." His ire simmered beneath the surface, yet he quickly regained his composure as a mature adult must. Turning his attention back to Youwei, he said mockingly, "I hear you have included Bai Luo in this program, intending to invest heavily in his debut. Yet here you are, begging for my assistance on his behalf. How touching." However, Youwei's heart sank further, anxiety and fear growing within her. Bai Luo was on the brink of a mental breakdown, and he could not endure any more distress. Despite Jiang Yan's relentless derision, she knew she had done nothing wrong. Helping Bai Luo achieve his dream of becoming a top idol was not a fault. Steeling herself, Youwei took a deep breath. With composure, she asserted, "In any case, Jiang Yan, all I require is for you to lift the restrictions on Douhua and persuade Mu Wanzhou to let me be. As for the matter with Tomato TV," she feigned calmness, "once the first two issues are resolved, I will find a way to negotiate with the show's producers myself." Jiang Yan chuckled derisively. His eyes darkened inscrutable, like an unfathomable abyss. "And what price do you intend to pay? Please refrain from making the absurd suggestion that I should purchase shares in your company." Youwei gritted her teeth, asking, "How much do you want?" She understood that if Bai Luo were not involved, she might only need to offer a small concession for Jiang Yan to acquiesce and fulfill his promise. Although Huanyu Media faced considerable challenges, its valuation of 3.2 billion was not insignificant. She did not wish to endure humiliation at his hands. She could shoulder her burdens alone. Chapter 51. I find you filthy. Youwei could endure the difficulties faced by the company through sheer willpower. However, now that Jiang Yan had uncovered the truth, that she had come for Bai Luo, she was momentarily uncertain about how much Jiang Yan would demand, regardless of his request. She was resolute that he must acquiesce to her terms today. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, and spoke slowly. "I do not ask for much. Firstly, return the money I have spent on you over the past 5 years, and then we shall discuss the next steps." Youwei was taken aback, incredulous as she retorted, "You want to reclaim the money spent during our relationship? How much did you even transfer to me? And besides, I have spent quite a sum on you as well. Jiang Yan, you still care about this relationship, don't you?" At her words, Jiang Yan's demeanor darkened. He coldly replied, "Do not speak to me of feelings. You are not worthy." The investments and expenses of these 5 years could warm a stone. Yet you, Youwei, are the least deserving to utter such words. What, do you fear this mere sum of money? I have all the transfer records, exactly 8,800,000. Oh. And let us not forget the gifts I purchased for you, which total over 10 million. Of course, this amount pales in comparison to the 5 years of affection I have bestowed upon you. However, as the recipient and the one at fault, you should compensate me, so return me 100 million. As he uttered the phrase the affection of 5 years, it seemed as though Youwei could hear Jiang Yan's teeth gritting in restraint. A look of anguish crossed her face. After all, who had not endured the trials of 5 years? She was acutely aware of Jiang Yan's meticulous care during their relationship. She had reveled in his excessive devotion. Yet, can these feelings truly be quantified in monetary value? Currently, her company was beset by financial difficulties, with severe cash flow losses. Although the company's financial statements showed several hundred million, liquid cash was a different matter entirely. Even producing 50 million would pose a challenge. Furthermore, any matter concerning finances required careful consideration. With a resolute bite of her lip, Youwei declared, I can only return the money you transferred to me. The rest. She exhaled deeply, adding, Jiang Yan, every relationship incurs expenses. The gifts you purchased were voluntary, not coerced by me. So do not go too far. Jiang Yan could not help but scoff. Rising from his seat, he cast a disdainful glance at Youwei and coldly stated, if that is the case, we have nothing further to discuss. Leave. Go find your shining star. For him, you would spare no expense, wouldn't you? Just become a sponsor for the program. Spending a few billion on advertising is trivial. Jiang Yan, Youwei called out in haste, stepping forward to grasp his arm. Her heart sinking. Indeed, Jiang Yan remained fixated on her connection with Bai Luo. She knew that when it came to Bai Luo, he would never extend a helping hand. However, she still held a final card to play. Gazing at Jiang Yan, clad in a loose summer robe, held together only by a single drawstring, she felt a rush of heat rise to her cheeks as she recalled the powerful physique he had sculpted through rigorous training. With her heart racing, she bit her lower lip and spoke softly. I know we have been in a relationship for 5 years, yet you have never truly possessed me. You must feel quite resentful inside. So this time, I shall grant you your wish. With that, Youwei lowered her gaze, taking a step back, and unfastened the first button of her attire. Her slender, delicate fingers slowly unbuttoned her professional outfit, revealing a white camisole beneath. As her gaze met Jiang Yan's, a flush crept across her face. Yet, Jiang Yan remained impassive, his expression unyielding. Youwei was taken aback. Despite her overtures, he showed no sign of reaction. And a flicker of sadness crossed her eyes. Resolute, she crossed her arms downward, her fair fingers gripping the hem of her camisole, slowly pulling it upward. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan watched as she shed her garments, revealing more and more of her smooth, pale skin, yet his heart grew colder. The idealized visions he once held had now lost their allure, especially knowing that Youwei was offering herself for another man. At that moment, Youwei stood before him, arms crossed over her chest, feeling a mix of shame and embarrassment. This was her first time presenting herself in such a manner, and a wave of humiliation washed over her. Despite having come this far, Jiang Yan's gaze remained increasingly frigid. She resolved, biting her lip, and with a trembling hand, she removed the last article of clothing. Approaching him, she reached out to touch his chest, her heart racing as she bashfully murmured, Are you satisfied now? But Jiang Yan's response was to push her away. Youwei stumbled back, disbelief etched on her face. Then, she heard his frigid voice cut through the air. I find you filthy. In an instant, Youwei froze, her complexion draining of color, her once rosy lips now devoid of hue. Tears welled in her eyes, and she stifled a sob. I am not filthy. With those words, her tears cascaded down like a broken string of pearls, each droplet a testament to her heart's agony. The pain was excruciating, as though his words had transformed into a multitude of needles, piercing her very soul. She felt herself teetering on the brink of collapse. I'm not filthy. I'm not filthy. I'm not filthy. She cried, her emotions spiraling out of control as she desperately tried to explain. I have not been with Bai Luo. I am pure. Jiang Yan, I have not betrayed you. Her cries were punctuated by sobs, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her chest heaving. Yet, to Jiang Yan, her outburst was futile. He observed her breakdown, her tear-streaked face filled with anguish. But did it matter? Once he regained his composure, would he not continue to protect his white moonlight? Chapter 52. Oh, the wanton. At this moment, Jiang Yan gazed coldly at Youwei. Youwei possessed an exquisite figure, standing tall with a slender waist that could be encircled by a delicate hand. As the daughter of a prominent family, she invested considerable sums to maintain her flawless complexion and voluptuous figure. Her skin was smooth and fair, her enticing curves as tender as an unblemished egg, devoid of any flaw. However, having already savored the pleasures of life, Jiang Yan felt no stirrings of desire. In fact, as he observed her nearly unhinged frenzy, he felt a tinge of disdain. He coldly remarked, Youwei, just look at yourself. You claim to be pure, but do you expect me to believe that? Youwei cried in anguish, her eyes swollen and reddened. I am not dirty at all, truly. Jiang Yan, why? She had already torn apart her last vestige of dignity and was mentally prepared to engage in any subsequent actions. This was her final gambit. She had assumed that Jiang Yan would surely acquiesce. She believed that upon seeing her perfect form, he would be unable to resist her. But why? Why did he not desire her? Unable to comprehend, Youwei's gaze bore into him, his eyes so tranquil, devoid of any lust. Just moments ago, when emotions had surged, he had shown signs of wanting to advance, his eyes blazing with an intensity that seemed almost ravenous. At that moment, she had resolutely refused. Now, as she willingly shed her garments, seeking to please him, he had unceremoniously pushed her away in disdain. Youwei could not fathom it. She was neither dirty nor unattractive. She was acutely aware that both her looks and figure were assets to be proud of. Yet, tears streamed down her face, ruining her makeup, while Jiang Yan remained indifferent. He looked at her, his tone icy. If this is the price you are willing to pay, then Youwei, how are you any different from the despicable Changji? At his words, Youwei shuddered, frozen in place. She raised her tear-streaked face to Jiang Yan, her eyes filled with heart-wrenching pain. Suddenly, she frantically clutched at him, attempting to tear away his robe, but Jiang Yan swiftly evaded her grasp. Anger flared within him as he shouted, Youwei, what madness is this? Calm yourself. Yet, no matter what Jiang Yan said, she could not regain her composure. After one failed attempt, she tried again. Jiang Yan watched her in a state of painful chaos, feeling a certain satisfaction. However, facing a woman who had lost her reason, he found himself troubled. Jiang Yan retreated to a distance of 1 meter from the entrance, coldly stating, Youwei, you are still a lady of high standing. Do you find it honorable to be naked and mad in my home? The front door is open. Although there is a courtyard outside, the fence is unobstructed. Anyone passing by could easily see you. Do you truly wish to be the subject of ridicule? While you may have no sense of shame, I do. Indeed, his words struck a chord. Youwei halted her movements, lifting her tear-streaked face. She suddenly noticed the door wide open at the entrance, instinctively curling her body away. Sniffling, she stammered, Jiang Yan, please, close the door. Yet Jiang Yan stood unmoving, watching her with an air of indifference. What right do you have to command me? Put on your clothes and leave. I am truly disappointed in you. You have diminished, unable to present any worthwhile resources for negotiation. Jiang Yan contemptuously observed as she retreated to the corner, then proceeded to the tea room in the living area, turning on the kettle and preparing a pot of tea, savoring the aroma. Leave. And continue to cherish your unattainable dreams until every last asset of your company is exhausted. At that moment, Youwei stood in the corner, her tears having ceased. Her breathing steadied, though her nose remained reddened and crinkled. Having wept with sorrow, her eyes were puffy, veins of red apparent in her pupils. Reflecting on her earlier loss of composure, she took several deep breaths, biting her lip to regain her calm. After all, she was a lady and could not behave like a shrew. If word got out, how could she maintain her standing in high society? She glanced at Jiang Yan, leisurely sipping tea, as if her earlier display of vulnerability had rendered her a mere jester. A chill settled in her heart at his complete disinterest. Rising to her feet, a newfound determination flickered in her eyes. This time, she lowered her hands, fully bearing herself. She composed her appearance, letting her hair cascade down her back, a few strands delicately framing her chest. Youwei's gaze transformed, becoming captivating and alluring. She swayed her hips, stepping towards the tea room, discarding her sense of shame, resolute in her intention to entice Jiang Yan. Upon noticing that Jiang Yan finally shifted his attention to her, a flicker of joy ignited within Youwei. However, as it was her first attempt at such seduction, she was still inexperienced, and a flush crept onto her cheeks, her ears tinged pink. She heard her own voice take on a sultry tone. Jiang Yan, you must desire me. Since you doubt my words, why not come and verify for yourself? She leaned closer, her fair skin nearly brushing against him. One could not deny that Youwei's figure was indeed captivating, likely stirring excitement in anyone who beheld the scene. Yet, and the next moment, her body stiffened. She saw Jiang Yan sigh, pulling the chair back to distance himself from her. His voice, devoid of warmth, echoed in her ear. How can you still not understand? I do not like unclean women. Not just physically, but mentally as well. For the sake of Bai Luo, you would stoop to this level. It truly opens my eyes. When you next seek favors from others, will you behave as you do today? Oh, the wanton. Youwei's complexion drained of color, her body freezing in place. The seductive demeanor she had just donned vanishing in an instant. Jiang Yan's words resonated with clarity. She opened her mouth, her lips trembling, yet ultimately found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 53. Shall I call your best friend in to assist you? She trembled uncontrollably, at a loss for words. Unable to respond to his statement. The tea room's table was made of sleek glass, and through its reflective surface, Youwei caught sight of her own cascading hair. A tantalizing reflection that portrayed her as a seductress. Jiang Yan, observing Youwei's dazed and distracted demeanor, suddenly felt a wave of ennui wash over him. He had never intended to agree to help her, especially knowing that she was trying to curry favor with him for Bai Luo's sake. Agreeing would only render him a fool. His earlier mention of a cost was merely a ploy to gauge her limits, to discern how far she would go for Bai Luo. The outcome was quite evident. How amusing. All the heartfelt affection he once harbored for Youwei had been in vain, and a sense of anger stirred within him. Youwei's calculations were astute. She expected him to be swayed by her proud figure without any monetary exchange. Alas, he found no appeal in that. Yet she still sought his favor. Youwei, how do you feel about this performance? Is it captivating? Jiang Yan remarked, rising slowly. Do you wish to know my true thoughts? Youwei instinctively queried, what thoughts? Utterly tedious. His words sent a tremor through her, as if her very soul had been siphoned away, leaving her with vacant, unseeing eyes, frozen in place. Jiang Yan cast a disdainful glance her way before sauntering toward the living room sofa, bending down to retrieve his phone. He had succeeded in humiliating Youwei. Yet even that had lost its allure. This tiresome farce was ready to conclude. Just as he contemplated summoning security to forcibly evict Youwei, a muffled thud emanated from the bedroom. Thud. The sound was not loud, but it was audible to both. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes and strode into the bedroom. Meanwhile, Youwei regained a semblance of clarity. Upon noticing Jiang Yan entering the bedroom, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, the presence of a woman's earrings within. A wave of anxiety surged through her. She wanted to follow him into the bedroom, but the distant sound of a car engine outside the villa instinctively made her crouch down, shamefully wrapping her arms around herself. Once the vehicle passed, she hurriedly donned her clothes. However, when she attempted to open the bedroom door again, she discovered it was locked. The earlier thud had sounded akin to something colliding with the wardrobe. Upon entering, Jiang Yan found no sign of Suyu and promptly swung open the first wardrobe door. It was empty, so he moved on to the second door. Indeed, within the second wardrobe, he discovered a figure. Jiang Yan gazed down, his expression devoid of any emotion. At that moment, Suyu was curled up at the bottom of the wardrobe, obscured by layers of hanging garments. Her delicate features displayed discomfort. Contorted as she tried to adjust her position in the cramped space, one hand struggling to massage her lower back. Suyu looked up at Jiang Yan with a frown, indignation simmering within her. You scoundrel Jiang Yan, my body is completely numb, and it's all your fault. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow at her accusation. Was it his fault? He had rescued Suyu, and even allowed her a comfortable night's sleep. She had mistakenly entered the wrong room and, wishing to avoid being discovered by Youwei, voluntarily concealed herself in the narrow wardrobe. And now she blamed him for her discomfort. How amusing. Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. He realized he must make Suyu understand who the true master of the house was. What did you say? Can you speak a little louder? Suyu was on the verge of tears, her frustration evident as she scrunched her nose. You. Pick me up. Oh, I see. Jiang Yan feigned enlightenment, then continued teasingly. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to carry you. I fear you may accuse me of taking advantage. Oh, by the way, since Youwei has tea left yet, shall I call her in to assist you? After all, you are best friends. She would be far more suitable than I. Upon hearing this, Suyu promptly sealed her lips, her angry countenance softening. The audacity of Jiang Yan to mock her was infuriating. However, recalling her predicament, she felt compelled to relent. She couldn't let Youwei discover her. Thus, with her beautiful eyes wide open, she gazed imploringly at Jiang Yan. Please don't call Weiwei. I was wrong, I truly was. Just let me be for now. Don't let her come into the bedroom. I can hold on. As she spoke, she scrunched her nose, displaying an expression of painful endurance. Suyu's face was indeed flawless. Even when contorting into exaggerated expressions, it remained intact, even adorably comical. Jiang Yan observed her quick pivot to humility with raised eyebrows. Quite clever, she was, with a keen sense of self-awareness. He replied coolly, "Oh, I've locked the door. She cannot come in." Upon hearing this, Suyu's frustration boiled over as she bared her teeth at him. "Humph. Why didn't you say so earlier? You scoundrel Jiang Yan. Even after I've admitted my fault, you still choose to tease me." Siyu felt somewhat disgruntled. Lowering her voice, she murmured, "Please, pick me up quickly. My legs are numb, and I fell earlier. I must have hurt my bones. My tailbone is in agony." As she spoke, Suyu winced, tears of pain welling in her eyes. Jiang Yan observed her impassively and replied, "TSK. I suppose I should call your best friend after all. You." Siyu couldn't suppress her anger. Yet the thought of Youwei in the living room made her anxious. She softened her demeanor, genuinely in pain, relying solely on her willpower to suppress her cries. "Jiang Yan, you're the best. I beg you, please put me on the bed. It hurts so much. I feel like I'm going to die. Once I'm all right, I'll surely express my gratitude with a banner, a bouquet, and even a little kitten." Seeing Suyu's earnest plea, Jiang Yan felt a sense of satisfaction. Finally, she ceased her mockery. "Lift your arms. Don't move." He then bent down, encircling her shoulders and legs, gradually lifting her from the depths of the wardrobe. Suyu instinctively clung to his neck. Jiang Yan deliberately steered clear of the wardrobe's edge to prevent any further injury to her tailbone. Suyu blinked her enchanting eyes, transfixed by the handsome man before her. She was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't expected Jiang Yan to be so adept at carrying someone. Although he jested mercilessly, his touch was surprisingly gentle. Once they reached the bed, Suyu, while enduring the pain, struggled to turn over. "Quick, check if my tailbone is bruised." Chapter 54. A resounding slap. Youwei found herself once more at the receiving end of an angry slap. Suyu's seemingly nonchalant attitude prompted Jiang Yan to pivot the conversation, inquiring, "Is this how you plead for assistance?" He was well aware that Suyu was not the type to be docile. Her haughty demeanor had accustomed her to commanding others. However, Jiang Yan had no intention of indulging her. Wait. I was mistaken, Jiang Yan," Suyu exclaimed, pressing her palms together in a gesture of contrition. This time, her tone was notably courteous. "Could you please examine my injury?" "Thank you." Jiang Yan chuckled softly, realizing he had achieved the desired effect, and decided to relent. As he pulled aside her oversized nightgown, he discovered a purplish bruise forming on her lumbar region. A quick glance suggested that there were no fractures. To his surprise, the massage techniques and traditional Chinese medicine he had learned for Youwei were now proving useful. He pressed gently on the area, eliciting a sharp gasp from Suyu. The volume of her cry was such that it could be heard even through the walls of the living room. Startled, Suyu quickly covered her mouth. Tears welled in her eyes from the pain, and she shot Jiang Yan an angry glare. The look conveyed her feelings without words. Jiang Yan remained unfazed, continuing his examination, forming a conclusion in his mind. "There's no damage to the bone. It seems to be a mere ligament strain." Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned, "You can diagnose orthopedic issues too?" Just then, the bedroom door suddenly stirred. After dressing, Youwei heard the unmistakable sound of distress. A wave of foreboding washed over her, and she frantically began banging on the door frame. "Jiang Yan, open the door. Why are you locking it? Is there someone else in there with you?" Her urgent shouts were accompanied by a series of loud knocks, yet the room remained eerily silent. Something was amiss. Panic surged within Youwei as she could no longer bear it. She grabbed a nearby object and began hammering at the doorknob. Inside the bedroom, Suyu felt her heart race at the sound of Youwei's voice. Instinctively, she glanced at Jiang Yan, who remained unperturbed and continued his ministrations on her coccyx. At that moment, Suyu's fear overshadowed her pain, and she attempted to sit up. However, the sudden movement aggravated her injury, causing her to gasp in agony. She dared not move further and instead anxiously tugged at Jiang Yan's arm. Turning her head, she glared at him, demanding, "Aren't you worried? Quickly, hide me back in the wardrobe." Yet Jiang Yan, with an air of calmness, replied, "Did you not ask me to tend to your injury?" Suyu was exasperated. The knocking at the door grew louder, and she could see the lock was on the verge of giving way. With pleading eyes, she implored Jiang Yan, "I beg you, if Weiwei sees us like this, I won't be able to explain myself even if I jumped into the Yellow River." But it was too late. Youwei successfully forced the door open, the doorknob falling to the floor. She kicked the door open, and upon witnessing the scene in the bedroom, her expression turned to one of shock. In an instant, a whirlwind of emotions, anger, sorrow, betrayal flooded her heart. She beheld her best friend and her boyfriend together on the bed. Suyu clad in his nightgown. All she could manage was a voice filled with despair. Suyu, why are you here? What is going on between you and Jiang Yan? How could you betray me like this? With that, Youwei stormed forward, her hand poised to strike Suyu. However, her slap landed precisely on Suyu's injured lumbar region, drawing a pained gasp from her lips. As Youwei prepared to strike again, Jiang Yan seized her wrist with force. Youwei, he said coldly. Suyu, seizing the moment, scrambled to the other side of the bed. Her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Youwei with a mixture of sorrow and anger. Once a cherished friendship, it now seemed entirely lost. Suyu, wanting to preserve whatever bond remained, had hoped to hide from Youwei's wrath. Yet, she had not anticipated the ferocity of Youwei's reaction. Now, her lumbar spine felt rigid, burdened with pain and immobility, but the emotional turmoil overshadowed the physical hurt. Observing Jiang Yan's protective stance towards Suyu, Youwei's emotions teetered on the edge of chaos. Jiang Yan, why are you defending her? She murmured, turning her fiery gaze towards Suyu. Suyu, after all I've done for you, how could you betray me like this? You truly are my good friend. As Suyu met Youwei's hateful stare, her heart sank further into despair. Wei, before you speak, consider whether you have been fair to me. I was violated by that disgusting Bai Luo. And yet you chose to protect him. When you doubted me, I ceased to be your friend. If you had shown even a hint of belief in me that day, I would not have sought solace in a bar. So, you are the architect of this outcome. Now, I tell you I despise you. Our friendship is over. Hearing their exchange, Jiang Yan suddenly grasped the situation. It dawned on him that Suyu's drunken state at the bar was a result of heartbreak inflicted by Youwei. He felt a pang of sympathy. In the span of just one day, two women had transformed from the closest of friends to the bitterest of enemies. Yet, this was their personal matter, and he chose to remain uninvolved. Youwei, however, could not comprehend his detachment. Her emotions were spiraling out of control as she glared at Suyu, the bond of friendship entirely severed. Her only focus now on the woman she perceived as a rival. Jiang Yan tightened his grip on Youwei's wrist, but her fury was uncontainable. Let me go? Jiang Yan, why are you still protecting her? I know why you refuse to accept me. It's because there's another woman in your life. Have you already been with Suyu? The mere thought that Jiang Yan was no longer untainted drove Youwei into a frenzy of jealousy. This was supposed to be her moment. She was meant to be the first woman in Jiang Yan's life. All of it had been snatched away by her so-called best friend. They say to beware of friends, yet she had dismissed such warnings. Now, she realized her folly. Youwei glared at Jiang Yan, her chest swelling with indignation. My dear friend and you, Jiang Yan, you have both betrayed me. Jiang Yan felt a sharp pain in his arm as Youwei's nails dug into his skin. Witnessing her reckless fury, his anger surged, and his expression darkened. With a swift motion, he struck Youwei across the face. Smack! The sharp sound of the slap silenced Youwei's piercing cries, and the room descended into an eerie stillness, the air thick with tension. Chapter 55. Regret upon seeing the diamond ring with a resounding slap. Youwei was sent crashing against the bedside table. Her delicate face instantly swelled and reddened, a glaring handprint marking her cheek. A gash on her forehead oozed blood, trickling down in crimson rivulets. Suyu, crouched by the bed, was startled but regarded Youwei with a cold, unyielding gaze. This time, she felt no pity for her. It was all well-deserved. Jiang Yan was acutely aware of his own strength, and the blow he dealt Youwei was merciless. His eyes were clouded with darkness as he coldly scrutinized the fallen figure before him. Suppressing the tempest of rage within, he spat out, Youwei, have you had your fill of this farce? Youwei fell silent, stunned into stillness. One hand lay on the bedside table, while the other clutched the nearby trash bin. The metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. She remained frozen in her vulnerable position, enveloped in an oppressive silence. Save for the tears that streamed silently from her swollen eyes, landing softly on her hand. Despair engulfed her as she recalled how Jiang Yan had once adored her. How he had rushed to the pharmacy to buy ointment when her ankle was bruised by the sand during a beach outing. Now, he had turned this violence upon her. All for Suyu, her so-called good friend. The cruelty was unrelenting. What is more terrifying than despair? It is the absence of hope. She could no longer discern a trace of the once passionate affection in Jiang Yan's eyes. Youwei's heart felt like ashes as she closed her eyes. Overwhelmed by the growing metallic taste of blood, she instinctively leaned over the bin to spit out a mixture of saliva and blood. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan continued to regard her with indifference, even displaying a hint of distaste. A bitter smile escaped Youwei's lips. She was uncertain whether her emotions were driven more by hatred or by profound sorrow. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of something. She froze, her sorrowful smile becoming rigid. A small gift box lay quietly at the bottom of the trash bin, the bin itself devoid of any other refuse. In an instant, a glimmer of hope flickered in her despairing eyes, akin to a withering flower revived by a refreshing drink of water. Trembling, Youwei reached for the box. Her emotions teetering on the brink of chaos, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. At last, she opened the small box to reveal a beautifully crafted diamond ring nestled within. In that moment, her mouth fell open in silent astonishment, her pale lips quivering, soon contorting into an expression of profound anguish. Memories of tender moments flooded her mind, each one a reminder of Jiang Yan's intentions to propose to her in the most romantic of settings, kneeling before her to place the ring upon her finger. Yet now, that beautiful romance was forever beyond her grasp. She had lost that opportunity, and entirely by her own making. Had she not gone to the airport that night to meet Bai Luo, perhaps she and Jiang Yan would have smoothly become engaged, even married, and enjoyed a blissful life together. As these thoughts consumed her, the weight of regret deepened on her face. She wiped away her tears, desperate to examine the ring more closely. However, before she could do so, Jiang Yan yanked the ring from her grasp. Stunned, she lifted her gaze to him, her voice hoarse from crying. "Give it back to me." Jiang Yan's expression remained impassive as he replied, "This is not yours." At his words, Youwei felt as if struck by a jolt, her heart wrenching as she protested, "This is a gift from you. Give it back." She reached out frantically, but it slipped from her fingers. Jiang Yan sneered, lifting the ring before her, his gaze icy. "I prepared this gift for half a year, intending to propose. It is filled with my heart and sincerity. But now," he scoffed, "it has been fed to the dogs." With that, he resolutely flung it out the window. Youwei's heart sank as she watched his movement, instinctively reaching out to grasp it, but it soared away from her grasp. Her face drained of color. Her pupils dilated in horror. Jiang Yan's words echoed in her mind, leaving her paralyzed, collapsing to the floor. Had she not clutched the bedside table, she would have crumpled entirely. Supporting herself on the ground, she looked up at Jiang Yan, her eyes brimming with regret. In a trembling voice, she cried, "Jiang Yan, is there any chance for us?" His response came in the form of a mocking laugh. "What do you think? True feelings, once given, are sufficient. I will not be foolish a second time. Youwei, we can never be." Her heart felt as if it were being cleaved in two. She clutched her chest, desperately holding onto the fabric over her heart, her expression dimming with despair. In that moment, Youwei resembled a soulless doll, utterly wretched. Time dragged on. Suyu, hidden by the bed, gradually inched closer to Jiang Yan's side. She gazed at the once vibrant Youwei, now dulled and diminished, and felt a pang of compassion. For the first time, she witnessed the proud and confident heiress reduced to such a pitiable state. Yet, Suyu steeled herself, reminded that Youwei had betrayed her first. She could not bring herself to defend her. "Get out," Jiang Yan coldly commanded Youwei, a bitter smile playing on his lips. Youwei should have anticipated this outcome when she chose Bai Yueguang. Now, it was too late for regrets and tears. No. From the moment Youwei had clandestinely dated Bai Yueguang after marrying him in a previous life, it was already too late. No amount of salvaging could amend the damage done. Thus, witnessing the fallen Youwei, Jiang Yan's resolve remained unaltered. He would never forgive her. With that, Jiang Yan exited the bedroom. As the owner of a small company, he still needed to attend to business matters and make decisions. This farce had cost him valuable time. However, being late was inconsequential for him. After all, he was the boss. He settled into the expansive leather sofa in the living room, lighting a cigarette. He inhaled deeply, releasing a plume of smoke into the air, his gaze unfocused as he stared at the doorway, his expression inscrutable. Minutes later, he noticed Youwei suddenly burst forth, racing out the door. Chapter 56. She admitted her mistake. The wound on Youwei's forehead continued to seep fresh blood, trickling down along her brow bone and blurring her vision. Yet, she remained indifferent to her plight. After regaining some strength, she dashed to the fence outside Jiang Yan's villa, the very spot where he had discarded the ring. The garden was adorned with numerous flowers, with some vines climbing the fence, blooming profusely. The predominant bloom was the rose, its thorny stems both stunning and fierce. Youwei crouched down, meticulously searching through the blossoms, but the ring was small, making it exceedingly difficult to locate from just the periphery. Eyeing the thorny vines, she steeled herself, gritting her teeth, and reached in. This was her ring. a precious gift from Jiang Yan. The diminutive piece of jewelry symbolized her last glimmer of hope, a final straw in her heart. She was determined to find it. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan stood by the window, coldly observing Youwei's hunched figure, his expression devoid of emotion. After a moment, Suyu emerged from the bedroom, slowly supporting her waist as she walked. Her coccyx still ached, but after Jiang Yan's miraculous massage, the pain had significantly eased. Nonetheless, she knew she would need to visit the first hospital for an X-ray. Suyu's gaze followed the floor-to-ceiling window, catching sight of Youwei, her eyes instinctively lowering. Jiang Yan shifted his focus to Suyu, speaking with a hint of indifference, "Gather your belongings and leave. I have to go to the company." Suyu was momentarily taken aback, retracting her gaze as she replied, "I've lost my phone. I have no money or means to leave. How do you expect me to go?" Jiang Yan clicked his tongue in response. He had slapped Youwei for Suyu's sake. But that did not mean she could take his actions for granted. How you leave is your concern, not mine. You stained my suit and stayed here for a night without compensation. I am still being civil with you. Should my mood sour, I may simply throw you out. Seeing Jiang Yan's impatience, Suyu immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor. "Jiang Yan, please. You're the best. My home is quite far. If you send me off, I might not make it back without blisters on my feet. Since you're going to the company, can't you take me along?" She fluttered her eyes at him, though inwardly she grumbled about his coldness and lack of tenderness. No wonder Youwei chose by Luo. However, given that he was her savior, she reluctantly lowered her stance, attempting to appear adorable. After a brief silence, Jiang Yan replied, 60,000. Huh? Suyu tilted her head, bewildered. Jiang Yan continued, "While I'm not in need of money, I do value principles. The clothes you soiled are worth 30,000. And I spent an hour taking care of you last night. You know, time is money, and my time is no exception. Therefore, an additional 30,000 to buy an hour of my time is a fair deal." Upon hearing this, Suyu pouted in discontent. She understood now that his assistance was not without its price. Although she herself was not financially constrained, her family, the Su family, was a prominent enterprise in Tianhai City with an annual revenue exceeding $1 billion. Her situation differed from Youwei's. Suyu, as the young lady, was not expected to inherit the family business. That responsibility fell to her brother, Su Xiangming. Thus, she had been showered with affection from her family, unlike Youwei, who had to navigate treacherous familial waters. Yet today, she found herself at a disadvantage with Jiang Yan, unable to retaliate. Displeased, she pouted, "Fine, 60,000 it is. But I can't pay you now since I have no phone. If you take me home, I'll buy a new one and transfer the money to you later." After a pause, she added sweetly, "Is that all right?" Jiang Yan coolly nodded, disregarding her feigned innocence. He donned his coat from the hanger and said, "Let us go." Suyu's spirits lifted instantly, her eyes shimmering. She followed Jiang Yan into the car. Youwei's hands were filled with tiny wounds from the rose thorns. When she finally found the small diamond ring, joy surging within her, she carefully picked it up. However, upon raising her gaze, she caught a glimpse of Suyu getting into the car, followed by Jiang Yan driving away in his business vehicle. Youwei froze, her eyes lowering, a wave of sadness washing over her. Clutching the ring, she cherished it as if it were a treasure, slowly slipping it onto her ring finger. Then, she raised her adorned hand and gently, reverently kissed it. She admitted her mistake. She should not have stood up Jiang Yan on such a significant day. She needed to mend their relationship. Youwei rose, took a deep breath, and composed herself before heading to the company. As the eldest daughter of the Yu family and the chairperson of Huanyu Media, even amidst emotional turmoil, she could not afford to falter. There were greater challenges awaiting her. Meanwhile, in Jiang Yan's vehicle, Suyu sat in the passenger seat, leaning her head out the window. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Jiang Yan, stop. Stop." Jiang Yan glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. "What is it?" "I saw a steamed bun shop over there. I haven't eaten anything all morning, and I'm starving. Aren't you hungry?" Suyu inquired. Jiang Yan paused for a moment, then eased off the accelerator, guiding the vehicle to the curb. He was indeed feeling a bit hungry. He had numerous tasks awaiting him at the company, and skipping breakfast would be unwise. Once parked, Suyu promptly extended her hand towards him. He frowned, reluctantly pulling out a red bill from his wallet. "Remember to return the change. I'll have 10 meat buns. You can have whatever you like." Suyu took the 100 yuan bill and hopped out of the car, responding nonchalantly, "Sure, I won't pocket your money." When Suyu returned with a pile of dumplings and 2 cups of soy milk, she playfully slapped the change onto Jiang Yan's abdomen. "Here," she chirped, then picked up a vegetarian bun filled with carrot and egg, taking a bite. Although Suyu was a young lady, she had no airs about her. In fact, she found that the freshly made buns from the small shop tasted delightful. Jiang Yan, coming from an ordinary background himself, had no pretentious habits either, and soon finished his share. Arriving at the entrance of the Su family estate, Jiang Yan noticed Su Yu's family members hurrying towards them before he even stepped out of the car. Su Yu rolled her eyes, lowered the window, and called out, "Brother, why aren't you at work?" Chapter 57. The Golden Agent of Joy Entertainment resigns. Youwei merely attended to her wounds at the hospital before driving back to the office. She had anticipated that the busyness of work would help her forget her sorrows. However, as soon as she settled into her chair, the secretary knocked and entered. Accompanying her was the agent Su Hongyan, who, upon noticing the bandage on Youwei's forehead, paused momentarily. Yet, she proceeded to hand a document to Youwei without hesitation. It was a resignation letter. Youwei looked up in astonishment and asked, "Sister Su, what is the meaning of this?" Su Hongyan, with a sincere expression, replied, "President Yu, in my younger days, I contributed significantly to Joy, promoting many artists. Now that I am older and my abilities have waned, I feel inadequate. Please allow me to leave." "How could that be, Sister Su? You are a veteran employee and a distinguished agent. How can you leave the company?" Youwei was taken aback by Su Hongyan's decision to resign. Su Hongyan was indeed an exceptional agent, a cornerstone of the company, currently managing the artist Qin Shiyu. She found herself powerless to alter public opinion in light of the recent scandal, especially as Joy Entertainment was enduring a particularly challenging period. If Su Hongyan departed, not only would the company suffer, but the already restless employees would become even more unsettled. Thus, it was imperative that she retain Su Hongyan. Youwei composed herself and gently urged, "Sister Su, if you are facing difficulties, please share them with me. You know the company is in a tough spot. You cannot leave." Yet, Su Hongyan's mind was made up. She candidly stated, "President Yu, I will be frank, since you abandoned Qin Shiyu, I have been utterly disappointed in you. This situation was salvageable, yet you chose to ignore it. Instead, you invested heavily in marketing for Xiaobo's apology statement." While the issues surrounding Bai Luo remained unresolved, Su Hongyan cast a glance at the disheartened Youwei and continued, "I feel powerless now. Even if you force me to stay, it will not change the company's downward trajectory. If Jiang Yan were still here, things would be different." She reminisced about their first day at the company, recalling how Jiang Yan, a kind and capable individual, had made a point to greet every employee, despite their roles as mere workers. As the future heir of the Yu family, Jiang Yan was on a different echelon yet treated everyone with warmth, even offering raises to exceptional employees. Under Jiang Yan's leadership, the company thrived, and the staff were filled with ambition. However, since his departure, although the company continued to develop, numerous subtle issues began to surface, revealing themselves when the company faced crises. Indeed, it wasn't just Su Hongyan contemplating resignation. Employees throughout the company were silently assessing the situation. If not for the adverse environment, half of them would have already sought to leave. Hearing this, Youwei's expression darkened, and she felt a surge of indignation. She instructed her secretary, "Call the head of the Human Resources Department." Once the HR supervisor arrived, Youwei realized that her softer approach had been ineffective. Adopting a stern tone, she asserted, "Sister Su, you signed a labor contract when you joined the company. Since the contract period has not yet concluded, you must compensate the company for any losses incurred by your resignation." This was precisely why she had summoned the HR supervisor, as the contracts clearly outlined the terms of employment. However, unbeknownst to her, Su Hongyan had signed an indefinite labor contract after working at Joy for 10 years. When the HR supervisor clarified this, Youwei's face turned pale. She had no grounds to threaten Su Hongyan into staying. The thought of losing such a pivotal figure in the company filled her with dread. Youwei looked at Su Hongyan with pleading eyes, attempting to appeal to her emotions and reason. "Sister Su, you have been with Joy since you were 25. After all these years, we have become like friends and family. Can you bear to leave us?" Yet, Su Hongyan remained unmoved, firmly placing the resignation form on Youwei's desk. "President Yu, please sign." Youwei's anger flared as she noticed that all the other department heads had already signed the document, and she had been the last to be informed of Su Hongyan's resignation. Incensed, she threw the resignation form to the ground. "I will not sign." Su Hongyan calmly picked up the paper and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't sign, President Yu. I am merely following procedure. My work is already complete, and I can leave today." With that, Su Hongyan turned and exited the office. The instant she left, Youwei's expression shifted again as she desperately pleaded, "Sister Su, what will happen to Qin Shiyu if you leave? You care for her, don't you?" Please stay and help her through this difficult time. Hearing this, Su Hongyan paused at the doorway and replied, Qin Shiyu will also terminate her contract with Joy. In fact, the new company will arrive tomorrow to negotiate the specifics of her release. With that final statement, Su Hongyan departed without looking back. Youwei stood there, stunned, replaying Su Hongyan's words in her mind. A wave of headache washed over her as she rubbed her temples, losing 2 artists and a top agent. Not to mention the disheartened trainees who had withdrawn from the competition, left her feeling utterly helpless. What was she to do? The HR supervisor, sensing the tension, exchanged glances with the secretary, and they discreetly exited the office. Just as Youwei was overwhelmed with stress, Bai Luo burst into the room, exclaiming, Weiwei, you're back. How did it go? I'm definitely going to participate in the idol training program this time. Looking at Bai Luo's excited face, Youwei felt her headache intensify. Chapter 58. As Jiang Yan escorted Siyu to the entrance of the Su family residence, they were approached by Su Xiangming, who rushed over in haste. Upon seeing her elder brother, Su Yu pouted, displaying an unmistakable air of displeasure. She refrained from exiting the vehicle, opting instead to lower the window and inquire, Brother, what brings you here? Su Xiangming, upon hearing her words, felt a mixture of frustration and helplessness towards his proud sister. Siyu's birth had been fraught with peril. Their mother, Su Fengyan, nearly suffered a life-threatening complication, resulting in Siyu being placed in the ICU immediately after her arrival into the world. It was through years of meticulous care that Su Yu's health eventually aligned with that of ordinary children, leading the entire Su family to indulge their cherished little gem. With a sigh of relief, Su Xiangming remarked, I'm just glad you're safe. Where were you last night? Your phone was off, and we were all quite worried. He then pointed to her forehead, adding, Moreover, you absolutely must have a bodyguard from now on. Your refusal will not be entertained this time. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Siyu scrunched her nose in reluctance, retorting, all right, I got it. Older brother, could you spare me some money? With that, she extended her delicate hand out of the window. Every month, the Su family provided her with a substantial allowance, yet it was never enough for her extravagant tastes, which included skincare and cosmetics that easily amounted to tens of thousands, not to mention bags and clothing. At times, when her finances dwindled, she would turn to her brother for a quick infusion of cash, which he would readily provide, his heart aching for her. However, this time, Su Xiangming did not immediately acquiesce. As he approached the car, he noticed Jiang Yan seated in the driver's seat, silent and seemingly disinterested in explaining his presence. A flicker of irritation crossed Su Xiangming's face as he regarded Jiang Yan. He was aware of Jiang Yan, primarily as Youwei's boyfriend, and the recent scandal involving them had circulated widely, making him somewhat disdainful of Jiang Yan. Seeing Jiang Yan return Siyu home heightened Su Xiangming's wariness. Nevertheless, he concealed his disapproval in front of Su Yu. Turning to her, he urged, Xiaoyu, step out of the car. He intended to extract details about the situation. Should Jiang Yan pose any threat to his sister, he would not hesitate to confront him. Yet, Su Yu remained unmoved, insisting, you need to give me the money first. Faced with her obstinacy, Su Xiangming relented slightly, saying, fine, but first tell me, what do you need the money for? Casting a glance at Jiang Yan, Siyu replied with a hint of mischief, what else? To give it to him, humph. Alarm bells rang in Su Xiangming's head at her words, and his gaze toward Jiang Yan grew more hostile. Upon hearing her tone, Jiang Yan finally glanced at the siblings. Despite the subtlety of Su Xiangming's concealed feelings, Jiang Yan, perceptive as he was, discerned the unfavorable impression he had made. Yet, he had no intention of embroiling himself in their unspoken rivalry. The Su family operated within the construction industry, and Jiang Yan's internet ventures held no relevance to their business dealings. Su Yu, while clever, lacked the awareness of the underlying currents in social settings. Thus, Jiang Yan opened the car door and stepped out, casually stating, I'm going to smoke. He aimed to afford the siblings some privacy for their conversation. Jiang Yan's tact surprised Su Xiangming, who couldn't help but regard him with a newfound respect. Once Jiang Yan had distanced himself, Su Xiangming turned to Siyu with a serious demeanor. Xiaoyu, what were you doing with him? Tell me the truth. Did he threaten you? Su Yu, taken aback, responded with exasperation. Brother, can you stop assuming everyone is a villain? Why would I give him money? She continued, Jiang Yan's company is merely a facade, lacking any solid foundation. Be wary of him. He might be conning you. Plus, with all the drama surrounding him and the Yu family, you being Youwei's close friend surely means you understand better than I do. Jiang Yan's reputation is poor. You are our family's treasure, and there are plenty of good men out there. Mom and dad support your freedom in choosing a partner. We need not seek out rich second-generation heirs. Just find someone you like, a man with a clean background. I advise you to steer clear of someone like Jiang Yan. Listening to her brother's incessant admonishments, Siyu interjected, visibly annoyed. All right, I've heard enough. Stop mentioning Youwei. I'm on bad terms with her now. Su Xiangming looked at his sister in astonishment, taken aback by her unexpected revelation. As her brother, he was well aware of her fondness for Youwei. She would often spend time with her. The sudden rift between them left him both surprised and concerned. What happened, Xiaoyu? Did someone bully you? He queried anxiously. Siyu then recounted the events of the previous day, detailing how Bai Luo had insulted her and how she had fiercely retaliated against him. Upon hearing her account, Su Xiangming's expression darkened, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. How dare someone target his sister? Very well. So, Youwei's little plaything is Bai Luo. Is it? With the support of the Yu family, they think they are untouchable, but a nobody like Bai Luo can be easily dealt with. Su Xiangming's heart brimmed with fury, and various gentle methods began to form in his mind. However, when he learned that Jiang Yan had intervened to save Suyu, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Yet, even with this twist, his initial impression of Jiang Yan remained unfavorable. After their conversation had run its course, Jiang Yan returned from his smoking break and approached. He cast a glance at Su Xiangming and stated coolly, Mr. Su, I've delivered her home. I must take my leave. Despite their lack of prior interactions, the intertwined nature of business in Tianhai City suggested they would likely cross paths again, necessitating a semblance of cordiality in their social exchanges. With that, Jiang Yan gestured subtly towards Suyu, who lingered in the car, reluctant to alight. Chapter 59. Who will you choose, me or Jiang Yan? Su Xiangming smiled amiably, politely saying, Mr. Jiang, Xiaoyu informed me of your heroic deed in saving her. On behalf of the Su family, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. I realize I may have misunderstood you, but 60,000 is simply insufficient. We will certainly express our appreciation more appropriately. How about we exchange contact information, Mr. Jiang? Whenever you find the time. I would be honored to host a banquet in your honor. Su Xiangming's words were sincere, yet Jiang Yan, well versed in the intricacies of social dealings, understood his underlying intentions. It was evident that Su Xiangming held a certain affection for Suyu, viewing Jiang Yan as a rival in love. Thus, Jiang Yan politely declined. I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Su, but I merely happened to pass by and lend a hand to Suyu in her moment of need. Such trivial matters do not warrant a special banquet. Turning his gaze to Suyu, who remained comfortably seated in his car, Jiang Yan could not help but pat her lightly, gesturing for her to exit. Please get out. I must return to the company. Reluctantly, Suyu opened the car door, muttering under her breath, Why the rush? What's wrong with staying a little longer? She then playfully made faces at Jiang Yan through the window. Su Xiangming observed this interaction with a bemused expression. After Jiang Yan's refusal to exchange contact details, he remained silent, reassessing Jiang Yan, who was far from the foolish figure depicted in gossip. Instead, he appeared quite astute. Watching Suyu and Jiang Yan together, a sense of unease washed over him. He had to devise a plan to keep his sister away from this man. Within mere seconds, a flurry of thoughts raced through Su Xiangming's mind. Noticing Jiang Yan's composed demeanor, he replied politely, Very well, Mr. Jiang. I shall not press the matter further. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before Jiang Yan drove away. Suyu swiftly turned to her brother. Bro, I lost my phone. Please lend me a spare and transfer some money so I can reimburse Jiang Yan. I won't keep his money. Su Xiangming chuckled helplessly. The money will be provided. But you should consider how to explain this to mom and dad. At his words, Suyu's expression soured, while their parents adored her. They maintained strict standards regarding her reputation, especially concerning her purity. In stark contrast to the light-hearted atmosphere surrounding Suyu, the mood in Youwei's office was considerably tense. She stood up from her chair, furrowing her brow as she faced Bai Luo's fury. Papers on her desk were scattered to the floor in his rage. How could you have promised me this? You assured me I would participate in this audition. Bai Luo's face was a mask of anger, his eyes filled with unmasked resentment. Yet, as Bai Luo raged and swept her documents away, Youwei frowned. These were crucial files. Although there were electronic backups, Bai Luo's recklessness ignited a flicker of anger within her. Nevertheless, recalling her unfulfilled promise, she suppressed her irritation, attempting to soothe him. Bai Luo, please calm down. We have other opportunities to pursue. There are many paths to enter the entertainment industry. It does not solely hinge on debuting. However, Her words only further provoked by Luo. Weiwei, you clearly do not wish to assist me. Are you growing weary of me? His accusation left Youwei momentarily speechless. How could that be? I have always supported you. Yet, Bai Luo was not listening. His gaze fell upon her right hand resting upon her left, where a glimmering object caught his eye. He stepped forward, seizing her delicate wrist with a fierce grip. What is this? Upon noticing the diamond ring on her fourth finger, a surge of anger coursed through him. Bai Luo glared at her, his fingers tightening around her wrist. He had never anticipated that while urging Youwei to seek Jiang Yan's help, she had returned adorned with the ring. Damn it, I was careless. The thought of Youwei's affections shifting toward Jiang Yan incited a desire to strike her. How audacious. You wish to have both? Youwei felt the pressure on her wrist, pain radiating through her. Tears threatened to spill as she pleaded. Bai Luo, please let go. It hurts. But Bai Luo was consumed by rage. The thought of his promising future being jeopardized by Youwei, all due to Jiang Yan, fanned the flames of his fury. With a sardonic smile, he lowered his voice. Weiwei, if you choose Jiang Yan, then you should cease to provoke me. Once I return home, I will seek you out. Upon arriving at your company, I found myself friendless. You are my only companion, Weiwei. But what about you? Bai Luo's tone shifted, filled with venomous reproach. You are indecisive. Youwei, I know you are a greedy woman, but you cannot have both. You must choose between Jiang Yan and me. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, like a devil tempting her. So tell me, who will you choose? Youwei's expression was one of despair, yet she found herself unable to respond. At this juncture, wearing the ring symbolized her longing to mend things with Jiang Yan, and she felt a profound sense of regret. However, facing Bai Luo, she could not voice her choice. Even now, the fierce glare of Bai Luo stood in stark contrast to the gentle, tender figure she remembered. A deep sense of guilt washed over her for failing to fulfill her promise to Bai Luo. She yearned to say Jiang Yan's name, but her mouth opened without sound, as if an invisible force stifled her voice. Bai Luo observed her reaction, his expression darkening further. As expected, he had pushed her to the brink, and she remained preoccupied with Jiang Yan, unwilling to choose him. Bai Luo's gaze dropped to Youwei's left hand, fixated on the ring. The prominent diamond glinted painfully in his eyes, a symbol of the disparity between them. That was a treasure he could never afford, while Jiang Yan had effortlessly bestowed it upon her. Jealousy surged within him, fueled by the stark contrast of their circumstances. Since you cannot decide, allow me to make the choice for you. Bai Luo feigned warmth, twisting Youwei's ring-clad finger. This trinket is your burden. I must say, Jiang Yan is quite cunning. Look at your delicate hand, marred by his actions. He has violated you, yet afterward, he merely offers a worthless ring to win your heart once more. As Youwei listened to Bai Luo's words, panic enveloped her. This version of Bai Luo was a stranger, and fear crept in. She struggled to free her restrained wrist. Bai Luo, what is wrong with you? Please calm down. Jiang Yan has not harmed me, and the ring is. Suddenly, a sharp metallic sound echoed through the air, causing Youwei's pupils to constrict in shock. Chapter 60 Leave, Bai Luo. Huanyu Media can no longer accommodate you. Youwei's voice abruptly ceased as she stood there, mouth agape in shock. Upon realizing that her ring was missing, her eyes widened in disbelief. Lowering her gaze, she spotted the diamond ring, forcefully cast to the ground. Youwei's pupils constricted suddenly, an unnameable fury igniting within her. Bai Luo, she exclaimed, glaring at him with heightened intensity. Ha, see? You truly do not care for me. Bai Luo retorted, equally unwilling to concede. The mention of Jiang Yan from Youwei's lips sent him into a frenzy. Every calamity stemmed from Jiang Yan. He loathed him. Had it not been for Jiang Yan, Youwei would have long been in his grasp. Had it not been for Jiang Yan, his aspirations of becoming a top idol would have been realized. His star shining brightly. Now, all had been obliterated by Youwei and Jiang Yan. If he could not find solace, then neither would anyone else. Bai Luo seethed inwardly. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his arm. Youwei's sharp nails were digging into his flesh. Ah! Bai Luo winced in pain, releasing his grip on her wrist. Youwei hurriedly dashed to retrieve the diamond ring, tenderly wiping away the dust. However, she noticed a faint scratch on the part that had struck the ground. Instantly, her heart clenched, and she shot a furious glare at Bai Luo. Bai Luo, your actions are utterly excessive. He had treated her cherished ring like a mere trinket, casting it to the floor and marring its perfection, crossing a line that Youwei refused to tolerate. Observing her careful handling of the damaged ring, Bai Luo could not help but chuckle derisively. Heh, Weiwei, you have indeed chosen Jiang Yan. Bai Luo's voice trembled with barely contained rage. Since you have chosen him, why do you continue to entangle yourself with me? My dreams are shattered, my future ruined, all because of you. Youwei. Yet, faced with Bai Luo's near-hysterical manipulation, Youwei remained unfazed, her attention still fixated on the ring. Suddenly, she discovered an inscription on the inner band. Her heart raced as an improbable thought crossed her mind. Tilting the ring slightly, she read the words inscribed within, Love. W. In that instant, Youwei trembled. Alongside her surprise came a profound sense of regret. She had not fathomed the depth of Jiang Yan's feelings for her. It was evident that he had once loved her dearly, yet she had failed to safeguard their bond. Neglecting to reciprocate his affections, she had erred. She should never have let Jiang Yan slip away. Unbeknownst to her, those words had been painstakingly engraved by his own hand. Regrettably, Jiang Yan would never reveal this to her, nor would she have the opportunity to discover it in the future. After carefully wrapping the ring, she finally rose to her feet, her gaze toward Bai Luo revealing profound disappointment. Bai Luo, you were never like this. You were gentle and kind, sometimes even imbued with a childlike innocence. Do you recall that midday when we first met? I accidentally entered the wrong room and saw you in a white suit, playing the piano quietly. Sunlight filtered through the green trees outside, casting a soft glow upon you. I was utterly captivated. When you finished playing and noticed me, your fair face displayed a hint of surprise, an image I still vividly remember. From that day forth, I visited the practice room daily to watch you play. Youwei continued, reminiscing about their initial encounter, a memory imbued with innocence and beauty, forever etched in her mind. How curious to suddenly recall so much from the past. Thus, what I wish to convey is, Youwei's smile faded as she spoke with solemnity. I support your desire to enter the entertainment industry as an idol. But that does not mean I will tolerate your reckless behavior. You have crossed my boundaries. Leave. Hwanya Media can no longer accommodate you. With a soft sigh, Youwei turned to exit, intending to settle Bai Luo's wages in the finance office. As she began to recall their shared memories, Bai Luo's heart sank upon hearing her decree. Realizing he had pushed her too far, he rushed forward, grasping her arm, tears welling in his eyes as he feigned vulnerability. Wei, you cannot abandon me like this. If you let me go, where can I possibly go? I have no one but you. Please, do not leave me. However, Youwei regarded him with cold indifference, shaking her head, her decision resolute. You may sign with another company. If you require resources from my side in the future, I will still assist you. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo immediately sank to his knees, pleading as he clung to her waist. Wei, I don't want to debut anymore. I don't want to participate in training. I will do anything you ask, even the smallest of tasks. But please, allow me to stay at Huanyu. I want to be by your side. Yet, upon seeing Youwei shake her head firmly, Bai Luo felt his strength drain away, collapsing to the ground in despair. His head hung low, as if his heart had been irreparably shattered. Youwei observed his pitiful state, a flicker of compassion flashing in her eyes. However, she tightened her grip on the diamond ring, her resolve unyielding. She could no longer indulge Bai Luo's whims. Stepping out of the president's office in her high heels, she was caught off guard when, just as she exited, a resounding thud echoed behind her. Bai Luo had dashed headlong into the unforgiving wall, his head bowed. Youwei gasped in shock, her eyes widening in alarm as she beheld the scene before her. Crimson blood streamed from his forehead. Bai Luo. Youwei's voice trembled as she rushed to his side, her panic evident as she called out to the employees in the office area. Dial 120. Quickly. Call for an ambulance. Chapter 61. The puppeteer behind the scenes is Bai Luo as Jiang Yan drove back to the company. The receptionist Xiao Li reported that a guest was looking for him. Upon pushing open the door to the lounge, he was surprised to find Lin Sheng waiting for him. At that moment, Lin Sheng was toying with a small object, a bronze statue gifted to him by a client from the Sa country. Jiang Yan cast a glance at Lin Sheng, unconcerned about his unauthorized entry into his office. He understood Lin Sheng's character well. Left waiting in the lounge while the antique he coveted lingered in the adjacent president's office, it was only natural for him to feel restless. Moreover, Jiang Yan trusted Lin Sheng's integrity. When Lin Sheng saw him, he rose with a smile, politely patting Jiang Yan on the shoulder. Yan, your client is quite impressive. This bronze statue is exceptional. I examined its quality and patterns closely. It doesn't appear to be a deliberately aged counterfeit. A smile crept onto Jiang Yan's lips as he casually replied, I knew you would appreciate it. Normally, I don't accept gifts, but this time I made an exception. Let us head to my office. Hey, I can't accept this without giving something in return. Lin Sheng exclaimed as he followed Jiang Yan into the president's office. Inside, There was a tea table specifically set up for receiving guests. After seating themselves, Jiang Yan busied himself with washing cups and brewing tea before pouring a cup for Lin Cheng and himself. It was then that Jiang Yan spoke up. "How has the investigation I asked you to conduct fared?" Lin Cheng took a sip of tea, his jovial demeanor fading as he replied seriously. "I found out it's one of Lu Cheng's men." Lu Cheng? Jiang Yan's expression shifted as he inquired. "Who is this person?" "A local thug in Tianhai City, known for his gang of henchmen who extort protection money and bully others. He has a notorious reputation in the underground scene. However, as their misdeeds have become more brazen, it has drawn the attention of authorities. The city has borrowed police forces from neighboring jurisdictions to initiate a crackdown. They're likely unable to collect their protection fees, which has driven them to take risks and engage in hired underground business." Upon hearing Lin Cheng's words, Jiang Yan's eyes darkened. He coldly asked, "Who is behind this?" Lin Cheng hesitated, glancing at his friend's grave expression. He pursed his lips and sighed slightly. "This person, you certainly know." As soon as Lin Cheng said this, a name flashed in Jiang Yan's mind, causing his gaze to chill further. He instinctively uttered, Youwei. Lin Cheng looked at his brother with a hint of pity. "Can you believe it? Your ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend is using despicable means against your ex-girlfriend's present partner. What kind of situation is this?" Sigh. Lin Cheng couldn't help but think. Jiang Yan was indeed unfortunate to have crossed paths with Youwei now that they had separated. She clung to him like a persistent leech. It was truly a disgrace to the Yu family's reputation. However, whether Youwei was the one orchestrating this remained unclear. Lin Cheng had not found any evidence of contact between Lu Cheng and Youwei. Thus, he slowly shook his head and spoke candidly. "What I do know is that Bai Luo is the one who directly hired Lu Cheng. They have a clear financial transaction, but whether Youwei was involved, I haven't found evidence of that. It's unlikely, considering she is from the prestigious Yu family, which wouldn't necessitate such underhanded tactics." At this point, Jiang Yan was already aware of the situation. He interrupted Lin Cheng. "You needn't elaborate further. I understand. Cheng, thank you for your assistance this time." While Lin Cheng often maintained a light-hearted demeanor, he was undeniably reliable when it came to serious matters. Jiang Yan was not particularly surprised to learn of the puppeteer behind the scenes. He had already harbored suspicions. Yet, anger simmered within him, a flicker of malice surfacing in his eyes. Regardless of whether Youwei had orchestrated it, she was still complicit. Initially, Jiang Yan had dismissed Bai Luo as a mere clown, but he now recognized the danger lurking beneath that facade. Bai Luo had harmed Guxinyo, and thus, he would not escape unscathed. If he had resorted to such underhanded tactics, he must be prepared to face the repercussions. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yan formulated a plan. If Bai Luo sought notoriety, he would grant him that wish, ensuring he became infamous. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng observed his brother's somber expression and, feeling indignant, said, "Yan, if you need help, just let me know. I may not have much power, but I have many connections. Although we are law-abiding citizens, we cannot allow a despicable person to bully us without consequence." Seeing Lin Cheng's indignation on his behalf, Jiang Yan smiled and replied, "Thank you. I'm in need of a few people." Just as they were conversing, a knock sounded at the office door. President Jiang came the voice of his capable secretary, Xinqing, from outside. The two exchanged glances, and Lin Cheng rose, saying, "I won't disturb you any longer, Yan. Just let me know when you need help." Jiang Yan stood as well, escorting him to the door. "All right, I'll treat you to a meal next time." As they reached the doorway and opened it, they encountered Xinqing, accompanied by a poised, cool beauty, Qin Xiu, who was currently embroiled in scandal. After sending Lin Cheng off, Jiang Yan nodded slightly at the two. "Please, come in." Xinqing guided Qin Xiu to a sofa on the side. Dressed casually in a blue and white patterned shirt and tight jeans with a mask and cap, Qin Xiu removed her hat and mask only after the door was closed. She possessed an ethereal beauty, her expression icy and unyielding, resembling a pristine snow lotus on Tianshan. Though Qin Xiu appeared composed, a subtle tension bubbled within her as she faced her future boss. Her knowledge of Jiang Yan was limited to a few encounters within the Huanyu Media building, supplemented by second-hand accounts from other employees and Sister Su, who spoke highly of Jiang Yan's amiable nature and kindness towards staff. Sensing Qin Xiu's unease, Xinqing gently patted her hand. She then turned to Jiang Yan. Reporting as usual, President Jiang, I've consulted with the legal department regarding Xiu's contract. When she signed with Huanyu Media, she was still an obscure newcomer. so the penalty for breach of contract is not substantial. Moreover, the contract stipulates that Hwanyu Media has a duty to clarify rumors and protect the artist's reputation. Therefore, the legal department indicated that Hwanyu has significant liability for not fulfilling its obligations, and we can negotiate terms to waive the penalty. Jiang Yan nodded in response. Yes. Her manager, Su Hongyan, reached out to me. Tomorrow, take the legal team and Sister Su to negotiate with Hwanyu. Though Hwanyu is declining, it remains one of the top 10 companies in the media industry. We aren't experts in this field, so exercise caution during negotiations, but I trust your capabilities. As Jiang Yan's gaze settled on Qin Shiyu, he noticed a cold, aloof aura emanating from her, giving her an air of detachment. However, his keen eyes caught the slight tension in her fingers as she unconsciously gripped the hem of her clothing. He raised an eyebrow, noting that this subtle, nervous gesture was somewhat at odds with her cool and composed beauty. Chapter 62. A visit to the hospital. Jiang Yan averted his gaze and spoke with an air of calmness. Qin Shiyu, I hope I haven't mispronounced your name. You are to remain at my company tomorrow. It was likely that news would spread by then, and with the current public scrutiny surrounding her, she must be cautious of paparazzi lurking for a chance to snap a photo. In the past, when he had assisted Youwei in establishing herself at Hwanyu Media, he had not paid much attention to Qin Shiyu, only possessing a vague impression of her name and appearance. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shiyu pressed her lips together and nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, thank you, Mr. Jiang. Once the terms of her contract termination were confirmed, Shen Qing led Qin Shiyu out of the office. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan perused the audit report commissioned for the upcoming public listing. One could not help but commend the professionalism of Lin Cheng's recommendations. The clarity with which the financial report's examination and associated risks were articulated was commendable. Since he personally oversaw the financial aspects, he could immediately identify discrepancies within the report. Adjustments could be made accordingly based on the risk indicators. However, the process of going public was intricate and laborious, demanding more preparation on his part, asset valuation, legal consultation, and dealings with the stock exchange. Step by step, the procedures could now unfold. Throughout the day, Jiang Yan immersed himself entirely in his work. As evening approached, he instinctively glanced at his phone, only to find a message from Gu Xinyo. Are you free today? His thoughts drifted back to the promise he had made to her, to meet with her elders for her peace of mind. Thus, he replied, Yes, you must have finished class by now. I will come to pick you up. Shortly after, he received a surprised emoji from Gu Xinyo, followed by her typing status. Jiang Yan continued, I know I promised to visit your grandmother at the hospital. The typing status disappeared momentarily before she replied, albeit slowly, Okay, thank you. Jiang Yan acted swiftly. As Gu Xinyo awaited him at the school entrance, she spotted his car. Once inside, he inquired, Shall we buy something for the elderly lady? Gu Xinyo blinked, her lips parting slightly. Oh, there's no need to buy anything. How could that be? Jiang Yan deduced that she assumed he intended to purchase something extravagant, given the substantial sums he had previously spent on her. Reflecting on this, he suggested, instead of expensive gifts, let us purchase some nutritional supplements since she is hospitalized. Gu Xinyo finally replied, All right. By the way, how are you feeling today? Should we have a doctor take a look at you? As he drove, Jiang Yan suddenly recalled that Gu Xinyo was currently on her menstrual cycle. Gu Xinyo turned to him, her gaze fixed on his handsome profile, her eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. After a pause, she softly affirmed, I'm fine now. Your massage was very effective, and I haven't felt much pain since. In truth, she yearned to invite Jiang Yan to stay at her apartment, but reconsidering, she felt she lacked the standing to make such a request, and thus held her tongue. Jiang Yan sensed the weight of her gaze upon him, yet he remained unfazed, responding nonchalantly, That's good to hear. At the first hospital of Tianai City, Jiang Yan parked and retrieved the items from the trunk. Gu Xinyo, noticing, hurriedly took one of the nutritional products from him. Upon entering the hospital ward, Jiang Yan sensed a hint of nervousness from Gu Xinyo. He turned to her and reassured, Don't be anxious. Let us behave like a normal couple so your grandmother doesn't suspect anything. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xinyo nodded in agreement. Upon entering the patient room, they found Insurong already waiting. She had completed a series of examinations and chemotherapy earlier that morning, eagerly anticipating her granddaughter's boyfriend's arrival. Upon seeing him, Insurong beamed with delight. Her granddaughter had indeed spoken the truth. Her son-in-law was quite the handsome man, exuding charm and maturity. Jiang Yan's striking appearance and tall stature, complemented by his broad shoulders, presented an image of a distinguished gentleman. His financial prowess further accentuated his status as an exceptional man. Come, take a seat. And Surong stepped forward, accepting the gifts from Jiang Yan and Gu Xinyo. I am overjoyed that my granddaughter has come to see me. What need is there for gifts? Despite her words, and Surong did not exhibit the typical insistence of other elders who would fuss over such matters. Gu Xinyo gently urged, Grandma, please lie down and rest. Ah, very well. You two sit down. Once seated, and Surong kindly addressed Jiang Yan. Ah, you must be Jiang Yan. My granddaughter has mentioned you. Yes, Jiang Yan replied with a calm demeanor. Please, there is no need for such formality. If you don't mind. You may call me Grandma, just as she does. Hearing this, Gu Xinyo's cheeks flushed a slight pink, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Jiang Yan responded with poise. Of course, Grandma. And Surong's smile widened at his words, and the atmosphere lightened as the trio engaged in casual conversation. Most of the dialogue flowed between Jiang Yan and Surong, while Gu Xinyo listened attentively, interjecting occasionally. Through their exchanges, Surong grew increasingly fond of her prospective grandson-in-law. He was not only handsome and articulate but also attentive to her granddaughter, indicating a genuine relationship rather than a fleeting romance. This reassured Surong immensely. As her gaze flitted between Jiang Yan and Gu Xinyo, her face radiated joy. Her granddaughter, who had endured hardship, was finally reaping the rewards of her fortune. Time pressed on, and Surong remarked, I primarily wish to meet my granddaughter's boyfriend, and now that I have, I am truly happy. You young entrepreneurs must be quite busy, so I won't keep you any longer. At this, Jiang Yan rose gracefully, smiling as he said, Then we shall take our leave. Rest assured, Grandma, I will take good care of you. Gu Xinyo stood as well, bidding farewell to Surong. As they walked through the corridor connecting the inpatient department to the emergency hall, a familiar voice echoed, followed by the sound of clicking heels. Chapter 63, Joyful Entertainment Needs You. Please come back, Jiang Yan. Youwei called out, originally tending to Bai Luo in the emergency room. She caught sight of a familiar figure and immediately abandoned her patient to rush over. Jiang Yan and Gu Xinyo halted in their tracks upon hearing her voice. Gu Xinyo, noticing Youwei in her elegant professional attire, instinctively tightened her grip on Jiang Yan's broad hand, gradually intertwining their fingers. Jiang Yan remained taciturn, silently allowing her small gesture. Youwei's gaze fell upon their clasped hands, a sharp pang of sorrow piercing her heart. Yet, this time, she refrained from the usual haughty questioning and reproaches. Her eyes, brimming with sadness, were fixed on Jiang Yan, yearning for him to glance back, to recognize her awakening. As for the woman beside him, she chose to regard her as invisible, seeking solace in ignorance. With a voice unusually fragile, Youwei spoke, Jiang Yan, why are you at the hospital? Are you unwell? However, her concern did not elicit any acknowledgement from Jiang Yan. He responded in a detached tone, Miss you? Are we so familiar? Why should I disclose my matters to you? Taken aback by his words, Youwei instinctively took a step back, her heart aching further. Jiang Yan, please don't treat me like this. I mean no harm. I am merely concerned for you. Jiang Yan scoffed, miss you. Late concern is worth less than a blade of grass. Do you desire insincere sentiments? Besides, we are akin to strangers now. Do not entangle me further, lest my girlfriend misunderstand. As he spoke, he raised their interlocked hands, pressing a deep kiss onto Gu Xinyo's hand. This tender display pierced Youwei's already wounded heart. Yet, she felt powerless, only able to observe as a bystander, her entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. She couldn't help but caress her ring finger, where once a proposal diamond ring had nearly adorned her. Suddenly, the ring rekindled a flicker of confidence within her. Steadying herself, Youwei took a deep breath and asserted, Jiang Yan, she is merely your girlfriend. You are to marry someone. Is she truly suitable for such a commitment? In terms of family background, status, and beauty, she is not worthy of you. Casual flings are one thing, but marriage is not a matter to be taken lightly. Her gaze turned icy as she glared at Gu Xinyo, hoping to instill a shred of doubt within Jiang Yan's heart. However, Jiang Yan merely laughed, the derision in his eyes unmistakable. You think you have any say in this, Youwei? You are utterly unworthy of his affection. Youwei's complexion paled, as if Jiang Yan's words had struck her backbone. Yet, gritting her teeth, she refused to relent. Then she is unworthy as well. But Jiang Yan's subsequent words shattered her defenses even further. I resonate with Xinyo. She understands humility and respects me, never commanding or belittling me. Choosing a partner, especially a wife, requires mutual respect and harmony. As for family background and status, only you, Youwei seemed to hold such trivialities in esteem. Oh wait, you don't truly value them, do you? Otherwise, how could you be so enamored with your white moonlight? Strangely, he had not even noticed by Luo beside Youwei. This mocking exchange left her chest tightening with pain. Jiang Yan spoke the truth, yet she found herself powerless to counter. Unconsciously, Youwei raised her scarred hand. Shifting the topic. Jiang Yan, look what I found. This is the ring you intended to propose to me. I retrieved it. With tears welling in her eyes and her voice tinged with emotion, she continued. It took me so long to find it. My hands were cut in the process. But I am so grateful that fate did not forsake me. She extended her left hand towards Jiang Yan, her face alight with hope, attempting to regain his affection through this small gesture. Beside Jiang Yan, Guxinyo felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest as she saw Youwei proudly lifting her left hand, the back of her fair hand marred with red scratches, showcasing the exquisite diamond ring glimmering under the hospital lights. Fear gripped her heart that he might soften and accept Youwei's plea. Recalling all that Jiang Yan had once given her, Guxinyo bit her lip tightly, her round eyes blinking rapidly, the rims slightly reddening as an unwelcome emotion washed over her. At that moment, her body seemed to betray her, the onset of her menstrual cycle causing a dull ache in her abdomen, instinctively clutching her stomach. However, Youwei's joy was short-lived. Instead of eliciting any sympathy from Jiang Yan, her words were met with his mocking tone. TSK, I should have tossed it into the cesspool. Miss you. Are you so desperate for money that you find joy in salvaging what others have discarded? Youwei froze, standing rooted to the spot, rendered speechless. Jiang Yan, his expression unreadable, turned to leave with Guxinyo. Yet, as she watched his resolute figure retreat, she called out, Jiang Yan. In a flurry, she hurriedly placed herself in front of them, her expression wrought with pain. In that moment, she set aside her lofty identity and humbly pleaded, please come back. I miss you. Joyful entertainment needs you. I swear I will never push you away again. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she implored, Jiang Yan. I beg you. I realize my mistakes. Please return to my side. Yet, Jiang Yan's face remained as cold as stone, devoid of any emotion. He slowly replied, you do not truly recognize your errors. You merely understand that your position as chairperson is in jeopardy. Chapter 64, Jiang Yan. Please do not lose me. Youwei's expression shifted, her body stiffening at once. The realization that her humble pleas to Jiang Yan had been in vain filled her with a heavy heart, causing her to lower her gaze. Step aside. You're blocking the way. Jiang Yan's icy voice cut through the silence. Youwei lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes as she attempted to exchange warmth for Jiang Yan's affection. Are you here for a medical checkup? Is it serious? Do you need my help? Not needed. Jiang Yan's ruthless interruption severed her words. Once more, her body froze. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Guxinyo, who was shielding her abdomen with her hands. Suddenly, Youwei's eyes widened in disbelief as an inconceivable thought surged in her mind, threatening to shatter her remaining hope. Her emotions teetered on the brink of chaos as she could not help but point at Guxinyo, exclaiming, Jiang Yan, you brought her to the hospital. Does that mean? Her voice trembled, her finger quivering uncontrollably. It was evident that Youwei was on the verge of a breakdown, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her breath becoming labored as the air grew sharp and painful. Fury surged within her, and she raised her voice, rasping, is she pregnant, Jiang Yan? How could you treat me this way? Hearing this, Jiang Yan's brow furrowed in irritation. He observed Youwei's imminent loss of control, and his expression darkened. Youwei, what insanity are you indulging in? My private matters are none of your concern. You have no standing to interfere. Anger brewed within him as he exhaled heavily. He could not fathom Youwei's peculiar reasoning, nor did he understand why such absurd notions circulated online. He had accompanied Guxinyo to visit a relative. Yet she had spun it into a tale of her being pregnant and him accompanying her for a gynecological examination. It was utterly absurd. Furthermore, he prided himself on his self-control and took all necessary precautions. If by chance anything had occurred, he would marry Guxinyo without hesitation, taking responsibility for her. Thus, what difference did it make if it were true? What did it mean to treat her this way? His journey towards a normal life of marriage and family was not a slight against her. He mused that perhaps his previous submissive behavior had fostered this misplaced confidence in Youwei. Lost in his thoughts, Jiang Yan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Observing Youwei trembling with rage as she pointed rudely at Guxinyo, his eyes darkened. And he spoke coldly, remove your hand, or I will not hesitate to break it. Youwei, I have told you before that I am no longer the devoted follower I once was. I possess no patience for you now. Also, spare me your pitiful expressions. They not only fail to affect me, but only serve to intensify my disdain. Gu Xinyo stood quietly nearby, listening. The proximity of Youwei's finger to her eyes, especially the fierce glare directed at her, instilled a sense of fear, causing her to instinctively inch closer to Jiang Yan. Gu Xinyo thought to herself that if Jiang Yan weren't present, Youwei might have resorted to violence against her. However, the sight of Gu Xinyo clinging tightly to Jiang Yan only fueled Youwei's fury. In a fit of rage, she reached out to shove Gu Xinyo's shoulder. She cannot be pregnant, especially not with your child. Jiang Yan, this woman is too cunning. Witnessing Youwei's aggression towards the docile Gu Xinyo, Jiang Yan's face clouded with anger. He seized Youwei's arm, flinging her away. She stumbled backward, falling to the ground, caught off guard. Once she regained her senses, she felt a sharp pain in her elbow, the skin scraped raw. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed the onlookers had halted, their eyes fixated upon her. Get lost. What are you looking at? Youwei seethed, concealing her face with her hair. After rising, her first instinct was to straighten her disheveled clothing and hair. The stares of these people were unbearable. They were merely spectators eager for a spectacle. As the eldest daughter of the Yu family in Tianhai City, she wished to remain unrecognized by these commoners, and certainly did not wish to become the subject of their mockery. But it was too late. Whispers surrounded her, many female voices lamenting. How could this man strike a woman? It tarnishes the dignity of manhood. Others countered. Did you not see the beginning? This woman brought it upon herself. He already has a girlfriend, and yet she persists. That does not justify violence, another retorted. Doesn't he realize his strength exceeds that of a woman? A simple tug could send her tumbling. After a lengthy debate, one voice chimed in. If you want to stand up for her, why not call the police? Instantly, the female voices fell silent. After all, witnessing a spectacle was one thing. Becoming embroiled in it was another. As the understanding of the situation dawned on the crowd, public opinion began to shift. Many began to chastise Youwei, labeling her a homewrecker, lacking decorum. Some even speculated about her attire, a fitted suit, a pencil skirt, and black stockings, suggesting she might be a film actress. Hearing such disparaging remarks, Youwei turned pale. Instinctively, she glanced at Jiang Yan, seeking his support. However, he was preoccupied with Gu Xinyo, examining her well-being and even tenderly touching her abdomen. As if she were a fragile pregnant woman needing protection, Youwei felt her composure shatter. Ignoring the pain, she advanced once more, her eyes harboring a fierce intensity. She could not allow Gu Xinyo to triumph, nor could she permit her to carry Jiang Yan's child. But Jiang Yan had already caught the ominous look in her eyes, a hint of malice creeping into his expression. Just as she was about to approach Gu Xinyo, a resounding slap echoed throughout the emergency room, capturing everyone's attention. She stood dazed, her left cheek swiftly swelling from the impact. For a fleeting moment, she felt disoriented, only to soon be overwhelmed by the sharp pain radiating across her face, bringing tears to her eyes. The darkness in her gaze dissipated, leaving her with a vacant stare. Youwei had been struck again, this time in the bustling emergency room filled with ordinary patients rather than the elite social circles she was accustomed to. Many captured the scene on their phones, and if it circulated online, she would become a subject of ridicule the very next day. Covering her left cheek, she glared with rage at the person before her, feeling as if she might shatter into pieces. Is this woman so important to you? She questioned Jiang Yan, bitterness seeping into her words. First it was Su Yu, now it's for Gu Xinyo. It's always about women. Jealousy consumed Youwei, leaving her with a sense of profound resentment. Jiang Yan sheltered Gu Xinyo, cradling her protectively, and replied, she is important. At his words, Youwei staggered back a step, nearly falling once more. Watching their affectionate exchange, memories flooded back to her. In the past, Jiang Yan had gazed at her with the same deep affection, assisting her in navigating the treacherous schemes of the Yu family, managing the entertainment media, and attending to her emotional fluctuations. In those days with Jiang Yan by her side, she had been carefree, much like Gu Xinyo, reveling in the joys of life. Clenching her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white, an indescribable sorrow welled up within her. She could not help but lower her proud head once more, pleading earnestly, Jiang Yan, please do not lose me. At that moment, a frantic and anxious voice echoed from afar. Wei, where have you gone? Please do not leave me behind. Chapter 65. It was you who abandoned Jiang Yan, not Jiang Yan who abandoned you. Gu Xinyo nestled in Jiang Yan's embrace, her round, beautiful eyes gazing at the woman before her. With Jiang Yan's protection, the fear etched on Gu Xinyo's small face gradually dissipated. She harbored a certain aversion towards this woman, believing that their perceptions differed greatly. When she overheard Youwei sorrowfully imploring Jiang Yan not to lose her, Gu Xinyo felt even more perplexed. Unable to contain herself any longer, she gently pushed aside Jiang Yan's protective arm and calmly addressed Youwei. Miss you, you are mistaken. It is you who has forsaken Jiang Yan, not the other way around. This seemingly innocuous statement, uttered from Gu Xinyo's soft lips, wielded immense potency. Youwei's eyes widened in surprise, her gaze fixated on Gu Xinyo, brimming with unmasked disdain and animosity. Silence. I am speaking with Jiang Yan. When did it become your place to interject? You wretched commoner. Do you presume to lecture me? What right do you have? Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Gu Xinyo instinctively shrank closer to Jiang Yan. He, in turn, shielded her and coldly replied to Youwei, Youwei, you have no right to admonish my girlfriend. Youwei's expression froze. She should have been furious, yet she recognized that Jiang Yan would not tolerate her temper at that moment. A hint of vulnerability flickered in her eyes as she choked out, Jiang Yan, can you give me one more chance? The voice of Bai Luo approached, growing louder. Yet she steadfastly raised her gaze, seeking the desired answer from Jiang Yan. Alas, her hopes were dashed. Jiang Yan glanced at Bai Luo behind her and cryptically remarked, the opportunity has been claimed by your white moonlight. With that, he took Gu Xinyo's hand and departed. Wait, Youwei was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend his words. Instinctively, she tried to follow, only to hear Bai Luo's anguish cry. Turning around, she saw Bai Luo had fallen to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping through the white bandage on his head. Her outstretched foot halted abruptly. Deep down, she knew she should pursue Jiang Yan. Yet her feet felt as if encased in lead, rendering her immobile. She watched Jiang Yan lead Gu Xinyo away, then glanced back at the fallen Bai Luo. Ultimately, she could not summon the strength to take another step forward. Bai Luo, she called with concern, turning to sprint in the opposite direction. It's all right. Youwei instinctively reassured herself. She still had many opportunities to mend her relationship with Jiang Yan. However, the injuries sustained by Bai Luo were irreversible. She knelt down, lifting Bai Luo's head with worry, asking, how are you? Is your head still spinning? The doctor said you have a mild concussion. You must avoid any further impacts. Bai Luo, drowsily opening his eyes, caught sight of her beautiful face mere inches away and could not help but reach out to touch it. Wei. When I woke up and didn't see you, I was so scared. I was afraid you would abandon me. But his intentions were thwarted as Youwei instinctively turned her face away, avoiding his grasp. Now, she needed to maintain some distance from Bai Luo to prevent any misconceptions from Jiang Yan. With an air of discomfort, she coldly replied, it's good that you are fine. She promptly called for a doctor to assist Bai Luo back to the treatment room. By evening, Bai Luo was mostly recovered, lively, and enjoying his dinner. Meanwhile, there were numerous pressing matters awaiting Youwei's attention at the company. She wished for Bai Luo to remain in the hospital for a few days while she returned to work, but he grasped her hand. Wei, are you going back to the company? Then I will go with you. Seeing Bai Luo remove his four, determined to follow her, Youwei felt a pang of compassion and said, rest well. The doctor advised observation for another half day. Never mind, I will stay with you tonight. Bai Luo beamed at her words, his joy apparent. Gu Xinyo sat in the passenger seat of the car, enveloped in silence. The atmosphere felt heavy, prompting her to break the quiet. Thank you. My grandmother would surely like you. Jiang Yan, focused on driving, simply murmured in acknowledgement. She quietly observed his expression and softly added, are you angry? I'm sorry. Perhaps she had overstepped by making that remark. Hearing her, Jiang Yan glanced at Gu Xinyo, unable to decipher the thoughts swirling in her mind. With a slight sigh, he replied, what are you apologizing for? You did nothing wrong. Yet Gu Xinyo remained uneasy. She recalled the scene earlier, where Youwei was reprimanded so harshly by Jiang Yan. It was indeed somewhat pitiable, but she had wronged him and was demanding more. Her status was unassailable, one Gu Xinyo could never hope to attain. Thus, when she lowered herself to plead with Jiang Yan, she dreaded that he might relent. Pondering this, Gu Xinyo bit her lip and timidly inquired, will you forgive her? Never. Jiang Yan's firm response brought her a measure of comfort. A smile crept onto her lips, emboldening her to ask, tonight, could you stay? Jiang Yan looked at her in mild surprise. Gu Xinyo rarely expressed her thoughts so directly. Usually, he had to prompt her to share. Seeing the joy on her face, with her adorable dimples, seemed to lift the gloom from his heart. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right. He, too, preferred the warmth of the apartment over the isolation of the villa, though tonight would undoubtedly test his patience. Chapter 66. The consequences of one's own actions. The following morning, Youwei, dragging her weary body and with heavy dark circles beneath her eyes that no foundation could conceal. Arrived at the Huanyu Media Building. To her surprise, she found that only a fraction of the employees were present in the office area. Momentarily taken aback, she instinctively approached the secretary's office to inquire about the situation, only to discover that even there, a staff member was absent. With a cold expression, she could not suppress her irritation and demanded, "Where are the other employees? What time is it? And they still have not arrived." Secretary Shaoli, noticing the imposing aura exuding from Youwei, hesitantly replied, "President Yu, those who are absent have resigned." Youwei's expression stiffened, her brow furrowing involuntarily. "When did they leave?" "They were perfectly fine yesterday morning." With a sigh, the secretary explained, "You were only in the office for a short while yesterday morning. You were absent for the rest of the day." After work, they collectively submitted their resignation letters. This revelation left Youwei astounded, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could she, having been away for merely half a day, have lost a tenth of her workforce? Such a significant matter had gone unreported by the relevant department heads. Suppressing her anger, she sought out the head of human resources. Forcefully pushing open the door to the HR office, she confronted them bluntly. "Who authorized you to approve their resignations?" Upon entering, she noticed two other employees completing their resignation paperwork. Her inquiry caught in her throat, she fell silent. Just then, the HR manager finished signing, and the two departing employees exhaled in relief, their demeanor turning more resolute. Without a word, they circumvented Youwei and exited. One casting a cold glance back at her. Youwei stood rigidly, fury bubbling within her. Never had she been so disregarded by her subordinates. In the past, even when passing through the employee area, they would lower their heads and address her as President Yu. At that moment, the HR manager approached politely, stating, "President Yu, my approval was in accordance with company policy." Youwei was about to challenge the notion of company policy, believing her word to be the highest decree, when it suddenly struck her that ordinary employees only required the consent of their department head and the HR manager. Her signature was indeed unnecessary unless it involved a key figure like Jiang Yan, who required her personal approval. The anger she had been nurturing now caught in her throat, leaving her speechless. After a long silence, she sighed, conceding defeat, and returned to her office. Seated at her desk, Youwei gazed vacantly at a distant point, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure and gravity upon her. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly heavy. Huanyu Media was clearly at a critical juncture. Yet she was not present to stabilize the wavering hearts of her employees, resulting in the loss of a tenth of her staff in just one day. It was imperative for the company to maintain stable personnel turnover. An excessively high resignation rate coupled with an inability to recruit new employees would signal the gradual demise of the organization. What should I do? Youwei pondered helplessly, wishing Jiang Yan were still around. He had established a good rapport with the employees. Had he been there to persuade them, they certainly would not have resigned. Yet, Jiang Yan had been driven away at her behest. Why had she chosen to dismiss him during the company's zenith? Youwei lowered her gaze, fear gripping her heart. She dreaded the thought of Jiang Yan gaining the favor of the employees and using it to threaten her. She feared his abilities might surpass her own, allowing him to break free from her grasp. After all, her status had always eclipsed his. The fact that she had willingly bent to become his partner, granting him the title of the boyfriend of the esteemed Yu family's daughter, should have inspired gratitude. However, regret was futile now. She must devise a plan to retain the remaining employees. After a moment of contemplation, Youwei summoned her secretary, instructing, in 1 hour, convene a meeting. Notify all personnel to complete their work ahead of time and gather in the conference room. Secretary Shaoli nodded, subtly pursing her lips before adding, "President Yu, Qin Shiyu's new company wishes to discuss the termination of the contract." At this, Youwei's brow furrowed deeply. She coldly replied, "Tell them there is no need for discussion. No entertainment company shall succeed in signing Qin Shiyu away. She will remain with us, and no one is permitted to take her. Have them leave." "Understood, President Yu," the secretary affirmed before departing. Once alone, Youwei massaged her temples in exasperation. After a brief moment, she steeled herself, opened her computer, and began typing the meeting agenda. Unbeknownst to her, a video of her recent humiliation had quietly surfaced online. Meanwhile, when Jiang Yan opened the Douhua app and scrolled through the latest company content, a particular video caught his attention. Pausing, he squinted at the screen and, after a moment of contemplation, added a like to the video, which had garnered only 2 likes thus far. He then summoned the technical team, instructing, "Create a backdoor for this video to boost its visibility." The technician leaned in closely, suddenly freezing, his eyes widening in surprise. The individual being slapped in the video was none other than Youwei, the heiress of the Yu family and chairwoman of Huanyu Media. The video, albeit short at 5 seconds, captured the moment of her slap in striking detail, deliberately magnifying her face throughout. The technician instinctively covered his mouth, cautiously glancing at their boss. Jiang Yan, however, remained unfazed, urging, "Hurry up. I want this video trending by tonight." "Understood, President Jiang," the technician replied, quickly exiting to track down the video's CID. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Yan relaxed, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Since he had stumbled upon the video, he felt compelled to stir the pot further. Huanyu Media's stock had been in a continuous decline. Despite Youwei's numerous attempts to remedy the situation, none had proven effective. Moreover, her partners were choosing not to renew contracts, leaving their artists without scripts or shows, relegated to idleness. Thus, he resolved to hasten her downfall, pushing Huanyu Media closer to bankruptcy. As the president of Huanyu Media, any scandal involving her would invariably impact their stock prices. While the elite circles might overlook her misdeeds, the general public remained oblivious to the intricacies. All that was needed was for this video to circulate widely. The public need not know the backstory. The mere act of the video spreading would be enough to exacerbate Huanyu Media's plight. Just then, a knock sounded at his office door. "Come in." The visitors were Secretary Shen Qing, along with Qin Shiyu and her manager, Su Yanhong. Upon seeing them, Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Did the negotiations fail?" He considered the possibility of an alternative outcome as well. Shen Qing nodded as she entered, stating, "Yes. But we are actively communicating with Huanyu's liaison department. Currently, it's..." President Yu is not budging. Jiang Yan let out a knowing hum, responding, "Understood. Su Jie, you and your team should follow Shen Qing to familiarize yourselves with the company environment. We are in no rush. Tomorrow, she will come personally to propose the termination contract." Meanwhile, Bai Luo waited elsewhere for a certain individual. He is acutely aware that Youwei's company is no longer thriving. The opportunity to participate in the idol training program has already withered. He must take measures to rescue himself. Chapter 67. Sister, I wish to improve. At this moment, Bai Luo found himself within the opulent confines of a KTV private room. This establishment was not an ordinary singing venue. It was primarily reserved for the illustrious celebrities of Tianhai City, ensuring exceptional confidentiality and privacy. Bai Luo had expended a considerable sum, leveraging connections to gain entry. The source of his funds, of course, was from the small treasury of Youwei. The reason for his presence here was to procure some insider information through a paid informant. It was rumored that a former luminary, now receding from the public eye and retreating into the realm of finance, Yang Xinruei, often frequented this venue during her leisure time, indulging in the company of young male models. Given Bai Luo's fair complexion and striking appearance, he believed he was far superior to the common male models. Thus, his objective for the evening was to charm this 45-year-old starlet. Bai Luo anxiously awaited her arrival, occasionally peeking through the door. At long last, he spotted Yang Xinruei, accompanied by 2 associates. To his surprise, she did not shy away from revealing herself in the corridor of the private room. Clad in a light purple, form-fitting dress with a silk shawl draped over her shoulders, Bai Luo could not help but admire her graceful silhouette and long, fair legs, swallowing hard in awe. Even at her age, she was a testament to the beauty of aging gracefully. As she began to turn and walk away, Bai Luo hastily opened the door and dashed towards her. "Wait," he gasped, presenting a charming smile. "Hello, I'm Bai Luo, a newcomer in the entertainment industry." Upon hearing this, Yang Xinruei crossed her arms and appraised him with a cool demeanor. "I'm afraid I do not know you," she replied, her tone distant yet polite. As befitting a former star of her stature, keen to avoid giving anyone ammunition against her, Bai Luo chuckled awkwardly, flattering her with, "It's quite normal that you don't know me. I never expected to encounter you here. I have watched all your works, and I truly admire you." Yang Xinruei remained impassive, responding, "Thank you, but I have matters to attend to." With that, she turned to leave, accompanied by her entourage. "Hey, wait," Bai Luo called out, rushing to block her path. This was an opportunity he had paid dearly for. He could not afford to let it slip away. "Sister, I am a newcomer without resources or connections, but I wish to improve." Bai Luo's gaze was steadfast as he looked up at her. He had anticipated seeing discernible signs of aging on her face, yet time had seemingly spared her. She remained stunning, exuding maturity and femininity. her shawl unable to conceal her voluptuous figure. Bai Luo found himself captivated, realizing that he was drawn to the allure of an older woman. Yang Xinrui scrutinized him with a discerning eye. This newcomer, feigning innocence, harbored ulterior motives. Having navigated the entertainment industry for 30 years, she was all too familiar with such tactics. While he was not unattractive, he lacked the star quality necessary for a career in showbiz. Most importantly, she had no interest in frail, pretty boys. Thus, Yang Xinrui politely declined, saying, "It's commendable that you wish to improve, but seeking my assistance would be inappropriate. You should first secure a contract with an agency that can arrange opportunities for you." Bai Luo's expression dimmed at her words, but he maintained a facade of innocence as he replied, "Sister, I do have an agency, but they aren't providing me with any resources. Can you help me? I have admired you since childhood. Your work inspired my dream of entering the entertainment world. I wish to become someone like you." His performance was earnest, his tone sincere. A naive girl might have been swayed, but Yang Xinrui was well acquainted with such ploys. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, "Oh, which agency are you signed with?" "Huanyu Media," Bai Luo replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Xinrui furrowed her brow. Although Huanyu was a top-tier company, it had recently faced a downturn, and she found it hard to believe someone like him could be associated with them. She dismissed his claim as mere boasting, offering a perfunctory, "That's good. Keep at it." Seeing her disinterest, Bai Luo instinctively blurted, "The chairman of Huanyu is my girlfriend." "What did you say?" Yang Xinrui's eyes widened in surprise, her tone now tinged with curiosity. This revelation prompted her to reassess Bai Luo. He beamed with pride, declaring, "It's true. I am Youwei's boyfriend, but due to internal issues at Huanyu, I had no choice but to seek your help. Sister, as an acclaimed actress, you must know many prominent directors. A recommendation from you would be invaluable. I don't need to play the lead. Even a supporting role would suffice." Yang Xinrui's demeanor shifted as she contemplated his words. If what he said was indeed true, it opened up possibilities. Although she held the title of actress, the shelf life in this industry was fleeting. Even she had to bow to the realities of the entertainment world, transitioning to a role behind the scenes. With her astute mind and connections from her youth, she had ventured into the realm of capital, albeit with limited resources. However, to truly become a capital player, she needed more. Given the recent turmoil at Huanyu, she understood that this was a prime opportunity to leverage her connections to enter the financial sphere. Thus, Yang Xinrui softened her stance, smiling gently as she asked, "What is your name?" "Bai Luo. Will you help me, sister?" he implored eagerly. With a knowing smile, Yang Xinrui replied, "Yes, didn't you say you wish to improve? Then come with me." With a captivating smile, she beckoned him with a finger. Bai Luo's heart soared as he eagerly followed her. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan had just wrapped up his work when he received a message from Mu Wanzhou. "Junior, let us go out for dinner tonight. There's a collaboration that you've been wanting." Jiang Yan pondered over the message for a moment before replying, "All right, Director Mu." Chapter 68, Sponsoring a Music Program. Are you interested, Junior? This time, Mu Wanzhou opted for a slightly more modest 5-star restaurant instead of the luxurious Yunjin Pavilion. Jiang Yan arrived at the destination, having reached 5 minutes early, and noticing that Mu Wanzhou had not yet arrived. He stepped out of the car to wait at the entrance. A few minutes later, Mu Wanzhou's luxury vehicle pulled up, and her driver opened the door for her. Jiang Yan approached her, greeting her politely with, "Hello, Ms. Mu." Unlike her usual opulent evening gowns, Mu Wanzhou appeared in a casual ensemble this evening. The cool night breeze gently lifted her delicate hair as she wore a white lace camisole paired with a warm-toned knit cardigan and a pure white skirt. She exuded an air of gentle sophistication. Despite her change in attire, her innate allure remained, and her elongated phoenix eyes retained their enchanting charm. "Oh, Junior," she said as she stepped out of the car, effortlessly linking her arm with Jiang Yan's and leaning in closer. "You even came to pick me up. What a lovely surprise." Her mood was clearly buoyant, her eyes sparkling with delight. "I arrived a few minutes early, and didn't have to wait long, Ms. Mu." "This way, please," Jiang Yan replied, raising his arm slightly in a gentlemanly manner to lead her into the restaurant. He understood that when dealing with Mu Wanzhou, it was best to accommodate her as long as her actions were not overly excessive, for one could never predict if she might suddenly become even bolder, as she had done previously. Upon reaching their reserved table, they sat down, and Mu Wanzhou picked up the menu from the server, casually flipping through it. "Junior, what would you like to eat?" "Anything is fine." After hearing Jiang Yan's response, she ordered a few signature dishes and then instructed the server, "Bring us 2 bottles of red wine." Jiang Yan quickly waved to the server, saying, let us skip the wine. He then turned to Mu Wanzhou and politely explained, Ms. Mu, I'm abstaining from alcohol today, so I want to be able to join you in drinking. Having learned from past experiences, he was determined not to fall into the same trap again. Fortunately, Mu Wanzhou did not press the issue. She cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Yan and smiled. All right, then we'll just focus on the meal today, nothing else. Yet, in her heart, she thought, this junior is becoming increasingly difficult to tempt. This simply won't do. After the server left, Mu Wanzhou playfully remarked, it's a bit warm in here, Junior. Do you mind if I take off my cardigan? Jiang Yan furrowed his brow slightly. I don't mind. Ms. Mu can do as she pleases. He then watched as she gracefully twisted her waist to remove her knit cardigan, revealing the low-cut lace camisole underneath, which did little to conceal her voluptuous form. Jiang Yan felt his gaze darken, realizing that Mu Wanzhou had intentionally dressed this way. The restaurant featured semi-open seating, with ornate wooden partitions on 3 sides, and a layer of tassels obscuring the entrance. Thus, without stepping inside, one could not see Mu Wanzhou in her tantalizing attire. Jiang Yan remained silent. His eyes fixated on her for a while, until she noticed his intense gaze, causing a faint blush to creep onto her cheeks. This was her first time dressing this way, and to ensnare her junior, she was willing to invest a bit more effort. After a brief 10 seconds, Jiang Yan averted his gaze, pretending as though nothing had occurred, and engaged in polite conversation. Soon after, he composed himself and steered the conversation back to business, asking Ms. Mu, regarding the collaboration you mentioned. Instead of answering directly, Mu Wanzhou posed a question to Jiang Yan. Are you aware that Tomato TV has a talent show about to air? Jiang Yan lowered his eyes, realizing this was the very program Youwei had asked him to assist with. He took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, I've heard of it. Mu Wanzhou continued, I have an old acquaintance who is a director of variety programs. He finds the talent show on Tomato TV quite impressive and has devised a creative concept for a similar online show, complete with a comprehensive plan. While Tomato TV focuses on idol selection, we aim to create a music-based new talent selection program called Tomorrow's Star. Would you be interested in joining, Junior? She inquired with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yan contemplated his options. His short video software greatly required the enhancement of background music. Previously, he had collaborated with other music platforms to purchase copyrights, but he was currently developing his own music software, nearing completion and preparing for launch on Douhua. As Mu Wanzhou spoke, Jiang Yan began to formulate a plan. I understand your implication, Ms. Mu. I must admit, I am somewhat intrigued. However, this is an online program, which differs from traditional television. Its popularity is not guaranteed. Mu Wanzhou, with a charming smile, reassured him, Junior, you need not doubt me. This director is quite capable, having previously directed many popular variety shows. Even with the competition from Tomato TV, the two shows are not in the same league. During the planning phase, numerous sponsors expressed interest, yet he still prioritized me. Initially, I had little interest, but then I thought of you. I heard you were preparing to launch your music platform, and this program could serve as an excellent promotional tool. Jiang Yan was taken aback, marveling at Mu Wanzhou's impressive network. The development of their music software was an internal matter, not yet disclosed to the public, yet Mu Wanzhou seemed to know all about it, unreservedly sharing this information. Fortunately, they were not competitors. Otherwise, he would be left wondering how his company's secrets had been leaked. He lifted his gaze and acknowledged, that does sound promising. However, the online music source for such programs is highly contested among music platforms. While I wish to sponsor, Ms. Mu, I am still a small company, and competing against larger platforms is quite challenging. Mu Wanzhou confidently replied, there is no need for you to worry about that. My company will also sponsor it. The director will certainly show me some consideration regarding the music sources. Moreover, I will suppress other platforms, ensuring that the show airs on Douhua Live. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, this is an online live program. The director's team will only upload the recording to other platforms the following day. This presents a perfect opportunity for your platform to gain more traffic, and participating musicians can collaborate deeply with Douhua, becoming Douhua musicians. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Listening to Mu Wanzhou's words, Jiang Yan felt increasingly tempted. Her assurances steadied his previously wavering resolve. He trusted in her capital strength and believed she would deliver on her promises. Additionally, he began to entertain other thoughts. Youwei had gone to great lengths to secure Bai Luo's participation in the Tomato TV talent show, even resorting to compromising her dignity. Perhaps this time, he could fulfill her wishes and realize her dream of being with her ideal. Chapter 69. Bai Luo secures investment for Youwei. Yang Xinrui languidly reclined on the sofa in the private room, delicately sipping from her wine glass. Her gaze fell upon Bai Luo, who was leaning towards her with an ingratiating demeanor, his head bowed in flattery. Her expression remained nonchalant. Just moments ago, she had meticulously questioned him, confirming that this pretty boy was indeed the boyfriend of Youwei, the chairperson of Huanyu Media. This revelation surprised Yang Xinrui. After all, she had heard whispers of Youwei's previous relationship with a mediocre boyfriend whom she had been with for 5 years. The fact that she had now exchanged him for a pretty boy of similar stature made Yang Xinrui reflect on Youwei's rather questionable taste. Bai Luo, seated beside Yang Xinrui, flashed a charming smile as he leaned in closer, whispering, "Sister Yang, do you have any plans for tonight?" He was prepared to offer himself in exchange for exposure and resources, fully aware of the unspoken rules of the industry. Having long abandoned any notions of innocence during his years abroad, where he had indulged in nightlife with friends. Hence, he maintained a facade of purity before Youwei. Yang Xinrui cast a sidelong glance at him, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. "What, if you have no plans, what do you wish to do?" Bai Luo, upon hearing this, rubbed his hands together in excitement and puffed out his chest confidently. "He, Sister Yang, what do you think of me? Average, at best." Yang Xinrui replied dismissively, as her preferences leaned towards robust, powerful men. The sight of Bai Luo, slender as a reed, was hardly appealing. However, she needed his connection to Huanyu Media, prompting her to adopt a more tactful approach, seemingly oblivious to her indifference. Bai Luo was eager to express his interest once more when Yang Xinrui interrupted him. She began to drop hints. "I hear Huanyu is currently struggling with capital fleeing from you. The artists under your banner must be facing difficulties as well, correct?" Bai Luo was taken aback, uncertain of the situation. His own affairs were already beyond Youwei's control, leaving little time to concern himself with the plight of others. Nevertheless, he nodded along. "Indeed, otherwise, I would have been able to participate in the idol training program." He then ventured, "Sister Yang, you have extensive connections. Could you perhaps help me get into the Tomato Channel's audition?" Yang Xinrui furrowed her brows slightly. "That program is about to launch, even though I know the chief director. It's too late to bring it up now." "That's all right. Can you assist me in finding another program or a film crew?" Yang Xinrui, however, deftly redirected the conversation. "There's no rush on that front. I've been observing Huanyu Media's stock plummet, dropping out of the industry's top 10. As a fellow industry member, it's quite painful to witness such a fine entertainment company in distress." Bai Luo blinked in confusion. He was utterly ignorant of financial matters and failed to see how this related to him, as his sole focus was securing resources. Yang Xinrui, somewhat exasperated, shot him a sidelong glance before continuing. "Actually, I am currently investing and happen to have a sum that could rescue Huanyu Media's stock. Once the company stabilizes, capital will naturally gravitate back towards collaboration, thus resolving your predicament." Her candid implication was not lost on Bai Luo, who couldn't suppress his excitement. He seized Yang Xinrui's hands, raising them in joy. "This is fantastic. Weiwei has been troubled by this matter. I must share this wonderful news with her immediately." Recently, he had been lingering in Youwei's office, irritating her to the point of being dismissed. Now, the prospect of Yang Xinrui's investment made him exuberant. Feeling he had hit the jackpot, not only would he be aiding Youwei through her crisis, but he would also secure his own future in the industry, ensuring a steady stream of film resources. Truly, a double benefit. Bai Luo reveled in his cleverness, envisioning how grateful Youwei would be upon hearing the news. Undoubtedly moved to tears. In that moment, he felt he could effortlessly win her over. Yang Xinrui observed the glimmer of greed in his eyes, suppressing a cold smirk. Withdrawing her hands from his grasp, she smiled. "Investment matters are significant. I need to discuss this directly with the chairperson of Huanyu. You may mention it to her, and then we can arrange a time to discuss further." Bai Luo nodded vigorously. "Understood." Subsequently, Yang Xinrui procured Youwei's contact information from Bai Luo. Once her objective was achieved, Bai Luo stood up bashfully, feigning innocence as he stammered, "Sister Yang, I would like to serve you." Yang Xinrui observed him with a wry smile, her lips twitching in amusement. She couldn't help but think that Bai Luo's acting skills were rather subpar. His contrived expressions nearly made her retch. Suppressing her disdain, she replied coolly, "Serving is unnecessary. I possess good character and do not engage in the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry." Bai Luo stood there, bewildered, not engaging in such rules. He found it hard to believe, given that he had acquired tidbits about her preferences for male models. However, he chose not to dwell on it. He had finally managed to connect with a prominent actress and felt compelled to treat Yang Xinruei to a meal to further solidify their relationship. He feigned gratitude, while Yang Xinruei, feeling it would be impolite to refuse, agreed. They then made their way to a 5-star restaurant, the finest establishment Bai Luo could afford, having made a reservation in advance. Aware of Yang Xinruei's previous fame, he chose a venue with good privacy to avoid any prying eyes from the paparazzi. Upon their arrival, Yang Xinruei donned a long, light coat and a mask before entering, with Bai Luo closely following. His excitement rendered him incessantly chatty, filling the air with his chatter. Meanwhile, Mu Wanzhou, seated nearby, noticed the sudden commotion from the adjacent table and displayed a hint of displeasure in her elongated eyes. Jiang Yan also furrowed his brow slightly. The dividers in the restaurant were not completely soundproof, allowing the noise to permeate. As Mu Wanzhou's expression darkened, Jiang Yan, having just secured the live broadcast rights and audio from her side, felt compelled to intervene. With a resigned sigh, he stood up, stating, "I'll go remind them." Chapter 70. An unfortunate oversight. Hello, I am the person at the adjacent table. Your voices are rather loud and disturbing to others, Jiang Yan stated coolly, as he brushed aside the hanging tassels. The moment his words left his lips, the raucous chatter abruptly ceased. Bai Luo found himself momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape in surprise. A torrent of expletives rushed through his mind. How on earth is Jiang Yan here? After the initial shock subsided, Bai Luo's heart sank with trepidation. He was currently with Yang Xinruei. No matter how he tried to justify the situation, onlookers would inevitably suspect something was amiss. Damn it! A careless oversight. With this thought, Bai Luo cast a fierce glare at Jiang Yan. If he dared to inform Youwei, there would be dire consequences. Meanwhile, Yang Xinruei, who had already been irritable, brightened at the sight of the speaker. He stood tall at the entrance, exuding a certain mature charm that was undeniably appealing. Yang Xinruei instinctively swallowed hard. The man perfectly matched her taste. Upon noticing that the individuals at the neighboring table were Bai Luo and an alluring middle-aged woman, Jiang Yan frowned. This woman seemed vaguely familiar. Suddenly, it dawned on him. She was the leading actress from the idol dramas he had watched in his youth, Yang Xinruei. But how did she know Bai Luo? What was their connection? Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Yang Xinruei, however, did not recognize Jiang Yan. She stood up with a bright smile and said, "Oh, I apologize for the noise. We will speak more quietly." As Jiang Yan's gaze shifted away from her, she turned to him and inquired, "Handsome, are you dining alone?" Her interest was palpable, and Jiang Yan merely glanced at her with indifference, replying coldly, "No." His intention was to prompt the others to lower their voices, but unexpectedly encountering an acquaintance did not faze him. He cast a brief glance at Bai Luo before turning to leave. Yet, Yang Xinruei was not ready to let such a quality man slip away. Following him outside, she realized he was seated at the adjacent table. A flicker of joy crossed her face as she prepared to step forward and draw back the tassel curtain. However, Bai Luo yanked her back. Suppressing his irritation, he forced a smile, saying, "Sister Yang, please don't be upset. This man is inherently rude. Let us not stoop to his level." He assumed Jiang Yan's aloof demeanor would irritate Yang Xinruei, prompting her to confront him. Yet, he dared not allow her to engage too deeply with Jiang Yan. Thankfully, Jiang Yan seemed self-aware enough not to acknowledge him. Yang Xinruei's smile faltered at his words. She shot Bai Luo an annoyed glare, her expression conveying her discontent with his lack of perception. "What is wrong with you, Bai Luo? I was going to greet him. And you stopped me? What are you trying to do?" Arms crossed, she spoke sternly. Faced with her anger, Bai Luo quickly lowered his head and explained, "Sister Yang, I'm only looking out for you. That man clearly has a bad temper. I didn't want you to get bullied." Yang Xinruei raised an eyebrow at his comment. "Do you know him? How can you tell just by looking?" She found Jiang Yan mature and charming, distinctly different from reckless young men. In fact, his cool demeanor only made her more intrigued. Bai Luo felt a pang of frustration at her question. Damn it, why did he say so much? How could he respond now? If he claimed to know Jiang Yan, Yang Xinruei would undoubtedly press him for details. If he claimed ignorance, and Jiang Yan returned to expose him, he would lose her trust. He was caught in a dilemma. Words hung on the tip of his tongue, but he faltered. Yang Xinruei's keen gaze suggested she sensed something was amiss. In an instant, she approached the adjacent table. "Hello, excuse me, she began. But her words faltered, her smile freezing in place. Suddenly, her voice rose in excitement. "Mr. Mu." Mr. Mu. Realizing it was the esteemed President Mu at the next table, She quickly composed herself, apologizing gracefully. As someone entrenched in the capital circle, she was well aware of Mu Wanchao's reputation. It was quite rare to have an audience with the CEO of the Mu Group, and she had not anticipated encountering him in such a modest five-star restaurant. This unexpected meeting was both astonishing and thrilling, a rare opportunity indeed. Even though Yang Xinrui had won awards for her acting, in the presence of powerful figures, she knew to maintain a respectful demeanor. If she could establish a connection with Mu Wanxiao, she would no longer need to curry favor with other executives. However, Mu Wanxiao did not even glance her way, treating her as if she were invisible. Instead, she casually draped a nearby knit sweater over her shoulders and turned her attention to Jiang Yan. Junior, try this. Their signature dish, layered potatoes, has a delicate, creamy aroma, with a crisp, yet fluffy texture. It's delicious. As she spoke, she served Jiang Yan a piece of the dish. Despite its humble ingredient, the preparation was intricate, delivering a rich flavor of buttery creaminess. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction after tasting it. Yet, this was not the moment for leisurely dining. He glanced at Yang Xinrui, who was standing awkwardly, and gently suggested, President Mu, it seems someone is looking for you. Mu Wanchao smirked disdainfully, her eyes reflecting her indifference towards the actress. Not just anyone could engage her in conversation. Seeing that Mu Wanxiao remained silent, Yang Xinrui quickly waved her hands, forcing a smile. It's fine. Really, you don't need to mind me. She maintained her smile, though it began to appear stiff. She discreetly observed the interaction between Mu Wanxiao and Jiang Yan. In Tianhai City, Mu Wanxiao held significant prestige, and Yang Xinrui had heard whispers of her formidable temperament. Caution was warranted. Thus, witnessing Mu Wanxiao's kind words towards Jiang Yan left her momentarily dumbfounded. She had assumed Jiang Yan was an ordinary man, far removed from her social standing. That's why she had approached him, believing her charm could captivate him effortlessly. Yet, she never anticipated that he was dining with the president of a leading enterprise in Tianhai City, the Mu Group, valued at over 100 billion. Suddenly, any thoughts of pursuing Jiang Yan vanished from her mind. To pursue a man associated with Mu Wanxiao? She had no desire to face the repercussions within the capital circle. However, this opportunity was too rare to overlook. Moreover, the fact that Mu Wanxiao had not ordered her removal made it all the more enticing. If she could secure Mu Wanxiao's contact information, she would gladly endure any discomfort for the chance. As she maintained her rigid smile, preparing for a prolonged endeavor, she momentarily forgot that she had a teammate present. Sister Yang, why haven't you come back yet? Chapter 71. A resounding slap. Bai Luo faces the wrath of Mu Wanzhou. Bai Luo originally wished to avoid encountering Jiang Yan at the adjacent table. However, as Yang Xinrui took an unusually long time, he found himself abandoned, staring blankly into space. It was as if his presence had been entirely forgotten. Unable to tolerate the solitude any longer, he approached the neighboring table, intending to call for Yang Xinrui. His intention was to immediately pull her back, denying Jiang Yan even a fleeting glance. Bai Luo's aspirations were commendable, yet reality proved otherwise. Upon calling out to Yang Xinrui, he was met with her hushed but furious reprimand. Be quiet. Bai Luo was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Having endured her prolonged absence, and now her unwarranted ire, his mood soured even further. His gaze remained fixed on Yang Xinrui, neglecting to notice the identity of Jiang Yan's dining companion. Considering he still needed her assistance, Bai Luo inhaled deeply, suppressing his irritation, and attempted to reason with her. Sister Yang, with your esteemed status as a respected actress adored by the public, why must you apologize to him? The very fact that we can dine beside him today is a stroke of luck for him. Come, let us disregard him. His words unmistakably belittled Jiang Yan. Yet this blatant derision only served to deepen the furrow in Yang Xinrui's brow. Tension coursed through her. She feared that a mere frown from Mu Wanzhou could precipitate her downfall. Were it not for Mu Wanzhou's presence, she would have relished the opportunity to slap Bai Luo across the face. What a foolish commoner he was, unable to recognize the significance of the Mu family, blind to the prevailing circumstances. In that moment, Yang Xinrui's sole desire was to rid herself of Bai Luo's presence. Casting a furtive glance at Mu Wanzhou's expression, she turned back to Bai Luo and whispered, You are utterly foolish. Leave at once. This is not a place for you. Bai Luo's smile immediately faltered. Having waited half an hour for Yang Xinrui at the adjacent table, he had initially brushed aside her abrupt rudeness due to his magnanimity, only to find himself chastised upon his arrival. How infuriating. What was there to boast about? Just a couple of connections. At that moment, Bai Luo felt utterly humiliated. He might have tolerated such treatment in front of others, but being reprimanded in front of Jiang Yan, his own substitute, was intolerable. He held dignity, particularly as a man. Thus, Bai Luo abandoned pretense, glaring at Jiang Yan and mockingly addressing Yang Xinrui. Sister Yang, why do you fear him? Let me assure you, he is merely a small company owner who rose only by draining Youwei's resources. Without her, he would still be at some factory, tightening screws. Yang Xinrui was taken aback. What did you say? The man was actually Youwei's ex-boyfriend of 5 years. Upon realizing this, Yang Xinrui instinctively glanced at Jiang Yan again, her mind racing with disbelief. She had always thought Youwei had poor taste, an ordinary man, a pretty boy, with neither lineage nor talent. However, learning that this handsome man was Youwei's former lover shifted her perspective dramatically. Bai Luo seized the moment, asserting, it's true. His name is Jiang Yan, and he still harbors feelings for Youwei. Perhaps the troubles surrounding the two artists at Huanyu Media are his doing. He began to hurl insults at Jiang Yan, his eyes brimming with contempt. Jiang Yan, however, remained unfazed, listening with a detached amusement. He had no interest in Bai Luo's snide remarks, oblivious to how Bai Luo had managed to align himself with a celebrated actress. As Jiang Yan glanced at Mu Wanzhou, he noticed a change in her demeanor. Her radiant face was devoid of expression, her eyes icy. Mu Wanzhou was on the verge of fury. Yang Xinrui also perceived Mu Wanzhou's growing displeasure and ceased to absorb Bai Luo's words. Witnessing the darkening of Mu Wanzhou's countenance, Yang Xinrui urgently admonished Bai Luo, be quiet. Stop talking. But it was too late. Mu Wanzhou adjusted her shawl, gracefully picked up a pair of chopsticks, and stood. Her deep-set eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss, concealing her emotions. As Bai Luo continued his incessant prattle, his gaze caught the sight of the elegantly languid Mu Wanzhou rising. His eyes lit up, recognizing her as the stunning beauty he had encountered at Yunjin Pavilion. Just as he was about to greet her, he noticed a slender hand swiftly approaching him. His pupils dilated in disbelief as a blur flashed past him. Suddenly, there was a resounding smack. His incessant chatter ceased instantly. His face instinctively turned to the side, shocked. His mouth agape, unable to close. Only when he felt a searing pain on his cheek, the skin swelling with 2 distinct marks, did he comprehend that he had been struck on the very face he had diligently cared for in his pursuit of stardom. In an instant, a surge of fury ignited within Bai Luo's chest. His expression twisted, his gaze burning with indignation directed at Mu Wanzhou. Clenching his fists tightly, he prepared to retaliate against her. Just as he raised his arm to deliver a blow, a powerful hand seized his wrist, halting his motion in midair. Jiang Yan's eyes glinted coldly, effectively immobilizing Bai Luo's actions. In stark contrast to Jiang Yan's fierce demeanor, Mu Wanzhou, who had nearly been struck, wore a hint of a smile. Nearby, Yang Xinrui gasped, her eyes wide with fear as she looked at Mu Wanzhou, her voice trembling. Mu Zong, are you all right? Internally, she cursed Bai Luo profusely. Damn, that idiot nearly caused me my life. Chapter 72. Fools can only survive in the sewers. Mu Wanzhou stood calmly before Bai Luo, her gaze filled with disdain and contempt, as if she were observing refuse. In stark contrast, Bai Luo found himself in a far more uncomfortable position. Jiang Yan had seized his wrist, gradually applying pressure, causing a sharp pain to radiate through his arm. Bai Luo's features twisted in anger as he glared at Jiang Yan, his voice seething. Jiang Yan, get the hell out of here. Before he could finish, Bai Luo felt a constriction in his throat, the remainder of his words trapped in his stomach. A sudden cramp in his abdomen followed. Jiang Yan struck with such force that Bai Luo instinctively doubled over, clutching his midsection, grimacing in pain. Mu Wanzhou raised an eyebrow, a smile curling at the corners of her lips, her arms crossed as she coldly remarked, Youwei has truly spoiled you. Do you believe that with the support of the Yu family as young lady, you can afford to forget your own limitations? Then, with her chopsticks, she jabbed forcefully at Bai Luo's face, her gaze piercing. Bai Luo let out a yelp of pain. He now fully understood that he was no match for Jiang Yan. In a moment of irrationality, he had acted impulsively, and after receiving a blow, his fury had significantly diminished. The memory of his earlier aggression towards Mu Wanzhou filled him with trepidation. He had witnessed her standing unyieldingly in her position last time, with even Youwei having to yield to her, let alone someone of his humble stature. Thus, Bai Luo feigned a pitiful demeanor, exclaiming, Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Sister, I was wrong in an instant. His fury transformed into a desperate act of vulnerability. While this charade might have elicited sympathy from Youwei, it only served to disgust Mu Wanzhou, who found his performance repulsive. Mu Wanzhou pressed her chopsticks harder against his face, twisting them as she declared, "How revolting. Do not utter that address. You lack the qualification. You are but a waste." The term sister was one she reserved solely for Jiang Yan. Regrettably, Jiang Yan remained guarded around her. Otherwise, she would have relished the opportunity to reveal his vulnerable side, coaxing him to call her sister while pleading for mercy. Mu Wanzhou's mind wandered to various scenarios, drawing her gaze toward Jiang Yan. He appeared composed, having regained his indifferent expression after a moment of sternness. How frustrating. It seemed she was still far from achieving her goal. Feeling a wave of disappointment, Mu Wanzhou lost interest in tormenting Bai Luo any further and retracted her chopsticks. She leaned against Jiang Yan, whispering softly in his ear, "Thank you, Junior, that was quite a close call. Would this count as the second time you've saved me?" Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she cast him a flirtatious glance. Jiang Yan regarded her coolly, feeling the warmth of her breath against his ear. He replied, unwavering, "Miss Mu, you are too kind. I merely acted on instinct. Moreover, as we have a partnership, it was only natural for me to intervene in such a situation. Hence, it cannot be considered a rescue." Recalling Bai Luo's earlier fury and the fact that Mu Wanzhou had stood her ground without flinching, Jiang Yan felt a twinge of curiosity. Did she have unwavering faith in his ability to intervene? Would she have remained unyielding had he not stepped in? Or did she possess the confidence to evade the blow? Regardless, she had indeed emerged victorious in this gamble. Jiang Yan found himself admiring her composure. In a sense, it was quite formidable. The delightful meal had been marred by Bai Luo's intrusion, and now Jiang Yan cast a cold glance at the writhing figure beneath him. Bai Luo's face was a mask of agony, his stomach churning painfully, as if his very insides had been shattered. He was forced to curl up, unable to rise. Aware of his humiliating predicament, he felt the eyes of passers-by upon him, his dignity in tatters. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he tugged at Yang Xinruei, his last glimmer of hope. With great effort, Bai Luo raised his head and stammered, "Young sister Yang. Please call 120 for me." He shot a venomous glare at Jiang Yan, adding, "Don't let Jiang Yan leave. Call the police." Understanding the cloud of Mu Wanzhou's family, he dared not cross her. Yet, he would not let the seemingly insignificant Jiang Yan escape unscathed. After all, he had been struck by Jiang Yan. He could not let such a prime opportunity slip by. He yearned to see Jiang Yan imprisoned, even if only for a few days. However, Yang Xinruei recoiled in fear, as if Bai Luo were a vengeful spirit, wary of being dragged into his troubles. With a disdainful expression, she retorted, "Have you lost your mind? Don't pull me into this." Then, lowering her head, she addressed Mu Wanzhou, "Miss Mu, please don't misunderstand. I have no association with him." Lying on the ground, Bai Luo's frustration ignited within him. "Sister Yang, how can you treat me this way? Just moments ago, you were willing to help me," he exclaimed, feeling utterly abandoned. At that moment, Bai Luo felt powerless. Longing for Youwei's presence, certain she would support him. Yang Xinruei, however, scoffed, "You've been shamelessly pestering me. I initially intended to assist you in the Huanyu media. But who could have predicted you would dare raise a hand against Miss Mu? Planning to call the police? You truly are the epitome of foolishness with your intellect. You wouldn't be saved even if you died 100 times. You fool, you can only survive in the sewers." Bai Luo's face turned pale. "Sister Yang, do not push me too far. Do not forget, I am Youwei's boyfriend." Yet Yang Xinruei remained unimpressed. "And so what? Huanyu media is on the brink of collapse. Associating with Youwei is nowhere near as advantageous as allying with Mu Wanzhou, a veritable goldmine." Mu Wanzhou, leaning delicately against Jiang Yan, surveyed the exchange between the two with amusement. She playfully inquired of Jiang Yan, Jr., "What do you suppose Youwei's reaction would be upon discovering her kept man is entangled with other women?" Jiang Yan sighed slightly, capturing her slender wrist, which was delicate enough to fit within his grasp. He looked at Mu Wanzhou with indifference, stating, "Miss Mu, I have no interest in such matters." "Oh, then what do you find intriguing?" Mu Wanzhou asked, her gaze sultry. Her wrist felt smooth and pale against his large palm, stirring an unexpected flutter in her heart. Suddenly, she found the two outsiders excessively noisy and coldly commanded, "Silence. Leave at once." Her voice, though neither loud nor harsh, caused Yang Xinruei to tremble, promptly sealing her lips. At that moment, Bai Luo swayed unsteadily, struggling to rise. He touched his face, feeling the raised, swollen scratches that marred his skin, clenching his teeth in fury. He resolved to inform Youwei of this incident, determined that she would give Jiang Yan a severe reprimand. Suddenly sensing a malevolent gaze upon him, Jiang Yan chose to ignore it. He then released Mu Wanzhou, stepping back slightly, and remarked coolly, "Miss Mu, it seems this dinner gathering cannot continue as you would wish." Jiang Yan's intention to conclude this farce was evident. Mu Wanzhou smiled alluringly, cryptically replying, "No worries, we have plenty of time ahead." Chapter 73. By Luo's lament to Youwei, Yang Xinrui observed the departing figures of Mu Wanzhou and Jiang Yan, prompting her to hastily retrieve a business card from her bag, presenting it with a charming smile. She whispered to Mu Wanzhou, "Ms. Mu, here is my card. Though I have stepped back from the entertainment industry, I still work behind the scenes. May I add your contact information, if it's not too much trouble?" However, faced with the once celebrated actress now reduced to a supplicant, Mu Wanzhou didn't even spare her a glance. She waved her hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "No thanks. I'm not interested." Then she turned to Jiang Yan. With a sultry gaze, Mu Wanzhou lifted her luxurious handbag and gracefully linked her arm with Jiang Yan's, saying, "Let us go, Junior. I have lost my appetite for this meal." With that, the pair parted the fringed curtain and exited. "Wait, Jiang Yan, don't you dare leave." Bai Luo, leaning against the doorframe, gritted his teeth in frustration. Yet, his protests fell on deaf ears. Even Yang Xinrui gave him an exasperated slap. "Shut up. It's your fault for causing me trouble." Having failed to secure Mu Wanzhou's contact, Yang Xinrui was understandably displeased and attributed all her frustrations to Bai Luo. "What a blind fool, ruining my chances." She glared at him with malice. Bai Luo, sensing her disdainful gaze, felt a surge of discontent within. This woman was not on his side. Yet, considering his current lack of resources and his dependence on Yang Xinrui, as well as the necessity of her assistance for Youwei's company, he bit back his resentment. With a forced smile, he gritted his teeth and apologized, "Sister Yang, I was wrong. You promised to help me. You can't go back on your word." Yang Xinrui glanced at the ineffectual Bai Luo. Initially hoping to align herself with the lucrative Mu Wanzhou, she was left to revert to her previous plan of leveraging Huanyu Media for profit. Suddenly, her expression turned insincerely sweet as she reassured Bai Luo, "Oh, it's fine. Don't worry, I will still invest in Huanyu. We should arrange a time to discuss this with General Yu." Bai Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. "All right, Sister Yang. Once I achieve fame, I will certainly not forget your kindness. I'm feeling quite unwell. Could you take me to the hospital?" A fleeting glimmer of sharpness crossed Yang Xinrui's eyes. She was eager to leave and had no intention of playing nurse. "Why don't you sit down and rest? I'll call an ambulance." But by the time the ambulance arrived, Yang Xinrui had already discreetly slipped away. After escorting Mu Wanzhou to her car, Jiang Yan turned to leave but was halted by her grasping his sleeve. With sultry eyes, she attempted an invitation. "Junior, do you have plans for tonight?" Jiang Yan's face remained impassive as he coolly declined. "I'm sorry, Ms. Mu. My girlfriend is waiting for me at home." Mu Wanzhou paused momentarily, her expression darkening before she quickly masked it with a radiant smile. "What a pity. I had hoped to invite you for a foot massage. Perhaps another time, Ms. Mu." Jiang Yan replied, his tone neutral. Another time was merely a polite refusal. He maintained a facade of indifference while internally remaining wary of Mu Wanzhou, cautious not to inadvertently give her any leverage. Mu Wanzhou, sensing his hesitation, did not press the matter further. A hint of disappointment clouded her stunning features. "Well, all right then." She sighed lightly, then continued, "By the way, regarding the sponsorship for the program, who should I have the director contact?" Jiang Yan pondered briefly. "Have them contact my secretary, Shen Qing." "Understood." After stating this, Mu Wanzhou was reluctant to let Jiang Yan depart. She recalled some program rules the director had mentioned, a mischievous look crossing her face. "Junior, the director has granted sponsors certain privileges, including the ability to vote online for participants, with 10% of the total votes." "Oh." Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Seeing his interest, Mu Wanzhou seized the opportunity. "It seems my junior is interested. Would you like to participate in the voting?" Jiang Yan hesitated, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Youwei's beloved Bai Luo sought fame, yet Bai Luo's talent was negligible. His vote would likely be insignificant among mentors and audience alike. However, he could turn this around, inflating Bai Luo's vanity only to watch it plummet. Would Bai Luo withstand such pressure? It would certainly be entertaining. Jiang Yan glanced at Mu Wanzhou, a smirk playing on his lips. "Of course, I would be delighted." Mu Wanzhou had assumed Jiang Yan would dismiss the mundane program, but his agreement surprised her, sparking a flurry of ideas in her mind. She could use the pretext of voting together to initiate contact with him. The live broadcast commenced at 8 in the evening, providing her the perfect opportunity to approach Jiang Yan, ideally at his villa, sharing a sofa to watch the program together. Her thoughts spiraled into delightful fantasies. And she bit her lip, gazing at Jiang Yan with allure. All right, I will vote alongside you, Junior. Jiang Yan observed her flirtatious demeanor, heightening his vigilance. Yet he maintained a calm exterior, replying, That sounds good, Ms. Mu. Pausing, he placed his hand on the car door. Do drive safely, Ms. Mu. After she nodded, he closed the door and headed toward his apartment. Once Youwei completed her work, she promptly received a call from Bai Luo and rushed to the hospital. Upon finding him lying in the treatment room, for drip in place, she approached with concern. Bai Luo, how are you? Her gaze fell on his face, and she gasped. Too long. Deep scratches marred his handsome features, some places oozing blood that had begun to congeal. Bai Luo, upon seeing Youwei, furrowed his brow, feigning a pitiful expression as he began to lament his plight. Wei, you finally came. I called you several times, but you didn't answer. It drove me mad. Look at me. He lifted his shirt to reveal his bruised abdomen, crying as he recounted, I'm covered in bruises, all thanks to that scoundrel Jiang Yan. He pinned me down and beat me. I was too weak to resist, nearly beaten to death. Sob, Wei, you must stand up for me. Chapter 74. The perilous state of Huanyu media. Upon hearing this, Youwei was momentarily taken aback, her disbelief palpable. How could Bai Luo possibly encounter Jiang Yan? Yet, the sight of his swollen, bruised skin was undeniably real, stirring a deep sense of compassion within her. Strangely, however, upon learning that it was Jiang Yan who had assaulted Bai Luo, she found herself devoid of anger, her mind swirling with questions. She ventured to ask, How did you come to blows with Jiang Yan? Bai Luo noticed Youwei's lack of fury, her demeanor surprisingly subdued, which caused his eyes to darken with disappointment. Yet, in an instant, he reverted to an appearance that elicited pity. Wei, he lamented, I merely went out to dinner, and to my astonishment, I encountered him. He was at the table next to ours, exuding arrogance, commanding me to silence. As I spoke up, I was brutally beaten by Jiang Yan. Look at my face. Will I be disfigured? Youwei listened intently, her heart aching more with each word as she gazed at Bai Luo. Unable to restrain herself, she offered words of comfort. It's all right. The wounds on your face are superficial. They won't leave scars. Yet, the likelihood of scarring depended on individual healing and care, and it was evident that Youwei's reassurances were merely verbal. This was not the response Bai Luo sought. He intensified his accusations against Jiang Yan. Wei, though I am typically docile and avoid trouble, I refuse to be a victim of oppression. I must report this incident. You will assist me, won't you? Youwei, taken aback, fell into an unexpected silence. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Bai Luo, you needn't worry. I will procure the best medicine to heal your injuries. Bai Luo's intention to report Jiang Yan was clear, and yet, inexplicably, Youwei felt a resistance deep within her. However, seeing Bai Luo's plight, she could not disregard his call for justice. Thus, she softly declared, I will confront Jiang Yan to seek clarity for you. Youwei's promise left Bai Luo's face ashen. He had indeed endured a brutal attack, marked by 2 visible wounds on his face. The memory of lying on the ground, subjected to disdainful glares and humiliation from several onlookers, festered within him. Yet, her nonchalant assurance felt trivial in light of his suffering. Did she think him so easily placated? Bai Luo abruptly realized that Youwei was slipping from his grasp, her concern for him waning. This was intolerable. He had to find a way to regain control. Anger surged through him as he shook off her hands, turning his head away in despair. Wei, you still harbor feelings for Jiang Yan. After what he has done to me, you choose not to assist me. Youwei panicked at his words, fearing that Bai Luo might entertain extreme thoughts. Frantically, she replied, Bai Luo, I have no such intentions. Please do not act rashly. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo swiftly turned to face her, demanding, Then how will you punish Jiang Yan on my behalf? I. Youwei found herself at a loss for words. Bai Luo, his expression icy, regarded her with a cold scoff. Jiang Yan's influence over her was profound. Even under duress, she seemed impervious to his coercion. Thus, Bai Luo opted for a different tactic. He sighed dramatically and said, Alas, I shall not pressure you further. Wei, I have but one request. Will you grant it? Relieved, Youwei replied, Speak. She had already failed to fulfill one of Bai Luo's promises and could not afford to disappoint him again. As long as it was within her means, she would acquiesce to any request he made. Bai Luo continued, The doctor has advised that I require rest and must avoid movement or water. Can you come to care for me? Of course. Youwei responded eagerly. A cunning glint crossed Bai Luo's face. Splendid. May I move into your villa? My dormitory is rather cramped for 2. Youwei hesitated for a moment before conceding, all right. Upon receiving her agreement, a sly smile crept across Bai Luo's lips, while Youwei suddenly regretted her acquiescence. Yet, before she could retract her words, Bai Luo swiftly shifted the topic. Weiwei, I have wonderful news. Huanyu Media is saved. Without a moment's thought, Youwei exclaimed in delight. Is it true? Indeed. I have secured an investor for you. Bai Luo proceeded to explain the investment opportunity with young Xinruei. Enveloped in the joy of her company's potential revival, Youwei failed to question Bai Luo's motives. Later, when she observed the company's stock soaring to unprecedented heights, a flicker of concern would arise within her, but by then, it would be too late. That evening, a 10-second video rapidly ascended the trending charts across major platforms. The emergence of negative news regarding a company's chairman can have catastrophic consequences, particularly in a climate where stock prices are plummeting, employees are resigning en masse, and artists are embroiled in scandal. Thus, on the following morning, when Jiang Yan arrived at the company to find Youwei waiting for him, he was not the least bit surprised. This was precisely what he had anticipated. Youwei appeared weary, having been denied access to the reception area once again due to her lack of an appointment. As soon as she spotted Jiang Yan, she rushed to intercept him, urgency evident in her voice. I need to speak with you. To her surprise, Jiang Yan merely raised an eyebrow, offering no response as he continued into the building. Youwei, both startled and elated, hurried to follow. His return to indifference sparked hope within her, leading her to believe she might yet rekindle his affections. Upon reaching the CEO's office, Jiang Yan casually settled into his chair, crossing his legs and folding his hands atop his knee, exuding an air of superiority. Before Youwei could utter a word, Jiang Yan coolly stated, You arrived at the perfect moment. We need to finalize the contract termination. Youwei was taken aback. What termination? Chapter 75 with a resounding thud. The contract was tossed directly onto Youwei. After taking her seat, she was left bewildered by Jiang Yan's words. She could not recall any agreement her company had made with Dohua. Observing her dazed expression, Jiang Yan couldn't suppress a chuckle. The folly of infatuation was indeed alarming. For Youwei's mind seemed utterly devoid of lucidity. His message was unmistakable, yet she remained oblivious to the situation at hand. Jiang Yan glanced at her and leisurely remarked, Did not my company inform you yesterday about Qin Shiyu's termination? In an instant, Youwei was struck speechless. Furrowing her brow, she gasped. The new company Qin Shiyu is signing with is yours? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Jiang Yan. Just the day before, she had been distressed over her employees resigning one by one, and when her secretary notified her about Qin Shiyu's contract termination, her anger had flared. She had even threatened to ensure no one could sign Qin Shiyu away. Yet now, she discovered that it was her own boyfriend who was pursuing Qin Shiyu. The revelation was more than she could bear. As a rising star, Qin Shiyu possessed unparalleled beauty, coupled with an innate air of elegance that rendered her akin to a pure, unblemished lotus untouched by the world. If she were to join Jiang Yan's company, the time they spent together could lead to. This thought sent a chill down Youwei's spine, prompting her to coldly declare, I refuse. Initially, she had believed that the scandals surrounding Qin Shiyu were merely the work of someone intent on sabotaging her, but now it seemed possible that the actress was, in fact, of a morally questionable nature. The thought of her seducing Jiang Yan into signing her on ignited a flame of fury within Youwei. Jiang Yan, upon hearing her, let out a derisive laugh. Clearly, Youwei had yet to grasp the gravity of her situation. He spoke unhurriedly. Youwei, today you sought me out. Do you still fail to discern who is in need? At that moment, it dawned on Youwei that she was the one seeking Jiang Yan's assistance. Suddenly, clarity washed over her. She instinctively exclaimed, So, all of this, including the video that surfaced yesterday, was orchestrated by you? Your aim was to facilitate Qin Shiyu's contract termination with Huanyu Media. Jiang Yan scoffed. Youwei, you overestimate your importance. I merely nudged things along. In response, Youwei bit her lip in frustration and demanded, remove that video and promote my company's clarification video. However, her presumptuous request was met with the sound of a contract being unceremoniously flung onto her lap. Youwei's face drained of color. Clenching her fists until her knuckles turned white, she felt her dignity severely insulted. Looking down, she saw the contract for Qin Shiyu's termination that Jiang Yan had prepared in advance. Jiang Yan regarded her with a cold glare and said, Sign it first, Chairwoman Yu. The title Chairwoman Yu felt like a mockery. Unable to contain herself, Youwei looked at Jiang Yan, her eyes filled with sorrow. Is this how you treat me? Jiang Yan found her display amusing yet remained unyielding. With an impassive expression, he asked, "Will you sign or not?" Youwei gritted her teeth, her body tense with indignation. Deep down, she knew Jiang Yan was deliberately tormenting her. Under the weight of his penetrating gaze, she ultimately lowered her proud head. Taking a deep breath, she conceded, "Fine. I will sign the contract for Qin Shiyu's termination." In that moment, Youwei suddenly recognized the disparity between her and Jiang Yan. Her company was worth billions, while Jiang Yan's was merely a fraction of that, bolstered only by Mu Wanzhou's support. A month prior, she could not have fathomed being subjected to such humiliation by Jiang Yan, especially as the president of Huanyu Media, powerless to resist. She opened the contract, reviewed its contents, and upon confirming everything was in order, she signed her name on the last page. Jiang Yan then summoned Qin Shiyu to sign as well. When Youwei saw Qin Shiyu enter, she instinctively turned to Jiang Yan, her eyes wide with disbelief. She was already with your company. Yet, further words were futile. She had already affixed her signature. Upon entering the office, Qin Shiyu's strikingly cold visage bore no expression. She did not greet Youwei after signing. She handed the contract to Jiang Yan. Her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a mountain spring. "Mr. Jiang, I have signed." "Good," Jiang Yan replied, his tone indifferent as he accepted the contract. "You are no longer needed here. You may leave." With that, Qin Shiyu exited the office. Youwei's expression was a complex mix as she stared at Jiang Yan. After a long pause, she slowly spoke. "The video can be taken down now?" "Of course." Jiang Yan's demeanor shifted instantly, revealing a polished business smile. "I will have my secretary transfer the marketing fees to your company. Chairwoman Yu, do remember to settle the accounts. Here's to a fruitful collaboration." Yet, Youwei could not muster a smile. Staring blankly, she questioned, "Jiang Yan, must you be so clear-cut?" At this, Jiang Yan turned his chair, his smile vanishing as he cast a sidelong glance at Youwei. His voice was cold. "Business is about profit. The fact that I did not take the opportunity to kick you while you were down is already a testament to my magnanimity." However, his tone shifted ominously. The future is uncertain. Previously, he had steered clear of the entertainment industry, hence there had been little competition between them. However, now that he was determined to venture into short films, he would need a plethora of actors. Coincidentally, this aligned with the